Introduction. In the realm of Game of Thrones, a peculiar twist of fate finds Albert, who merely dabbled in civilization, inexplicably transported to another world, where he becomes the heir of the Manderly family. Amidst the enigmatic magic, colossal dragons, perilous power struggles, and lethal battlefields, who shall ascend to the throne of supremacy? Chapter 1. White Harbor. The skies over the north remained as frigid as ever, with chunks of ice the size of a man drifting upon the White Knife River. Soldiers and guards endeavored to use their wooden poles to dislodge these ice fragments, preventing them from damaging the hulls of their vessels. After Albert and his soldiers shifted a massive piece of floating ice, a striking three-masted ship gracefully entered the waters of the White Knife. When it was first constructed, I had no inkling that such a vessel could look so magnificent on the river, a soldier remarked, gazing at the beautiful ship adorned with sails crafted from the sturdiest fabric, a costly material, yet not difficult to procure for the Lord's merchant fleet of White Harbor. After all, the Lord's grandson has come to assist us in this ice retrieval. What is there not to believe? Two soldiers conversed, their eyes drawn to their commanding escort, who was using a pole to prod the large ice flow away from the main channel. Albert, witnessing the successful launch of his first ship, felt a tinge of uncertainty. The design had merely been a fleeting glance at a civilization's blueprint, hastily memorized, and he had attempted to replicate it without even sketching the hull himself. Our Albert is the beloved grandson of Lord Eel, the former city lord, and the sole son of Lord Willis, making him the only male heir of the Manderly family. Do not be misled. He was not struck by a passing wagon, but rather, during a game of civilization, was struck by lightning and found himself here. He had quietly indulged in the game on the eve of his college entrance examination, only to awaken in this new world, bewildered for 3 years. Despite being the sole heir of White Harbor, his life had been relatively comfortable. Yet, one must envision the life of a reclusive young man who could not even bear to shut down his computer before an examination, suddenly enduring 3 days devoid of internet, electricity, or even the simple pleasures of snacks and takeout. In that moment, Albert could hardly fathom how he had survived without jumping into the White Knife River. The capricious thunder gods seemed to have targeted him. A bolt of lightning thrust him into a role he had never imagined as the grandson of a lord who never existed in his original world. White Harbor stands as the largest city in the north and the 5th largest in all of Westeros, transformed from the Stark family fortress. Albert was acutely aware of the substantial advantages his family gained during territorial transactions, implying that his endeavors would inevitably align with the Stark family's interests. As the sole heir of the Manderly family, he realized the necessity of solidifying his position alongside the Starks, for only they could safeguard the Manderly's hold over White Harbor, a region rich in economic and military potential. Despite boasting the largest population in all of the north, the inhabitants predominantly worshipped the old gods, contrasting with the Manderly's faith in the Seven. Thus, once he departed from the Stark family stronghold, the Manderly name might face challenges. Therefore, he must either demonstrate remarkable prowess to win over the people of White Harbor or pray for his grandfather's longevity. After all, while his father could easily assume the role of a scholar or a man of letters, the demeanor of a lord demanded a certain gravitas, leaving Albert feeling quite exasperated. Why is it that others who traverse realms are bestowed with divine gifts, while he finds himself in such an absurd predicament? Throughout these 3 years, he endeavored to showcase the capabilities befitting an engineering student, as exemplified by the ship currently docked, which was thrice as swift and boasted a 10% increase in cargo capacity compared to standard vessels. Moreover, his contributions extended beyond mere nautical innovations. He had renovated all the roads leading from the castle to the outside world and designed the castle's ventilation system. To guard against the various beasts lurking in the forests, they erected a rudimentary curtain wall around the residential areas. With the official launch of the first three-masted ship, the economy of White Harbor was poised for further growth. Presently, White Harbor was the largest city in the north, with a resident population nearing 170,000, approaching the 4th largest city in Westeros, Castle Black. In truth, Albert envisioned maintaining this population for at least the next 2 decades, as the north faced an impending winter that would make sustaining a larger populace impractical. They needed ample provisions to weather the coming chill, and excessive population growth would deplete their resources, potentially necessitating support from Winterfell. In this life, firmly seated within the Stark family's chariot, Albert had no intention of witnessing their total annihilation. All right, Albert Manderly, let us ponder how to ensure the safety of our esteemed lord. As Albert contemplated in his mind, He continued directing his 2 personal guards to shift the larger ice blocks to the banks of the river, or as far from the main channel as possible. After all, the 3-masted ship lacked any collision prevention measures. A crash could indeed inflict damage. This vessel might serve as a prototype for other lords and merchants seeking to purchase ships, while other vessels would require 3 to 4 months before they could set sail. Thus, it was paramount to preserve the ship's appearance. Indeed, although warships required approval from Winterfell before construction, merchant ships did not face such restrictions. The experience gained from building the 3-masted ship could easily be adapted to warship construction. While the absence of cannons might diminish the offensive capabilities of swift ships, they had an alternative: the crossbow. Currently, they employed a rather conventional design, not the scorpions depicted in novels and adaptations, yet this crossbow could still manage to launch projectiles, albeit with limitations. Attempting to mount a catapult on the agile 3-masted vessel was clearly impractical and would compromise its maneuverability. As for cannons, they had yet to be developed, given the scarcity of fertile saltpeter fields in this world. Without saltpeter, the notion of gunpowder was moot, leaving them reliant on crossbows as substitutes. Chapter 2. The Manderly family in the newly constructed dock at the harbor. 3 new sailing vessels are currently under construction. Although cannons are not yet available, Albert is endeavoring to submit the design plans for his crossbow artillery. While it is preferable to utilize cannons on such ships, due to their superior lethality and range, the current circumstances do not permit the implementation of artillery. Albert is contemplating whether to overhaul the entire drainage system of White Harbor. He recalls having read in a historical tome about the early French methods of producing nitrate fields, which require the accumulation of vast quantities of straw, fallen leaves, and rags, creating a conducive environment for the proliferation of nitrate bacteria, followed by the introduction of ample lime and water into the excavated earth and pits. Of course, human urine also serves as a suitable medium for the growth of nitrate bacteria, but first, the icy main channel must be thoroughly cleared, as this 3-masted ship must be preserved. As thoughts of the crossbow artillery blueprints fill Albert's mind, he realizes that if implemented, it would significantly enhance their naval combat capabilities. Additionally, he considers another weapon, the incendiary oil cabinet, referenced in an ancient Chinese military compendium, which details how the Song dynasty's naval forces utilized such devices, emphasizing that an offensive strategy serves as the best form of defense, with close combat being superior to ranged attacks. Just as this notion takes root in his mind, for cavalrymen, bearing the insignia of the Manderly family, ride up to the riverbank. My lord, the Count awaits your presence at Newcastle. The banners they carry feature a blue silk trim, a modification proposed by Albert to his father, Wells, to distinguish scouts and messengers more clearly on the battlefield. Upon seeing this messenger squad, Albert commands his retainers to return all tools to the workers engaged in clearing the waterways. After mounting their steeds, they gallop swiftly towards the grand fortress at the heart of White Harbor. White Harbor is composed of 3 distinct sections: the outer residential area, which includes various artisanal workshops and expansive farmland, surrounded by vast woodlands and thoroughfares. The inner region consists of the commercial district, with a formidable fortress at its center. This fortress towers 140 feet above ground, divided into 4 levels, encircled by a 60-foot high marble wall. Inside lies the port area, adjacent to the ruins of the old town, originally granted to the Manderly family, the Wolf's Denver. The port area and dock zone extend from the Wolf's Den towards the Delta estuary. Upon his arrival, Albert had advised his grandfather to expand the dock area towards the coastal edges. The large dock, currently used for constructing 3-masted ships, is situated at the far eastern edge of White Harbor, with additional artisanal factories gradually emerging in the west, leading to a slow expansion of the entire city. The outermost region comprises farmland, progressing inward to the artisanal district and low-income residential areas or slums. Further in, one finds the affluent neighborhoods and commercial zones, culminating in the main urban center, which encompasses Newcastle and its defensive walls. The commercial area encircles Newcastle, while the outermost section provides housing for shipyard workers. Each dawn, a multitude of fishermen transport a variety of seafood to this bustling hub, making it the most vibrant locale in the White Harbor region. The main thoroughfares within the city have been reinforced and smoothed with marble, facilitating increased commercial trade. White Harbor stands as the most bustling commercial port in the north, serving as a primary departure point for merchant caravans heading northward. Upon entering the towering fortress walls, one finds the area designated for the military's daily preparations and rest. Due to its substantial population, White Harbor boasts the largest standing army in the north, supported by significant commercial tax revenues. Consequently, the military's equipment is relatively well provided for in the north. Under the training of his grandfather, uncle, and father, over 5,500 standing soldiers maintain a robust fighting spirit, including more than 1,000 fully armored cavalry, alongside over 1,000 archers and 500 personnel from various military units. The most formidable military force in the north resides in Winterfell, with approximately 6,000 standing troops. Following closely is White Harbor, alongside Horror Fortress and Heir City, while the third tier includes Deepwood Motte, Widow's Watch, and Carhold, with the remainder comprising lesser lords. The Manderly family, as prominent counts in the north, commands considerable respect throughout the region and beyond. All of this progress is indebted to the Stark family and the venerable elder seated in Newcastle, Wyman Manderly, who has governed White Harbor for nearly 40 years and commands great esteem. His two sons, Wylis and Wendell Manderly, along with the younger generation, Albert, Wilfrid, and Vera Manderly. Though his uncle lacks legitimate heirs, he does have 3 illegitimate sons. Albert ponders whether to allocate a portion of the territory between the Old Town and White Harbor to his uncle for the establishment of his own fortress, especially considering the 2 docks in the Old Town that could facilitate more merchant and warships. Upon entering the grand new castle, Albert approaches the central throne where a portly, silver-haired elder sits, his beard unable to conceal the mirth in his smile. Wyman Manderly, the cheerful patriarch. Grandfather, Albert greets as he approaches the throne and offers a slight bow. Now at the age of 16, Albert stands on the cusp of adulthood in this land. Typically, girls reach their maturity 4 years after their first menstruation, making them eligible for marriage. Yet his 19-year-old sister and 15-year-old sister show no signs of impending unions. His grandfather has long hoped to arrange a new marital alliance with the Stark family, but Wilfrid's multiple attempts to garner Robb Stark's favor have proven fruitless. Recently, Albert has overheard discussions among the castle's inhabitants regarding his grandfather's intentions to seek a suitable match for him. Once he surpasses his 16th name day, he will enter a phase where he may commence the pursuit of progeny at any time. Chapter 3. The crossbow and the wildfire oil cask. Count Wyman sat upon his throne, his mustache elegantly curling upwards, perfectly concealing his mouth, though it would inevitably reveal his teeth when he laughed. The old count extended a recently unsealed letter to Albert. An heir should embody the dignity of his status, rather than gallivanting about aimlessly. Upon receiving it, Albert began to read. To Count Wyman Manderly, with the utmost respect, I cordially invite your heir, Albert Manderly, along with his peers, to a gathering in Winterfell 10 days hence, to celebrate my 16th name day. I eagerly await your reply. Robb Stark, if it is the young lord's request, it would be prudent for us to attend. If we take the water route, we should arrive in approximately 5 days. After perusing the letter, Albert swiftly returned it to its envelope and handed it back to the old count. Grandfather, if memory serves me correctly, I believe I have 2 sets of blueprints in my cabinet. Should I bring them along? The old count smiled and suggested, take your sister and your younger sibling as well, allowing them to witness the Fury of the Seas and our grand vessel. The Fury of the Seas was the name of the 3-masted ship. While Albert was not the captain, the vessel was nominally his. Upon reaching the age of 16, every male of the Manderly lineage was entitled to his own ship. The old count's White Harbor was a formidable, single-masted warship. Each Manderly man, upon turning 16, was expected to sail his family's warship to pay homage to the current head of House Stark, thereby affirming his loyalty to the Stark family. At present, Albert was 15, and the time for his audience was swiftly approaching. Your ship is quite swift. It should reach there within 5 days. Do not be in haste. After crafting 2 prototypes based on your blueprints, bring them aboard. After a moment's contemplation, Count Wyman refrained from agreeing to take the blueprints directly. If they could monopolize production, the Stark family, true to their character, would likely not insist on obtaining the designs, thus providing the Manderlys with an opportunity for a new trade product. Albert understood this reasoning, yet was uncertain of his grandfather's intentions. Hearing such words was already a significant step in the right direction. So the task at hand was to expeditiously construct the 2 mechanisms depicted in the blueprints. The 2 devices Albert referred to were the wildfire oil cask and the crossbow, both of which were to be mounted on the warship for ranged and close combat, as catapults were impractical for installation on the latest vessels. The design was to be adapted to incorporate crossbows. Originally, he had contemplated designing a ballista, but the arrows used lacked the destructive power necessary for naval warfare, making them ill-suited for battle. In contrast, the crossbow, capable of firing solid projectiles, proved far more effective. After paying his respects to the old count, Albert returned to his chamber, retrieved the 2 blueprints, and set off to seek out a carpenter in the town. Although the 5 cannons are said to contain some iron components, they are relatively few in number. In the frigid northern realm, iron equipment, if overly intricate, is prone to rust and difficult to maintain. Albert replaced nearly all the components that could be made from wood with wooden counterparts. Nonetheless, producing these was still quite challenging, as the resilience and malleability of wood do not surpass that of iron. The design principles of the oil cabinet were not fully comprehended by Albert, yet with crossbows, merely sketching out the blueprints effectively accomplished half the task. In no time, the various components of the crossbow were crafted to scale, and Albert thoughtfully labeled them according to the order of assembly. Alongside the carpenters, he meticulously assembled the crossbow piece by piece. Simultaneously, the establishment of the nitrate fields was brought to the forefront, as they would not only eliminate materials suitable for gunpowder, but also serve as excellent fertilizers. However, this was not an opportune moment, as the ventilation systems in the new fort had only recently undergone repairs. Rapid modifications to their sanitation and drainage systems would likely strain finances and create unnecessary complications. After considerable effort, a makeshift crossbow finally emerged, lacking any metallic fabrications. Its range and power were undoubtedly inferior to the original. A group of individuals dragged this rudimentary contraption to the military camp, eager to experiment with it. Due to the cumbersome nature of the wooden crossbow, they designed 2 variants, a fixed-base crossbow for naval vessels and a mobile-base crossbow for marching. Albert personally led the guards and drills while the remaining carpenters worked diligently to produce additional crossbows. Although no rowing positions were allocated on the sailing vessel, several extra openings were designated specifically for long-range weaponry, as arrows would hardly inflict significant damage on enemy ships. The spectacle of testing this contraption naturally drew the attention of nearby soldiers in training, including Willis and Wyman. Once Albert calibrated the crossbow and aimed at a target on the city wall, he initiated the attack. The projectile struck the towering wall with remarkable force, and astonishingly, a single shot shattered the structure, potentially due to proximity or other factors, resulting in the dislodgement of 4 bricks. This unexpected display left everyone present in utter disbelief. The efficiency of destruction was so impressive that even Albert was taken aback, having not anticipated such effectiveness from the crossbow. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. For in a medieval context, where siege tactics were scarce, a crossbow capable of such results without sacrificing soldiers to fill the abyss beneath the walls was indeed a remarkable asset. Old Man Willis swiftly approached and wrapped his arm around Albert. "How many of these can we produce?" Albert promptly extracted the blueprints from his possession and replied, "Father, as long as we have sufficient timber, we can manufacture countless crossbows and even mount them on warships." The old man, filled with excitement, patted his shoulder and hurried into the depths of the fortress to confer with the old count. Meanwhile, Uncle, less concerned, enveloped Albert in a bear hug. "Well done. Our fine companions won't have to fill the moat beneath their city anymore." Nearby soldiers cheered and examined the crossbows, their gazes towards Albert filled with recognition. Although Albert was not adept in direct combat or close quarters, he understood that these technological advancements could significantly minimize soldier casualties. At least for now, these soldiers regarded him as one of their own. Chapter 4. Departure to Winterfell. Such incredible destructive power? Even the old count was astonished, for the outer walls had been personally overseen by him, ensuring their quality. In this scenario, a single shot had shattered several bricks from the wall, showcasing astonishing might at such close range. "Let us commence production immediately. What about the other?" Albert stepped forward, stating, "As long as we have enough wood, we can produce an infinite number of crossbows, but we must limit our output due to confidentiality. The production of the fire oil containers is currently unfeasible, as we have yet to comprehend the underlying principles." Although the old count felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, he was nonetheless elated to decide on mass-producing the crossbows. In the ensuing days, Albert took full charge of the crossbow production, managing to fill 3 prepared ships with them just in time for their departure. This fleet consisted of 3 three-masted sailing vessels, each capable of carrying at least 20 crossbows. Thus, this flotilla would be more than sufficient to combat pirates in the straits. Additionally, the fleet was laden with numerous gifts to celebrate the young wolf lord's coming of age. Albert then endeavored to fulfill his duties as captain for the first time, directing the sailors to load the gifts, crossbows, and necessary provisions onto the ships. Clearly exhilarated, Albert embraced the moment, as it was the first time in both his lives that he commanded such a multitude. Soon, all the soldiers boarded the vessels, and the cargo was securely stowed. Next, The two ladies were brought aboard. The sisters, Welfeed and Vera, were received on the flagship, the Raging Sea. Since it was his own flagship, Albert had initially designed it to include a spacious captain's quarters, ample enough for the sisters to reside comfortably for a time. Feeling somewhat bashful about sharing a room with them, Albert opted to stay in the common quarters below deck with the regular soldiers. A tributary of the Blade River flows directly into the realm of Winterfell, conveniently adjacent to King's Road. Thus, they arrived by boat at the bridge's mouth, constructing a rudimentary docking station before proceeding with gifts and troops into Winterfell. With the army's deployment, only a portion of the soldiers would disembark, while the remainder would remain to guard the warships. The three vessels collectively carried 210 soldiers, most of whom were seasoned sailors, having previously earned their livelihoods at sea. Although White Harbor boasted of formidable cavalry, the steeds were ill-suited for maritime travel. After traversing such extensive waters, the horses would be rendered nearly incapacitated. Furthermore, the cavalry's speed was insufficient for this occasion, which primarily aimed to showcase their warships. Consequently, they opted for naval transport instead. The fleet, composed of 3 ships, was capable of cutting straight across the river's entrance, effortlessly shattering the dense pack ice with their crossbows. When confronted with the more severely frozen waters to the north, the crossbows would be deployed on deck for mounted shooting, ensuring the ice was completely dismantled, thereby facilitating unimpeded movement of the fleet. Simultaneously, along King's Road, numerous noble convoys progressed slowly, for it was the coming-of-age ceremony for the North's king's son. The thoroughfare, stretching from north to south, was thronged with nobles arriving to extend their congratulations, representing some of the most illustrious families on the continent. However, choosing the waterway necessitated a passage through White Harbor, and given that the upstream of the Blade River was perpetually frozen and perilous, virtually all merchant caravans en route to Winterfell would refrain from utilizing this route. Yet, with weaponry capable of shattering the ice, there was no longer a need for the lengthy detour by road. This journey also served to exhibit White Harbor's innovative armaments. The two young ladies, evidently unaccustomed to sailing to Winterfell, were exhilarated, for every child of the Nadler family, whether male or female, possessed their own vessel. The ship's speed was commendable, and any significant ice obstruction would be promptly dismantled, allowing for near uninterrupted passage. Soon, they reached the river mouth closest to Winterfell. After 2 days of travel, it was indeed time to stretch their legs. Albert commanded the soldiers to unload their cargo, preparing 2 horse-drawn carriages to convey the young ladies, while the remaining gifts were placed on a flatbed cart to be towed by horses. Given the importance of the festivities, local residents had already begun preparations for the celebration, successfully securing several carts. Most notably, arriving by boat to this location was a feat that many found hard to believe, as the upstream of the Blade River had been perpetually frozen. This occurrence had become a remarkable tale, and Albert was keen to witness such news spread throughout Winterfell, deliberately slowing the march's pace. By the time this convoy laden with diverse goods reached Winterfell, the news had already arrived alongside those traversing King's Road. The White Harbor fleet has remarkably managed to navigate upstream to the Blade River. It has been years since any fleet has reached this point. Could it be that they have traversed the icy waters all the way here? When the news arrived, many were astounded, for no fleet has successfully reached the upper reaches of the Blade River in living memory. A multitude gathered to witness this extraordinary sight, particularly since the White Harbor fleet not only brought an abundance of gifts, but also a portion of goods. The wares from White Harbor are predominantly acquired through trade with the Essos and the southern continent, given the limited number of northern caravans. These trading materials indeed commanded a substantial sum. Prior to the commencement of the banquet, they had successfully amassed nearly 600 golden dragons, though the 2 young ladies were incessantly spending as well. Naturally, the other nobles were similarly inclined. At this juncture, Albert began to suspect that perhaps Eddard Stark was orchestrating this grand affair solely to stimulate the economic prosperity of his domain. Yet, it seems that all nobles are alike in this regard. The greater the noble, the more willing they are to engage in such displays to showcase their family's wealth and elevated status. The higher one's rank, the more numerous the attendees from the aristocracy. As for economic considerations, most nobles do not ponder such matters. However, the nobles of White Harbor are undoubtedly different. At the very least, Albert was already contemplating how to celebrate his 16th name day. After 5 days stationed in Winterfell, although the banquet had yet to begin, Albert and the 2 young ladies were summoned by the Lord of Winterfell. Over the past few days, all the northern nobles attending the ceremony had been summoned by the North's Duke, and it was only fitting that Albert would be next. With a composed demeanor, he gathered his attendants to collect the gifts he had brought, preparing to present them. Chapter 5. Stark Winterfell impresses not only with the integrity and simplicity of its lord's family, but also with its vast sacred woods. Albert swiftly escorted the two ladies to the main castle, although they did not ride horses, nor did the noble women attempt to enter the castle in a carriage. The captain of their guard held aloft the mermaid banner, signifying their noble status. As he walked, Albert scrutinized the nearby banners to ascertain which nobles had already arrived: the sun banner of House Stark, the flayed man banner of House Bolton, and the black fabric that represents the Night's Watch. He spotted the fish banner of House Tully and the eagle banner of House Arryn. Yet the stag banner of House Baratheon was conspicuously absent. Had the crown not sent any representatives? Just as he pondered this, he caught sight of the regal stag banner, still present. But was it Robert or Renly? There was no time to contemplate further, as the trio had now arrived at the main castle of Winterfell. At this moment, it was imperative to assert one's identity. After all, one was the heir of White Harbor, and the Stark family would rely upon White Harbor in the future. The guards, upon noticing the situation, promptly guided the attendants pulling the cart to settle the numerous items inside before Albert and his companions proceeded directly into the grand hall. Seated upon the throne was a man with a mane of ebony hair, time having etched its marks upon his visage, yet his physique remained robust, muscles unyielded by age. And in his hand rested his sword, the Frost Sisters. Ordinarily, it should have been Albert's father, Willis, who accompanied them. However, considering the necessity for a solitary trial for Albert, and due to Willis's own pressing matters concerning the White Harbor Special Forces, the Eyes of White Harbor, which had encountered a minor mishap, he was compelled to remain behind to address these issues. Thus, the primary responsibility for this endeavor was entrusted to Albert. Lord Ed, my father has urgent matters to attend to in White Harbor and cannot attend the audience. I shall stand in for him. Lord Ed, seated upon the throne, offered not but a slight nod in response. Gifts would not be brought directly into the hall. Instead, they would be unloaded at the entrance. Indeed, there was little more to discuss between the two. Soon, Albert led his two sisters away, paving the way for the gathering of other adult nobles. They were escorted to a chamber designated for peer meetings, where several Starks were already engaged in conversation with their contemporaries. Among them was Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton, and from House Karstark, two brothers had arrived, though the eldest, Elian, was absent. Their sister accompanied them, and the group was seated around the fire, engrossed in dialogue. "Who is this?" Robb inquired first, recognizing the mermaid insignia upon the armor and deducing the presence of House Manderly from White Harbor. At the banquet in the west, only fully fledged nobles would await in the hall, while the offspring of nobility, after greeting several prominent families, would retreat to their chambers for peer gatherings. The Stark children, including all present, had yet to reach adulthood and thus lacked the privilege to engage in the hall's festivities, even though Robb was the focal point of this banquet. As he settled in, Torrin of House Karstark could not refrain from commenting, "I hear you all arrived by ship?" "Indeed, we did arrive by ship," Albert confirmed, drawing the attention of all present. After all, everyone gathered hailed from the region of the White Knife River, and they had witnessed the thickening ice upstream during their journey. By midstream, navigation had become impossible, rendering them unable to break the ice with mere strength. It was the first time since the winter before last that a vessel had reached the upper reaches of this river. Everyone was filled with confusion, as it had not been this cold in the winter of 3 years prior. This winter should be the coldest in a decade, coinciding with the emergence of the erroneous spring. We relied on a novel device to shatter the floating ice completely before sailing through. What kind of device, you may ask? It was a new contraption known as the crossbow cannon, capable of cleaving through ice 2 feet thick with a single shot. Before Albert could speak, Vera had already interjected. The crossbow cannon was, in fact, designed by Albert himself. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Wilfred tugged at Vera's sleeve, signaling her to speak less. But once the topic was ignited, could a mere pull of the sleeve truly suppress it? Albert, unable to rein in his sister, stepped forward to explain. "Well, I often find myself indulging in small research projects at home. I stumbled upon this in a book, and after making some modifications, I brought it aboard the warship." This revelation stirred great excitement. After all, curiosity is an instinctive trait in boys from birth. Girls, too, found the invention fascinating, especially given its remarkable destructive capability. Most present had a keen interest in military affairs, particularly Ramshnow, whose eyes gleamed with aggression. After a brief pause, Albert continued, "Among the items I brought along is a crossbow cannon. If you are interested, I would be pleased to disassemble it for you after the banquet. Should anyone wish to purchase one, please consult my father in White Harbor." Following a moment of silence, Robert was the first to inquire, "Is there an opportunity for us to experience its power firsthand?" If you are interested, I can demonstrate the cannon's might by the riverside after the banquet, Albert replied. Is it difficult to operate? Torin asked next, as Karstark expressed keen interest in the device. As for soldier training, it is not particularly challenging. However, while firing is straightforward, accuracy necessitates further training. What is the price? Ramshno, who was particularly focused on this matter, posed the question. Robert understood at once that Ramshno was inclined to make a purchase. That depends on the circumstances, but the baseline price is at least 100 gold dragons per unit. The two sisters wore smiles, yet internally, they were grappling with their thoughts. The production cost of such a device was a mere 20 gold dragons at most, and here it was being sold at 5 times the price. What is monopolistic practice, and what is technological suppression? Chapter 6. The banquet. A group of peers chattered animatedly, with the boys expressing great interest in advanced machinery, while the girls gathered to discuss topics of their own. Unbeknownst to them, the sunlight had begun to fade outside. Due to geographical circumstances, the duration of daylight in the north is notably shorter than in several southern realms, which, of course, implies that their banquet commences at an earlier hour. The southern aristocrats, unaccustomed to such early gatherings, took little heed, as it was a celebration for the northerners. Why should they cater to the preferences of those from the south? The young nobles donned their formal attire, having initially traversed muddy terrain. Albert and his companions did not change into their finery right away, causing a slight delay in their emergence. By the time Albert had donned his elegant garb and stepped into the grand hall, the atmosphere was already vibrant. Initially, they had not gathered in the hall, for it served not only as a congregating point for adult nobles, but also as the primary venue for the festivities. As the adult aristocrats engaged in conversation and prepared for the banquet, the younger nobles found themselves retreating to the loft above for amusement. However, their wait was not in vain, as the wealth of the Duke of the North surpassed that of the average northern noble and even rivaled that of White Harbor, ensuring a lavish affair. Though it may not rival the extravagance of southern banquets, it was more than sufficient compared to the southerners' notorious proclivity for frivolous spending. The banquet extended invitations to only a few southern noble families, including the Earl of Riverbend, the Earl of Eagle's Nest, and members of the Baeligian family. The style of northern festivities diverged from that of their southern counterparts. They customarily arranged long tables around the perimeter of the venue, leaving the space before the throne open for social dancing among the young ladies and gentlemen. As the heir to the Earl of White Harbor, Albert found himself immediately surrounded by admirers upon entering the dance floor, among whom was a rather memorable individual resembling a weasel. Albert recalled that this peculiar figure belonged to the Fry family of Twin River City, known for their venerable patriarch who lived well into his 90s, leaving behind a multitude of descendants. In attendance, noble ladies typically remained near their families unless invited to dance. Hence, Veilfied and Vera stayed close to Albert's side. Good day, Lord Albert. Might I request the company of this enchanting lady for a dance? The weasel-like gentleman inquired. Albert turned his head slightly to glance at Veilfied, who subtly shook her head, evidently unimpressed by the weasel-like suitor. Ah, my apologies, Lord Fry. It appears my sister has no intention of joining you on the dance floor. The young man from the Fry family's expression darkened almost instantly, yet upon noticing their family crest, he refrained from further pursuit and slinked away in disappointment. 2 young ladies, should you not seek out those distinguished noblemen to share a dance? This is indeed a ball, and I believe your grandfather would be quite eager to see you both wed, Albert remarked, gesturing subtly towards the Stark family's prominent seating. To be candid, the Stark family's young wolves are rather striking in appearance, certainly above the average standard of this world, especially considering they belong to one of the most formidable noble families in the country, directly under their command. Consequently, numerous noble girls from the north are extending invitations to dance with the Stark offspring. In all fairness, while Valefield differs from the yet-to-bloom Vera, she has reached adulthood, adorned with flowing chestnut hair that gracefully drapes over her form. Clad in a pale white mermaid gown, she bears the marks of a mermaid on each shoulder, with an intricately hollowed back embellished with silver threads beside the grand heart-shaped cutout. Her slender waist and upright stature embody the vitality and fair complexion of northern women, while also exuding a gentle southern charm, making her notably remarkable among daughters of other lords. However, the undeniable radiance of Sansa Stark eclipses all other noble women present. Her unique chestnut hair cascades down her shoulders like a waterfall, and she dons a pink gown, its sleeves adorned with golden threads. Her astonishing height is surprising for a mere 13-year-old girl, with her proud bosom standing confidently, imbued with a blend of poise and a hint of shyness. Her complexion, inherited from her mother, is smooth and fair, while her large eyes and elongated lashes leave a lasting impression. as if her gaze possesses an innate allure that captivates the male nobility around her. Albert himself harbors no interest in dancing or socializing. After all, in his previous life, he was an engineering man indifferent to matters of romance. Moreover, his 16th birthday has yet to arrive, so he feels no urgency to pursue such matters. Compared to the affluent Manderly family, his own family is not burdened with the worries of finding suitors for their son or marriage prospects for their daughter. Of course, amidst this joyous gathering, the most discontenting presence is that of the golden-haired Lannisters. To be fair, the Lannister family does not enjoy a favorable reputation in the north. During the reign of the previous patriarch, the feeble Lannister lion could barely maintain control over its vassals, with the only thing to boast about being the wealth from their gold mines. However, since the ascendance of the Taiwan teacher, their outward display of strength and the rainy season in Casterly Rock have somewhat mitigated the prevailing disdain for the lion family. Yet, it is rare for a family to produce a multitude of individuals with both exceptional abilities and merits. If Tywin possesses outstanding capabilities, one cannot guarantee the same for his descendants and other kin. The representative sent this time is Lancel Lannister, the son of Tywin's brother Kevin, making him the lion's own nephew. How shall one articulate this? To label him as a dandy would be a generous understatement. This fellow appears utterly inebriated, babbling incoherently with drool cascading from his mouth, resembling a leaky vessel spilling forth a viscous, milky substance that provokes revulsion. His steps are unsteady, clearly a sign of excessive drinking. His flushed face emits a palpable scent of alcohol, raising doubts about the quantity he has consumed. In such a setting, this large, odorous presence naturally becomes something that others instinctively avoid. However, this embarrassing spectacle does not persist for long, as a disapproving attendant swiftly drags him away. Chapter 7. The might of the crossbow cannons. Following the banquet, the attendees returned to their respective chambers to rest, while the latecomers, such as Mandler, were escorted back to their encampment. The journey from Winterfell was significantly quicker than the journey there, as they had already surrendered most of their belongings, returning empty-handed, even leaving behind their carts. Except for the carriage occupied by the two sisters, the remainder of the group rode horses directly, as their camp was conveniently located near King S Road. Thus, they swiftly reached their destination along the well-maintained roads. Originally, there was no intention to prepare crossbow cannons for foreign trade, as a ship typically requires 20 cannons as part of its essential configuration, 10 on each side. Of the 3 ships, only 64 cannons were outfitted, 4 of which were designated for the lead vessel, the Tempest of the Furious Seas, to clear a path. After all, carpentry requires time. Even though the craft is relatively simple and materials are inexpensive, producing a sufficient quantity of components demands considerable effort. While White Harbor boasts a substantial population of carpenters, and the schematics detail all necessary dimensions, the efficiency issues prevent the mass production of a large number of crossbow cannons in a short time frame. Thus, the order quantity remains limited, urging prompt purchases. Moreover, due to the possibility of the White Knife River freezing again, it is imperative that not all cannons be sold, for otherwise, they would be unable to return home. Furthermore, the production efficiency of these cannons, as well as the design of their specialized ammunition, requires careful consideration, as not all projectiles can achieve optimal performance. Presently, the design challenges extend beyond merely the cannons. There is concern whether the dissemination of these technologies will lead to improvements by others. To maintain its leading position, White Harbor must ensure that all technologies remain proprietary and that their advancements surpass those of competitors by at least one generation. Consequently, it is prudent to limit the sale of crossbow cannons to prevent mass modifications that could diminish their technological supremacy, as a manufacturer stripped of its competitive edge risks being supplanted at any moment. Thus, prior to mass production, it is imperative to undertake a portion of technical concealment. All numerical identifiers on the crossbow components intended for sale will be meticulously ground off, ensuring that the recipients remain utterly oblivious to the assembly process of these crossbows. As for disassembling them for sale, that is out of the question. All crossbow parts must be procured exclusively from White Harbor, with no individual components available for sale or warranty. Moreover, there exists a strict limitation on the quantity that each castle may purchase, with each family permitted a maximum of 40 crossbows. This stringent regulation serves to restrict technological leakage while simultaneously obscuring the processing methods of the components, leaving no room for inquiry. For the carpenters who have already mastered the production techniques, every effort is made to retain them with generous salaries, subsequently arranging for the household maids to form new families with these craftsmen, thus exerting every possible effort to prevent any technological spillover. A night passed in silence. as sleeping in a tent was indeed an unfamiliar experience. After tossing and turning on the bed, I achieved barely 4 hours of sleep. Although your brother claimed there were no mosquitoes, the occasional sounds of wild animals from outside were hardly conducive to slumber. In the morning, the two young ladies accustomed to camping slept soundly, having been habituated to the cacophony of the market that often roused them from slumber in their rooms in Port City. Albert's room, however, was situated in the castle's attic due to his fervent design aspirations. He seldom ventured outside except for meals and necessary social engagements, and in the absence of candles, the attic was cloaked in utter darkness, contributing to his rather pallid complexion. It was not until numerous noble youths arrived at the camp, drawn by curiosity, that the clamor roused Albert from his slumber. Almost all of the northern noble youths clamored to behold the so-called crossbow. This presented a rare opportunity to showcase weaponry, prompting Albert to command several sailors to position a few crossbows at the bow of the ship, the Fury of the Storm, in their designated combat positions. A simultaneous volley ensued, followed by a sequential firing from left to right. Soon, the noble youths beheld 4 massive iron balls erupting from the ship's bow, swiftly shattering the nearby icebergs, with subsequent iron balls periodically launching to obliterate the larger floating ice masses. It is noteworthy that the ice on the surface of the bladed river typically measures nearly 50 centimeters in thickness, rendering arrows ineffective against it. Only trained soldiers wielding massive armor-piercing hammers could shatter such barriers. This formidable destructive power could undoubtedly be employed against city walls, for during this era of siege warfare, the majority of soldier casualties occurred while attempting to breach walls and gates. If one could swiftly dismantle the opposing fortifications, it would bestow a significant advantage upon the attacking force. Having witnessed the prowess of the crossbows, the noble youths dispersed in excitement. Before afternoon arrived, the Manderly family's camp received a messenger from House Stark. This evening, before dusk, one must arrive at the enchanted forest behind Winterfell. Albert was well aware of the purpose behind this urgency. Thus, upon receiving the clandestine order, he promptly commanded his loyal attendants, Ronan and Minov, to prepare 2 mobile ballistae equipped with wheels, then set off along a narrow path toward the enchanted forest of Winterfell. Upon arrival, he found the middle-aged man he had previously seen on the throne awaiting him, accompanied by 2 very familiar figures, Robb and Jon Snow. My Lord Eddard. Albert swiftly dismounted and paid his respects to the Lord of Winterfell. He then instructed his 2 guards to present the 2 pre-prepared ballistae. What is the production capacity of this device? Eddard inquired, having likely gleaned from Robb and Jon the astonishing destructive potential of the weapon. Due to insufficient production conditions, only about 20 units could be manufactured per month. Albert maintained a calm demeanor while fabricating the truth. All components could only be procured through alternative channels, and the cost of producing individual parts was prohibitively high without dedicated production lines. Furthermore, all artillery shells required specialized manufacturing, which was exceedingly expensive. In short, if one desires, one must pay. Chapter 8. The Art of Acquisition. If you, my lord, wish to make a purchase, each ballista, along with a base quantity of approximately 40 rounds of ammunition, will cost around 500 golden dragons. Subsequent resupply of live ammunition will be 100 golden dragons per base quantity. Moreover, due to production limitations and maintenance concerns, each family may only possess a maximum of 40 units. We cannot provide more, as we can only produce 20 per month, and there are nearly 20 noble families in the north with purchasing potential. Should the quantities exceed this limit, our laborers would be rendered incapable of work due to exhaustion. Therefore, we must impose this cap of 40 units, with a 1-year warranty during which all maintenance will be handled by our personnel from White Harbor. After 1 year, the annual maintenance fee will be approximately 40 golden dragons. Thus, for 40 units, the total cost amounts to 20,000 golden dragons, not including additional ammunition and equipment, as maintenance will likewise incur substantial expenses. Clearly, utilizing such equipment would result in an extravagant expenditure. Eddard was taken aback by this exorbitant sum. Robbery. How outrageous. Is this how you, Manderly, extort money? My annual surplus in Winterfell barely amounts to a single gold coin. After generations of accumulation, the royal treasury holds approximately 400,000 gold coins, and you dare to demand 120 from my coffers? Noticing the shift in Eddard's expression from neutrality to astonishment, Albert seized the moment to interject. Of course, my lord, as the lord of the land, you will certainly receive preferential treatment. We can provide maintenance at no cost to you, and the base quantity of ammunition can be increased by 10 rounds. With the unit price halved, Eddard's countenance appeared considerably more favorable at this proposition. 40 crossbow cannons, each requiring 40 rounds of ammunition, carry a total price of 250 golden dragons, and maintenance incurs no additional cost. This implies that the armament of the entire Winterfell should consist of precisely 40 cannons. Thus far, the outfitted equipment totals approximately 10,000 golden dragons. Moreover, each batch of ammunition is expected to incur a 50% loss, indicating that each batch amounts to 50 golden dragons. Eddard pondered momentarily, unable to comprehend how, in this generally impoverished north, such exorbitant prices could be demanded for goods. Where, he mused, is the sense of class solidarity? Albert, unfazed, persisted with his stance, asserting that this was the price, take it or leave it. Eddard, however, endeavored to secure a final concession for his subordinates. As a responsible leader must strive to advocate for those who follow him. Only then would they remain loyally committed to his cause. Do you not grasp my intention? I seek to establish a technological monopoly, he mused. Naturally, it was not feasible to articulate this directly, for to do so would alter the nature of their discourse. The art of negotiation lies in the subtlety of acknowledgement. Should one voice such intentions aloud, it would devolve into a form of political coercion, detrimental to one's reputation. Albert harbored doubts, suspecting that perhaps this proposal was a calculated attempt to ensnare him. However, recognizing Eddard's character, he shook his head and resolved to concede. 75 golden dragons was the minimum he could accept. Eddard, still eager to pursue further negotiation, noted the growing gravity on Albert's countenance, which had lost its earlier joviality and decorum. This cannot continue. We must finalize the price, Albert declared, stating 70 golden dragons per crossbow cannon, inclusive of one batch of ammunition, asserting that he could not go lower. Albert felt genuine trepidation. After all, in strict terms, all that belongs to a vassal rightly belongs to their lord. If the other party were to extend their demands, he might find it challenging to refuse. Fortunately, they remained at this juncture, successfully concluding the transaction. Should the price drop any further, it would approach a psychologically unacceptable threshold. Eddard had indeed put his pride on the line for his subordinates, recognizing that in comparison to 100 golden dragons, this price was considerably diminished. Ultimately, they settled on 70 golden dragons, leaving Albert feeling as though he had suffered a grievous loss. Rob, standing by, watched in astonishment as the two engaged in what appeared to be a heated negotiation. He was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to process the unfolding events. However, judging by his father's expression and the youthful counterpart's evident disappointment, it seemed that his family had emerged victorious in this exchange. Returning to the camp, Albert felt as though he had lost a fortune. He immediately set about designing a rapid-fire crossbow cannon, determined to reclaim the difference in price. As for the southern lords, he thought, they need not even engage in discussions. Should the price not rise to 125, it would merely reflect his regard for them. Certainly, when confronted with various factions vying for withdrawals, it is evident that disparate prices will emerge. For affluent houses like the Lannisters and Tyrells, the price exceeds 150 gold dragons. Otherwise, there shall be no sale. As for King's Landing and the neighboring continent of Essos, regretfully, if the offer is below 200 gold dragons, I have no inclination to sell at all. Moreover, the notion of fortifying King's Landing with merely 40 ballistae is manifestly impractical. Thus, it is best to remain open. Considering that the minds of those in King's Landing are presumably saturated with folly and ignorance regarding the intricacies of such machinery. Another crucial point is that King's Landing possesses the schematics for the Scorpion crossbow, capable of launching longsword bolts. While one could modify their own ballistae for similar purposes, it is illogical to withhold such technological information from the opposition. I must initially reduce prices to seize the market, with the intention of acquiring the Scorpion blueprints once I find a way into King's Landing. After all, aside from Tywin, the intelligence of the remaining Lannisters is not a concern. Little Tyrion might find himself in a position to profit from their folly. Of course, murder is not on the agenda for now. Killing a member of the Lannister family is altogether different from merely abducting one. Given the stakes, he would prefer the latter. For Tyrion, should he capture someone with the intent to kill, it might provoke a fierce retaliation, especially considering his potential future as the Hand of the Queen. Thus, a cautious approach is warranted. Although equipped with heavy ballistae, he prefers to avoid conflict whenever possible. This represents merely the first tier of numerous technological innovations. There are yet more products yet to be unveiled, and the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 9. The Pirate Dilemma. After a vigorous bargaining session with Eddard, many of the northern nobles hastily presented their orders, resulting in substantial quantities, orders extending into the following year. Indeed, given the prior stipulation of producing only 20 ballistae per month, Even a single family S requirements would necessitate 2 months' worth of production. The actual output will undoubtedly exceed this figure, but the southern nobles, anticipating price increases, will naturally be prioritized, alongside significant quantities being sold to Essos. On this return journey, the need for live ammunition is minimal, as a warship's capacity for such ordnance is inherently limited. The first round trip has nearly exhausted their supply of live rounds, and should they require further ammunition for the return leg, they may find themselves lacking. Simultaneously, these ballistae are capable of launching bolts, which prove far more effective than live rounds during a siege. The range of bolts significantly surpasses that of cannonballs. However, their efficacy diminishes considerably when targeting warships and fortifications. In contemporary times, the crossbow has predominantly been employed in siege warfare. For the forces of White Harbor, the defensive responsibilities, particularly in terms of terrestrial defense, are not excessively burdensome at present. After all, in addition to possessing a formidable fleet, White Harbor boasts a powerful cavalry unit, which affords its army a significant advantage in open-field combat compared to other northern armies. The warship successfully returned to White Harbor in merely 2 days, as some of the ice in the southern regions had not yet fully thawed, allowing them to conserve ammunition and enhance their speed considerably. Furthermore, the majority of the gifts aboard the ship had already been distributed, thereby alleviating its load. Upon their arrival at the port, Albert received disheartening news prior to their departure. The newly established trade route to Bravos had encountered pirates, resulting in attacks on their supply vessels. Although the North essentially lacks any agricultural exports, Albert fortuitously discovered beets in the vicinity, plants native to Siberia and northeast China, which serve as a primary source of sugar production in the area. The unexpected presence of beetroot in this region astonished Albert. After all, the sugar industry in the medieval period largely relied on sugarcane and various fruits. He had never anticipated the abundance of beetroot near White Harbor. Initially, he intended to conduct preliminary research into sugar production following the conclusion of the banquet after establishing the trade route. This endeavor promised to yield a higher profit, especially considering that their current productivity approaches that of medieval Western Europe, where sugar was a luxury enjoyed solely by the nobility. For this reason, it was imperative for him to acquire sugar, particularly since his father had a penchant for sweets. The majority of sugar in the world of ice and fire originates from Essos, where a nation called Valerian possesses advanced fructose processing techniques. If a substantial quantity of white sugar could be produced from beetroot, it would significantly bolster the economic development of their region, especially since the North has little to offer in terms of trade. One cannot simply rely on selling timber endlessly. Otherwise, once the three-eyed crow resurrects, he would inevitably face dire consequences. The crossbow, which could only be a rudimentary design of his own making, remains a crucial defensive tool for both Bravos and other city-states. Whether contending with the Dothraki or other threats, there exists a sufficiently large market, ensuring that sales would not be a concern. Simultaneously, Albert's newly designed sailing vessel also holds considerable market potential, though this would require time to manifest. Presently, the three-masted ship is still perceived by others as a mere child's toy, a product of idle imagination. The route that promises to bring immense wealth to White Harbor has now fallen victim to attack, an affront that the future Count of White Harbor cannot possibly tolerate. Albert immediately sought out his grandfather, recalling that 2 sailing vessels, nearing completion, lay in the shipyard. Once these ships were finished, he would possess all the necessary vessels to assemble a small fleet, enabling him to venture into the sea and attempt to eradicate pirates. In truth, the condition of the 2 ships was somewhat better than he had anticipated. Although these warships were designed with a sleeker appearance compared to their predecessors, indicating increased complexity in design and the likelihood that the soldiers would not be adept at operating them, the reduction in oars and rowers allowed the ships to achieve combat readiness in a short span of time. However, the foremost priority was to train an adequate number of flag officers. Upon arriving in this era, Albert discerned a significant flaw in the naval forces, the lack of effective communication among them. To be fair, it was not until the early 19th century that humanity devised a rudimentary solution to this quandary: signal lamps. Yet, one could hardly expect him to produce such a device at this moment. While Albert indeed had analogous methods in mind, the illumination available could only be utilized during evening or nighttime operations. Thus, during the day, they would have to rely on flag signals. In light of this, all warships, at Albert's insistence, were equipped with flag officers, and each was assigned an artillery commander specifically responsible for operating the crossbows. Given that the other ships were ill-suited for the use of crossbows, and considering the uncertainty regarding their effectiveness, as well as the recent introduction of the crossbows, not all vessels were outfitted with them. Specifically, only a few three-masted sailing ships were equipped with crossbows. Consequently, the demand for artillery commanders was not excessively high. Furthermore, due to the recent emergence of the crossbows and Albert's insufficient preparation of training programs, the soldiers were still not particularly proficient in their use. Thus, the number of suitable candidates for the role of artillery officer was limited, necessitating a postponement of the expedition by several days. During this interval, Albert encouraged the soldiers to enhance their various skills to ensure they would be battle-ready. Thus, it was not until the remaining crew members from the first raiding fleet gradually returned from the sea, followed by an additional month, that they attained the capability for combat. Even so, this merely allowed for a reduction of the originally intended 20 crossbows per ship down to 16. And each vessel was barely equipped with a flag officer before Albert hastily led them into the fray. Chapter 10. Naval Warfare. The sons of the Mandler family were fundamentally equipped with naval combat skills. For the Mandlers, the ocean was not merely a portion of their residence. It was also the lifeblood upon which they depended for survival. 5 ships sailed in a straight line across the vast expanse of the ocean. Fortunately, Albert was able to successfully command the warship to set sail shortly after his return, as the completion progress of the 2 vessels exceeded his expectations, and the loading and training of the crossbows were also accomplished more swiftly than anticipated. Originally, it was estimated that only about 45 to 50 crossbows could be produced in a month, yet the actual output reached an astonishing 57. In these past few days, aside from honing the skills of the signal officers, Albert devoted himself to the task of improving the new type of crossbow, primarily focused on drafting new blueprints. The distinction between the repeating crossbow and the standard crossbow lies in the former's transmission chain, which allows for automatic reloading. Although the design had been sketched, the concept of such a transmission chain was rather avant-garde for the current era, rendering its actual development quite challenging. Even if the design were realized, it would require clear communication with the carpenters. Thus, this task would have to wait until his return. Searching for pirates across the endless ocean proved to be quite troublesome. And given the current ruling style of the king on the Iron Throne, the number of pirates was likely to increase. Consequently, it may soon be necessary to equip his fleet with sufficient escort forces. Under the stern governance of John Arryn, the realm's security had indeed improved considerably. However, with Robert's unrestricted accumulation of wealth among the populace, both the number of pirates and the combat capability of the royal fleet were rising in tandem. Moreover, the ongoing conflicts among the Dothraki led to an increasing number of associate becoming pirates, further destabilizing maritime routes. Yet, these were not matters that Albert needed to contemplate at present. Although he claimed this was his first experience in naval warfare, his family's traditions afforded him a reasonable understanding of the ocean, enabling him to function as a somewhat competent fleet commander. However, they could only rely on the stars and the sun's position to discern direction, which proved to be quite vexing. Reflecting on this, he resolved to consider the implementation of a compass in the future. After aimlessly drifting for nearly a week, on the 8th day, a development finally emerged. From the crow's nest atop the central mast, a sailor shouted in alarm, having spotted pirates. The lookouts on the other warships gradually identified the target as well. There were approximately 4 ships, all ordinary single-masted sailing vessels. In this era, pirate sails did not yet bear the skilled scull motifs of later times. Their sails were merely large pieces of cloth, and some vessels, in poorer condition, lacked sails altogether, relying solely on oars for propulsion. All signal officers climbed to the lookout tower as the sailors prepared for battle, aiming the bow cannons at the enemy's masts to launch an assault. The sailors sprang into action, aligning the 5 ships in a straight formation, adjusting the sails according to the wind's direction, and charging towards the enemy vessels. The flagship, Fury of the Angry Sea, was the first to unleash its fire upon the enemy. Its bow-mounted crossbows swiftly discharged solid projectiles towards the opposing vessels. The pirate commander, evidently bewildered by the sight of the 5 ships before him, remained momentarily dazed, while the assault was already descending upon him. 2 cannonballs struck the largest of the enemy ships, creating a gaping hole in its bow and another in its sail. The range of the solid round ball crossbows was approximately 210 meters, slightly surpassing that of a light catapult. In the pursuit against the wind, it was inevitable that they drifted into the enemy's range, yet the catapults were utterly incapable of targeting the swiftly moving sailing ships, which had already been prepared for assault by the crossbowmen, who unleashed a barrage of projectiles that instilled panic among the foes. Navigating around the enemy vessels, the crossbows on either side were employed to sink the adversary's ships. Capturing them was not the objective this time. Albert stood upon the bridge of the Fury of the Angry Sea, issuing commands to the surrounding sailors, who promptly adjusted the ship's angle. In no time, the 5 ships maneuvered between the 4 enemy vessels, commencing their assault with crossbows. Soon, dozens of projectiles struck the enemy ships, resulting in the sinking of 2 pirate vessels under the onslaught. The remaining pirates attempted to set sail and evade their pursuers. Yet it became glaringly apparent that their ships could not match the speed of the sailing vessels. Despair soon engulfed them as they realized escape from these formidable ships was futile. Continued bombardment led to total annihilation. The remaining vessels began a relentless hunt, unleashing their crossbows upon the now terror-stricken pirates. Within just a few hours, the battle concluded, having commenced in the morning and wrapped up before 3 in the afternoon. This was the maiden deployment of the 3-masted sailing ships in battle, as well as the inaugural use of crossbows in warfare. Judging by the results, their performance was impeccable. Enemy ships were continuously sunk, while sustaining minimal damage to their own. The 3-masted vessels, with their remarkable speed, evaded enemy projectiles and showcased formidable maneuverability, leaving the adversaries with no sanctuary. Rather than directly capturing the enemy ships, they chose to rescue a portion of the pirates from the sea for interrogation. In the current circumstances, locating the pirate stronghold was deemed far more crucial than merely vanquishing this pirate fleet. Although the waters around Stone Island remained infested with pirates, clearing a significant number at this juncture held considerable significance. Regrettably, the pirates' base was situated along the coast near Junlin, and even with immense courage, Albert dared not approach the vicinity for a landing to eradicate the threat. The design of these pirate ships, rather than being true pirate vessels, resembles ordinary fishing boats adorned with black banners as they set sail. Under such governance, it is inconceivable that the 7 kingdoms could remain untroubled. The fishermen have been driven to piracy. However, even if disturbances arise, that is a matter for the future. Should the complete eradication of all pirates prove impossible this time, the only option left would be to withdraw. Chapter 11. A triumphant initial battle. This battle was won with considerable ease and comfort. Only 2 sailors fell overboard during a sharp turn, and 1 sailor sustained minor injuries. The opposing side fared far worse, with fewer than 40 survivors among the 4 ships, all battered and half submerged, while the waters were strewn with the remains of fishermen turned pirates, in a scenario devoid of noble warfare. And with these individuals unable to pay any ransom, the customary fate for captured pirates would be execution. Yet, as they were merely common farmers from the royal fiefdom and nearby towns, wholesale slaughter was not an option. After all, he was no executioner. Albert demanded the return of all goods plundered from his merchant convoy before setting sail for home. Prior to departure, he also retrieved nearly 100 bodies, placing their weapons beside them as a testament to his victory. Under normal circumstances, for ships should not have accommodated such a multitude of pirates. However, lacking adequate long-range offensive capabilities, these fishing vessels were able to carry over 50 individuals each, unlike other warships that could manage only 30 to 40 soldiers. While one might argue that these individuals were not particularly virtuous, having resorted to piracy, it would also be an exaggeration to label them as wholly villainous. The living conditions under Robert's rule were certainly less than favorable, and Albert could surmise that life was not easy for them. In the spirit of mercy, having already retrieved over 100 bodies, it was prudent to cease further actions. The affairs of the royal fief were not ones he intended to meddle in. Although his relationship with the Iron Throne was not entirely unfavorable, given its cordiality with his superior, he was still inclined to show due respect. For now, he had no authority over these commoners. Intervening would constitute overreach. The Iron Throne, still wielding considerable power, would not relax its lavish expenditures merely on account of a border count sentiments. Certainly, the days ahead would prove more arduous. Presently, they remained in a phase of peace. But as the War of the 5 Kings and subsequent conflicts unfolded, King's Landing would find itself akin to a small vessel caught in a maelstrom, ruthlessly torn apart. This experience marked his first command of troops in battle. Although it was a naval engagement, it was evident that both technological and military victories were hard-won achievements. In a world that venerates martial prowess, it is essential for an heir to possess formidable combat abilities and exceptional military talent, as this greatly aids in securing their future position. This battle should serve to showcase the strength of the Mandler family. After all, it is important to note that our side did not deploy a significant number of troops and incurred minimal losses. However, the elimination of over 200 pirates is typically a daunting task for any government forces, particularly with no casualties sustained. The naval forces of White Harbor, initially obscure, are poised to make their mark this time, as 4 pirate ships can hardly be deemed weak in the grand scheme of power dynamics. To eradicate a pirate faction without losses is a feat that, while accomplished by other renowned military strategists, was often achieved through overwhelming superiority. Presently, the White Harbor Fleet, which now comprises a total of 19 ships, remains somewhat inferior compared to the fleets of other kingdoms. Among the 7 kingdoms, the most formidable force is the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands, boasting approximately 200 vessels, followed by the fleet of Qingting Island with around 140 ships. The Royal Fleet and the Straits Fleet each tally about 60 ships, while the remaining factions possess relatively fragile naval forces. In the hierarchy of the 7 kingdoms, the White Harbor Fleet ranks roughly 7th, while it cannot be deemed weak. It certainly does not stand out among the most renowned fleets. In terms of both quantity and quality, it is slightly inferior to the leading naval forces. However, the advent of the main cannon and 3-masted sailing ships has sparked a shift in the battlefield dynamics, a sentiment that remains largely unrecognized by the majority. Nevertheless, this encounter should illuminate the potential that indeed exists. Moreover, this development may ignite a new wave of militarization across the entirety of Westeros. The reputation of the crossbow cannon transcends mere trifles witnessed by nobles at feasts or casual discussions among soldiers. It embodies the harrowing glory forged at the cost of over 100 lives. If there were still skeptics who considered the crossbow's might to be trivial, this event is likely to awaken them to its true power. Its capabilities rival, if not surpass, any siege weapon. And the most formidable siege apparatus known to the 7 kingdoms remains the heavy, cumbersome trebuchet, notoriously difficult to transport and adjust. In contrast, the crossbow cannon is lightweight and portable, easily manageable even by infantry, suggesting that the fortifications of Westeros may soon require significant renovations. Certainly, the artillery specifically supplied for other lords presents inherent issues. The highest quality munitions are reserved for one's own use, thereby ensuring that one's own crossbow units exhibit superior prowess when confronted with those of rival lords. Meanwhile, the adversaries have managed to deploy such crossbow units. And given Albert's character, he likely lacks effective countermeasures. The sole means of counteracting the crossbows lies in annihilating them before they unleash their fire, or employing cotton pads to mitigate their impact. It is evident that William would prefer the latter option. After all, if one possessed the capability to eliminate the crossbows prior to detection, they would certainly not be present on the battlefield, as the discovery of the enemy's crossbows would preclude their survival. To many, this may sound like a tautology. Hence, utilizing cotton pads to shield one's troops has evidently become not only a superior choice, but indeed the only viable one. Albert has opted for his soldiers to operate in a skirmish line, as long as their morale remains high and they do not falter. Maintaining this formation will facilitate rapid movement on the battlefield and enable them to evade those troublesome devices. The crossbows utilize spherical projectiles, which can at most injure 1 or 2 soldiers, yet should they switch to crossbow bolts, the effects would be markedly different. Chapter 12. The Bastards' Conspiracy. Shortly after Albert and his company departed, similar doubts began to surface within the walls of King's Landing. Old Island gazed at the parchment in his hand, unconsciously crumpling it tighter. The descendants of the Baratheon lineage, steeped in centuries of tradition, had always borne dark hair, never golden locks. Therefore, Stannis' assertion rings true. The current crown prince and his siblings may not be the biological offspring of the reigning king. This jest failed to elicit a smile. Instead, it sent a chill down his spine. What schemes are the Lannisters concocting? In this precarious situation, summoning Stannis back from Dragonstone would undoubtedly draw the attention of their spies, as the court is teeming with members of House Lannister. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but sigh. Without the Lannisters, those interest-free loans might vanish, and the Iron Throne's debt to Casterly Rock is no trifling matter, amounting to hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. In all of Westeros, families capable of producing such sums at a whim are scarce. If all else fails, Prince Tommen may have to win the affections of a granddaughter of House Tyrell. As for Joffrey and the Stark family's eldest daughter, that matrimonial arrangement is one he himself orchestrated, and thus cannot be undone. The Stark family possesses formidable military strength and commands over 40% of Westeros's land. A union with them is essential. Regarding Myrcella's potential marriage to her brother, young Aelin, it would serve to ensure the cohesion of the entire alliance and maintain stability across the 7 kingdoms. As for the old lion, Tywin, in the eyes of the Hand of the King, his former strength surpasses that of many others. However, despite his prowess, he remains but one family. The Lannisters harbor enmity with nearly all the other 6 kingdoms, which is one reason to disregard him, as such a diplomatic black hole lacks the capability to undermine the dominion of the 7 kingdoms. No one can deny the Lannisters possess formidable military power and substantial wealth from their gold mines. Yet it is equally undeniable that their diplomatic skills are lamentable. Tywin may be an exception, but the intellect of one cannot outweigh the hindrance posed by a multitude. In the course of Lannister diplomacy, aside from Tywin, others tend to create more chaos than assistance. As for our queen, her intellect seems to have been drained away like milk from a teat. One wonders what thoughts could possibly occupy her mind. At this moment, a subordinate presented a report detailing events from the 16th birthday of Duke Eddard's son. The previously listless prime minister was suddenly captivated by a particular item within the document. Spies from King's Landing are ubiquitous, with a portion being the prime minister's own agents, thus enabling them to gather comprehensive intelligence. Can he truly wield such devastating power? My lord, we have confirmed that he indeed possesses such formidable destructive capability. The three children of House Manderly relied on these devices to break the ice and make their way from the White Knife to Winterfell. At that instant, another subordinate delivered a second piece of intelligence. The prime minister, still reeling from his earlier shock, was once again taken aback. 5 warships annihilated for pirate vessels without suffering a single casualty. This intelligence came from a spy of Old Aelin, embedded within every family in the north, including the Manderly fleet, which also contained the enemy's spies. This spy had blended into the expeditionary force and successfully relayed the information before the fleet's return. If this device truly possesses such terrifying capabilities, then a large-scale procurement is imperative. The realm must maintain a military superiority that outstrips that of other nations. Otherwise, it could lead to widespread turmoil throughout the land. Dispatch a messenger. We must procure a substantial number of these devices. My lord, the production rate of these devices is approximately 20 per month, and House Manderly has announced that each family is permitted to purchase only 40. After a moment of contemplation, the hand of the king commanded that, in the name of the royal family and House Baratheon, 120 of these devices be ordered, with a request for priority supply. A letter must be sent to Duke Eddard, urging him to oversee and assist in this endeavor. Matters of military significance cannot be taken lightly. Even if the other party is not a direct vassal, it is essential to act accordingly. My lord, if that is the case, please proceed as I have instructed. The hand of the king spoke to his spy with an air of undeniable authority. Once his subordinate had departed, he swiftly summoned another aide. I require all information regarding the heir of the Manderly family. It must be delivered to me by nightfall at the latest. If this young Manderly truly possesses such talent, it would not be remiss to make use of it. After all, when juxtaposed with the deeply entrenched and formidable Lannister family, the Manderlys are decidedly more manageable. Moreover, their status is not overly diminished. The only question that remains is whether the queen will acquiesce. Yet, that is beyond her purview. A rare smile graced the lips of the old prime minister, indicating he had finally found time to attend to his own affairs. It was prudent for his house to be equipped with such formidable crossbows, and now that the king's concerns had been addressed, it was time to focus on his own. Nevertheless, he would not adopt the mindset of the hand of the king in procuring these armaments, for he was, after all, an established noble. The king's issues were imperative, yet his own situation was not dire. The Eyrie was inherently defensible, and with the addition of powerful crossbows, it would become even more challenging to besiege. Thus, he felt no pressing need to compare himself to them, or to be excessively anxious. Next, he needed to devise a method to ascertain whether the princes were indeed of the king's ilk. If they were not, he would have to find a way to deal with the queen. The hand of the king's gaze sharpened instantly. The interests of his 2 foster sons were paramount. To ensure the continuity of the Baelor dynasty, he must eliminate all unstable elements, and the queen had unwittingly placed herself in the line of fire. This situation demanded careful handling. As for the question of the next queen, it was not of great importance, for there were still numerous noblewomen of sufficient lineage and prestige. The primary concern was to resolve the issue of the princes' and princesses' bloodlines. Although they were not the legitimate heirs, their value as tools for political alliance could still be retained by merely stripping them of their claims to the throne. The old prime minister, however, would never tolerate the act of depriving his own children of their dynastic rights. Chapter 13. A Grand Order. Albert's fleet had just returned to White Harbor when he was promptly ushered into New Castle by his grandfather. Before he could lift his head, he noticed a knight adorned in armor emblazoned with the sigil of the majestic eagle, standing below in wait. My lord, I am the envoy sent by the Lord of the Vale, intending to procure crossbows. Realizing he had encountered the right party, Albert felt no need to conceal his determination. Given the realities of noble circumstances, the old count could not make decisions regarding the intellectual property of the crossbows or any specific information and parameters associated with them. He would have to await Albert's return to assume command. According to regulations, Wang Ling is permitted to purchase approximately 40 crossbows. While we can extend certain concessions, the quantity is decidedly limited. Albert's response was resolute, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. He had meticulously planned this from the outset to prevent the leakage of crossbow technology. Furthermore, given that you possess Scorpion crossbows in King's Landing, why would you inquire about purchasing crossbows from me? My lord, here is a decree from Lord Allen, the hand of the king. Upon hearing Albert assert that exceeding the purchase limit was impermissible, the envoy calmly produced a document from his waist. Even with the hand of the king's decree in hand, rules are rules. We could entertain a proposal to allocate 120 crossbows among King's Landing, Dragonstone, and the Baratheon family. However, Lord Renly's decree has also arrived, indicating his intention to procure 40 crossbows ahead of others, while Lord Stannis is also planning to place an order. Should this occur, the Giants would inadvertently possess an excess of 80 crossbows, which would not only violate established protocols but also tarnish our reputation moving forward. Before the envoy could respond, Albert continued with rapid-fire assertions. The Greyjoy family from the Iron Islands has already ordered 40 crossbows, and my lord's ally, the Tully family, has requested another 40. Even if we prioritize the production of crossbows required for the undead, we still cannot modify enough in the short term. After all, our maximum output is only 40 in a month, and it would take at least 3 to 4 months to meet your needs. Moreover, should we ship separately or send directly to King's Landing? The envoy was momentarily taken aback, having never considered such a question, nor had he anticipated that Wind's Rest and Dragonstone had already placed their orders. Even if we were ready to supply the goods, where would they ultimately be sent? In utter frustration, the envoy retrieved a document he had acquired during a detour to Winterfell. The former prime minister had foreseen this impasse and instructed the envoy to wait at Harrenhal, dispatching a raven to contact Eddard Stark in Winterfell for a formal document, which was then sent via raven to Harrenhal before proceeding to White Harbor. Albert had anticipated Eddard Stark's involvement in this matter, considering the former prime minister was, after all, his adoptive father. Let me see how resolute you can be, old chap. When the letter was handed to him, Albert scrutinized its terms and realized that experience mattered. The correspondence explicitly stated adherence to the king's commands. Regarding pricing, all would enjoy the same privileges as Winterfell, and their shipments would take precedence, while also ensuring that the supply of crossbows to the other 2 locations remained unaffected. In essence, King's Landing would be allocated only 120 crossbows. This is undoubtedly a treaty that cannot possibly be adhered to. White Harbor itself does not possess a sufficient number of crossbows, and its fleet is far from fully equipped, with production capacities still lacking and ammunition reserves inadequate. To discuss such matters under these circumstances, especially with an expectation of priority supply, is simply preposterous. It is likely that Ed is also aware that compliance with this treaty is unattainable. After all, the demands are excessively audacious. If I cannot even satisfy my own needs, how can I possibly accommodate yours? Currently, the production capacity of White Harbor is certainly being understated. In reality, it can produce approximately 60 to 70 pieces per month, and the ammunition factory's reserves are steadily increasing, with enough stock to supply roughly 70 rounds per crossbow. The concept of a base supply was initially introduced by Albert, who proposed that a base amount consists of 40 rounds, and each soldier must be adept at the technique of reloading ammunition. He still needs to gather the schematics for rapid-fire crossbows. However, he lacks the time to engage in trivial disputes with envoys. The directive from the local lord cannot be disregarded. Albert will undoubtedly make some concessions regarding the mobile units, such as offering half price, which is virtually impossible since producing crossbows at that price point would leave no profit margin. Additionally, offering free maintenance is quite an unreasonable demand. Albert decisively reduced the offer, stating that if speed is a priority, he currently has only 100 crossbows available, though he cannot guarantee that all of them will have sufficient rounds. He simply does not have the stock of ammunition to meet such demands, and providing free maintenance is out of the question. Otherwise, it would lead to significant losses. It is important to note that the king does not directly govern White Harbor. Even with Lord Ed's directive, acknowledgement is not possible, as we cannot engage in unprofitable transactions. The terms are laid out clearly. Unless the king personally comes to negotiate, there is no room for discussion. Moreover, our fleet is not fully equipped with crossbows. Of the 7 or 8 vessels currently in production, none have been allocated more than 10 crossbows each. The old warehouse contains over 120 crossbows, but it is impossible to dispatch them all. Sending you 100 is already a considerable concession. In 2 days, your fleet may come to White Harbor to collect the goods, over 100 crossbows, along with a base supply of ammunition. As for maintenance, we can only extend a 30 discount at most. Should you have further inquiries, I suggest that His Majesty personally send an envoy. Even with Ed's support, it will not alter the situation, and I must also personally travel to Winterfell to address grievances. Is this how one conducts oneself? This is truly excessive. Although I am not yet the direct leader of White Harbor, your behavior is quite unscrupulous. My sister is currently in search of a husband, so I cannot be held accountable for that. If you do not take one of the 2 young ladies with you, consider this matter unresolved. Chapter 14. Seeking justice. As soon as the envoy departed, Albert promptly prepared to set forth towards Winterfell to seek retribution. Wyman, recognizing the inevitability of this venture, could only instruct a contingent of 20 cavalry to follow closely behind. Albert himself was accompanied by 5 personal guards, a novel concept he had introduced. Each of these warriors was equipped with gauntlets of plate armor, powerful crossbows, finely crafted steel swords, and shields, alongside their warhorses. These elite infantrymen, having undergone rigorous training, did not yet necessitate expansion. However, should Albert himself lead the charge, their numbers would undoubtedly swell. Moreover, he had assigned the task of establishing a sugar production facility and its associated processes to the craftsmen under his command. Although the quantity of beets procured was modest, the initial crop was ready for harvest and utilization. A trial batch would be conducted, and should the yield prove insufficient, larger-scale cultivation could ensue. Having accomplished these arrangements, the 25 cavalry set forth with great fervor along the King's Road, heading towards Winterfell to demand accountability. The King's Road resembled the swift thoroughfares of the Qin dynasty. Albert had meticulously designed a wooden track along the route connecting White Harbor with other noble domains, ensuring that the steeds could gallop at maximum speed for extended durations, significantly enhancing the mobility of his forces. Though the journey would take no less than 5 days to reach the intended destination, maritime vessels could not yet be employed, as they had only just returned to port. To venture out immediately would impose an undue burden on the sailors. Furthermore, the ships were not fully stocked with ammunition, should they set sail. The slow pace of ice clearing and the uncertainty of sufficient munitions to reach Winterfell would pose serious concerns. Thus, cavalry remained the only viable option. If they traveled without rest, they could expect to arrive in approximately 4 days. The soldiers carried only basic camping equipment, while the personal guards bore enough supplies to erect a tent accommodating 6 individuals. The soldiers proudly raised the banner of the mermaid, and the throng of cavalry nearly filled the entire expanse of the King's Road, causing passing merchant caravans to glance in awe. It would be unrealistic to claim that Albert was devoid of ire. After all, Lord Ed had audaciously negotiated twice, nearly consuming half of his profits. And now it seemed that any personal correspondence sent would yield the same effect. What then would become of his business? Government intervention in the market must adhere to certain boundaries. Such excessive interference jeopardizes the very existence of small traders. Thus, in pursuit of justice for the multitude of small merchants and individual operators, Albert resolved to confront Winterfell, demanding an explanation. Should negotiations fail, he would regard the inflated prices as mere dowry, willing to relinquish 2 sons in exchange for leniency. This time, Albert himself could hardly believe that Ed might relent. After all, during the previous haggling, it had become abundantly clear that Ed was not entirely satisfied with his own pricing, feeling it was excessively high. However, he could not openly admit that he had set such a lofty price to prevent technological leakage. Even if Ed's emotional intelligence were considerably lacking, he should have perceived this. Yet, he not only remained oblivious, but also encouraged others to coerce them into purchasing our goods at an astonishingly low price. What was he attempting to achieve? Who did he think he was? Regardless, this time, I was determined to ensure he at least offered something substantial in return. After 4 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived outside Winterfell. It seemed Ed had anticipated their arrival. To avoid suspicion, he took his children out hunting first. Albert could afford to wait. Indeed, they had set up camp near the castle, biding their time. I refused to believe that upon his return, he would not enter through the main gate. The party waited for a full 2 days before they finally spotted the gray wolf banner rising from the distant horizon. Intercepting their returning party outright would be unwise, so they decided to let them enter first, planning to follow suit and seek out their contacts thereafter. As the large group slowly entered Winterfell's gates, Albert led his own small team to knock on the door. Ed was evidently aware of the situation. When he penned that letter, he should have anticipated such occurrences. His vassal had indeed suffered a significant loss this time around. "My lord, your handling of this matter has been rather underhanded. If I were to cut the price to this level, we would scarcely make a profit, which would jeopardize the prospects for product updates and iterations. Moreover, your actions are in serious violation of market principles. If numerous nobles were to act as you do, this business would be untenable." Albert's own mother hailed from another house, and his aunt and grandmother belonged to 3 distinct families. If they all employed such tactics, would their business survive? In light of this, I might as well slash the prices to that extent. Ed, feeling the weight of the situation, could only take Rob and Albert to the Weirwood Grove. "My lord, this transaction has resulted in severe losses for us. The hand of the king has requested 120 crossbows, yet the entire town does not possess such stock. Furthermore, Lord Stannis and Lord Baratheon have already submitted their orders. Under these circumstances, to whom shall we allocate the crossbows? If I am not mistaken, even if you were to reduce the price to 75 golden dragons each, there would still be profit to be made," Ed remarked. "Yet the hand insists we sell at half price," Albert continued, stating that he had already replied to the Duke of Dragonstone and the Duke of Storm's End, instructing them to retrieve their goods from King's Landing. If further inquiries arose, they were to directly correspond with you. Upon hearing this, Eddard could only remain silent. After all, in a strict sense, he had indeed placed others in a difficult position. "My lord, if you are to adhere to the hand of the king's directives, we must address other matters, as the interests of House Manderly must be safeguarded." At this juncture, the message was almost unambiguously clear. Yes, indeed. He had come to demand compensation. Eddard was taken aback by the bluntness of this request. "I am the highest lord of your family. Surely you must accord me some respect." Chapter 15. Finalizing the deal. This audacious maneuver of vassals turning the tables on their lord was a testament to Albert's confidence. Having accurately gauged the docile nature of Eddard and his son, even if the negotiations failed, it would merely amount to a theft, for he could not resort to taking Eddard's life. Given this, Albert could justifiably argue his case, calling out Eddard's lack of honor and compassion. Eddard, standing there, felt the weight of his moral failure. After all, the market rules had been clearly established. Yet he had not only violated them himself, but had also aided his father in doing so. There exists a limit to undermining others. Such actions were not merely subversive. They threatened his very livelihood. Surely, one could not deny a subordinate a modicum of opportunity. While Albert lamented his plight, Eddard was mentally bracing himself. The more dire and pessimistic Albert's portrayal of the situation, the more he would demand when he finally spoke. Indeed, after a prolonged and tearful accusation, Albert laid bare his intentions. "My lord, my sister is 17 and has yet to find a suitable husband." In essence, he was proposing to sell his son. Whether it be one son or 2, the question remained, would he sell or not? Eddard glanced nervously at Rob, for Albert's revelation about his sister's age made it clear that the only eligible young man in the household was Rob. This was a consideration that could not be easily dismissed. "Then, my lord, prepare to cover the remaining premium for the 120 crossbows." The hand of the king acquired 100 crossbows at a mere 75 gold pieces each, along with an additional stockpile of ammunition. Furthermore, regarding subsequent maintenance costs, do you intend to pay in full or in installments? How could one hesitate? How dare one even contemplate hesitation? The question remained, would he marry or not? If he chose not to, he could expect to lose everything. The humid climate of King's Landing, coupled with the dilapidated nearby neighborhoods, would only hasten the deterioration of their assets. Maintenance would require annual delegations, and could Winterfell sustain such costs? Today, the son must be sold, whether one desires it or not. Ed, seemingly aware of this undeniable truth, contemplated for a considerable time before stating that your father would receive a marriage proposal within 2 months. However, it should be emphasized that a son cannot simply be sold. It is imperative to extract enough benefits and ensure a substantial dowry. Rest assured, the old gentleman has been preparing a significant dowry for his 2 granddaughters for many years, specifically targeting the position of the Duchess of Winterfell. Thus, the dowry has been prepared according to equal standards. You may affix it to the letter and send it along, and we shall proceed with the wedding ceremony in 2 months. Having achieved his objective, Albert naturally shifted his demeanor and then addressed Ed with great care, saying, "My lord, if you intend for the young master to govern, preparations can commence immediately. For instance, establishing a town on a vacant plot within your territory, to be managed by the young master, while inviting heirs from various families to come and gain practical experience would greatly enhance his prestige." Seeing Ed's expression, it was clear he was unlikely to agree. Thus, Albert refrained from further discussion, instead gathering his soldiers to prepare for their return home. His mission had been accomplished, and now they awaited the engagement banquet of the two parties. Bearing the joyful news of securing the marriage proposal, Albert returned to White Harbor with 25 cavalrymen. As they galloped into the city along the newly constructed road, the grooms rushed to lead the steeds away, while Albert and his 5 guards swiftly dismounted and made their way to find his grandfather. Wyman and Wilson were already awaiting their arrival, and as soon as Albert entered, he declared, "The discussions have concluded. My sister's marriage is settled." Upon hearing this news, the two elders exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, the eldest sister was not entirely dissatisfied either, for she had met Rob. Frankly speaking, in an era where northern nobles predominantly intermarried, possessing a suitor who embodied the brave and resolute visage and character of a northerner, alongside the more refined appearance of a southerner, especially one who is the heir of Winterfell, was indeed commendable. Rob was quite handsome, and prior to this, the old eel had taken the sisters to Winterfell multiple times, allowing them to linger before Rob and whisper sweet nothings, which fostered a considerable fondness for him in the young lady's heart. As for the younger sister, Vera, her prospects remain unfulfilled, but Wyman intends to marry her off to either young Aelin of the Eyrie or the Prince of Dorne, or perhaps to other prominent nobles of the north. Albert will come of age next year, and thus, there is no immediate need to consider marriage for him. In actuality, the year is 296 since the conquest, and next year marks the beginning of the War of the Five Kings. When the time comes for Eddard to descend with his 2 daughters towards their grim fate, Albert's original intention was to fervently alter this dire predicament. After all, if the head of the North were to perish without a suitable successor, the remaining 2, lacking somewhat in personal capabilities, might lead to an unfavorable outcome in the forthcoming war. Consequently, House Stark, which prioritized survival, would not be subjected to such a tragic fate. However, he was acutely aware that he could not thwart Eddard's resolve. Thus, he could only train the naval forces, striving to hasten their march southward to retrieve them. Given the current state of piracy along the coast, and the astonishing martial prowess of the soldiers from King's Landing, one could glean the dismal condition of the naval defenses of the city. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the defense of Blackwater Bay was primarily entrusted to the fleet from Dragonstone, helmed by Stannis. Therefore, Albert could now leisurely advance his technological pursuits while awaiting his naming day, after which he would lead his fleet southward to cleanse King's Landing. As Albert pondered, he considered that, if feasible, the next technological advancement should be the development of gunpowder weapons. The advent of such firearms heralded the late medieval period, emerging between the late 14th and early 15th centuries, with the fall of Constantinople in 1453 marking the conclusion of the Middle Ages. This era, devoid of gunpowder, consequently lacked cannons and a range of long-range weaponry, including firearms. Chapter 16. The betrothal letters. Albert was diligently laying the groundwork for the establishment of a sanitation system. He had installed fixed latrines throughout the castle and residential areas, and employed several unemployed individuals to regularly dispose of the accumulated waste in designated locations. Simultaneously, he instructed all personnel responsible for livestock to collect and transport animal excrement to the same site. A cellar was excavated beneath this area, where a consistent temperature was maintained to dry the earth above, while guards patrolled the vicinity to ensure stringent protection. In addition, Albert significantly expanded the ranks of his personal guard, funded entirely by the profits from his crossbow ventures. This invention was his brainchild, and he appropriated 40 of the profits for himself. He was also actively constructing military and civilian sailing vessels. The military ships would feature a dedicated lookout tower, which could serve as a mast in extraordinary circumstances, while the civilian ships, devoid of additional amenities, would enhance cargo capacity and expedite transport. Consequently, this endeavor considerably boosted profits. Thus, neither Count Wyman nor Wilson expressed any objections to Albert's financial investment in augmenting his private militia or indulging in peculiar inventions. Meanwhile, Dalmendler, the son of Wenmao, frequently trailed behind his elder brother, absorbing knowledge about these matters, or more often than not, creating chaos, for Dalmendler was only 11 years old this year. To speak candidly, Dar is far more captivated by the allure of sailing and embarking on grand voyages, particularly aboard the military 3-masted vessel recently designed by Albert. Like Vera, he too lacks a vessel of his own, while Wilfred has acquired a splendid civilian ship as his personal craft. Albert's Tempest of the Furious Sea has been returned to the shipyard for refurbishment, with aspirations of transforming it into the most formidable 3-masted ship. As for the warships of his grandfather and ancestors, they have not been modified but are gradually being phased out of frontline operations. Although there are now 12 3-masted ships in existence, the scale of the White Harbor fleet continues to expand. The number of traditional vessels may no longer be increasing, yet routine maintenance remains feasible, ensuring that vintage sailing ships still constitute the majority of the fleet, albeit without the overwhelming numerical superiority they once enjoyed. The family has repositioned Albert's fleet to resemble a vanguard unit, with nearly 700 soldiers aboard the 12 ships, each equipped with an average of 20 crossbow cannons, rendering them more than capable of dealing with typical fortifications. The formidable presence of these crossbow cannons, paired with Albert's efforts to minimize their size, has ignited an intensified arms race among the castles of Westeros. For instance, the castle at White Harbor has been fortified to 5 tiers. The outermost layer consists of a brick wall, followed by a sand wall, then a dirt wall, another sand wall, and finally sealed with stone, all designed to withstand the projectiles launched by the crossbow cannons. Concurrently, Albert has begun to oversee certain operations of the Eye of White Harbor, yet he has discerned its limitations. The Eye functions solely as an intelligence agency and is ill-equipped to support specialized operations akin to espionage and covert missions. Additionally, they must extend their surveillance across the sea to the continent of Essos. Consequently, Albert plans to clandestinely organize 2 additional teams, one dedicated to counter-espionage and the other focused on assassination endeavors within hostile territories. Given that his father retains the majority of control over the Eye of White Harbor, Albert can freely establish these 2 small teams, drawing personnel from his own guard, while instructors will be 2 retired operatives from the Eye, sourced from his father. The teams have been aptly named the Blade of White Harbor and the Shield of White Harbor. Simultaneously, Albert has bolstered the ongoing development of the sugar industry. For every individual, regardless of time and place, there exists a preference for sweetness. In medieval Western Europe, sugar was predominantly derived from honey, a commodity with inconsistent yields and uneven distribution, particularly scarce in the north. Although it is true that during the War of the Undul and the First Men, the Unduls nearly incinerated every forest visible in the southern part of Westeros, one must acknowledge that the children of the forest possessed magic. Without resorting to such extreme measures, they might not have prevailed. However, in the aftermath, the forests did recover to a certain extent. Thus, while the primary production of sugar originates from the south, it does not encompass the entirety of that region. For instance, Casterly Rock is an exception. The Tyrell family of Highgarden initially flourished as a mercantile dynasty by engaging in extensive sugar trade. Therefore, when Albert revitalized the sugar industry in the north using beets, his sugar was sold almost instantaneously. Moreover, all items within the beet fields and sugar factories were firmly controlled by the soldiers organized by Albert, ensuring that no one could escape. Albert was not lacking in funds, as he still operated 2 shops that exclusively distributed sugar within White Harbor. While also rapidly expanding his sales territory, he had established his shops in the top 5 strongholds of Beijing for sugar trade, simultaneously deploying intelligence personnel from White Harbor to other cities. The production of sugar provided Albert the confidence to continue augmenting his elite guard, which now boasted nearly 600 men. In addition to over 700 aboard his fleet, Albert believed that seizing a castle was no longer a formidable challenge. Furthermore, these soldiers were financially capable of organizing better and more formidable armaments. Albert also introduced the steel casting method into White Harbor's metallurgy system, significantly enhancing the weapon production quality and steel utilization. Consequently, nearly every member of Albert's guard donned simple plate armor and wielded fine weaponry. As for the engagement letters, they had been dispatched long ago, with the engagement date set for the first day of the year 297 of the conquest. Prior to this, countless ravens had conveyed significant news to the major cities of the north. Robb Stark, the eldest son of Eddard Stark, the young wolf lord of Winterfell, was officially betrothed to Valerian Manderly, the granddaughter of the esteemed Wyman Manderly from White Harbor. Preparations for the wedding were progressing apace. Although it was to take place in Winterfell, the dowry needed to be dispatched simultaneously. With the rising commercial profits of White Harbor, Valerian's value was also increasing, necessitating the old eel to prepare additional dowry beyond what had initially been arranged. Chapter 17. The Hunting Expedition in the Blink of an Eye. The time for the engagement banquet arrived. This gathering was rather private, given that it was a familial arrangement. Thus, few nobles were invited. Some less favored families, such as House Bolton, were not even sent invitations. Naturally, at such events, one could expect some uninvited guests, exemplified by the weary royal entourage that had just arrived. The matter between the 2 families is private, and since it does not involve any prominent noble, they did not notify me, nor did they intend to. As engagements between one's own children are typically regarded as affairs confined to 2 castles, not necessitating my awareness. At most, a simple notification suffices. Even the king need not be involved. However, this time, an unexpected guest arrived. To others, it may have seemed like an ordinary visit, yet for Albert, the implications were entirely different, as he vividly recalled the subsequent events. Robert's arrival coincided with the 297th anniversary of the conquest, which could only signify something of great importance. To his astonishment, the old prime minister had barely returned from an utterly shameless bargaining session before he passed away mere days later, taking with him the prime minister's wife and their 10-year-old son, who was still nursing, back to Eagle's Nest. At that time, they were engaged in hunting outside, and Ed had brought back several wolf pups from the icy plains for his children. Thus, the engagement banquet was originally intended to be elaborately discussed. But given the gravity of recent events, detailed explanations were rendered impossible. After hastily finishing the banquet, the newly engaged couple was encouraged to become better acquainted, while the king led the duke into the cellars of Winterfell to pay homage to the long-departed sister of the duke. Meanwhile, Albert, accompanied by several young wolf pups, took a leisurely stroll, also indulging in the traditional hunting custom associated with Winterfell's festivities. The following day, due to the hurried schedule and the large number of attendees, it would not be a proper hunt, but rather a guided tour. However, under the leadership of Jon and Sansa, Albert experienced the sights of hunting from behind. This particular hunt was on a smaller scale, attended only by 3 older boys, while the younger ones, Rickon and Bran, remained within the castle. Although Jon and Sansa's relationship was strained, they maintained a facade of unity in the presence of family. The 3 of them formed a fan shape, gradually advancing forward. With his keen hearing, Albert detected the presence of a large creature ahead. Jon, however, noticed nothing amiss, while Ghost exhibited palpable excitement, sensing that something indeed lay ahead. Indeed, the trio had brought only 2 hunting dogs, one being a greyhound recently acquired by Albert in town. Given that much of Winterfell's sustenance relied on hunting, the town boasted a well-established system for training hunting dogs, prompting Albert to procure one for this expedition. As they pressed forward, both dogs appeared somewhat tense, with Ghost remaining by Jon's side, as he was still too young to venture alone. Albert cautiously released an arrow, clearly perceiving that the unidentified creature was sizable and not far ahead. Once the arrow was released, sounds indeed emanated from the distant woods, causing both Sean and Jon's eyes to sparkle with excitement, for it seemed they had stumbled upon something significant. Larger creatures, after all, are more prone to being startled by tentative attacks, while smaller beings often remain oblivious to threats from afar. Thus, the commotion in the forest suggested that their quarry was certainly not diminutive. For hunters, capturing larger prey is a testament to their prowess, and naturally, the trio felt a surge of exhilaration. Particularly for Albert, it was his inaugural venture, and the prospect of encountering substantial game was nothing short of a blessing. However, as the 3 approached, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. There were signs of a fire nearby. Under ordinary circumstances, if travelers were camping and kindling a fire in the vicinity, they would not stray far from their encampment. Conversely, if these were not mere travelers, the situation might be different. Judging by the area around the camp, it appeared that a group of at least 20 to 30 individuals had congregated in the region. This scale was undeniably considerable when compared to typical travelers, yet relatively modest in terms of a merchant caravan. The predicament was that a group of this size would not typically opt to camp deep within the jungle. They would usually prefer locations not too distant from main thoroughfares. Therefore, the only plausible explanations for such a sizable gathering in an isolated area were either organized criminals or wild men migrating from the north. In any case, they felt compelled to investigate. Should they ascertain that they were indeed poachers or northern savages descending southward, it would be imperative to take action, even if they were outmatched. They needed to gather intelligence and return with reinforcements. The trio continued their search in a fan formation, hoping to uncover further clues. However, after venturing nearly 100 meters without finding any trace of human activity, they stumbled upon the very creature they had previously startled, a large nightblade. This formidable predator, residing in the forest, typically weighs over a ton and can reach a height of 2 meters when crouched, rivaling that of a dire wolf. With remarkable speed and razor-sharp claws, it can independently confront sizable herbivores. However, this particular specimen was evidently not fully grown, as it only reached Albert's abdomen when crouched. The arrow had not penetrated its body, yet Albert's subsequent 2 shots struck true. One embedded itself in the left leg, while the other found its mark in the torso. Although the power of Albert's arrows might not rival that of his companions, he had deliberately employed a shield arrowhead laced with a tranquilizer concocted by the seasoned hunters of Winterfell. The night blade swiftly collapsed, revealing itself not as an adult, but rather a creature recently emerged from its juvenile phase. Albert had no intention of slaying it for profit, despite the fact that the hide of such beasts could fetch a handsome sum. For a novice hunter, it would be rather incongruous to butcher a precious creature as his first trophy. Moreover, given that it had only just transitioned from its infancy and was still in a nurturing stage, he decided to raise it instead. After all, the jungles surrounding White Harbor frequently harbored large wild animals, and it would be wise to cultivate a personal hunting companion. Chapter 18. Nightblade. The trio meticulously packaged their catch and promptly reported to Ed about the suspicious congregation of individuals they had observed from afar. Ed's brow furrowed in concern. After all, aside from the residential areas near the main roads, there were few people within the forests surrounding Lingdong City. Particularly in the deeper woods, any small, organized gathering could likely indicate the presence of either wild men or poachers. Both scenarios posed significant threats. One jeopardized the forest's resources, while the other directly endangered the safety of the populace. In light of this situation, Ed swiftly bolstered the security around Lingdong City and initiated thorough searches and investigations of the fur and animal markets within the city, ensuring that no large poaching rings had emerged, and, if wild men were indeed involved, preventing any sudden attacks on the city that could lead to substantial losses in an unprepared state. Such matters had little bearing on Albert, who remained focused on his newfound prize. The nightblade, a large feline species, though still in its juvenile phase, was of considerable size and had begun to exhibit a degree of wildness. Therefore, taming it proved to be a challenge akin to falconry. Albert did his utmost to secure the creature, confining it within a small cage. Since it had only just surpassed its infancy, it was not overly large, reaching only to Albert's chest and weighing approximately 50 kilograms. Indeed, this weight was comparable to that of Fat Sam S14, which was already at the limits of what Albert could manage. In his previous life, few individuals would possess such heft. Currently, even his armor weighed 20 kilograms. Leaving Albert bewildered by the stark contrast between weight and endurance he was grappling with. However, the resilience of such creatures far exceeded that of humans, and compelling it to submit before him would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In the current circumstances, Albert finds himself at a loss, as the seasoned hunters have never managed to capture such younglings. More often than not, I would allow these infants to starve for a few days before selling them directly to the nobility. Typically, they cannot be kept for long, which is why this time, the shift towards domestication has left many veteran hunters at a standstill. In Winterfell, few experienced hunters possess the expertise in capturing nightblades, let alone the knowledge of domestication. Therefore, Albert has no precedents to draw from. For now, he can only wait and see who succumbs first, akin to the patience of falconers. With this in mind, he took the initiative to mix some anesthetics into the live feed sent with the commissions. If this substance could exhibit bioaccumulation properties, it might prove effective. However, if it lacks such qualities, he would have to endure as well. Essentially, it is a gamble of probabilities. To his surprise, the little creature seemed not fully developed, or perhaps still in its growth phase, as the anesthetic quickly took effect, causing it to tumble into a drowsy stupor. One must acknowledge that it is indeed a juvenile creature. The infancy of such beings is brief. Once weaned, they transition rapidly into a non-juvenile stage. Yet they must await 1 to 2 years before officially entering adulthood. The lifespan of a nightblade is approximately 30 years, and this little one appears to be merely a few years old. Typically, nightblades are solitary creatures, with younglings remaining with their mothers until maturity, at which point they establish their territories. Normally, a nightblade's territory spans nearly 10 square kilometers, suggesting that if this one is female, Albert must prepare a hunting ground of several dozen square kilometers. It is hoped that the area required for a domesticated nightblade will be smaller. Otherwise, the adjacent woods may not suffice for their territorial delineation. Due to the focus on the wounds of the little creature upon its return, no one noticed whether it was male or female, leaving him uncertain about its gender. As he gazed at the nightblade gradually succumbing to slumber within its cage, Albert felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The guest chambers in Winterfell are indeed quite splendid, as he has dedicated a tower for accommodating his guests, which explains how so many nobles managed to fit in during the last banquet. Of course, Albert does not reside here himself, as he arrived quite late. And since he came to display his might, there was no necessity for him to stay overnight in the camp. The formal decision to advance the wedding was made, and after its conclusion, Ed would lead the party south to assume the role of king. After all, one must attend one's own son's wedding. And both individuals had reached adulthood. The bride was already 17, and delaying her marriage further would render her an old maid. The groom, too, had reached the age of 16. Historically, the lineage of nobility has always been of paramount importance, drawing significant attention from the aristocracy. Particularly in the case of Ed, who had long established a successor, there was a fervent desire to ensure the smooth continuation of their lineage into the next generation. Simultaneously, the women were eager to witness the emergence of a new generation within the family. Thus, the early celebration of the wedding was mutually beneficial and was readily agreed upon. Albert decided to remain until the wedding was concluded, while his grandfather and father were informed and would soon arrive. During this interim, the management of affairs was entrusted to the castle scribe Lewin's apprentice, Hell, who had little trouble overseeing the daily operations, especially with nearly all the Mandlers present for the wedding. There were no pressing matters requiring attention in town, and other nobles were gradually receiving the news. Having just celebrated his 16th naming day, the swift transition to marriage, without even a formal betrothal feast, was indeed remarkable. However, the nobles of the north were not particularly concerned. Traditionally, they seldom held formal betrothal celebrations, with only the Duke of Winterfell adopting some customs from the south after fully joining the Seven Kingdoms a millennium ago. Thus, it was imperative for him to tame Knight's Edge during this period. Otherwise, should he bring it back to White Harbor, it might be lost within days. Albert hardly expected to possess any shapeshifter blood, as it was primarily the ancestors who had the potential to awaken such lineage. He was a legitimate descendant of the Loidar, and although some family members had intermarried with the ancestors, it was unlikely that he could easily acquire shapeshifter blood. Nevertheless, his mother did indeed possess ancestral lineage. Chapter 19. The wedding. For the wedding of Robb and his sister, Albert had little to offer and instead presented the first experimental fire oil cabinet, demonstrating its astonishing destructive capability in the courtyard. While fish oil and animal fat were still the conventional choices, the potency of this new oil was considerable, though not as formidable as petroleum. In the context of medieval Europe, fire oil was frequently utilized in warfare, yet in the region of Westeros, the presence of wildfire had temporarily overshadowed its potential. Moreover, despite the existence of wildfire, its uncontrollable nature made it seldom employed in battle. Therefore, Albert emphasized the necessity of using oil for spraying rather than wildfire. While the flames produced may be less potent than those of a wildfire, their controllability renders them formidable, especially against armored soldiers who struggle to withstand such intense heat. In the context of the medieval era or the feudal system of Westeros, men exhibit a greater inclination towards warfare rather than culture, particularly in the rugged north. Thus, presenting such a device as a dowry is undoubtedly a splendid idea. More importantly, he has only delivered the finished product without providing the blueprints, which he himself has yet to fully comprehend. This completed item is merely the most successful example among numerous failed attempts. In contrast to the finished petroleum, animal fat is evidently more difficult to control and its quality remains inconsistent. Given the current ironworking technology employed across the Seven Kingdoms, the aspiration for superior iron containers is simply unattainable. Albert has experimented with substituting iron containers with ceramic ones, and while some progress has been made, it remains limited. This is the most successful instance of ceramic use, now offered as a wedding gift to Winterfell. Upon receiving such a gift, Robb, who has always been passionate about warfare, surely beams with delight. Meanwhile, Bran, who recently fell from the tower, remains in a state of unconsciousness. Although today marks his son's wedding, Catelyn still watches over her younger son from above, making only a brief appearance at the banquet before retreating upstairs. Notably, several noble youths familiar with each other are aware that Albert might be unveiling a new weapon, yet they hesitate to approach him, remaining shy in the presence of the Duke of Last Hearth. If I recall correctly, the Manderly family should still have a young daughter yet to be wed, right? Ramsay Snow tentatively inquired of his companion, Torrhen Stark. Indeed, but she is only 9 years old. Do not pursue her. She would not look twice at a bastard like you. Ramsay's expression darkened swiftly, casting a fierce glare at Torrhen. What of it if I am a bastard? Ramsay resolved to hasten his plans to eliminate his half-brother. Naturally, the newlyweds only made an appearance during the officiation of the wedding, thereafter remaining at the head table. Albert, eager to tackle the lamb chops before him, still struggles to adapt to the use of knife and fork, despite having traversed several years in this new world. Even as a man of undulled descent, Night's watch is temporarily confined to the guest room, for his wild nature remains untamed, and the castle is filled with those incapable of resistance. Should he encounter them, a massacre could ensue. Having contributed to his sister's dowry, Albert has invested some profits from the newly established sugar industry into the wedding, with House Stark covering nearly 40 of the expenses. The remainder has been generously provided by House Manderly, which is considered an admirable alliance. even if it is a bit of an elevation in status. Witnessing the joy radiating from his grandfather at the head table, it is likely that no opposition will arise. As per tradition, his uncle remained at home to guard the household, while the rest of the family members almost all ventured out. Even Darl sat beside him, albeit struggling with the piece of lamb chop before him. After all, he was merely a few years old, and his proficiency with knife and fork was still in its infancy, having only recently graduated from the use of a spoon. The alcohol in question was a luxurious golden wine procured at a steep price from the High Court, a modest supply of merely 2 or 3 cases. The remainder intended to enrich his grandfather's wine cellar. He had little affinity for such beverages, considering himself a rustic, in both this life and the last. He failed to discern any distinctive qualities in the wine, treating it as one would plain water. The 2 children gleefully flaunted the 2 bottles of wine, drawing curious glances from the discerning nobles around them, most of whom hailed from the south, as the northerners were largely indifferent to such matters, due to their undull bloodline. They were seated predominantly among the attendants of the kings and queens, as well as the nobles who had journeyed from the south to attend the wedding feast. Vela and the other ladies were assigned to a table across the way, adhering to the medieval custom that forbade unmarried boys and girls from sharing the same table at a banquet. Of course, once married, women had the option to sit with their husbands, which was why Valefield did not join them this time. Albert, in a fit of boredom, began constructing a ship from the remnants of his lamb chop's bone on the table. Although his grandfather had instilled in him a wealth of noble etiquette, the habits of a northerner made the adherence to such decorum feel akin to torture. Moreover, his mother was a quintessential northerner, making it all the more difficult for him to maintain the faade of nobility in front of the gathered aristocrats. After all, he was still quite young. Even though he would celebrate his naming day and transition into adulthood next year, that was still a matter for the future. For now, he could freely indulge in the creation of ships from leftover bones. Meanwhile, Wei Lin pondered the logistics of a fleet of 12 ships departing from White Harbor, aiming to reach King's Landing in a discreet manner, which would likely take approximately 6 days. With favorable winds, the journey could be expedited further. Thus, should he wish to engage in some exhilarating escapades or participate in events near King's Landing, he would likely be able to make it in time. Even though he had yet to reach adulthood, after 3 years of military training, he could barely qualify as a competent knight, even if he did not secure victory. There was no harm in partaking for enjoyment's sake. It was settled, when the king held the tournament, he would join in the festivities and seize the opportunity to pursue his own ambitions. Chapter 20. The fire door gun Albert did not return home simultaneously with his grandfather. The latter needed to wait for a while. During this interlude, the household was left solely under the care of his uncle, who, fearing the old eel would be neglected, urged Albert to bring his belongings and his cousin home immediately after the conclusion of the banquet. On the road, Albert pondered whether there existed any methods to significantly enhance the combat capabilities of infantry in a short span of time. The armies of the North struggled to compete with those of other kingdoms in terms of equipment, as although the northern forces were undeniably valiant, their armament was severely lacking, which constituted their most critical weakness. If one were to rank the military strength across the 7 kingdoms from greatest to least, it would be as follows: the Riverlands with 120,000, the Stormlands with 50,000, the Westerlands with 40,000, the North and the Vale with 30,000, and the Reach, Dorne, the Iron Islands, and the Stormlands with 10,000 each. In this era, population roughly equated to military might. Dorne and the Stormlands had comparable populations, while the Vale and the Reach lacked significant mobilization capabilities. The North, possessing a relatively stronger capacity for mobilization, nevertheless faced considerable challenges regarding the time and complexity involved in such efforts. As for the remaining factions, they boasted both mobilization capability and military strength. Thus, the North's military prowess was not particularly advantageous, and even if they were to muster their entire force, they would still encounter numerous formidable adversaries on the battlefield of the 7 kingdoms. Therefore, relying solely on numerical superiority was a mere fantasy. Hence, it became imperative to invest effort into enhancing combat effectiveness. The most effective approach to augmenting individual combat strength undoubtedly lay in improving the level of military equipment. Yet, in the age of cold weapons, even if one were to fully upgrade their armaments, without revolutionary weaponry, they would still be unable to withstand an enemy force twice their size on the battlefield. Consequently, it was essential to bring forth the firearm known as the Fire God's Gun, which, despite its low technological content, represented one of the most rudimentary forms of firearms. Most importantly, there was already a bountiful harvest of saltpeter near White Harbor, which at least permitted him to conduct research. Should saltpeter prove unhelpful, he had originally intended to utilize sulfur, which could also serve as an accelerant. However, given the significant breakthroughs in gunpowder production, there was no longer any need to resort to toxic sulfur. Simultaneously, considering the present circumstances, equipping the entire army with fire god's guns in the short term was undoubtedly unrealistic. Thus, it was necessary not only to produce these firearms in large quantities, but also to train the soldiers while maintaining utmost secrecy. Furthermore, during the initial phase of the War of the Five Kings, he would likely not have the opportunity to employ such weaponry. Eddard's choice to march south, as historically noted, was not particularly difficult to comprehend. For both personal and political reasons, he felt compelled to assist Robert. After all, Joffrey was betrothed to his daughter. The king was his brother, and historically, the Stark family had often ventured south to seize opportunities. In light of this, it would be illogical not to proceed. With this in mind, to ensure a more comfortable future for himself, Albert naturally aimed to devise a successful plan to retrieve the Stark family in their entirety from the south. Currently, with himself in the north and Eddard in the south, communication was cumbersome, making it impossible for him to prevent Eddard from undertaking significant actions. In this context, the only influence he could exert was through Catelyn. It is not to suggest that Catelyn should abandon her desire for vengeance, but rather that she should be guided away from encountering the little demon. She could traverse by water, which would not only expedite her journey to King's Landing, but also enable her to retrieve several members of House Stark from the south. Albert has ample time to devise a strategy, as Eddard has only just departed southward. It is implausible for him to meet his demise so swiftly, especially considering the imminent tournament in King's Landing. Until I receive any pertinent information regarding the tournament, there is no immediate cause for concern. Furthermore, my parents may require some time before returning, and my father, too, is occupied, thus ensuring that my sources of information remain exceedingly reliable. Hence, extending an invitation to Aunt Catelyn to utilize our vessel for her southern journey is quite fortuitous. Upon my return, I may also avail myself of our ship. Thus, the primary challenge now lies in enhancing the combat efficacy of the Northern Army. Solely relying on wildfire is undoubtedly impractical. As for crossbows, several families from the south have already placed orders, and should both parties possess such weaponry, the defense would appear alarmingly fragile. In the short term, achieving this is certainly unfeasible, especially since even the new walls of White Harbor are still merely a concept, with repairs yet to commence. Hence, the immediate objective transforms into bolstering the combat capabilities of my own forces, and indeed the entire Northern Army. Consequently, the training of gunmen becomes imperative. Compared to archers, while the range of the gunmen is somewhat shorter, approximately 90 meters, the training required for archers is extensive. Whereas a single individual with average intelligence can attain combat readiness within a month, they can wield close combat weapons alongside their firearms, serving both as infantry in close quarters and as ranged soldiers. As for gunpowder, it should be packed in bags, with each portion sealed in small paper packets and stored in a cloth pouch for easy access during combat. Albert has committed to memory the formula for the optimal mixture and merely needs to determine the size of the projectiles and the caliber of the pistols. The advent of gunpowder weaponry in Western Europe occurred during the 14th and 15th centuries, marking the twilight of the Middle Ages, which concluded with the fall of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Therefore, this period straddles both the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Should the development of a more effective gunpowder be successful, it could not only be utilized for hand cannons, but also for the advancement of stone-throwing artillery. Compared to crossbows, stone-throwing cannons are far more advantageous for besieging fortifications and naval combat, even proving to be more potent in defensive scenarios. It was indeed the stone-throwing cannon that supplanted the crossbow in the later Middle Ages. Albert had long memorized the formula for saltpeter gunpowder, allowing him to access it almost instantaneously. However, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of propriety in his experiments. After all, revealing his knowledge too openly might lead others to consider him a heretic, a fate best avoided. Chapter 21. The tournament in King's Landing. Are you inviting me to join you for the tournament? Albert inquired, eager to persuade Vera to accompany him to the tournament in King's Landing. Since his arrival in this realm, he had diligently honed his combat skills under the guidance of his mentor. While he believed he could defeat 3 or 4 soldiers, he had yet to participate in a tournament, especially one held in a grand city like King's Landing. Nobility from far and wide would attend, including Lord Eddard's subordinates. Although he lacked confidence in his martial prowess, he relished the opportunity to make an appearance. After all, it would be rather disheartening to fail even the preliminary rounds. If he managed to advance, Though he might not earn a splendid crown, he could at least secure a vibrant ribbon. Ultimately, it was an adventure worth undertaking. More importantly, he intended to seize this opportunity to accompany his sister's mother-in-law, Caitlin, to speak with the Duke about the news that had reached Winterfell regarding Bran's fall. "I shall check if anyone from Winterfell wishes to join," Albert declared before ascending the tower to compose a letter. While most preferred to write their letters in the privacy of their chambers before delivering them to the maester, Albert preferred to carry paper and quill with him. This time, his sister's marriage to Robb had seen her take their ship, moored upstream on the Weeping River for immediate action. Ravens were swifter than ships, capable of reaching Winterfell within 1 to 2 days. On the eve of their departure, he received a reply from Wilfrid, who joyfully confirmed that she could join her siblings, bringing along her husband's brother and mother. Notably, Albert did not explicitly mention Caitlyn's inclusion in his letter, but instead suggested, "Oh, my dear sister, if I recall correctly, Lady Caitlyn is journeying south to seek out Duke Eddard in King's Landing. Why not allow her to accompany our ship?" The speed and safety of the three-masted vessel surpassed that of a land journey to King's Landing, also ensuring discretion. After all, in the narrow sea to the east of King's Landing, the Old Lion's reach did not extend. Even if he employed pirates to intercept them, Albert was not embarking alone, as 5 ships would accompany him. Under normal circumstances, the pirates in the narrow sea would stand little chance against them, unless they encountered Stannis' fleet, which did not possess the means to impede their passage. Consequently, they specifically awaited 2 days at White Harbor until the arrival of the merfolk ship, which would embark alongside 5 other vessels only after the guests reached White Harbor. At this juncture, there remained a full fortnight before the commencement of the tournament, providing them with ample time to arrive. The three-masted ship could reach King's Landing in approximately 4 days, leaving them with an entire half-month at their disposal, thus alleviating any concerns. The reception room aboard the merfolk was a temporary modification made by Albert prior to his sister's marriage. Yet the siblings still resided on the stormy sea, while Valeford occupied the merfolk with her mother-in-law and her husband's brother. As the flagship of the fleet, the stormy sea sailed centrally among the 6 ships, with the merfolk parallel to it, following the wind's direction. The 6 vessels reached the outer harbor of King's Landing in just 4 days, yet they endeavored to conceal all armaments, and the soldiers refrained from carrying long standard weapons, entering the city under the guise of merchants. King's Landing itself is a vast circular city, its outermost area comprising the daily sewage processing sites and the impoverished slums, where residents dispose of their waste, rendering the place overwhelmingly odorous, prompting an urge to flee. The stench of decay in the flea-ridden quarters compelled the women in the party to instinctively cover their noses and mouths with handkerchiefs. Caitlin intended to visit an old friend first, and although Albert suspected it to be Littlefinger, he estimated that prior to their departure, the Crow had already conveyed Lady Caitlyn's imminent arrival in King's Landing to Littlefinger. The merfolk also featured a towering lookout that could receive and dispatch crows. Yet the correspondence remained unknown to them. Each of the warships, including the three-masted ship, was equipped with scholarly apprentices responsible for releasing the crows prepared aboard. Of course, they did not concern themselves with the numerous decent inns within King's Landing, as Riken insisted that Valeford accompany him on a shopping excursion, with Vera joining them as well. The 3 of them took several guards with them, while Caitlin brought along some of her own, leaving Albert momentarily alone. Typically, he preferred to wear the captain's attire or sailor's garb aboard the ship, which allowed him to blend into the crowd, appearing merely younger than those around him. Amidst the throng, William was idly moving about, aware that should he choose to stay at an inn before their return, he might find it difficult to locate them upon their arrival. Moreover, they intended to lodge at the royal guest house, a notice of which had already been communicated to Eddard, who had made the necessary arrangements. Thus, Albert lacked interest in wandering, slowly making his way toward the state guest house. After all, for one accustomed to the advanced innovations of the 21st century, the trifles of the medieval era held little allure, with no sketchbooks or books available. He pondered what he could possibly purchase in this place. Certainly, it is not a matter of trivialities. Albert harbored little fondness for the handicrafts in this region. After all, he had once been a member of the university's handicraft society and could have crafted an electric torch if given the opportunity. To him, these rudimentary handmade products held no allure. At that moment, a procession of carriages approached slowly from the roadside, led by an individual brandishing a grand banner of the crowned stag, clad in resplendent silver armor, followed closely by an opulent carriage. Inside the carriage sat a dignified and elegant noble maiden, accompanied solely by her youthful grace. With her beautiful golden locks and a visage that bespoke youth, she appeared to be no older than 15. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and though she bore no adornments, her exquisite features served as her finest embellishments. Her eyes shimmering like brilliant gems, reminiscent of a serene spring. It was evident that she was the daughter of a noble family from King's Landing. The royal insignia on the caravan indicated she was none other than Marcella Baratheon, the daughter of Lord Robert Baratheon. Chapter 22. Marcella. Princess Marcella Baratheon of the Baratheon dynasty was indeed a striking beauty, rivaling even the daughters of House Stark. She could be considered one of the rare, normal members of her family, the Lannisters. Although her fate in the narrative was rather tragic, losing both brothers, falling into a soft imprisonment, her fiancé perishing in flames, her parents becoming estranged, and her nominal father being murdered through the machinations of her own mother. With two supposed uncles seeking her demise, it could be said that her plight was exceedingly grim for a young girl. Conversely, her own family fared little better in the original tale. Her father was captured before her birth, her uncle perished during the Southern Campaign, and her sisters found themselves ensnared within enemy territory. In comparison, her lineage was not much better off than that of her counterparts. She had come to partake in the tournament, which would attract nearly all the nobles of King's Landing and its vicinity, promising a vibrant atmosphere. Most importantly, the victor of the competition would be awarded a crown of love and beauty, which could be presented to a lady present at the event. The Knight of Flowers had once bestowed the crown upon Joffrey's betrothed, only for the young king to meet a rather gruesome end. The champion of the military tournament, Brienne, had aspired to serve as King Renly's sworn shield, only for Renly to be assassinated by a shadow. Thus, it seemed somewhat ominous. Yet Albert was not one to indulge in superstitions. He believed such misfortunes were merely the result of bad luck, as Joffrey was indeed a vile character. And Renly was no paragon of virtue either. He possessed his own gear for the competition. His father had invested a considerable sum of gold dragons to ensure he was well equipped as a knight. Most notably, he had tucked away a rather impressive item in his pocket, the first firearm he had ever crafted. Though I cannot best my opponents in fair combat, I might resort to the cunning use of a firearm, the fire door gun. While it is true that the current saddle technology is not particularly advanced, preventing knights from fully liberating their hands, Albert has the opportunity to innovate. Indeed, in this era, contestants in mounted tournaments possess the privilege to select their steeds, and Albert has devised a new saddle that enables him to better free his hands, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Most importantly, the fire door gun is affixed to his waist. Igniting it is a mere flick of the wrist. Even without ammunition, the mere flash of fire could startle an opponent's steed, yielding a significant tactical advantage. Nightblade was not brought along, and even if it had been, it may not have proven beneficial. One may choose their mount freely, yet it must be a horse. An imposing creature accompanying one on the road could easily instill fear in others, although many travel with peculiar creatures in these times. Albert has no desire to attract undue attention, as he is not one to seek the limelight. Furthermore, participating in the tournament is merely an enjoyable diversion for him, and he has no intention of making a spectacle of himself. Thus, bringing Nightblade into the streets would indeed be excessive. As he pondered these thoughts while heading towards the Red Castle, he noticed Mizera seated in the carriage, who sensed that someone had been watching her intently. The young lady turned to gaze out of the carriage window, and, amidst the throng, her eyes locked onto a young man clad in a captain's attire. Despite the boy's well-tailored uniform, his meticulously styled hair and fair complexion, coupled with the pristine condition of his attire, set him apart from the usual disheveled captains who toil aboard ships. Moreover, his hands bore no familiar anchor tattoos, and the smoothness of his skin suggested he had not endured the trials of a seasoned mariner. Just then, two figures clad in golden robes surged forth from the crowd, pursuing three individuals. One of them brandished a sharp spear, which struck the noble steed pulling the carriage. Panic swept through the crowd, and the horse, frightened, began to rear uncontrollably. The royal guards, recognizing the turmoil, found themselves powerless to restore order amidst the throng. The horse, overwhelmed by the cacophony, lost all semblance of reason and bolted, dragging the carriage, and Mizera, along in a frenzied flight. The guards attempted to intervene, yet the sheer number of people rendered their efforts futile, allowing the runaway steed to carry the carriage and its royal passenger back along the path they had come. The panicked throng proved ineffective in halting the chaos. Rather, those who attempted to obstruct the path were trampled underfoot. At this moment, William produced the flintlock pistol concealed on his person. Although it was his inaugural usage, he hastily tore open a small packet containing gunpowder. This gunpowder was pre-measured. However, the bore of the flintlock was rather diminutive, and it took him quite some time to successfully pour the powder inside. He then began to compress the powder with a ramrod. Next came the insertion of the ammunition. a small lead ball, of which William had nearly 25 in his possession. Subsequently, he inserted a fuse into the rear of the flintlock. He had a 3-foot-long fuse from the summit of Rollion Mountain, and he bit off a segment, endeavoring to avoid contaminating it with saliva. He then steadied the barrel of the pistol, initially intending to shoot the warhorse directly. However, he reconsidered, fearing that should the horse collapse abruptly, its considerable inertia might topple the entire carriage and pose a danger to its occupants. Thus, Albert opted instead to target the axle connecting the horse and the carriage. With a resounding bang, flames sparked a minor commotion among the crowd, but soon thereafter, a tremendous noise echoed, and the carriage, suddenly freed from the horse's grasp, continued to glide forward for a considerable distance due to inertia, while the horse galloped away in a frenzy. The carriage came to a tranquil halt until Albert stowed his gun and lifted the cover of the carriage. Inside, the young princess cowered, trembling, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired. The earlier cacophony of neighing and the violent jolting had terrified her, and she had yet to regain her composure. Albert gently lifted the princess from the carriage, softly reassuring her, "You are safe now. We have resolved the crisis. Please tell me your home and your family. I shall escort you back at once." Chapter 23. Sir Albert brought the still frightened princess down from the carriage. The young girl, still bewildered by the ordeal, instinctively clutched her clothing at the shoulders, wrapping her arms around herself in a protective embrace. Albert remained remarkably composed. After all, in the future, he had witnessed countless figures in haunted houses displaying far greater shock than this. Comparatively, the 11-year-old girl's reaction was quite commendable. At merely 15 years old, Albert was certain he would not have fared better under similar circumstances. The girl was visibly anxious, her eyes tightly shut, her entire body trembling slightly. It was only when she sensed Albert's warm breath and felt the comforting embrace that she gradually opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was in the arms of an unfamiliar man, she blushed and instinctively began to struggle. Yet, with the strength of a nearly adult, Albert easily stabilized her, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he gently set her down. "May I inquire who you are?" she asked timidly, her cheeks still flushed, gazing at the astonishingly youthful captain beside her. "Your Highness, greetings. I am Albert Manderly from White Harbor, and it is my pleasure to serve you. Would you like me to escort you back to the palace?" Albert performed a standard gentleman's bow, a skill meticulously honed by his mother and aunt since his earliest memories, now executed with precision. Miss Micella Manderly was momentarily taken aback. She had recently heard her father mention this name, albeit in unfavorable contexts. "Who does this insolent boy think he is? I am the king, and I cannot possibly procure those oversized wooden contraptions from him. I am his monarch. And yet he dares to speak to me in such a manner. What does he believe his crude creations could achieve? They are as fragile as twigs, easily shattered with a single blow." In truth, there was nothing commendable to say. William likely surmised the situation. After all, the two most significant individuals to rob were his adoptive father and his brother. His letter had undoubtedly offended many, so one could hardly expect a warm reception. Of course, whether or not to offer a pleasant demeanor was entirely up to the other party, considering this king's days were numbered. Given Ed's temperament, a heavy stone cast into the stagnant waters of King's Landing would surely stir some ripples. "Sir, might I trouble you to escort me back to the Red Keep?" "Of course, for I too must make my way to the Red Keep. Pray tell, your Highness, are you pressed for time? If you have a moment to spare, we could take a leisurely stroll around King's Landing." Albert attempted to inject some levity into the conversation, as, to him, the 4-year age difference with Micella rendered her appear in spirit. Typically confined within the palace's depths, her rare excursion into the city likely stemmed from a secretive escapade. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to guide her on a brief exploration before returning her. As for the items outside the palace, should he wish to procure something for her, it would be akin to trivial matters like food, which he certainly could not provide. Thus, the two began to meander through the vast expanse of King's Landing. To be frank, the outer fringes of the city lacked the vibrant atmosphere of bustling shops, which resided primarily in the depths of the slums, separated by mid-tier residential areas. The vicinity of the slums was rife with brothels, gambling houses, and taverns, marking it as the red light district of King's Landing. A man draped in golden robes would seldom venture here, for the risk of capture or a severe beating was all too real. However, it was indeed unrealistic for a captain to stroll about with a young lady clad in finery in such a place. Hence he had no intention of lingering in the slums, his path directly leading towards the palace. As he walked along, he noticed that his pace had become somewhat hindered. To be precise, it was not that he could not walk, but rather that the little one beside him was tugging at his arm with considerable force, making movement less convenient. He paused to glance at the golden-haired girl beside him, who stood still, gazing at a family passing by. The daughter perched upon her father's shoulders, while he held the hand of his son, who was chewing on a blade of grass, with their mother trailing closely behind, the family radiating warmth and harmony. Albert pondered for a moment before retrieving a piece of white candy from his pocket, its shape reminiscent of rock candy, though undoubtedly sweeter. "Here, take this," he offered, extending the confection. While it may not rival the sweetness of honey-extracted candies, its flavor was likely to be delightful as well. The young girl accepted the candy, looked up at Albert, and promptly popped it into her mouth. Immediately, Albert felt the resistance beside him diminish, and his steps regained their lightness. The castle stood at the very heart of King's Landing, while their current position lay towards the outskirts. By the time they returned to the Red Keep, evening had descended. Albert then approached the guards at the Red Keep, presenting his identity before offering Miss Sella's hand. "I am Sir Albert Manderly, seeking an audience with His Majesty the King." The guards, upon seeing the princess beside him, hastened to report his arrival. Shortly thereafter, a figure resembling a herald emerged, addressing Albert. "Sir Manderly, His Majesty has commanded you to enter." "Princess, the Queen requests your presence immediately." The guard led Mizella away while Albert followed the herald into the hall. At the center, a rotund man with a jolly disposition occupied the throne, with Ed standing silently by his side, his head bowed. "You there? Are you the one who wrote that letter berating the former Prime Minister as a rogue?" Just as Albert was about to respond, Ed interjected, "My lord, we indeed acted inappropriately." "You need not elaborate," Robert brusquely interrupted Ed. "You, lad, given that you safely returned my daughter, I shall refrain from causing you trouble. But remember, I am your king." He then instructed the nearby guards to escort Albert away. With a sigh of relief, Albert felt fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Upon exiting the grand doors, he spotted a small shadow beside him, smiling and whispering something he couldn't quite catch due to the distance. However, he discerned her lips forming the words, "Goodbye, sir." Chapter 24. The tournament. For several consecutive days, Albert did not see the little princess again, but many inquired about the candies he possessed. Albert remained unhurried, instead scouring King's Landing for shops, contemplating the establishment of a candy store followed by a bookstore. Indeed, the principles of papermaking have been put forth, and the individuals from White Harbor's Eye are currently scouring for materials to conduct experiments, with results expected in the near future. These two shops also serve as secret strongholds for White Harbor's intelligence division, as well as their own espionage organization and assassination squad in King's Landing. Shortly after scouting these two shops, the date for the martial competition arrived. After her meeting with Ed, Caitlin directly boarded the Mermaid to return, leaving only Albert and Vera behind. This martial competition is quite different from the usual tournaments, which typically feature at least 2 or 3 events. However, due to financial constraints, Ed dared not expand the number of competitions this time, as the treasury is utterly depleted. Consequently, this event is rather meager, aside from the champion. No other participants will receive any rewards. Of course, the prize for the first place is traditionally substantial, encompassing a hefty sum of gold dragons and a splendid crown. Albert considers himself to possess a commendable fighting prowess among knights, and with the advantage of his own equipment, he aspires to secure a place among the top 3. Even though this competition includes the formidable Magic Mountain, the Flower Knight is of a similar age, and there seems to be no reason why the latter could best him. During the contest, Albert refrained from revealing his true name, opting instead to compete under the guise of a wandering knight, donning a duck-billed helmet that obscured his identity. Even his own sister, cheering for the other knights, remained oblivious to his presence. Clearly, a knight adorned with a duck-billed helm stands out among the rest. This helm was crafted by soldiers under Albert's commission aboard the Wild Sea Fury. His armor has also undergone modifications, featuring a layered design with a chainmail undergarment, a leather tunic, and an outer layer of plate armor, which incorporates supportive structures to withstand heavy impacts. Even a giant like Magic Mountain, or Rob, would find it impossible to confront the combination of his physique and dual layers of armor head-on. Albert's design shifts the armor's stress points from the shoulders to the waist, a concept that would not emerge until the Renaissance. This reflects a knight of modest standing, striving to maximize his combat effectiveness, while the swords he wields have been deliberately weighted to provide a greater advantage in battle. With all preparations complete, Albert's first opponent is Sir Levira-Lek from Twilight Valley, who rides a tall, robust steed adorned with white spots on its head, resembling a bear when he leans down. Albert acquired his horse from a dealer, reputed to be of excellent quality. After affixing his saddle and stirrups, he felt confident, and both competitors led their mounts to opposite sides of the arena. Albert mounted his steed, initially urging the horse to trot before gradually increasing its pace. Given the short distance of the sprint, there was no necessity for a sluggish acceleration. From the outset, Albert had his horse enter the preparatory phase for the charge, followed by a steady increase in speed. I aimed to jab the tip of my lance at his head. The horses of both knights swiftly closed the distance, and at the very moment of contact, Albert raised his lance, the tip striking fiercely against his opponent's head. Conversely, Sir Lavera opted to attack Albert's abdomen. Yet her strike was thwarted by a specially reinforced breastplate, causing her to be unseated and toppled to the ground. Thus, Albert emerged victorious in his first bout without peril. Following the conclusion of the match, both knights approached the front of the spectator stands and removed their helmets. It was then that Lavera recognized that the knight with the peculiar helm was her own elder brother. The crowd's cheers grew even more fervent, and on the other side, Mizella beamed upon recognizing Albert as the knight who had aided her previously. Even King Robert and Ed were somewhat astonished, for this young lad was merely 15, facing a knight who had matured for 3 years. According to the competition's regulations, Albert needed to secure at least 3 victories to have a chance at the semifinals. Winning the first round without incident was a moment worth celebrating for Albert. The second round was not his turn yet, as he needed to allow his horse some rest. After all, this was a wild stallion, recently acquired from a trader, and it was evident that it was not yet suited for intense activity in combat. Thus, he needed to foster familiarity with the creature. Otherwise, Albert lacked the courage to ride it into 3 more matches. After approximately 30 minutes of intermission, Albert received another summons for the competition. Donning his duck-billed helmet, he led his horse back onto the battlefield. This time, he made minor adjustments to his lance, reinforcing the tip with 2 iron rods to augment its weight. Given the current heft of the lance, any adversary would think twice before facing its thrust. Albert mounted once more, this time to face Sir Minon Horad of the Horad family, who also hailed from the town of Magoo. Employing his customary tactic again, Albert found his initial charge unsuccessful in breaching his opponent's defenses, as the latter was evidently prepared, skillfully deflecting Albert's lance with his own. However, in the second round, Albert did not allow his opponent to gain the upper hand. This time, he executed a sweeping strike at close range, unseating his adversary from his horse. Once again, victory was attained. However, this time the opponent suffered significantly. Albert's strike landed squarely on his adversary's 2 ribs, shattering the bones in his chest and rendering the fallen knight devoid of fighting spirit, leading him to concede defeat. In the subsequent third match, Albert faced Sir Imman Valerian of the Valerian family, whose prowess far surpassed Albert's expectations. In the first round, Albert was unceremoniously unseated from his horse. Yet his opponent also encountered misfortune, falling alongside him, resulting in a stalemate. During the second round, Albert contemplated his strategy, realizing that an unconventional approach was necessary, as direct confrontation had proven futile against this noble adversary. Thus, he resolved to exploit a loophole in the rules. The regulations did not stipulate the exclusive use of a single weapon. Previously, the knights had not been equipped with saddles, compelling them to wield their steeds with both hands, thereby restricting the use of dual weaponry. However, Albert's saddle was uniquely crafted, allowing him to control his mount without reliance on his hands. Consequently, the spectators were treated to a remarkable display of dual-wielding weaponry in mounted combat. Albert first wielded his sword to sever the opponent's lance, then swiftly dispatched his rival from the horse with his own weapon. This audacious maneuver left the audience in astonishment. Women were taken aback by what they perceived as Albert's somewhat unscrupulous tactics, for, in a traditional sense, combat typically involved a single weapon. Meanwhile, the men were astonished by the young knight's ability to simultaneously wield 2 weapons while controlling a galloping steed, clearly demonstrating his remarkable skill. Yet, Sir Imman was not wholly appeased, as he had not anticipated his opponent's dual-wielding capabilities. "Your Majesty, this is unfair, it constitutes cheating," he vehemently protested. "Historically, we have always fought with 1 weapon, and though no explicit rule forbids it, who could foresee that you would wield 2? Albert, however, had no intention of rebutting his claims, for it was well understood that in the medieval context, the absence of prohibitive laws allowed for myriad possibilities. Since the law did not expressly forbid it, why should he be constrained? The majority of men shared Albert's perspective. Their curiosity piqued not by the outcome of the duel, but by the enigma of how Albert managed to wield 2 weapons while expertly controlling his steed at full gallop. Albert refrained from disclosing his combat methodology, as revealing such secrets would erode his technological advantage and potentially place him at a disadvantage in the wars that loomed on the horizon, a scenario he deemed rather perilous. Chapter 25. the Blossoms and the Mountain of Magic having triumphed in 3 consecutive matches. All participants from the north, apart from Albert, had been eliminated. Even Jory, the foremost member of the Winterfell Guard, could not endure the 3rd round. Albert, albeit through some cunning stratagems, managed to secure his victory. Fortunately, the prevailing curiosity centered not on whether his dual wielding of weapons during horseback combat constituted cheating, but rather on how he accomplished such a feat indeed. Wielding 2 weapons while galloping is a formidable challenge, and Albert had little inclination to divulge his unique techniques to others. They had all witnessed his prowess. He had indeed fought with 2 weapons while mounted. However, the opponents he was to face next would likely prove challenging even with a single weapon. The first would stand a chance against the Mountain and the Knight of Flowers, yet the second would inevitably pit him against one of the 2. The Knight of Flowers, relying on his wits, could potentially best the Mountain, but should he succeed by startling the opponent's steed and orchestrating a coup, it would attest to his own considerable skill. In such a scenario, Albert's abilities would be rendered ineffectual. He could not rely on a steed he had not trained himself, placing him at a disadvantage against the Knight of Flowers. Defeating the Mountain, a traditional knight of remarkable caliber, seemed nearly impossible due to his exceptional strength and charging speed. In the current realm of Westeros, he was indeed unparalleled. Were it not for the constraints of mounted combat, there might have been a chance to vanquish him. In this arena, the emphasis lay on impact and one's own mass. Apart from the Hound, few could rival the Mountain's prowess at this stage. With his formidable physique, combined with the full-speed charge of his steed, and clad in the most opulent armor of the Kingsguard, it was evident that no one in this era could withstand his assault. The Knight of Flowers was well known for his reliance on cunning, and while such tactics were not without merit, there were far more disreputable methods employed in tournaments across Western Europe. As fate would have it, Albert drew the Mountain in the next round, and many spectators believed this knight, who had relied on cleverness and a modicum of skill to reach this point, would soon be ousted. After all, the Mountain was not a foe to be vanquished through mere guile. And despite the Knight of Flowers being only a year older than Albert, the sheer strength in his arms far surpassed that of Albert, who was more accustomed to the seas than the land. As a knight, Albert was barely competent, while Loras, the Knight of Flowers, had bested his previous opponents through sheer ability. Yet, having come this far, surrender was not an option. Though uncertain of his ability to overpower Loras, he was not one to shy away from a confrontation. Time was of the essence. There would be no opportunity to switch mounts, as dismantling the saddle would consume precious moments, and his intermission lasted no more than half an hour. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to evade the Mountain's first strike and bolster his offensive capability, hoping to dislodge him in a single decisive blow. For a seasoned warrior like Mo Shan, once his strategies are discerned, he can swiftly devise countermeasures, thus leaving only a singular opportunity to prevail. Albert resolved to employ an untried tactic. He would exchange his sword for a mace, aiming to shatter his opponent's spear. With a slight elevation in his strike, he could evade Mo Shan's assault, allowing his own lance to charge directly towards the opponent's chest. Albert was confident that, with the swiftness of his steed and his formidable strength, he could unseat Mo Shan in one decisive blow. This maneuver demanded remarkable reflexes from the knight, and Albert could not resort to firearms, as they remained classified, should he unveil such weaponry during the tournament. The opinions of Ed and Robert regarding his crossbow incident would undoubtedly lead to heightened scrutiny and suspicion towards him. Therefore, it was imperative that he kept his firearm concealed. Any exposure could spell considerable trouble. While he could justify the existence of his crossbow this time, future opportunities would not present themselves so easily. Thus, for the sake of victory, Albert was prepared to risk it all. Although failure could result in a lethal counter from Mo Shan, he resolved to gamble despite the dire consequences. The full force of Mo Shan's swing was not to be trifled with. The likelihood of severe injury was high. It was inconceivable for him, as a time traveler, to perish at this juncture. Having traversed 3 years in this world, it would be a disservice to abandon his nascent aspirations. Consequently, Albert decided to take the plunge, marking this as perhaps the first significant wager he would undertake in an unfamiliar scenario. Both knights mounted their steeds, and Albert's horse exhibited signs of trepidation upon facing the adversary, a stark contrast to the fierce demeanor of the opposing knight. Mo Shan, towering over 2 meters, appeared as a colossal figure atop his steed, resembling a 3-meter-high tower, drawing admiration and cheers from the Lannister spectators above. The Gregan family, indeed, served as mere lapdogs to the Duke of Casterly Rock, a title not meant as an insult, but rather a reflection of their heraldry, a dog, emblematic of their lineage as trainers for the Duke's hunting hounds. Yet, From this humble lineage emerged two formidable sons, both serving as the most powerful royal guards, tasked with protecting the king and the prince, showcasing their martial prowess. As the nearly 4-meter-tall Mo-shan loomed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, and scarcely anyone believed Albert would emerge victorious. Even Vera had succumbed to tears. In a corner unnoticed by Albert, Mizella tightly grasped the sleeves of her garment, her gem-like eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Almost all those who had previously chosen to merely observe the unfolding spectacle began to feel a pang of anxiety. For in strict terms, any casualties during the tournament would be inauspicious. Duke Ed also observed the situation below with a barely perceptible shake of his head. To him, Albert was indeed a remarkable knight, yet far too youthful. Had he not resorted to those underhanded tactics and faced his opponent like a true knight, he might have at least secured an honorable defeat rather than the precarious position he now found himself in. Should he be struck by the formidable Mo-shan, he could very well be unceremoniously thrown from his steed. Albert himself was quite tense. This was not a mere contest among the knights of the floral, but a genuine duel where his adversary would not hold back. Mo-shan, this formidable figure, had audaciously dispatched the former queen, and in this very match, he had already inflicted some injuries. He would certainly not hesitate to cause further harm. The two knights positioned their steeds at the designated spots, and keen-eyed spectators noted that Albert's pack was no longer secured with a sharp hand-and-a-half sword, but rather a heavy mace. As the horses began to gallop, Albert held his lance tightly in one hand while gripping the mace at his waist with the other, searching for a critical moment to strike. Finally, Mo-shan's lance was almost upon him. In an instant, Albert swiftly drew his mace from his waist and struck fiercely at the tip of Mo-shan's lance, deflecting it away from his face. Seizing the opportunity, Albert swiftly leveled his lance, and with a resounding crash, Mo-shan was sent sprawling from his mount. The crowd seemed momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. To them, it appeared more as if Albert had cheated rather than executed a skillful maneuver. Meanwhile, Duke Ed, seated above, had clearly witnessed the entire sequence of events. As an accomplished knight himself, he understood precisely what had occurred in that fleeting moment. Beside him, Robert was equally astonished, though as king, he maintained his composure. Despite the fact that his royal guard had been unceremoniously toppled, he recognized the undeniable skill of this young contender. In that instant, Albert's mace had struck true against Mo-shan's lance, and with all his might, he had sent the weapon flying. The moment of astonishment on Mo-shan's face was fleeting, quickly replaced by the impact of Albert's lance as it struck his midsection, propelling him through the air. As the warhorse charged to its limit, cold sweat dripped from Albert's brow. He could scarcely believe that his audacious maneuver had succeeded, vanquishing the formidable mountain of magic in a single round. The audience, momentarily stunned, erupted into an epic celebration, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. It was nothing short of astonishing. A novice knight, participating in the tournament for the very first time, had triumphed over the Iron Guard. Amidst the astonishment, the esteemed judge commanded that Albert's steed be led away, and as it passed by, Albert distinctly heard him mutter, "That lad must have been dreaming." Even Albert himself couldn't fathom his unexpected victory, yet having achieved it, he now faced a new adversary, the Flower Knight, Loras. A duel between the grandson of a count and the son of a duke typically favored the latter, yet in Westeros, such outcomes were far from certain. The counts of Westeros had often proven their mettle, with their sons repeatedly overcoming what seemed insurmountable foes in these contests. With consecutive displays of astonishing prowess and improbable victories, Albert had captivated the public's heart. In this moment, he appeared to be the true star of the arena, even prompting a courteous smile from Loras, his final opponent, as he entered the field. "I have a feeling you will prove to be an exceptional rival," the knight remarked, extending his hand in a rare gesture of camaraderie. Albert, naturally, reciprocated the handshake. Loras, being a year his senior, was not expected to initiate such contact. Yet the moment their hands clasped, Albert sensed the underlying intent. Loras possessed a formidable grip. Unfazed, Albert retaliated with equal strength, confident after his victory over the mountain. The two remained locked in this contest of strength until the spectators began to notice a subtle tension between them. Ultimately, Loras, prioritizing his decorum, chose to release his grip, possibly acknowledging the power behind Albert's handshake. They returned to their respective starting positions, and Albert mounted his warhorse. From their earlier encounter, he surmised that his preparations had been somewhat excessive. The Flower Knight's strength should not surpass his own, and his saddle had been specially reinforced. Unless Loras could somehow unseat him, Albert felt assured of his victory. Without hesitation, Albert commanded his steed to charge forward at a brisk pace, determined to unseat the flower knight Loras from his mare in a decisive strike. At the moment their steeds clashed, Albert, though taken aback by the strength of his opponent, sensed a slight disadvantage. Yet, it was Loras who was truly astonished, as he had not anticipated such formidable power from Albert. When their lance tips met, both knights felt as if they had collided with a solid wall, followed by a sudden release of tension in their grips, for the tips had broken upon contact. Undeterred, both riders charged towards one another. "Guard, provide them with new lances," commanded Robert, whose enthusiasm was reignited by the sight of these knights, genuinely matched against each other, promising a riveting finale to the tournament. This time, Albert held nothing back. If his adversary was to give his all, so too would he. Once again, their long lances clashed, but this time, Albert skillfully maneuvered his lance to evade Loras, or rather, he slightly lessened his force at the moment of impact. With a deft twist of his wrist, his lance gracefully bypassed Loras's defense, continuing its momentum to strike the flower knight, successfully unseating him. The two steeds galloped to the far end, signaling the conclusion of this fierce contest. The flower knight had suffered a significant embarrassment, having been unceremoniously thrown from his mount, landing heavily on the ground, his helmet dislodged, and his hair cascading in disarray, a sight that elicited gasps of admiration from the many noble maidens in the stands. However, the majority of the audience's gaze was now fixed upon the victor. Chapter 26. The champion's crown. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Albert led his steed before the throne. Although Loras lay defeated and in an awkward position, he maintained his gentlemanly composure, guiding his horse to the throne as well. Both knights knelt on one knee before the throne, for it was customary to reward the champion of the tournament handsomely, especially considering Albert had dealt a blow to the pride of many noble lords by triumphing over the highly favored Mountain of Magic. As per tradition, the champion was to receive a crown, symbolizing love and beauty, though given its appearance and sheer abundance, it might as well have been called a mere ring. Eddard himself presented the laurel to Albert, who was to bestow this crown upon the fairest unmarried lady present. Scanning the crowd, Albert noticed Vera's eyes fixated on the floral wreath in his hands. He mounted his horse and rode to her dais, presenting the crown to her. In that moment, they observed the mermaid emblem adorning Vera's gown. Albert also caught sight of a pair of gem-like eyes gazing back at him, and upon turning, he discovered the young princess seated beside the throne, her sparkling eyes turned in his direction. Albert seemed to perceive an inexplicable emotion within those eyes. Yet what he needed at that moment was to accept other rewards, such as the resplendent gold dragon coins. The victor of the tournament would receive a crown, along with the gold dragon. As Albert ascended the stage, Ed presented him with a heavy pouch of gold dragons. Clearly, for a treasury that was nearing emptiness. Such treasures were somewhat extravagant. However, rules were rules. After descending from the stage, Albert took advantage of Ed's lingering presence and drew him aside. "My lord, our fleet passed through Dragonstone before arriving in King's Landing. Lord Stannis has expressed concerns regarding the legitimacy of the prince's lineage and has insinuated that Lord Aaron's demise is connected to this matter." Though Ed remained silent, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Albert. Everything unfolded as Albert had anticipated, yet he feigned calmness and replied to Ed. "Lord Stannis' reasoning is that the Baratheon lineage has always been characterized by dark hair, while the prince possesses golden locks, as do both princes and the princess." Did Lord Stannis convey anything further? Lord Stannis mentioned that this information was relayed to Lord Aaron. After Lord Aaron's death, he suspected he might be the next in line and hastily returned to his domain. Upon hearing this, Ed fell into deep contemplation without uttering a word. "My lord, should we not retrieve Lord Stannis? Or should we report this matter to His Majesty the King?" Albert inquired tentatively. "Let us not rush. I shall inform His Majesty at the appropriate moment. You should return to the north, then proceed to Dragonstone to ascertain the situation. Once confirmed, contact me. My lord, I possess 2 shops within the city. Should circumstances become dire, you may temporarily escort the 2 ladies to the shops for refuge." Albert detailed the specific locations of his soon-to-be-opened bookstore and his already operational candy store. Unbeknownst to many, these establishments harbored the first cohort of spies he had trained. Ostensibly shops, they served dual purposes, generating income and acting as fortified positions for intelligence gathering. Some members of the Eyes of White Harbor were among them, tasked with mentoring new recruits to enhance the army's intelligence capabilities, ensuring an advantage in the imminent War of the Five Kings. Naturally, the establishments could not be registered under the name of White Harbor. Instead, they were established under the guise of various cities, predominantly those on the neighboring continent of Essos. to evade scrutiny from the gold cloaks. This tactic was merely a stopgap measure, should conflict indeed arise. It would prove more reliable to exchange scarce resources for survival in the region of King's Landing. Relying on the names of other city-states would likely yield little effectiveness. Albert has introduced the method of steel casting into military equipment manufacturing. Currently, this approach has significantly reduced the iron consumption required for soldiers' gear production. As a result, the once heavily import-dependent city of White Harbor has recently even experienced a surplus of metal and can now independently produce its equipment without relying on external iron or imports. Moreover, the quality and durability of the military supplies produced have far surpassed those of previous armaments. Albert has ingeniously incorporated the concept of fertilization into agriculture, moving away from rudimentary management practices, which has led to a modest increase in the grain yield of the North, barely achieving a self-sufficiency of 70%, with the remaining supply being procured from Essos. The Bravosi were the first to take notice of Albert's crossbows, with rumors suggesting that similar weapons once existed in Bravos. Albert reminisced about the original narrative and speculated that it might have been the Scorpion crossbow. However, much like the Scorpion crossbows of Westeros, which have vanished, the Bravosi gradually abandoned such weaponry after dragons departed from Essos to Westeros, rendering the prototypes lost and reliant on external purchases. Notably, they displayed remarkable extravagance by purchasing 120 units at once, despite Albert's pricing being thrice that of the local Westerosi market, 300 golden dragons per unit, with ammunition priced at half that rate, and still, there were buyers. Additionally, pitch oil barrels have begun to be sold, albeit to regions with relatively weak naval capabilities, such as Valyrian, providing them a means to contend with the Bravosi fleet. Interestingly, the price for the crossbows acquired by Valyrian was slightly lower than that of Bravos, around 275 golden dragons for a set. It is astonishing that even at this price, there are purchasers. It is truly unbelievable. Indeed, these merchants seem indifferent to all but their own survival. Albert is contemplating further upgrades to these weapons, aiming to make the crossbows more compact, light enough for an individual to carry, and exploring the possibility of developing a repeating crossbow. Meanwhile, it is rumored that the beggar king across the sea is negotiating with his sister to exchange for a great army. Thus, the kingdom has begun to assemble the royal fleet of Westeros, which was previously primarily comprised of the Dragonstone fleet. However, following the War of Usurpers, the combat effectiveness of the Dragonstone fleet has sharply declined. Although there has been some improvement since Stannis took command, it remains somewhat implausible to confront a fleet of thousands, especially considering that the potential target of their aggression could be the Stepstones, historically the launch point for Essos' incursions into Westeros. Chapter 27. The twins just a few steps after returning home. While Albert was still preoccupied with outstanding matters, a letter arrived from Old Eel, requesting that he take his sister along to the twins. It seemed yet another son seeking a match or a daughter in search of a suitor, a situation he had become quite accustomed to. After all, it was not the first time he had received invitations to such gatherings over the past few years. However, this was the first from House Fry. Yet, it certainly would not be the first encounter at a banquet. Old Fry is undoubtedly an eccentric figure within the aristocratic circles of Westeros. This venerable gentleman, approaching the age of 90, has recently taken a 17-year-old lady-in-waiting as his bride, raising concerns about the potential consequences of such an arrangement. His lineage is notably extensive, with nearly 500 descendants, suggesting a routine practice of seeking brides and grooms within their ranks. The town of Twins occupies an awkward geography, straddling the upper reaches of the Green Fork River. Its fortifications, crafted from stone, provide a formidable defense, making it both easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Each side of the bridge boasts a robust bastion, and the city gates are not merely wooden but reinforced with iron gates behind them. Should this family pursue matrimonial alliances one by one, it is likely that the noble houses of Westeros would be insufficient to meet their demands. It appears they have now set their sights on their own kin. In all honesty, who among the nobility would choose to ally with this family? There is a possibility that the offerings may not be of the highest quality, and Albert, if he sought a union, could easily find alliances with far more prestigious houses than the Freys. Presently, the Stark family has but two unwed members remaining, Rickon and Arya, while the rest include the young Rose from House Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, as well as Prince Quentin Martell and Princess Arianne from Dorne, along with young Alan from the Eyrie. Beyond these few, Albert represents the second tier of suitors. White Harbor, with its wealth and status as one of the largest cities in Westeros, holds great allure, ranking within the top 5 in terms of population and scale. Moreover, Albert will come of age next year, currently being 15 in the traditional sense. In the South, marriages are often calculated by the traditional age, whereas the remaining 6 kingdoms prefer to count by actual age. Thus, while he may be too young to marry a Southern noble, he is certainly eligible for engagement. Vera, by Southern standards, is considered 13, though still a distance from marriage. Engagement is entirely appropriate at this stage. Hence, they find themselves in a tentative phase, where, although a match of ducal stature may be elusive, those of count status remain highly sought after. It is no surprise that old Fry has invited them to a feast. Consequently, they opted not to return to White Harbor, but rather to take a detour towards Twins. This city lacks a dedicated port, as the Fry family, often regarded as nouveau riche, lacks the resources to construct one. Beyond the castle, there are merely 2 towns accompanied by a few small villages. Albert's 6 warships, if lined up, would have difficulty docking, but given the circumstances, they could only hastily construct a temporary mooring with wooden frames, securing the vessels while leaving some soldiers to guard them. One is left to wonder how a family situated so near the Green Fork River could neglect the establishment of a port. What financial predicament do they find themselves in? Albert could not help but voice his disdain. Upon reaching the foot of the castle, he discovered that it was not a matter of poverty. Rather, the inhabitants had no intention of constructing a port. If one were to assess the opulence of the castle, it was, in fact, quite impressive, predominantly crafted from stone, with its towers adorned with green bricks. Such architecture afforded excellent resistance against fiery assaults. The towering fortress boasted dual walls, and each bastion was equipped with formidable defenses, signifying that an external assault would be exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, the castle featured no less than 18 independent towers, each harboring platforms for soldiers. In the event of combat, deploying heavy troops on these platforms would inflict substantial damage upon any besieging forces. The foremost wall rose to a height of 40 feet, and the absence of nearby woodlands suitable for constructing siege weaponry implied that any such apparatus must be transported from afar. Albert piloted his vessel, the Fury of the Ocean, with no intention of anchoring it and the soldiers aboard outside. Instead, he opted to dock beside the grand stone bridge. The soldiers guarding the bridge exchanged astonished glances, for the mere presence of such a ship outside would be daunting. Of the 20-odd crossbow artillery pieces aboard, 10 were maneuvered onto the deck, aimed directly at the bridge. War drums were soon erected upon the bridge, while soldiers prepared ladders for the impending conflict, setting them against the bridge's surface to inspect their equipment. This display suggested an imminent siege. The sentinels, sensing urgency, hastened to inform the lord of the castle. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Lord Fry, supported by several of his grandchildren, tremulously approached the bridge. "My lord, what are your intentions?" The advanced crossbow artillery aboard the warship was renowned, even whispered among some of the nobility of the River Bay, and even more so in the regions beyond. The sight of a dozen crossbows aimed squarely at their own vital interests would cause alarm in any man. The Fry household could muster barely over 3,000 soldiers. A genuine conflict with Mandrill would be folly. The ostentatious display by the opposing heir indeed exerted considerable pressure upon them. Albert, expressing his dissatisfaction, remarked, "Lord Fry, we have sailed for miles without a single soul to greet us. The castle appears remarkably desolate. In the absence of a port or even a welcoming committee, might this reflect your hospitality?" Lord Fry discerned the veiled critique, a mockery of his family's newly acquired wealth, squandered on trivialities while neglecting noble etiquette. However, the pressing matter was that they must await the arrival of their esteemed guests. He commanded his attendants to escort the guests to a place of rest and requested that Albert join him in the tower once he had refreshed himself. Having arranged these matters, Albert refrained from further displays of bravado, directing his soldiers to maneuver the vessel closer to the bridge before disembarking with his sister. At least this display of authority was rather commendable. Chapter 28, The Olive Branch of Riverrun. The banquet was ostensibly held in celebration of old Lord Frey's 90th birthday. However, aside from the Manderlys, no other nobles were invited. For Albert, this was akin to a clandestine gathering. During the meal, Albert and his sister were seated at the southernmost end of an elongated table, directly facing Lord Fry. The table was exceedingly long, with Frey's sons and daughters occupying the central seats. Most notably, the majority were sons, as his daughters had already been betrothed to other noble families. Albert was not particularly fastidious about his food. After all, he had been summoned to dine, and he was well aware of the ulterior motives at play. He would not allow the hosts to achieve their aims. Thus, he permitted his sister to indulge heartily, disregarding decorum. Although the Fry family had meticulously organized the banquet, for Albert, it could only be described as rather mundane. The nobles of the Riverlands were adept at enjoyment, Yet, that was the extent of their talents. The offerings at White Harbor included not only the cuisine of Westeros, but also delicacies from across the narrow sea. He held little regard for the local riverland fare. Consequently, the two siblings maintained their composure, merely conveying their disdain through glances. After all, the Fry family's resources were unimpressive, and their appearance, resembling that of weasels, did little to inspire respect. Had they been aware of the true purpose behind the invitation, their interest would have waned further. Given that the entire family bore such a resemblance, it was no surprise they preferred to invite others to their home for matters such as marriage. One could scarcely broach the subject without first inebriating their guests. However, Albert abstained from drinking, even though the green wine had been procured from the high garden of the bay. He simply lacked the interest to appreciate it. Naturally, old Lord Fry would boast about his daughters, encouraging the young men to toast them one by one. Albert, for his part, treated the affair with indifference, managing to feign engagement. Meanwhile, Vela found herself persuaded into consuming considerable amounts of wine, rendering her somewhat intoxicated by the end of the evening. Albert had an inkling of the Frey's intentions. Sensing that Vela had imbibed too much, he decided against letting her board the ship for lodging, opting instead to remain by her side. Lord Fry, my sister's tolerance for alcohol may be somewhat limited. She is unlikely to drink more. I will take care of her and escort her to a guest room. Having not brought any guards with him, who remained on the ship, he had no choice but to tend to his sister himself. After borrowing 2 maidens from Wyman Fry to assist in cleaning her up, Albert helped Vela to her room. Once she was settled in bed, he took a seat by the window, lighting a lamp to read. Albert meticulously clarified the fundamental steps of papermaking, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. He even included the additional condition of drying, recognizing its significance. Following this, he embarked on research and experimental plans concerning a series of advanced tools, such as the stone cannon, for it was evident that, given the current circumstances, he would not have the luxury to conduct experiments individually. This predicament underscored the necessity for more soldiers, or rather, he required a greater number of skilled individuals to assist with the experiments, as it was clear that he could not undertake every task single-handedly. Contemplating the expansion of his team, Albert noted that Sir White had likely not yet departed, while Yora was already at the side of the Dragon Queen. Thus, he could not rely on these two for reinforcement. As for the Night's Watch, the very thought of engaging them was absurd. He pondered the possibility of purchasing powerful Unsullied, especially since messages from Meereen had repeatedly requested the acquisition of a considerable number of crossbows. Should they raise the price, there was a chance Albert might acquiesce. However, the proposal of exchanging 4 crossbows and 2 technical munitions for 10 Unsullied remained uncertain in its acceptance. If this deal were to be declined, then they would remain in a stalemate. When the Dragon Queen led her army to lay siege, they would surely recall the value of those tools, and at that moment, Albert would be poised to reap substantial rewards. Rest was not a luxury he could afford that night. He could not trust the moral integrity of the Fry faction. The thought of waking to find a burly intruder abducting his sister, or a lady whisking him away, was a risk too great to ignore. Thus, if the discussions of the following day reached a satisfactory conclusion without further complications, he intended to depart the day after. Conversely, should matters remain unresolved, he would attend to the pressing issues before leaving. Earl Fry had little to commend him in Westeros, and Albert found it unsurprising that such a man would engage in unsavory actions. After all, a man in his 90s marrying a 16-year-old girl was hardly a paragon of virtue. Relying on the character of such individuals was less prudent than remaining vigilant. Albert took precautions. Slipping away was one thing, but during his stay, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Keeping his sister close by, no one would dare to act brazenly in his presence. Despite his bravado, a flicker of fear lingered within Albert. That very night, he sought to establish contact with the ship, and by dawn, a contingent of soldiers had been dispatched to serve as his guards. As anticipated, members of House Fry attempted to force their way in that evening. Albert heard footsteps outside his door throughout the night, rendering him restless and wary, unable to sleep. Initially, he had thought their visit might merely be for a meal, but he soon realized that his personal safety and integrity were at stake. When morning broke, it was the Fry maids who roused the siblings from their slumber, only to be astonished to discover that Albert had not slept at all. Wasn't that old man's arrangement last night, when he strolled alone in front of his room for the entire evening? In an instant, Albert felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him and his sister. This place was no longer tenable. They must explore the city thoroughly today and depart immediately. Resolute in his decision, Albert was ever ready to make a hasty exit. The vessel conveniently docked at the bridge. It would be prudent to discuss today's affairs. If there were no pressing matters, he would take his leave without a backward glance, and if he did glance back, he would consider it a defeat. With his tousled hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, Albert approached in a state of frantic disarray. After consuming a rather tasteless breakfast, he departed without a trace. Next time he visited, he would certainly bring a few more crossbows. Whatever the reason for their summons, he would first bombard them before addressing it. Chapter 29. Tyrion captured Albert, and his companions fled the city of Riverrun as if their lives depended on it. The locals were excessively welcoming, a predicament to be avoided at all costs. Had it not been for his vigilance, he and his sister might have lost their dignity in this place. The fleet sped back to White Harbor, and upon arrival, Albert was met with astonishing news. The heir of House Lannister had been captured by Lady Catelyn. Albert was utterly taken aback. Despite every precaution taken, Lady Catelyn had ultimately succeeded in apprehending the imp. He had anticipated every possibility, yet this had eluded him. He had overlooked the fact that Tyrion had accompanied Jon to the Wall, eager to fulfill his illustrious mission of urinating from its heights. Upon returning, he lingered in Winterfell to visit Bran, who had fallen from the tower. Lady Catelyn's journey south was facilitated by the ship Albert had prepared, thus enabling her swift passage compared to the slower pace of foot travel. Consequently, Tyrion's return coincided perfectly with Catelyn's presence at home to attend to Bran, which undoubtedly facilitated his entry. Without mercy, just after presenting his saddle, the imp was seized. At that moment, Albert realized that, considering the efficiency of information dissemination, the news must have already reached King's Landing, placing Lord Eddard in a perilous situation. No one could predict what reckless actions a protective Jaime might undertake. Albert had just resolved to head to Winterfell when a massive figure appeared before him. Before he could react, he was tackled by this enormous creature. Albert attempted to push away the weight atop him to discern its nature, only to feel his face being licked repeatedly. Once he managed to prop himself up, he discovered it was his dire wolf, who had grown larger than him in just a few days. How had they been feeding it at home? Gazing at the imposing feline beast, Albert found himself momentarily stunned, posing the question to his uncle. In his daily routine, he was fed whatever he consumed, but recently, he had been allowed to roam freely in search of sustenance. Wainer, astonished, queried her nephew, "Isn't this what you caught?" With indifference, they resigned themselves to his free-range existence. Goodness gracious, no wonder he has grown so large. By the way, Dar and I are heading to Winterfell. Perhaps I can manage to sell another one? Are we leaving now? Delaying might lead to dire consequences. Time was of the essence, and the task weighed heavily upon them. Riding warhorses seemed impractical. Therefore, Albert and his companions opted for their swift steeds, the Knight's Blade. Before departing, they placed a pouch of gold dragons on the table, instructing their uncle to allocate it for the soldiers under their care to update their gear. They galloped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Remarkably, they arrived within half a day, though the journey left their hair tousled and their appearance akin to that of someone subjected to the powerful blast of a hairdryer, only to be styled with hairspray. Upon reaching Winterfell, Albert eagerly sought out his sister to inquire about the condition of the imp. Valefield looked at her brother in astonishment. In her memory, Albert had always strived to maintain composure, a trait cultivated during his engineering studies, where he endeavored to conduct diplomatic engagements with poise. Yet this time, his demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a gentleman. His hair was disheveled, his attire was the same dusty garb from the ship, and his boots were muddied. Adorned with remnants of wild beasts and stray leaves, he looked utterly disheveled. If you seek Lord Tyrion, he is currently confined in the dungeons of Winterfell, and the lady is contemplating how to pass judgment upon him. After expressing his gratitude, Albert entrusted Dar to his sister and dashed toward the dungeons. Upon witnessing Tyrion's condition, he noted that the imp seemed to be faring quite well, at least better than himself. Robb was an exceptional lord. He understood the essence of justice and treated each prisoner fairly, even before a verdict had been rendered. Despite being the perpetrator who had harmed his brother, Tyrion, shaped by the good upbringing bestowed by Eddard, refrained from any brutal actions prior to his conviction. Albert scrutinized the figure in the cell, observing how the disproportionate size of his head and skin created an appearance riddled with wrinkles. The diminutive man wore an ill-fitting leather jacket and boots typically suited for children. A short sword hung at his waist, and out of respect for his lineage, the soldiers did not confiscate it. The guards paid no heed to his requests, silently delivering food and water to the threshold for him to retrieve. "Is there anyone who can assist me? Please relay a message to Tyrion Lannister in King's Landing. I shall reward you generously with a great sum of gold. Do not waste your efforts. They have already received orders, and regardless of what you say, they will not respond. These are the guards of Winterfell, and your words will fall on deaf ears. Albert appeared at the doorway, while Tyrion remained puzzled about who this individual was. I am the designer of the crossbow, a user of three-masted ships, and the heir of White Harbor. You will assist me in proving my innocence, will you not? I currently lack the means to do so, but I shall endeavor to secure you a chance to return to King's Landing for trial. Achieving this is the best I can offer. Tyrion fell silent for a moment before asking, why do you wish to help me? Do not misconstrue my intentions. We have discovered that it was not you who cast young Bran from the tower, but rather it is highly likely to have been your brother and sister. After a brief silence, Albert inquired, are you aware of their circumstances? Are you referring to the incestuous relationship between the siblings? Or, I know far more than you might imagine, including the nature of their relationship and the matter concerning the three children. Albert's gaze was fixed intently on Tyrion, as if he sought something deeper. How much do you know about them? The dwarf remained silent for a while, then said, perhaps I am merely reaping what I have sown. You need not bear the burden of their mistakes. You now face two choices. One is to reveal the entire truth during the trial, which would undoubtedly provoke the North into war against the South. The other is to return to King's Landing for trial, and then find a way to escape, never to return. Chapter 30. Journey to King's Landing. Albert now understood clearly that without his presence, the imp had only two paths to choose from. One was to take all the blame upon himself, and subsequently be torn to shreds. The other was to disclose the truth, leading to an official war between the North and the South. Whichever path he chose, it was one Tyrion wished to avoid. However, his most pressing concern was how to escape Winterfell. For as long as he remained there, he would be under constant threat. Northerner, can you devise a way for me to return south for judgment? I am striving to facilitate your return to King's Landing for trial. That way, at the very least, your life may be spared. Albert sighed. The crux of the matter is that I truly lack the ability to persuade Lady Catelyn. She is resolute in her desire to see you judged here. That mad she-wolf is not to be trifled with, though it may not be entirely necessary. What Albert needs to do now is convince Robb, rather than Lady Catelyn, as the latter is an impossible task. Albert had no choice but to seek Robb. For although the acting ruler of Winterfell might struggle to persuade his own mother, he need not necessarily do so. For the current acting duke, issuing a command would suffice. Albert had not yet begun to depart when the second wave of emissaries arrived. This time, it was the Bolton family. The dealings between Old Skins and the noblemen were hardly a secret in the North. In fact, everyone was acutely aware of it. After all, we have a clear understanding of Old Skin's character. However, his maneuvering only served to increase Robb's disdain and refusal to release the captive, without yielding any significant results. If you truly had no issues, why would so many persistently come forth to plead on your behalf? Albert was compelled to shift his perspective. Although he could not persuade you to refrain from judging him at this moment, it was imperative to acknowledge that the matter pertained to your brother's safety. Thus, it seemed prudent to defer any decisions until your father returned. What? Your father is currently serving as Hand of the King in the South and cannot return? That is easily remedied. You could escort him back personally. After all, both you and your mother are stationed there. And it is unlikely they would dare act with bias in this matter, especially in the presence of the Hand of the King. Moreover, the court is filled with Lannisters. What if you were to harm the Queen's brother here? Should your father and the Queen's relations deteriorate, it could complicate matters significantly for us. To put it bluntly, as royal relatives, it is not advisable for us to take matters into our own hands, is it? Therefore, I recommend transporting him south for a trial directly overseen by the king. In essence, brother, if we must resolve this, it would be best to handle him in the south. We are ill-equipped to manage this formidable presence here. Before he could finish, the third wave of emissaries arrived. This time with Fry, a familiar face to Albert. Old Fry had allied with the Lannisters, having married off his eldest son to a distant relative of theirs. Consequently, with his kin now captured, he felt compelled to intervene and plead for leniency. Albert discerned that with the arrival of this third group, the pressure to relent was mounting. Winterfell could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of emissaries. Very well, I shall discuss with my mother the possibility of transporting our prisoner south for interrogation. With this concession, Albert breathed a sigh of relief, for it seemed that the War of the Five Kings would likely be averted. Yet, he underestimated the speed at which news traveled. Had it occurred to him that if the Freys were informed, the Lannisters would surely be as well? In King's Landing, Jaime had already begun orchestrating an attack against the Hand of the King. As Eddard, just as Albert had predicted, concluded his inspections of the brothels and exited the last establishment, he found himself surrounded by Lannister forces. Indeed, the Lannister family maintained a military presence in the capital, comprising over 700 troops, including both the personal guards of their sons and daughters. Among the Seven Kingdoms, The only individuals whose cunning could rival that of Tywin were the recently deceased former Prime Minister and the aging Rose of House Tyrell. Presently, the old Rose remains aloof from worldly affairs, or perhaps, even if she inquired, her influence has waned significantly. With the recent passing of the former Prime Minister, Tywin has ascended to the pinnacle of political mastery within the realm. Of course, Peter Baelish has yet to reveal himself, for now. He is merely the ordinary master of coin in King's Landing, a role fraught with peril, as the threat of assassination looms ever-present. His predecessor met a grim fate due to his inability to amass sufficient funds for the king, compounded by debts to the Iron Bank. The Iron Throne now bears a staggering debt of over 2 million gold dragons to the Iron Bank of Essos. Astonishingly, the prize for the recent tournament champion amounted to over 1,000 gold dragons, not accounting for the cost of the crown's fabrication. Albert pondered how the realm could endure such a king. Their fortitude was indeed remarkable. Ultimately, they succeeded in bringing the imp to King's Landing for trial. Albert remained puzzled as to how Robb managed to persuade his mother, for he was well aware of Lady Catelyn's character. This operation had already formed a grand design in Albert's mind. He resolved to exercise patience and allow the plan to unfold gradually. He had informed Eddard of the investigative direction, anticipating results soon. The next step was to reveal their hand. Their mission was to escort Stannis into the city before the revelation, subsequently utilizing the imp to negotiate the release of the remaining Stark family members, thereby preparing for war. While the War of Five Kings may not ignite, the War of Four Kings certainly could. With the Westerlands and the Riverlands mobilizing, Albert doubted that the Iron Islands, known for their incessant raiding, would remain indifferent. The stage was set for the other kings to make their appearances one by one. To ensure the South did not lack fervor in their conflict, Albert would need to prepare a contingency for Ser Loras. For the Shadow Assassin posed a formidable challenge to evade. Meanwhile, to allow the North to enjoy a semblance of tranquility akin to the historic Northern Lords, feasting and singing while warding off the White Walkers and awaiting the South's inevitable turmoil, Albert felt compelled to bolster Stannis with a wager. Chapter 31. Meeting Stannis on Dragonstone. Having recently disembarked, Albert was once again called to action, steering his vessel southward with a fleet to escort the imp. Accompanying him were several northern nobles, including the young wolf. However, before proceeding to King's Landing, Albert first sought an audience with Stannis on Dragonstone. To speak candidly, although the title of Duke of Dragonstone was historically bestowed upon the crown prince during the Targaryen dynasty, it remains undeniable that this place is rather impoverished. The entire island boasts but a single administrative unit that can barely be deemed a town, and it lacks an abundance of resources. The Dragonstone is not in demand, and the village, apart from its fish, must procure even the salt for preserving fish from elsewhere. Indeed, you read that correctly. As a coastal hamlet, Dragonstone is incapable of self-sustaining its salt production. This fief resembles more of a mere food estate. Although the Duke of Dragonstone is the titular ruler, he possesses no actual authority to command the villagers of this land. The castle itself, when compared to others, is rather modest. The tallest structure on the island is the Dragonmotte, which served as the breeding ground for dragons during the Targaryen era. Of course, Stannis himself resides in a slightly more luxurious keep, albeit this luxury is relative, for poverty is indeed pervasive. The Duke of Dragonstone is, as he perceives, quite content to remain there. Medieval visits do not necessitate the formality of calling cards, as in ancient Europe. After providing his name and title, the other party readily allowed Albert entrance. Stannis sat within the hall, his wife and daughter Shireen by his side. The young girl bore patches of gray, scale-like spots adorning one side of her body, while the other side appeared as that of a normal girl, known as grayscale. This affliction is tantamount to a terminal illness in the world of ice and fire, and it is also highly contagious. Contact with the blood of an infected individual could lead to one's own infection. The young princess contracted this malady after encountering the blood of an afflicted person during an adventure. Lord Albert, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lord Stannis, I come on behalf of Lord Eddard, at the behest of the king, to verify the lineage of the current prince. Albert's statement evidently piqued Stannis's interest, prompting him to lean forward slightly. My lord, we have discovered that the hair color of the king's 3 children diverges from that of the royal lineage throughout history. Our investigation reveals that all of His Majesty's illegitimate offspring share his dark hair, whereas the king's 3 children do not possess this hue. Moreover, we have unearthed connections between the late king's demise and this matter. Lord Eddard has entrusted me to seek your confirmation and, if necessary, to welcome you back to court to assume command. Albert's deceit was delivered with an unflinching demeanor, and Stannis seemed to perceive the falsehood. albeit he chose not to expose it. After all, while the lad may have been lying, he was, in essence, speaking truths. Stannis held the conviction that he ought to be the rightful heir to the throne, having already acquired the fief appropriate for a crown prince. Thus, should he not also be deemed the rightful successor to the throne? Moreover, the fellow's statements were entirely consistent with the results of his previous investigations. Indeed, those three nephews bore no blood relation to him, which implies that the only legitimate heirs of House Stannis are himself and his daughter. The youngest has yet to marry, while the eldest, now in the prime of life, has not produced a single biological nephew for him. Thus, does that not leave him as the sole remaining heir? What do you imply? Lord Eddard has gathered evidence, and will soon disclose it to His Majesty the King. At that time, we shall journey to Dragonstone to escort the Lord back to King's Landing. And what is your current course of action? We are presently en route to Winterfell to summon witnesses. Once we have gathered sufficient testimony, we will fetch the Lord from Dragonstone and bring him back to the capital. The Lord may commence mobilizing his army at once. Very well, I shall await favorable news from the Lord here, Stannis said, tinged with excitement. It is true that a few of Albert's words were fabrications, and he did not fully report the actual situation to Stannis, including his prior conversations with Eddard and Robb, which were, in fact, a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. However, it was evident that he had successfully rallied all present to his cause. The War of the Five Kings, nay, it should be called the War of the Four Kings, was unfolding according to his envisioned steps. The actors on their side had all assembled, merely awaiting the next move from Eddard, followed by a final decree for the apprehension of the king, and then swiftly eliminating him would set the narrative back on course. Just as Albert returned to his warship, he received astonishing news. King Robert had been grievously wounded by a wild boar while hunting. By the gods, this is not how the game is played. Albert had likely miscalculated the time differential, but now was not the moment for further contemplation. The king would soon perish, and thus, he must urgently involve Stannis and take decisive action. Consequently, Albert turned back. Under the present circumstances, all prior schemes were rendered obsolete. My lord, does your army employ wildfire in open combat? My forces typically do not engage in its use, yet we do maintain a reserve on Dragonstone for unforeseen circumstances. I have just received word that the Queen has already acted against the hand of the king and the king himself. We must immediately proceed to King's Landing. Please assemble all your soldiers and navy. I have approximately 700 sailors capable of land combat. The Lannister forces within the city number around 700 as well. Excluding the gold cloaks, our combined strength should suffice. Time is of the essence. So I implore you to hastily load all wildfire onto ships and summon your subordinates to accompany me to King's Landing to rescue Lord Eddard. Albert had not anticipated the Queen's swift actions, or perhaps he had momentarily lost track of time, resulting in a slight deviation from his expectations. After all, he still believed that the two sides should be entangled near the Hudgin region, unaware that this sudden escalation had already thrust them into turmoil, leaving his own defenses unprepared. However, the arrow was nocked, and it must be loosed. Now, it was merely a contest of swiftness. Chapter 32. The Assault on King's Landing. 1. In the royal chamber of King's Landing, Eddard Stark gazed gravely at his friend Robert, who lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. The king, however, maintained an air of calm as he looked upon his old companion, intending to entrust him with the guardianship of his 3 children and the continued stewardship of the kingdom. Robert's encounter with the boar bore most of the blame on his squire. After all, when the king requested wine during the hunt, did he truly think it wise to comply? Seeing his ailing brother, Eddard found it unbearable to reveal that Robert's 3 children were not his own flesh and blood. Such a revelation might very well be the final blow. Thus, when the king implored him to record his will, Eddard refrained from elaborating. Instead, he took it upon himself to amend the decree from naming Joffrey as the heir to the throne, with himself as regent, to a more ambiguous succession of the firstborn heir, whereby he would simply offer his counsel. He immediately sought out his brother, Ser Lysa, who still lingered in King's Landing. To be fair, among the 7 kingdoms, the weakest military might was not found in the north or the Iron Islands, but rather in the Stormlands. The ancestral seat of House Baratheon, Storm's End. The Stormlands could muster a meager number of adequately equipped infantry, comparable to the forces of Casterly Rock and Winterfell. After all, following the War of Usurpation, a significant portion of the Stormlands had been ceded to the north, including the most formidable region of the Stormlands. The northern part of Storm's End, which had seen nearly 400,000 souls transferred northward. Yet, even in this diminished state, the governance of the Stormlands under their brother had proven lamentably inadequate. Under duress, Eddard had no choice but to summon him to the capital. While entrusting the management of their own affairs to a cadre of loyal advisors and the castle maester. When Eddard found Lisa, he was in the company of noble women, imbibing wine, seemingly oblivious to the dire condition of their brother. After Eddard meticulously recounted the situation, Lisa eagerly remarked, "My lord, I believe we must immediately gather our forces. How many men does your guard number? If you are uncertain, I can assemble about 100 at my disposal. Let us collect all available hands to secure the prince and princess, thereby compelling the queen to negotiate." Eddard resolutely rejected this notion, stating that the throne, by right of succession, belonged to Stannis, and such underhanded tactics were unbecoming of a knightly code. "In these times, brother, you still cling to such principles? We are left without soldiers or weapons and lack any advantageous position. How then are we to wage this battle? You may not be aware that the Queen's family has stationed nearly 1,000 troops throughout the city. If we do not act swiftly, by dawn tomorrow, the opportunity to strike will be lost." Eddard remains steadfast in his chivalric principles, while Lancel, with a countenance of despair, realizes that their efforts may be futile. At this juncture, Eddard still believes that with the support of the city's garrison, they possess a significant numerical advantage. The Duke, after such a prolonged period, still fails to grasp that if the opposing side were inclined to assist, they would have already dispatched their forces rather than seeking allies. Consequently, Eddard hastily approached Peter Baelish, imploring him to procure the loyalty of the city's garrison soldiers. In a rare moment of humanity, Eddard decided to hold his daughter's sword practice the following day at a shop acquired by Albert. The next day, after a lengthy wait, the king finally passed away, and cries of mourning filled the castle. Yet, amidst this sorrowful and serene atmosphere, the queen appeared untroubled, gathering her 3 children, all her soldiers, the loyal guards of the Red Keep, and the King's Guard before the Iron Throne. Indeed, the king's demise was one of her orchestrations. The boar, the wine that intoxicated him, and his worsening injuries were all her designs. As Eddard led his meager band of soldiers and the city's garrison toward the palace, they were met with a formidable army and the queen's subordinates arrayed in defense. Eddard had begun to comprehend the sequence of events. When he learned that Robert had fallen victim to a boar after a night of heavy drinking, the truth became increasingly evident. The queen had struck, and her assault was so swift and overwhelming that it left no room for resistance. Observing the city guards and his own military forces behind him, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he had the garrison firmly under his control. He then led them into the grand hall of the Red Keep, where the queen, her subordinates, and the King's Guard stood ready before the Iron Throne. Approaching the queen, Eddard's gaze seemed to reproach her for not heeding his advice to return to her homeland with her children, instead of remaining in King's Landing, as well as for her role in Robert's demise. Cersei, unflinching, recognized that power was her immediate necessity. She aspired to be the queen. At that moment, a throng approached from outside, led by none other than Stannis. Albert had successfully delivered Stannis and his entourage of over 700 guards to this very place, while he himself remained outside to command the fleet, prepared for any potential conflict. In that moment, both Eddard and Cersei found themselves momentarily bewildered. Eddard was astonished that his missive had only just been dispatched when she had already materialized. Cersei, too, was entirely unprepared for Stannis' sudden appearance, while Eddard had forgotten that he had previously commissioned Albert to fetch Stannis. In truth, this endeavor had been delayed for a considerable time, which explained his lapse in memory. Regrettably, it seemed the queen had no intention of relenting, even though her adversary now held the numerical advantage. Peter Baelish was equally taken aback. The current situation was beyond his ken, as he had not anticipated Stannis' arrival. His original scheme to stir the waters for his own benefit was now in jeopardy. At that moment, the captain of the city guard cast a glance in his direction, indicating that circumstances had deviated from their earlier agreement. Despite the city guard numbering over 2,000, only about 100 had arrived early, and Captain Jericho could not command the entirety of the force, leading him to wield authority over merely 600 men. Thus, the perceived overwhelming numerical superiority had evaporated. Amidst the chaos, only Eddard retained clarity of thought. He cleared his throat, intending to summon the person of highest esteem present to read the will aloud. This individual was none other than Ser Barristan Selmy, who stood at the center of the hall. Chapter 33. A bold assault on King's Landing. 2. Ser Barristan, the venerable knight, had once served as a member of the Mad King's Kingsguard. His steadfastness in battle until the very end had earned him Robert's admiration, leading to his appointment as a member of Robert's own guard. At this juncture, he was undoubtedly the most esteemed individual among those assembled, and he naturally took the will from Eddard's hand and began to read it aloud. When the request for a suitable heir to inherit was announced, a distinct expression crossed the faces of Cersei and Stannis. It appeared that, although the king himself was unaware, the Hand of the King was certainly informed. Thus, a pivotal question arose. The Hand had the authority to declare which faction was engaged in treason. Both sides were poised for conflict. There were originally over 700 soldiers of House Lannister within the city. However, for certain reasons, Jaime had been compelled to withdraw a portion of his forces to avoid suspicion, resulting in a remarkably similar strength on both sides. The only arbiter capable of determining the outcome now lay with the city guard present. Yet, their clandestine puppeteer, Peter Baelish, found himself at a loss regarding which side to support. Meanwhile, Albert could no longer afford to wait, as the prolonged silence was excruciating. Thus, in the absence of any intelligence, he unilaterally initiated the second phase of the plan. On the ramparts of the city, the garrison was traditionally organized through collaborative assignments by each wall commander and other officers of the capital's defense forces. This arrangement implied that various factions within the garrison stationed their soldiers in specific regions, meaning that should one area come under attack, the remaining forces might not respond with urgency. In the harbor region, guarded by the direct subordinates of the captain of the capital's garrison, a small boat wobbled its way into the port. It was not laden with patience or any other benign cargo, but rather an entire ship filled with wildfire. As it slowly approached the harbor, soldiers attempted to intercept the vessel, sensing its abnormality, yet it was too late. From the larger ship behind, Albert ignited a rocket and struck the small boat, causing it to explode in a fiery conflagration. The entire ship of wildfire erupted, instantly engulfing the ramparts in flames. Amidst the chaos, 6 sailing ships seized the opportunity to rush into the harbor, with their crew members disembarking armed and ready, bearing the insignia of the king's handguard. This force commenced a methodical takeover of the port. Although the soldiers and other personnel felt a sense of unease, recognizing these individuals as Northmen left them unable to intervene. For it was unnecessary for Northmen traders to resort to such tactics to enter, and they typically did not venture southward outside of trade. After successfully capturing the harbor, Albert swiftly dispatched individuals to his 2 shops, suspecting that if Eddard intended to retreat, his backup would be located there. True to form, the soldiers soon returned with Arya in tow, yet they could not locate the other 2. Sufficient personnel were left to await the arrival of Robb. While all valuables from the shops were transferred onto the warships, as it was likely the small establishments would not operate for some time. Subsequently, they set sail with the remaining 500 men towards the Red Keep. Among these soldiers were no members of Albert's trained guard, as time was of the essence. He had only managed to send a raven before hastily making his way here, unable to embark with his prepared forces. Though these 500 sailors might not rival regular troops in combat prowess, they were still formidable. Brandishing the wolf banner, they entered the Red Keep under the banner of the king's handguard, leaving no one with the authority to impede their passage. Albert's actions provoked a fierce reaction from the queen's faction within the castle, who realized they were already encircled. Fueled by wrath, they commanded their troops to charge at the bewildered Stannis and his men. Thus, combat erupted. The cramped quarters of the Red Keep's hall, coupled with the numerous soldiers present, rendered effective maneuvering quite difficult. In this scenario, the city guard was poised to make their escape when they unexpectedly encountered over 500 individuals approaching from the opposite direction. To be fair, Jericho's men were not particularly numerous, comprising only 600 to 700 soldiers. However, upon colliding with Albert's contingent of over 500, they were swiftly struck with terror, mistakenly believing their opponents were genuinely intent on confrontation. This misunderstanding ignited yet another bout of fierce struggle. Admittedly, the physical prowess of these golden deer was commendable, yet, when faced with the valiant Northerners, whose equipment, training, and morale surpassed their own, they were inevitably driven back into the hall. Amidst this chaos, a cacophony erupted outside as Robb's northern guard arrived just in time. Albert had dispatched a letter to Robb on the very day he set sail from Dragonstone, prompting a rapid response. Upon receiving the missive, Robb swiftly assembled a shipload of men, who were guided by the soldiers controlling the port to the Red Keep, joining the fray. The hall descended into utter disarray, with soldiers from various factions clashing violently. The situation, however, was slightly unfavorable for their side, as although Albert and Robb's nearly 600 troops had encircled the city guard and the Lion's army from the outside, Stannis and Eddard found themselves trapped in the center, enduring blows from both sides and quickly nearing their breaking point. As for the quality of the city guard under Littlefinger's command, it was well understood. Albert's sailors and Robb's northern forces carved through their ranks with alarming ease, leading to the rapid elimination of the guard, who were reduced to a mere 100 men. Tragically caught in the middle, Eddard and Stannis led their elite forces in a desperate defense against the Kingsguard. All except Barristan had joined the fray. And compared to ordinary soldiers, the Kingsguard demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Consequently, the soldiers were thrown into disarray. And it was only through the steadfast presence of Eddard and Stannis on the front lines that morale was tenuously maintained. Albert and Robb's forces advanced with the efficiency of harvesting crops, clearing their opposition. In the midst of this turmoil, however, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 34. A strong assault on King's Landing. 3. During the melee, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot forth from an unknown source, startling Cersei. For the bolt was wielded by her son, Joffrey, in stark contrast to the quivering Tommen and Myrcella, who cowered in their mother's embrace. Joffrey had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. He understood that these intruders were here to usurp his throne. Joffrey held a deep affection for his father. Yet this love was contingent upon his father's status as king. Should his father cease to be king, Joffrey believed he would be unworthy of admiration. As long as his father reigned, he remained a prince. This belief, however, was now complicated by the unsettling reality that, while his father was king, Joffrey could not be certain of his own paternity. This situation became rather awkward. Upon discovering that Stannis was the designated heir to the throne by his father, a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. If he were to perish, would he still be the primary heir to the throne? Once this notion took root, it became uncontrollable. Fortunately, beside the Iron Throne, a crossbow had been prepared to prevent any assassination attempts on the king. Joffrey seized his crossbow and aimed an arrow towards Stannis. Just moments before, Stannis had narrowly evaded an attack from the Hound. He was in no position to retaliate. In a critical moment, Eddard lunged in front of Stannis, shielding him with his own body, and a crossbow bolt pierced Eddard's chest. Stannis rushed forward to embrace Eddard, but it was in vain, for the bolt had struck him directly at the heart. The remaining soldiers were taken aback. None had anticipated that their own prince would provoke such deadly consequences. Robb, who had just fought his way through the city's defense to aid his father and Stannis, witnessed the moment his father took the arrow for Stannis. Albert was rendered speechless, shocked by Joffrey's mercilessness despite his youth. Observing this scene, the enraged Northerners began to slaughter the Lion's guards. The Southerners could hardly comprehend what Winterfell's Duke represented to the north. Bloodied with rage, the Northerners commenced their massacre of the Red Keep guards, while Littlefinger, having slipped away, began to rally the remaining soldiers for vengeance. If the city's defense forces were summoned, approximately 3,000 men would be present. A force too formidable to contend with, thus retreat became the most prudent choice. Consequently, Stannis, having decimated the Lion's guards, escaped the encirclement under the protection of his retinue. Heading straight for the port, Albert and a handful of soldiers exerted considerable effort to drag Robb along. Since their own forces had initially secured the port, the rest of the city's defense forces, witnessing their captain's setback, showed no inclination to assist, for their captain was indeed not a man of virtue. As this group surged towards the port, the makeshift barricades erected by the city's defenders proved utterly insignificant against the bloodthirsty mob. After ensuring everyone boarded the ships, Albert commanded his soldiers to demolish the segment of the city wall along the harbor. Numerous crossbows were repositioned, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate fire upon the wall. The heavy projectiles struck the stone edifice, rapidly creating countless breaches. As the soldiers began their retreat, their boats filled to capacity. With the royal fleet under Stannis' command, no ships emerged to obstruct their departure. Instead, the entire fleet sailed away alongside the northern vessels, leaving the port behind. Simultaneously, Stannis documented the events occurring within the Red Keep, as well as the intricate lineage issues concerning Joffrey and the other two, in a letter dispatched by the Raven sent from Dragonstone. Meanwhile, the astute Renly, having successfully escaped, began disseminating information from Storm's End, similarly asserting that the bloodlines of the three princes and princesses were questionable. Yet this time, he claimed the mantle of rightful heir to the throne for himself. Though this rationale was evidently untenable, the crucial factor lay in the fact that there were indeed those willing to believe it, particularly among the ambitious noble women throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, that was a matter for another time, as upon reaching the Blackwater Bay, the two fleets diverged sharply. While the cunning imp remained ensnared, given the current circumstances, the imp could not be released. There was no doubt that Eddard had perished at the hands of the Lannisters. They had fought desperately yet failed to reclaim his remains, leaving a difficult reckoning for Lady Catelyn upon their return. Additionally, Stannis bore a significant share of the blame, for Eddard had died in his defense. Peter Baelish was also culpable, having obstructed any further pursuit of vengeance. The northern forces had now identified their intended targets for retribution and were reluctant to heed Stannis's commands, harboring resentment that was unavoidable. Upon returning to the north, Robb began preparations to summon his bannermen to march southward against the Lannisters. However, the most pressing urgency did not lie with them, for Stannis had brazenly raised the banner of righteousness and kingship on Dragonstone, beginning to muster his forces. Concurrently, Renly and Storm's End was also gathering supporters, though he was not personally recruiting. After all, Stannis was not only the Duke of Dragonstone, but also a Lord of the Stormlands, and he bore the weighty title of High Lord of the Stormlands, thus capable of raising more troops than Renly could. He was acutely aware that his adversaries extended beyond just the Old Lion. He had his own elder brother to contend with, along with all those who might threaten his claim to the throne. Yet, he possessed a unique advantage. He remained unmarried. Thus, any ally willing to assist him would inevitably find a future queen emerging from their lineage. The exchange of a queen for troops was a most equitable arrangement. For under normal circumstances, no matter the scale of the military effort, it would be impossible to casually exchange for a queen. Consequently, he swiftly attracted the attention of two prominent dukes, the Duke of the Riverlands and Prince of Dorne. Was there any need for deliberation? For once he chose one, it was nearly inevitable that the other would side with Stannis. Naturally, this was merely Renly's personal assessment. Therefore, he opted for the Duke of the Riverlands. Despite the allure of the renowned Allery, for Dorne's strength was lacking. Thus, the choice was virtually predetermined. The War of the Five Kings was about to unfold. Reminiscent of its historical inception, with both sides' formations largely unchanged. Chapter 35. The War of the Five Kings commences. The multitude of sails adorning the ships proved exceedingly advantageous, as their speed had effectively doubled compared to before, enabling them to harness the winds and return to the north with great success. Upon their arrival, the first course of action undertaken by Robb was to rally the troops. However, this time, they were not inclined to hastily march into battle. Rather, they intended to descend southward under the banner of avenging the Duke of the North. Albert, being related by marriage to the Manderly family and having actively participated in the proceedings, encountered no resistance in securing unanimous support for the campaign. Albert's father, Wilson, was leading the Iron Riders from White Harbor on their way to Winterfell. Upon returning home, Albert swiftly summoned his intelligence agency and his personal guard. This contingent, previously mentioned, comprised approximately 1,000 men, representing the entirety of Albert's armed forces. Due to equipment constraints, this army prioritized quality over quantity. The population of White Harbor was more than sufficient to arm a military force, and Albert had invested nearly all his earnings from his commercial ventures, including sugar and crossbows, into this army. Consequently, this force, while not exceeding the elite armies of the South, such as Tywin's, stood in formidable stature. Albert directly commanded 3 intelligence units from White Harbor, including the White Harbor Eyes, which had now come under his jurisdiction. The fleet consisted of 6 ships forming a 3-masted sailing squadron, totaling over 700 men, complemented by his personal guard of more than 1,000 and a crossbow unit of 500 from the city. Additionally, Wilson led the Sea God's Guard, which comprised over 2,000 infantry and cavalry, representing the most formidable military might in all of White Harbor. This time, however, the elder Wilson did not personally lead the expedition. Instead, he entrusted the command of the fleet to Wenmal. Albert's 6 warships remained under his direct command, while a newly launched warship was assembled into a special reserve fleet, poised to join Albert's forces in the conflict after a brief training period. Thus, Wilson and his son, at the helm of nearly 4,000 assembled troops, set forth with great determination towards Winterfell. This army primarily consisted of semi-professional soldiers, while the conscripts would remain to guard White Harbor. Unlike other cities, White Harbor was a coastal city, rendering it particularly vulnerable to sudden assaults from the sea. Given the uncertainty surrounding Stannis' true allegiance, it was prudent to form an alliance with him for the time being, although the likelihood of his agreement remained uncertain. Thus, ensuring the security of the southern gate of the north remained of utmost importance. The journey ahead spans a full 15 days, and without the luxury of maritime transport, the pace of arrival is inevitably slower. The warships are tasked with ferrying supplies for the troops. After all, in the vast expanse of the north and the riverlands, Albert's vessels are capable of navigating most waterways, ensuring ample provisions. In naval prowess, Albert's White Harbor fleet does not shy away from confrontation with Stannis' royal fleet, with their only apprehensions directed towards the Iron Fleet and the Dragonfly Island fleet. On the battlefield, other crucial tasks await. The 1,800 heavy cavalry brought by the Albert family constitute a significant portion of the North's cavalry strength, exceeding 25. In addition to these horsemen, Winterfell contributes nearly 2,000 of its own cavalry, along with approximately 1,500 from both Carhold and the Dreadfort. The remaining vassal cavalry numbers are relatively modest. After a grueling 15-day trek, Albert and his contingent, predominantly cavalry, along with the White Harbor Guards equipped with their own means of transportation, arrive earlier than many other lords. Upon their arrival, Winterfell's own forces have yet to fully assemble. Robb Stark is wholly invested, having summoned the soldiers stationed outside Winterfell, thus swelling the ranks to over 5,000, while also mobilizing the free folk within his lands for battle. Unlike before, the Stark family's confidence this time does not rest solely on their military strength and Robb's exemplary combat skills. Carhold has arranged for a union through marriage. The Lord's youngest daughter is set to wed the esteemed Rhaegar Stark. Consequently, Robb can expect earnest assistance from 2 additional families. Although the Ironborn fleet could not be deployed, the Manders have demonstrated their commitment by mobilizing their entire cavalry force. Moreover, the Manders, spanning 3 generations, are fully engaged in this endeavor. Wyman Manders oversees logistics from the rear, coordinating the supply of provisions, while Albert and Wilson actively partake in the conflict. Additionally, the Karstark family has also dedicated their full resources to this war, bringing forth all 4,500 of their standing army. Thanks to the unwavering commitment of over half of the premier families in the north, even though full assembly has yet to be achieved, the gathered forces already exceed 17,000 to 18,000. This figure is likely greater than what the original narrative suggested, considering that the forces from Deepwood Motte and the Dreadfort have yet to arrive, while the army from Huthfire has already joined, bringing with them 4,000 soldiers. It is evident that the collective effort from the north is more formidable than ever before. Concurrently, Albert is laying the groundwork for his contingencies, involving the favored of the drowned god, the Iron Islanders. The northern armies are still in the process of gathering, and are unlikely to deploy troops for the time being. However, as one of the southern realms, the Westerlands can no longer endure the situation. The Old Lion received intelligence almost immediately. Should Stannis breach the walls of King's Landing, his own offspring would surely face retribution. With 3 children in total, 2 in King's Landing and 1 in enemy hands, the stakes were high. Stannis did not require an extensive period to amass his forces, as they had already been assembled well in advance. During the journey from southern King's Landing to Dragonstone, Stannis almost instantaneously began to gather his troops, culminating in a quicker assembly than anticipated by several days. Meanwhile, Ser Davos Seaworth was still at his castle, awaiting any willing volunteers. Thus, in January of the year 298, Stannis' grand army had converged at the gates of King's Landing. Chapter 36. The Battle of King's Landing. Albert was acutely aware that certain matters had diverged from the original intentions of certain individuals. Given this premise, whether the Vale would choose to remain passive as before was a significant concern, especially with a Lord of the Vale still positioned in the south, harboring a deep grudge against Stannis. Indeed, this individual was Peter Baelish, who Albert recognized as the clandestine puppeteer of the entire court of the Eyrie. Currently, Peter not only faced suppression from the court of King's Landing, but also threats from Stannis. As a subplot to this unfolding drama, Albert and his allies intended to engage with the forces of the Eyrie. After all, they were kin, and surely, as allies, they ought to join the fray. Hence, his visit to a comrade should not be deemed a transgression. The Tully family, located in River Run, had already responded to the call. This time, due to the absence of the mountain, Edmure was not besieged by the armies of Tywin, allowing him to muster a force of over 20,000 men. Tywin's situation was particularly dire. Although he commanded a standing army of more than 20,000, the military pressure from the west was immense. The combined forces of House Stark and House Tully, numbering 40,000, were a distant threat, while Stannis' army of over 10,000 lay poised at the gates of King's Landing. Our esteemed brother, Stannis, had begun assembling his troops the moment he set out towards King's Landing. The initial contingent had already gathered, while the port, devastated by wildfire bombs, remained in disrepair. Furthermore, the number of soldiers available for battle within King's Landing was alarmingly low. Apart from the 700 or so men of Captain Jane's forces, who had been defeated during the previous coup, and the court guards sent by Tywin, who had suffered near total casualties, only a little over 2,000 soldiers remained to defend the city, facing an enemy force nearly 5 times their number. Given his daughter's capabilities, Tywin harbored no illusions about her ability to hold the city, and with Tyrion absent, only Jaime could be deployed as a combat leader in these trying circumstances. The crucial point is that Jaime Lannister has arrived at his own army, which signifies that there is now no one in King's Landing capable of commanding troops. As for the current Kingsguard, the Mountain, there is little need to elaborate. The Hound is merely a brute, skilled only in brawling, lacking the acumen for warfare. Yet, what of Stannis? He has steadfastly defended storms and with a minimal force for an entire year, enduring assaults without yielding. Tywin does not believe the other defenders in the city possess superior skills compared to the likes of Lord Davos, and thus he must hasten to provide support. One might inquire, does King's Landing not possess a substantial number of crossbows? The answer is straightforward. King's Landing currently has only 40 crossbows, and Stannis alone has brought 20. Moreover, in an exceptional arrangement, Albert has generously supplied 15 additional crossbows. Therefore, if one were to ask who possesses the greatest number of crossbows in the south, it would undoubtedly be Stannis. With such artillery in tow, Stannis commenced his siege without hesitation. Meanwhile, the northern forces, originally set to march south, found their plans thwarted. The reason? Terror's Hold brazenly raised its banner, disregarding the summons. Furthermore, the Three Fools are not in immediate peril, so there is no urgency. Once Stannis breaches the city, in accordance with the prior agreements between Albert and Robb, he should ensure Sansa's safety. This was a condition for Albert's allocation of the 15 crossbows from the ship. Possessing 35 siege engines, and given that cities near the harbor do not typically erect formidable walls, Stannis led his army to commence the assault. The expanse of King's Landing is considerable, rendering a complete encirclement impractical. At least 10,000 men would find it impossible. Thus, Stannis did not dither. He opted to launch his attack from the harbor region, which, since the wildfire bombardment, has yet to restore its iron chain. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the first day, Stannis and his fleet initiated their offensive. This marked the first occasion that crossbows displayed their formidable power before the southern nobility, or indeed the entire world. Stannis ordered each leading warship to be outfitted with a crossbow. However, only 2 were brought to the harbor area, even after adjustments were made. Stannis not only landed forces in this sector, but also directed detachments to assault other parts of the city walls, with these detachments commanded by Ser Davos, the Onion Knight. Although their combat effectiveness may be lacking, his command ability is competent enough, as evidenced by his success in transporting 2 full ships' worth of supplies into the fortress under heavy siege. Stannis's troops gradually advanced toward the harbor area, bringing the crossbows into range. They commenced uninterrupted fire, while only 2 crossbows on the city walls attempted to retaliate. Soon, the enemy's crossbows identified their targets. 7 or 8 launched a concerted assault, swiftly obliterating the opposition. Stannis was well aware of his overwhelming military superiority and felt no urgency to seize the city, knowing that his brother was gathering troops, which would take at least a month. Meanwhile, the Old Lion remained uncertain about his priorities, as the forces from the north had already begun to mobilize, totaling a formidable 40,000 men. Furthermore, the Lion's army would require at least a week to arrive. Even if they were a standing force, ready to respond at a moment's notice, the sheer numbers and distance posed a significant challenge. Even if they opted for a maritime route, with methodical precision, Stannis ordered his soldiers to bombard every section of the city walls, reducing them to rubble. He was not in a rush. After all, the range of the crossbow artillery was a full 200 meters, and the ships would need time to traverse that distance. Thus, the gunners on the ships simultaneously navigated and fired, swiftly clearing a passage of nearly 100 meters. They then deployed 2 crossbow artillery pieces to target the remnants of the city's garrison, who were desperately attempting to regroup amidst the debris. Eventually, Stannis's land forces made their landing, charging toward the heaps of rubble. The beleaguered garrison, preoccupied with evading the crossbow fire, was just beginning to restore their formation, only to be swiftly dispatched one by one, allowing Stannis's men to establish a foothold. As Stannis's army gradually penetrated the city, the defense system of King's Landing primarily consisted of armed freemen and the private soldiers retained by various nobles, who were still undecided about joining the fray. The garrison was reduced to a mere 2,000, far from being an adequate force to defend a city against a 10,000-strong siege. In truth, the entire city lacked experienced combatants and a unified command. Various factions fought independently, further diluting their already fragile combat effectiveness. During the siege of the port, not a single faction's army emerged to provide support, and the city's garrison was quickly overwhelmed by Stannis's forces. The Onion Knight, upon receiving news of the port's fall, ceased to meander with his troops and instead concentrated them for an assault on the port, where Stannis now amassed over 10,000 men, making the city seem within easy grasp. Amidst the chaos of liberation, the armed populace defended their respective territories, yet Stannis had no intention of sacking the city. His strategy was to advance directly toward the Red Keep. The soldiers unloaded 15 crossbow artillery pieces, which were small and lightweight enough to be dragged along as they breached walls, eliminating any resistance on the spot to forge a direct path to the Red Keep. The final defenders of the Red Keep gathered together, comprised of soldiers loyal to the Lannister family. Their combined strength barely exceeded 1,000. And with the previously reinforced guard unit, their total force amounted to less than 1,200 men. This represents the final defensive force that the Red Keep can muster. They are utterly incapable of commanding the solitary garrison units of other factions or the free folk militias, as these militias are organized only as a last resort and can only be directed under a state of war declaration, barring an invasion by foreign entities. Any expectation of their mobilization is futile. Thus, even if several thousand residents of King's Landing engage in combat, they are, in essence, merely safeguarding their own neighborhoods. Merchants have even employed them to protect their shops, yet no one has come forward to defend the Red Keep itself. Recently crowned Joffrey, witnessing this scene, erupted in furious exclamations, yet found himself utterly powerless. Forced to command the remnants of the city guard to drag the now useless crossbows back into the Red Keep for a defensive stance. He incessantly reiterated his status as king, but he could scarcely command even the most basic of guards within the Red Keep. Amidst the chaos and disorder, Stannis' forces encircled the castle. The design of King's Landing is rather conventional, with the fortress situated at the city's heart. It is not excessively large, typically accommodating 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, originally intended as the last bastion following the fall of the capital. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that such numbers are not present. As the fortress found itself besieged, nearly 10 crossbows were dragged back in, given that most were under the jurisdiction of the now disbanded city guard. In their panic to flee, the soldiers had no time to heed the desires of their king regarding the crossbows. It was as if the newly appointed king did not require his royal garb, merely shouting into the void to justify the meager coins bestowed upon him. With such paltry wages, what life could they risk? The army swiftly encircled the castle, followed by the customary calls for surrender. Stannis had initially intended to employ this tactic during the assault, yet he did not anticipate that his nephews would lack the courage to ascend the walls. Nevertheless, now that they had reached the castle gates, reluctance aside, they were compelled to negotiate terms. Indeed, given that the enemy had approached the castle walls, further concealment was futile. The queen boldly ascended the battlements with her 3 children. Stannis, if you dare, use the crossbows to breach the walls. If our family perishes here today, you are disloyal and a usurper. Go on, unleash your cannons. This is your command. Without hesitation, Stannis ordered the artillery to fire. In an instant, several crossbows from 3 directions of the fortress roared in unison, their heavy projectiles embedding themselves into the walls. Is this truly happening? I am on the battlements, and you still dare to act? You will indeed take action. Cersei was equally astonished that her uncle would resort to such direct measures against her. The splintering stones grazed the queen's face, leaving her astounded at her brother-in-law's intentions. It is quite straightforward. Among the numerous crossbows, only one is aimed towards the queen's side, intended merely to intimidate her. However, the walls and other areas have indeed suffered genuine assaults. Stannis could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. The invention of this formidable weapon by the Northerners proved to be remarkably effective, rendering other siege equipment unnecessary. Traditionally, soldiers would ascend the ladders fearlessly to besiege a castle, incurring significant losses. Yet, with the advent of the crossbow, facing such relatively modest fortifications no longer necessitated ladders. They could simply bombard the walls into submission. Under the relentless bombardment of dozens of crossbows, a massive breach soon appeared in the castle walls. Stannis deployed his elite infantry. While the lords of the Narrow Sea lacked formidable cavalry, their infantry was notably diverse. They possessed lightly armed soldiers, agile and swift, as well as sailors armed with pikes and pistols, unafraid of close-quarter combat. Furthermore, there were exceptional gunners and valiant warriors, with the most renowned being their relentless heavy infantry. Although the islands of the Narrow Sea are relatively impoverished, they benefit from substantial commercial taxes and trade protection, allowing their soldiers to be relatively well-equipped. However, their numbers were limited. The entirety of the Narrow Sea lords could scarcely muster 30,000 troops. Yet one must not forget that King's Landing is not currently defended by such a multitude. As the heavy infantry surged forth into the castle, The outcome of the battle became inevitable. Despite the presence of the King's Guard, this elite force could not alter the course of the conflict, especially since the Mountain had accompanied Jaime on his expedition, leaving only 4 men behind, as Barristan was also unwilling to pledge allegiance to Joffrey. Thus, when the sun rose the following morning, Stannis's majestic stag banner already fluttered atop the castle. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Vale, within the Eyrie, Lisa Arryn cradled her son, gazing at her loyal subjects. Her sister's husband had perished in that accursed land, and many of their men remained trapped there. The vengeance for my husband must be exacted. Below her, the lords of the Vale knelt on one knee, silently listening to their lady express her discontent. Now, my loyal subjects, I implore you to fulfill your duty to my husband. March southward. Chapter 38. Developments in the north as the southern front descends into chaos. Has our northern army not yet fully assembled? In truth, the gathering of the northern forces has reached a temporary conclusion, yet it is not without its flaws. A prominent lord, the vassal of the north, failed to heed the call to arms, Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort. Consequently, a portion of the northern lords could not muster their entire strength. Ultimately, the young wolf has only recently assumed command and lacks substantial military achievements. Who would rally to his cause? Thus, Lord Lucis initially intended to deploy troops, albeit not in the numbers requested. However, at that moment, a letter arrived from the south. Who penned this correspondence? Everyone was well aware. It was our esteemed Duke Tywin. After all, in the absence of an initial offensive against the Riverlands, the North and the Riverlands could muster nearly 40,000 soldiers, a considerable force indeed. The total mobilization of the West would be roughly equivalent to this number. Yet, at this juncture, it was imprudent to engage in a straightforward conflict with the North. Lord Lucis also had to guard against Dorne. Moreover, should the entirety of the West mobilize, there remained the risk of ambush by the Iron Islands. Faced with the impossibility of confronting multiple adversaries simultaneously, the only recourse was to temporarily quell one front. Therefore, in his missive, Tywin merely requested a postponement of the forces from Casterly Rock, urging a delay of at least 3 to 4 months. This was not a refusal to engage, but rather a simple request for a brief reprieve. Had this occurred earlier, Robb might have acquiesced, as Casterly Rock was indeed a formidable opponent. To suffer significant casualties before even embarking on the campaign would be decidedly unwise. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Lord Lucis had now forged marital alliances with several prominent noble families. Furthermore, as he had just ascended to the throne, it seemed rather disrespectful to impose such terms upon him. Feeling compelled to set an example, Robb summoned the Manderly and Stark families to his council chamber for deliberation. In all fairness, neither family harbored much affection for Casterly Rock, as the imposing castle loomed large nearby, and prior territorial disputes had arisen among the 3 factions. This created an awkward situation. After all, it was Lucis who had provoked them first, and they possessed leverage against him due to his earlier transgressions. Consequently, they resolved to teach Lord Lucis a lesson, ensuring that he remained grounded and aware of his place, especially in light of his audacity to disregard the words of the North's Duke. With the recent death of the eldest son of the late Lord Peeling and the absence of a lady, leaving only a bastard son, it was an opportune moment for marriage. The Lannister family was also eager to seize the opportunity. Thus, they decided to offer a distant relative of their house in marriage to Lord Lucis. The terms were clear. Should the war commence favorably for them, they would agree to delay their deployment. However, if the Scorpions fared poorly, they would abstain from joining the fray altogether, maintaining a stance of neutrality. Upon receiving this proposal, Lord Lucis was intrigued. No lives would be lost, and he would gain a wife, a significant advantage, given the Lannister family's formidable influence. Why should he refuse? Yet, this acquiescence soon spiraled into misfortune. Upon learning that the Duke of Winterfell, leading the armies of White Harbor and Carhold, was advancing upon his gates, Lord Lucis was left utterly bewildered. Surely, he reasoned, they had only been delayed. It was not as though they had outright refused to join the battle. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the combined forces of the 3 factions amount to nearly 10,000 men, now encircling the fortress. What further discourse can be had at this juncture? Albert has, without reservation, dragged forth every unfulfilled order from his household's arsenal, deploying an impressive array of 120 crossbows. Meanwhile, Lord Rustbottom has hastily begun preparations for battle. The suddenness of the siege left them entirely unprepared. Summoning reinforcements was clearly impractical. Thus the soldiers stationed within the castle were the first to man the walls. At present, the inhabitants of Terror Fortress remain blissfully unaware of the formidable capabilities of the crossbows. It could also be said that Albert harbors a slight grievance towards this side. Ultimately, the consensus among them is starkly clear. There exists a conspicuous lack of crossbows in their armory, which is rather awkward given that Albert alone possesses 120. As the combined armies completely encircled the castle, even the seasoned Lord Rustbottom began to feel the weight of anxiety, particularly upon witnessing Albert's 120 crossbows aimed squarely at his gates. What does this imply? Although he remains uncertain of the true power of these weapons, the fact that such artillery could command a high price in the trade cities of Essos speaks volumes of their formidable nature. Albert cast a glance towards his companion, Rob, signaling whether to commence fire. Rob raised his hand momentarily before galloping to the forefront of the formation. Lord Rustbottom, I hereby command you to gather 2,000 soldiers to join me in avenging my father. Why do you hesitate? Lord Rustbottom retorted, my domain has reported signs of barbarian activity, and the entire army is under lockdown. I cannot mobilize. Then why did you not mention this in your correspondence? The letter was on the verge of dispatch, yet your arrival preempted it. However, it has been a full fortnight since I issued the call to arms. Lies have a way of entangling one. After spinning a single falsehood, one must weave an endless web of deceit, for a single inconsistency can unravel the entire tapestry. Rustbottom, no longer inclined to feign, commanded his archers to ready their bows. Rob, perceiving the signal, swung his arm decisively, prompting Albert to issue the command to fire. The 120 crossbows unleashed a volley, toppling a tower atop the castle walls. The soldiers stationed there, poised to launch projectiles, faltered in shock from the violent tremor, with dozens tumbling from their elevated positions. Gasps of astonishment reverberated through the ranks at the sheer destructive capability displayed. Albert's crossbows had brought down a tower of terror fortress in a single barrage. With words exhausted, both sides resolved to abandon any semblance of courtesy, plunging directly into combat. Thus, from three directions, the united forces commenced their assault on Terror Fortress. Lord Rustbottom, a veteran of many battles, understood well that since its construction, Terror Fortress had rarely been breached. The 4,000 loyal soldiers within, steadfastly devoted to the Rustbottom lineage, bolstered his resolve to hold firm. Beneath the city, several armies were equally determined to seize the stronghold, for their encircling forces numbered a staggering 14 to 15,000. The formidable power of their crossbows instilled confidence in all. Albert commanded a synchronized volley of 3 shots, thereafter entrusting the assault to the infantry. Chapter 39. The capture of Lusburton with 3 successive volleys from the 120-pound crossbows. Albert succeeded in demolishing a tower along with a section of the city wall. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Terror Fortress incessantly launched projectiles in an effort to disrupt the crossbow fire. Albert's elite infantry raised specially crafted heavy shields. The first row laid their shields flat upon the ground. The second row held theirs horizontally against their chests, while the third row shielded their heads, thereby avoiding the enemy's missiles. On the opposing side, the infantry of Heir employed a remarkably ancient weapon, the thrown spear. This weapon had a range of approximately 60 to 70 meters, capable of piercing the bodies of soldiers stationed on the walls and even striking the battlements, potentially injuring those behind them. In contrast, Robert's forces had set up a dual assault of crossbows and catapults, relentlessly bombarding the city walls. Before long, the first wall became riddled with craters under the relentless attacks from all sides, as the infantry formed disciplined ranks, using their shields to protect themselves. Initially, the rain of swords from the walls was dense, but after a prolonged wait, the enemy still had not dispatched an engineering team. Instead, they continued to bombard the walls with siege weaponry. Gradually, the morale of the soldiers atop the walls began to wane. Old Burden understood that without crossbows, they could not reach their adversaries. And although their catapults had a range of 140 meters, slightly shorter than the crossbows, they could only inflict damage upon the forces of Winterfell and Heir, which also employed catapults, remaining ineffective against the White Harbor troops who were diligently dismantling the walls. It could not continue like this. Lusburton knew that if the walls were to collapse entirely, a grim fate awaited his family. Thus, the city gates slowly creaked open, and Lusburton prepared to dispatch his most elite forces. 800 heavy cavalry from Terror Fortress. Despite the crossbows' long range of only 200 meters, the cavalry would require merely a few breaths to reach the enemy, swiftly decimating their infantry and crossbows before transitioning into a siege state. Given that this was a separate deployment from 3 factions and that their reinforcements were en route, the prolonged siege benefited no one. Once both sides were exhausted, he would propose negotiations, conceding in humility. Surely, they would have to relent. However, As the heavy cavalry charged forth, Albert's soldiers did not flee. Instead, they formed a shield wall on the spot, with 800 cavalry charging at 1,000 infantry. What audacity possessed them to stand their ground? Lusburton, leading the charge, could scarcely contain his laughter. Was this truly the heir of White Harbor? Albert commanded his soldiers to form a shield wall, protecting their artillery behind them, with all spears directed outward. At last, the heavy cavalry collided with the shield wall. And surprisingly, the wall did not falter, nor did the soldiers collapse. Why was this so? It was because Albert had dismantled the mobile bases of the crossbows and replaced them with fixed platforms, securing the crossbows firmly to the ground, while the soldiers shielded them from the front, with the shields firmly planted behind them. Thus, the cavalry's charge had to topple both the crossbows and the soldiers, which proved to be a formidable challenge. Although the crossbows were not particularly heavy, they weighed a few hundred pounds when equipped with wheels. Combined with the weight of the soldiers and the shields anchored in the ground, 3 or 4 soldiers huddled together created a mass that the half-ton force of the cavalry could hardly displace. As the soldiers from the other 2 factions witnessed their counterparts rushing out from the city gates, they too advanced to this location to engage in combat. Like an anvil, the infantry stood resolutely in place, preventing the cavalry of the Bolton family from breaching their lines, while the other 2 armies, advancing from either side, acted like hammers striking the iron. Soon, the cavalry, stripped of their momentum, confronted the neatly arranged lines of enemy infantry, who were now being encircled by the infantry attacking from both flanks. At this moment, Albert unveiled his second formidable weapon, the halberd. Indeed, Albert had equipped his guard with long spears and halberds, based on designs previously provided by Frege to his grandfather. Although only a few hundred had been produced, it sufficed for their needs. The infantry swiftly transformed their once straight shield wall into a curved formation, casting a vast net that gradually enveloped Luke Bolton and his cavalry. While others might have found their opponents manageable, Albert's scenario was far less forgiving, particularly in close quarters. The throwing spears from Kehoe City could not be utilized for fear of injuring their own, and the soldiers from Winterfell were equipped predominantly with short swords and spears. In comparison, the lethality of the halberds against the cavalry was far beyond what could be summarized in mere terms of superiority. Thus, the Bolton forces, initially boasting superior equipment and advantageous troop types, soon found themselves ensnared by the valiant infantry, encircled within their formation. Simultaneously, Albert commanded his halberdiers to disperse in units of 5 among the various armies, ensuring that no matter which direction the Bolton cavalry attempted to break through, they would face several halberds. The infantry gradually closed in, systematically decimating the enemy cavalry, with many riders being dragged from their mounts. Albert instructed his soldiers to prioritize attacks on the horses rather than the riders, thereby hastening the cavalry's loss of combat effectiveness. As for the captured cavalry, White Harbor City truly lacked for none of their coin. In this manner, over 1,000 cavalry were effectively encased by several thousand infantry, much like dumplings. Lusburton still harbored hopes of leading his heavy cavalry to break through. However, in such an intensely crowded situation, the knights were unable to charge effectively. The archers from Winterfell and Castle Black began to rain arrows upon the encircling forces, achieving little intangible harm, but exerting significant psychological pressure on the enemy. The soldiers wielding shields managed to restrain the opposing forces, rendering them incapable of either leaping over or launching a charge, leaving them trapped within the encirclement. Falling one by one, Lusburton was acutely aware of his failure and felt considerable regret for his decision to engage in battle outside the city, realizing he should have at least brought along some infantry. After all, Albert's infantry formation was not particularly large. Had there been a sufficient number of foot soldiers to charge, they could have easily annihilated their foes. However, adhering to the conventional mindset of Western nobility, the expectation was to deploy cavalry in such circumstances, which ultimately led to his capture. After struggling for a considerable time, the knights ultimately chose to surrender. Among the infantry, a total of 120 from 3 houses perished, yet they managed to slay over 300 cavalrymen. Once all the knights were captured, the city's defenders did not open the gates, for, strictly speaking, the castle could still hold out a while longer. Chapter 40. The valley joins the fray while the battle raged fiercely beneath the terrifying fortress. The situation in the south took a new turn. The valley folk displayed a remarkable unity compared to the other lords of the southern lands. If one were to rank the cohesion of lords rallying around their sovereigns, the Valley and Windwhisper Fortress would undoubtedly take the lead. The former's isolation in a mountainous terrain has meant that the nation has rarely experienced internal conflict or extensive external communication. The latter benefited from the previous recruitment efforts of King's Landing, which had purged all disloyal elements. The second tier comprises the Western region, the Crownlands, and Dorne. The former eliminated all dissenters, while the latter, following the War of Usurpers, underwent a significant upheaval, with many sent northward, fostering some degree of resentment toward the monarchy. Initially loyal, the last group now finds itself divided, especially with Prince Dolan's frail health and Prince Oberyn having previously incapacitated the Stone Road Guardian. The most fragmented regions are the Riverlands and the River Bay, both suffering from the same plight. Their former lords were slaughtered by the Targaryens, leaving them with lingering grievances. The River Bay, in particular, harbors additional animosities, as the Heltar family's old town ranks among the largest cities in the Seven Kingdoms. Although their numbers are few and they are generally reluctant to interfere in external matters, when their lord issued a call to arms, a contingent of troops was mustered, approaching a total of nearly 1,000. Under the command of Bronze Yorn, they began to slowly gather near the Bloodgate. Meanwhile, the Old Lion's forces were also steadily arriving at the upper reaches of the Blackwater River, while Stannis reorganized a number of soldiers requisitioned from King's Landing, bolstering the garrison within the city. As for Ser Davos after Stannis captured King's Landing, although the Tyrells are exerting their utmost support for him, the pace of recruitment has noticeably slowed. To date, approximately 30,000 soldiers have been enlisted. Regarding Dorne, there is currently no news. Dorne has refrained from participating in the Wars of the Seven Kingdoms for many years. During the War of the Usurper, they did not even have the opportunity to mobilize troops before the conflict concluded. Presently, Dorne can muster a maximum of just over 20,000 soldiers. But they must first navigate the challenges posed by the Riverlands and the forces of House Baratheon in Storm's End, which, though not numerous, have begun to establish defensive positions. Currently, Stannis' primary adversary is the Old Lion, whose army is not only formidable but also relatively large. After all, his own forces have yet to be fully assembled, so they need not be overly concerned about them for the time being. As for the Vale, Stannis has taken decisive action to redirect their focus by sending Petyr Baelish away. The larger strategy is paramount at this moment. The over 20,000 troops in the Westerlands are preoccupied with their own territory, and it would be quite a feat for Stannis to secure victory with the forces he currently commands. Inviting the powerful cavalry from the Vale into the fray would complicate matters considerably. Naturally, there are those who will address the cavalry issue in the Vale. Stannis places his hopes on the north, which has yet to commit troops. Indeed, the death of Eddard Stark is intricately tied to Petyr Baelish's machinations. Upon confirming the betrayal of the city guard, the north is unlikely to remain passive, while the northern forces are currently focused on dealing with their own traitors. The situation at hand raises questions about how many men are actually stationed at the castle, especially when 3 besieging armies number nearly 10,000. In this era, the sheer number of troops significantly influences the outcome of battles. A force of 10,000 against an opponent with merely 3,000 is not particularly noteworthy. But if the numbers escalate to double or triple that of the adversary, the implications are substantial. A shortfall of 2,000 or 3,000 in a 10,000-strong army is not overly critical, yet facing an army of 10,000 with merely 1,000 remains precarious. Thus, Stannis harbors little concern regarding the northern situation. Once the north resolves its internal issues, their first target southward will not be the Vale, but rather the Westerlands. Can either of these factions withstand the combined might of the north and the Riverlands' 40,000 troops? While the Westerlands might have a chance to hold firm, if the enemy possesses the capability to circumvent the Bloodgate, the defenses of the Vale will appear exceedingly fragile. They are acutely aware of the considerable naval strength of White Harbor. Indeed, judging by the transport capabilities of their fleet, it may not even compare favorably. In such circumstances, the Vale's defenses seem somewhat superfluous, and thus, Stannis remains entirely unconcerned that the enemy could easily seize the Vale or coerce its surrender. His primary adversary remains the Old Lion, alongside his army of over 20,000 regular troops. This formidable force exerts considerable pressure on Stannis, as their numbers surpass his own. While Stannis' army predominantly comprises heavy infantry, his cavalry is notably scarce. Should a confrontation arise on the expansive plains, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Swiftly, Stannis rallied his troops. Although the quality of his forces may not match that of Tywin's, he believed that his seasoned generals could still test the waters, feeling confident that he had a fighting chance. Moreover, the initial moves in the Vale were uncertain. Who would strike first was yet to be determined. With the situation now shifting towards Petyr Baelish, Stannis found himself somewhat awkwardly positioned, having been returned to his original place. Thus, declaring war on Stannis seemed ill-timed. After all, With the change in plans, his intention was never to initiate hostilities against Stannis. His primary objective was to silence certain individuals. Indeed, the foremost aim now was to ensure that Cersei and Jaime could not utter a word. If Jon Arryn's death were to be attributed to him, it would be disastrous, for the siblings had played no part in the act. He had merely used their names as a guise for his own treachery. Should they reveal the truth, even if the Arryn heirs and their sons stood by his side, his position would become untenable. The people of the Vale would not let him escape their wrath. The immediate priority was to secure silence. Peter's strategy involved first defeating Tywin's forces, then, with Stannis in control of King's Landing, eliminating the Arryn siblings altogether. Stannis' intelligence-gathering capabilities were on par with Eddard Stark's. Unless Varys chose to cooperate, he would be unable to seize control of the capital. Peter even dared to commit murder before Varys, believing that the Master of Whispers could not prevent him from taking down Cersei. Thus, the goal of the Vale's army had been firmly established from the outset. It was Tywin. Chapter 41. The Battle of Blackwater. 1. After a protracted journey lasting half a month, the two armies finally encountered one another near the tributaries of the Blackwater River. Tywin's forces numbered a significant contingent of infantry and 6,000 cavalry, lacking crossbow artillery. In contrast, Stannis commanded a force of infantry, 4,500 cavalry, and 500 crossbowmen. With no immediate concerns along the southern front and no threats from the north, as an attack from the sea appeared unlikely, Stannis opted to retain only 10 crossbows, deploying the remaining 50 to the field. Although Tywin effectively commanded nearly all of King's Landing's Kingsguard, it was noteworthy that of the 6 Kingsguard, 2 had fled, 1 had defected, and the remaining 3 were captured. In terms of elite combat prowess, neither side held a definitive advantage, particularly since Stannis' personal combat abilities were formidable, and Tywin himself should not be underestimated in a one-on-one engagement. When armies clash, the collapse of formations renders individual combat prowess moot. Thus, both sides had no intention of truly measuring their high-tier combat capabilities. After all, the Western tradition did not include the practice of generals engaging in single combat, a custom more characteristic of the East. On the plains of the Blackwater, Stannis arranged his forces, not intending to initiate an offensive. Given the enemy's cavalry superiority and his own troops' lack of training, a proactive assault would indeed be detrimental. His strategy was to stall until reinforcements arrived from the valley, at which point, with double the numbers, he would surely prevail. Crucially, if he could not afford to delay, then the opposing lion would find himself even less capable of doing so. Logistically, the West, holding King's Landing, was far better situated than Stannis in terms of supply lines from Casterly Rock, which posed a significant advantage. Although Renly required manpower, his character would deter him from advancing north before his forces were fully assembled. Indeed, this third brother was rather cowardly, living up to his moniker of Bright Copper. In this era, with sufficient forces, engaging in a war of attrition could yield success, especially when one's own military capabilities were lacking. A strategy of attrition, employing hundreds of thousands of troops, could effectively secure victory. The only concern was Renly's self-awareness. Yet, in this instance, he was quite cognizant, bolstered by the presence of the formidable veteran, Lord Tarly. Initially, Tarly was in King's Landing but had stepped out briefly, narrowly avoiding the chaos that led to the deaths of many nobles. When he sought to return, circumstances compelled him to hastily retreat to the Stormlands. Now, he had assumed command, being the most capable leader in the region. The remaining forces from the Stormlands and the Riverlands, with their combined population in the millions, could not muster a single effective commander. Stannis' army on the vast plain chose not to attack, but instead formed a formidable infantry formation, with cavalry deployed on the flanks. The center consisted of 10,000 infantry, while each wing held 400 cavalry, complemented by 25 crossbows and 1,000 infantry forming square formations. The remaining crossbows were stationed behind the center. Stannis personally commanded the center, with the Onion Knight on the left and his son on the right. In contrast, Tywin's formation was relatively loose. His center comprised Jaime on the left and the Mountain on the right, with a force of 1,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry in the center, while the wings were filled with the remaining cavalry and infantry. Due to the cumbersome nature of catapults, none were brought along for this expedition, as they planned to procure materials upon reaching the gates of King's Landing. By 9 in the morning, both sides had reached their designated positions. At this point, Tywin enjoyed a significant cavalry advantage and thus launched a bold frontal assault. The cavalry from the center surged forward, aiming to disrupt the enemy's infantry formation. Over 1,000 horsemen charged towards Stannis' infantry, which, despite its numerical superiority, lacked any cavalry support. Stannis possesses a keen intellect, fully aware that his central forces confront the enemy's main contingent, which, despite being numerically superior, is at a disadvantage due to the innate advantage cavalry holds over infantry, particularly on vast plains. This understanding is one of the reasons he has brought along over 50 crossbows. With a mere gesture, he commands all the crossbows to advance. This time, they do not employ live ammunition. Instead, they utilize crossbow bolts, each affixed with a pouch filled with a noxious mixture of feces and lime powder. As the bolts are released, Stannis shoots through the large bags, unleashing a deluge of the foul liquid upon the cavalry below. Though the cavalry are clad in armor, their steeds suffer grievously from the corrosive substance, many horses flailing and whinnying in agony as their eyes become scorched. Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy's cavalry, Stannis promptly orders his soldiers to unleash arrows upon the disorganized horsemen. This noxious liquid, originally procured during trade from the eastern continent of Essos, is said to be utilized for defense in siege warfare. Stannis had prepared this stratagem long before his birth. While Tywin's forces are well equipped, they have not extravagantly armored every horse, leaving them vulnerable. Shooting arrows, while effective, proves inefficient, and crossbows are singularly lethal, of little use against cavalry in mass. In his moment of contemplation, the Onion Knight suggests that their attack could be made to descend like rain upon the enemy. This notion sparks inspiration in Stannis, who recalls hearing of a defensive liquid weapon known as golden sap from merchants who traveled from the east. Thus, he devises a plan. Over 1,000 cavalry are doused with this corrosive liquid, resulting in severe burns upon the skin of many soldiers. But the most tragic casualties are the steeds. Numerous horses suffer from corrosive burns, with many having their eyes severely injured or even blinded. At this juncture, Stannis again commands his archers to fire into the ranks of the bewildered cavalry, who are now utterly defenseless, resulting in significant casualties. Chapter 42. The Battle of Blackwater. 2. The liquid weapon employed by Stannis has thrown the opposing cavalry into disarray, and he does not intend for this to be a singular effort. Consequently, he distributes the majority of his crossbows evenly across his flanks, uncertain of where Tywin will deploy his cavalry forces. Upon discovering that the enemy cavalry is primarily led by his own son, Stannis feels a sense of relief, realizing he now only needs to contend with the over 9,000 enemy infantry before him. Tywin's countenance reflected a tempest of emotions. He could hardly fathom that his most cherished cavalry would suffer such grievous losses. Most disheartening was the realization that his cavalry had scarcely made an impact, utterly vanquished by the enemy's unconventional tactics. The only recourse was to command the infantry to launch another assault, biding time until the outcome on the flanks could be determined, for his forces outnumbered the foe. The left and right flanks consisted of 5,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, led by his loyal hound, Emoshan, and his beloved son, January. The engagement on the left flank had already commenced. In contrast to the entirely infantry-based Lion Legion, the forces led by Davis, comprising 3,000 cavalry and 1,000 infantry, held a distinct advantage. The infantry clashed with fervent roars, while the Onion Knight employed a strategy akin to Albert's, what was termed the anvil tactic, where infantry formed a sharp phalanx to obstruct the adversary, while cavalry launched an assault from the rear. However, it was evident that Emoshan's personal valor played a pivotal role in this conflict, as he charged forth with the intent to breach the Onion Knight's infantry formation. The soldiers were tasked with stalling Emoshan as much as possible before their own cavalry could execute a surprise attack on the enemy's infantry. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, martial prowess is relatively subdued, to put it plainly. It is no trivial feat for one individual to contend with even one or two fully armed soldiers, and the strongest cannot hope to prevail against four. Without hesitation, Tywin dispatched a special operations unit to thwart Emoshan's advance. Surrounded by 7 or 8 infantrymen, Emoshan found himself besieged, while the remaining infantry roared forward, colliding with the enemy's line. The defenders echoed their battle cries in response, and the cavalry surged from both flanks to flank the enemy and mount a surprise attack. Though Emoshan bore no extraordinary weaponry, Tywin's tactical acumen proved invaluable. Suddenly, a cadre of robust steeds burst forth from the infantry ranks, each bound with a torch at the front, sides, and rear. Provoked, the horses charged into the infantry formation, and the Onion Knight's soldiers were evidently unaccustomed to such an occurrence. Momentarily, the line began to falter, exacerbated by the infantry's renewed vigor as they pressed against the enemy's formation, revealing signs of impending collapse. At that juncture, the cavalry on the flanks encircled to provide support, launching an assault from behind the old lion's infantry. However, the infantry appeared well prepared. Although Mo Shan engaged in single combat, the command strategy had been directly orchestrated by Tywin. The infantry dispersed into small groups, maintaining close proximity, thus preventing the cavalry from easily breaching multiple small formations. Yet, when united, these formations could impede the cavalry's charge, compelling them to attack in waves, claiming only a handful of lives with each onslaught. The primary objective for the soldiers was to hold their ground. Even if they could not secure victory, they must delay. Indeed, their mission was to stall until the center and right flanks resolved their fates. As long as they could maintain the standoff, Tywin would concern himself with nothing else. Initially, Tywin had no intention of allowing Mountain to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, as the formidable warrior was undeniably skilled in dueling. However, such a contest on the battlefield does not dictate the outcome, particularly when the opposing forces are well organized. Faced with Stannis' army, comprised almost entirely of the standing forces of various lords, it was clearly impractical to expect Mountain to charge through their ranks unscathed. Instead, the only viable strategy was to have Mountain hold the line. Yet, Tywin underestimated the challenge of securing an effortless victory. If victory were truly attainable with ease, then Mountain's role in stalling the enemy would suffice. However, should the center become mired in chaos, Mountain's ability to delay would merely ensure survival, not triumph. At this juncture, all eyes were drawn to the right flank, where Jaime's 5,000 cavalry faced the 1,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry led by the Onion Knight's son, complemented by 25 crossbow units. The crossbows employed tactics akin to Stannis's, yet Jaime devised a counter-strategy. He divided his cavalry into 5 units of 1,000 each, further splitting each unit into 5 groups of 200. Each charge would feature only one group of 200 riders, an approach that the Onion Knight could scarcely manage, as the gold was poured forth in waves. However, each wave could only influence 200 of the opposing cavalry. Jaime was wagering that the enemy could not sustain such a strategy. Evidently, he was correct. By the 7th wave, it was clear that the Onion Knight had exhausted his reserves of gold. After inflicting losses of 1,400 cavalrymen, Jaime finally made contact with the enemy's infantry formation. In all fairness, although Stannis commanded a formidable infantry, their combat effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the cavalry of the Western Gene dynasty. Under equal numbers, the infantry could only serve a restraining purpose. Crucially, the 600 opposing cavalry faced Jaime's 1,000 infantry, which was manageable. Thus, the right flank devolved into a chaotic melee. Next, Tywin found himself at a loss. His initial plan had been for the right flank to achieve a breakthrough, thereby allowing the center to hold firm. Even if they were merely to stall, once the left flank was defeated, victory would be secured, given their numerical superiority. However, he had not anticipated such an outcome. With both the left and right flanks locked in stalemate, the responsibility for victory rested solely on his shoulders. The fiery cavalry tactics were evidently no longer applicable, as their own cavalry had limited reserve mounts remaining. Thus, they were left with no choice but to engage the enemy's renowned infantry with their own 9,000 foot soldiers. Tywin's sole advantage lay in the fact that half of the enemy's esteemed infantry consisted of green recruits, yet this advantage quickly morphed into a disadvantage, as the foes had positioned these novices at the forefront. Indeed, while they were inexperienced, they could still serve to deplete the strength of Tywin's forces. The newly enlisted soldiers wielded relatively crude weapons, yet they managed to inflict some damage upon Tywin's seasoned veterans. After all, his strategy merely required him to exhaust a few individuals from the opposing side. Stannis had strategically positioned his most elite heavy infantry at the rear, forming an impenetrable shield wall that effectively obstructed the retreating soldiers in front while they relentlessly advanced. This compelled the inexperienced frontline troops to confront the sharp edge of Tywin's forces head-on. The nutritional state of these commoners was slightly superior to that of the peasants, and under such dire circumstances, their latent ferocity was ignited, subsequently causing considerable trouble for Tywin's army. The ongoing battle saw Tywin's forces with no alternative but to face Stannis' numerous soldiers directly. As the soldiers clashed with furious roars, it raised eyebrows that Stannis had placed his most vulnerable 6,000 new soldiers at the forefront. However, it became evident that although this tactic appeared cold-blooded and ruthless, it was indeed effective. Admittedly, the 6,000 new recruits faltered rapidly, almost fleeing at the first contact, yet the formation of heavy infantry was closely aligned behind them, forcibly propelling them forward. Stannis had arranged an entire line of heavy infantry behind the new soldiers, wielding their formidable shields and gradually closing in, preventing the retreating soldiers from escaping to the rear, forcing them to confront Tywin's blade. Thus, despite the absence of a traditional formation, these soldiers exerted every effort to inflict harm upon Tywin's forces. As the saying goes, even an old dog can bite. In their desperate plight, these commoners exhibited remarkable combat prowess, momentarily overwhelming Tywin's troops. Yet, it was apparent that these inadequately equipped townsfolk faced an uphill battle against Tywin's well-armed soldiers. Even in their dire situation, while their vanity was stirred, Tywin's forces boasted an armor rate exceeding 50%. Despite the significant casualties among the commoners, they were unable to inflict substantial damage upon Tywin's army. When the last commoner fell beneath Tywin's soldiers' blades, Tywin had already sustained losses of nearly 800 men. What awaited them next was Stannis's pride, his heavy infantry. Tywin's army was ruthlessly pushed back with commanding force. Indeed, Tywin appeared on the brink of defeat. Yet his singular focus remained on inflicting as much damage as possible upon Stannis's forces. If he could not seize King's Landing, then neither could Stannis. Stannis, having regained his senses from the earlier deceptive skirmishes, recognized that the essence of this war was to defend his stronghold, Athena. He not only needed to secure victory, but also to preserve his troops' strength, as successive waves of battle loomed ahead. It is evident that Tywin is likely to face defeat in this engagement. Despite Jaime's formidable prowess, both the central and left flanks have succumbed to crisis. The question remains as to how many cavalrymen he can muster after the fray, and even if he joins the battlefield now, it may not alter the tide of battle. The situation has reached a stalemate, and Tywin's circumstances are deteriorating rapidly. The left flank was the first to collapse. Ultimately, the grinding force of the mountain was overwhelmed, leaving his infantry reduced to just over 700 men. The fiery steeds failed to breach the enemy's formation, resulting in an inevitable loss. Once the flaming horses fell victim to the chaotic hail of arrows, their flames flickered out, and the remaining infantry found themselves ensnared in a joint assault by the butcher's forces. Ultimately, only around 700 men managed to escape under the leadership of the mountain, laboring mightily to break free from the battlefield and surge towards the riverlands. The Onion Knight did not pursue. Instead, he directed his infantry and cavalry to encircle Tywin's position in the center. By suppressing the middle ground, even Jaime Lannister's might would be rendered ineffective. The central front, already tenuous, crumbled further under such a treacherous strike, akin to a bolt from a crossbow shattering upon impact with the ice. Nevertheless, Tywin's soldiers exhibited remarkable resilience, instinctively forming small circular formations to resist or delay the inevitable. Jaime's right flank represented the last glimmer of hope, yet it was clear that the Onion Knight would not relent in his pursuit. After leaving a portion of cavalry to disrupt Tywin's formations, the remainder of the forces surged towards Jaime, prioritizing the elimination of his wings. Initially, Jaime's forces began to gain the upper hand. However, with a renewed cavalry charge from behind, his troops predictably faltered. At this juncture, only Tywin's contingent remained, comprising over 9,000 infantry desperately holding the line, though perhaps only around 6,000 could still be counted. As Tywin and Stannis fought fiercely in this dire scenario, Tywin was acutely aware that victory was slipping from his grasp. Soon, when Stannis' flanking forces arrived to reinforce, Tywin's center finally collapsed. Soldiers huddled together in disarray, while Tywin's personal guard fought to carve a path through the chaos, allowing them to escape the battlefield. The majority of the remaining legions were slaughtered, and Stannis' fresh recruits suffered devastating losses, with the post-battle tally revealing that out of over 6,000 new infantry, nearly 1,300 survived. Stannis, of course, did not spare Tywin's forces, dragging nearly all captives back as laborers, while the wounded were executed on the spot. Following this battle, Tywin's once mighty army of 20,000 was reduced to a mere 6,300, with many having perished, 2,000 taken prisoner, and the remaining 700 lost to chaos. Stannis' renowned soldiers suffered losses exceeding 7,000, leaving him with just over 10,000 remaining. As for Tywin's remnants, Stannis found himself unable to pursue them, for his own army had endured significant battles, resulting in numerous injuries and an overwhelming sense of fatigue among the soldiers. Tywin had left everything behind: his camp, military supplies, and even all personal belongings, while Stannis had seized the encampment. This time, Tywin suffered a tremendous loss. However, an even graver tragedy was yet to unfold. After retreating over 100 miles, Tywin's forces encountered the Valley cavalry. This situation was exceedingly awkward. Even if the Valley soldiers were weaker, They held the advantage over Taiwan's beleaguered army of over 6,000, who were underfed, poorly equipped, and battle-worn. Just then, Taiwan's younger brother, Kevin, arrived with over 8,000 soldiers to offer support, representing the last of the standing army from the west. Faced with an opposing force nearing 10,000 soldiers, the Valley troops, led by Bronze Yon, refrained from initiating an attack. Thus, both sides stood in a tense standoff on the vast plain, as the Valley's formidable cavalry rendered Taiwan hesitant to take any rash actions. Chapter 44. The twilight of Harrenhal. The scene shifts back to the north, where a full week had passed since Bolton's capture. During this time, Albert had refrained from bombarding the enemy's walls with the trebuchets, primarily seeking to delay until the battles in the south had reached a conclusive end. When discussing the reports from the Battle of Blackwater, 3 individuals, Rob Stark, Albert Manderly, and Elian Karstark, gathered to deliberate. They were astonished to discover the existence of such a weapon. Albert was particularly taken aback, as this marked, in a strict sense, the first instance of biochemical warfare in Westeros. When we call for a challenge later, remember to share this report with the townsfolk, allowing their illusions to shatter further. Elian, uninterested in other matters, was the eldest son of Ricard, whose other 2 sons served as junior officers in Rob's retinue. After much deliberation, the trio decided against using trebuchets to demolish the entire castle. Sieging was deemed unnecessary. They intended to use Llewyn Bolton to breach the gates. However, they found that the diminutive Skinner was indeed a fierce adversary, having resisted their summons for an extended period. Deep down, the 3 did not wish to raise the fortress, as it had long been a strategic stronghold. Reducing it to rubble would complicate future repairs, and the trebuchets, which were a one-time investment, would require at least 35 units to complete the job effectively given the current situation. Even for Albert, who is responsible for production, this situation is exceedingly precarious. After all, one cannot simply abandon the business at hand. During the journey south, the utilization of crossbows may prove indispensable. Albert has already prepared 120 crossbows and 75 units of ammunition. Yet it would be unwise to expend nearly half of that here. Thus, it is imperative to minimize the use of crossbows in battle, as the available ammunition is woefully insufficient. To ramp up production would require at least 3 to 4 months, and by then, the opportunity may have long passed. Furthermore, during this period, they have gleaned insights into the tactics employed by Stannis. Albert realizes that this method cannot remain concealed. Indeed, crossbows can launch extraordinarily long and rapid projectiles. However, what they require now is a strategy to conquer the Terror Fortress without damaging it, while minimizing the losses of their troops, as this army still has to advance southward. A siege is not a viable option, nor is demolishing the city. Likewise, a direct assault is largely inadvisable. In such circumstances, they find themselves at an impasse. The method of bombarding the city gates has already been employed, but the enemy has barricaded the gates with a substantial array of objects. Determined to endure, after much deliberation, Albert resolves to feign a retreat. He will withdraw his forces to the woods near the eastern city of Heir, leaving behind an elite detachment, each soldier equipped with 2 warhorses. This contingent will remain stationed at the border, biding their time until the enemy opens the gates, pausing for a night before launching a nighttime assault on the gates on the second night. Following the destruction of the gates, the remaining forces will advance. The total strength of the detachment amounts to approximately 500 men, selected for their combat prowess. The journey from the Heir border to the Terror Fortress takes roughly half a day, as Heir itself was established on the territory previously conquered by the Stark family from House Bolton. The forest's edge reaches the Terror Fortress in no more than half a day's time. With 2 horses racing at full speed, the duration can be further reduced, potentially arriving by late night. Simultaneously, Albert has ensured that provisions include ample carrots and donkey meat to supply the soldiers with necessary vitamins, preventing night blindness and preserving their combat effectiveness. Once all preparations are complete, the army withdraws slowly, taking with them Lusponton. Upon reaching the forest boundary, they assign a heavy guard to Lusponton and gradually retreat from the Terror Fortress's perimeter, leaving a 500-strong detachment led by Albert and Rob, concealed in the jungle. After 3 days of inactivity, they observe no signs of the regular patrols or reconnaissance from the Terror Fortress army. It is only on the 6th day that they detect traces of the enemy's movements nearby. Albert does not intend to strike swiftly. On the contrary, he plans to launch the attack at midnight on the 8th day, from 1 to 3 in the morning, when fatigue overtakes nearly everyone. Launching an assault during this hour can yield remarkable results. Upon interrogating the captured soldiers, we learn the schedule for the changing of the guard at the Terror Fortress. and the time for our attack was set for 1:30 a.m. With preparations complete, as the 8th day's moon ascended slowly, the army advanced towards the borders of the Terra Fortress. The legs of all war horses were wrapped in layers of cotton, and the soldiers held silver deer in their mouths. Thus, the mighty army stealthily approached the Terra Fortress. At 1:30 a.m., just as the soldiers of the fortress were changing shifts, Albert launched a signal rocket into the sky. The soldiers, who had long been prepared, set up a crossbow and used its projectiles to smash open the city gates. Following this, a prearranged battalion of 300 soldiers surged forward, swiftly dispatching the guards stationed near the gate. They then ignited torches and planted them at the entrance, waiting for the main force to arrive and promptly initiate the assault. Simultaneously, Elian led his troops in a vigorous offensive from the border, eliminating all resistance along the way. Albert personally commanded the 300 soldiers as they breached the gate, cutting down every armed individual in their path before setting fires throughout the city to sow chaos. Young Bopi, just awakened from slumber and unaware of the unfolding events, stumbled outside only to hear his attendant announce that the enemy had invaded the castle. At first, he could hardly believe it, but upon witnessing the towering flames within, he quickly rallied his guard and charged toward the gates. Albert, with his elite troops, alongside Robert, who led his own forces into the gates, saw the battle escalate. After securing the gates, Albert and his remaining soldiers charged toward the main building of the fortress, encountering young Bopi and his guards, who were evidently caught off guard, many of their armors half-donned. Utilizing his prowess as a tournament champion, Albert seized a horse offered by his subordinate and swiftly galloped forward, scoring his first wave of attacks against 8 soldiers. Originally, Albert's warhorse was equipped with a custom saddle allowing for dual wielding of weapons, but this temporary steed lacked such fittings, limiting his effectiveness. By the time Elian's army arrived at the fortress, Albert and his men had already seized a significant portion of the stronghold, while Rams led the remaining troops in a desperate struggle atop the main keep. Albert ordered the deployment of the crossbow to bombard the gates of the keep, while Rams commanded that all usable materials within the fortress be barricaded at the entrance. Once it was confirmed that the enemy could not emerge from the gates, Albert instructed his soldiers to dig a tunnel to breach the keep's cellar, while he continued to lead his forces in relentless attacks on the gates with the crossbow. The terrifying fortress boasts an extensive cellar, covering an area of 40 units. Thus, by digging vertically downwards, they swiftly reached this location. Subsequently, a select elite squad was dispatched, led by Robert, who ascended through the cellar with lethal intent. Before long, under the assault from both inside and outside, the gates of the main fortress were breached. Albert, at the head of his troops, surged into the fortress, encountering armed adversaries whom he engaged with ruthless precision. In due course, they rendezvoused within the castle with Robert and his strike team, systematically clearing each tower. Ultimately, at the highest tower, they confronted Rams and his remaining 4 guards. "Surrender and you shall not be harmed," Robert declared to Rams, while Albert commanded his soldiers to prepare the crossbows. Should Rams refuse to capitulate, they were to set the crossbows to bombard the chamber door. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rams chose to surrender. Thus, the once impregnable northern castle finally fell into the hands of the Triumvirate Alliance. Chapter 45. The Iron Men mobilized just as Albert and his forces had secured the terrifying fortress and were preparing to regroup and summon other troops to march south. News from the nearby Iron Islands reached them. A fleet of 300 ships, led by the king's younger brother, Victorian, had set sail. Upon receiving this intelligence, Albert wasted no time in consulting with the other noble lords. With an average of 35 men per ship, this amounted to an impressive total. Moreover, Victorian's flagship, the invincible Ironclad, boasted a crew of between 60 to 80 men, not to mention the possibility of deploying additional large warships. Therefore, the total number of troops was estimated to be substantial. Such a massive mobilization of Iron Men, leaving only about 3,000 behind to guard their homes, raised questions regarding their intentions. Instantly, the entire northern region fell into a state of heightened alert. Ed was left with a portion of the army to oversee the gates, while he urgently led the remaining forces to the western coastal areas of the north, ready to thwart any large-scale incursion by the Iron Men. However, this force did not launch an assault on the north, nor did they target the riverlands. Instead, they executed a surprise attack on Castle Kalen. Given that Castle Kalen had an approximate garrison of 50,000, and with many troops already deployed elsewhere, the remaining defenders were scattered across the western fortresses, rendering Castle Kalen unexpectedly vulnerable. Faced with the choice between raiding the now familiar riverlands or attacking the fully alert north, their options were limited. The only viable target for a significant heist was Castle Kalen. Such a large army could potentially seize control of the entire western coast, especially as over 60 of the western forces were currently engaged in a standoff with Taiwan at the Blackwater. After a moment of contemplation, Robert dispatched Albert with his personal guard of 1,000 men southward to assist his uncle, Imogen, in fortifying their defenses. Simultaneously, he instructed the fleet from White Harbor to commence plundering enemy merchant vessels. After receiving his orders, Albert led his contingent of over 1,000, equipped with nearly all their crossbows, southward. After all, when it comes to coastal defense, crossbows can inflict significant damage on fleets. This time, Albert was also permitted to bring along his pet, the Nightblade. However, this endeavor seemed somewhat inconsequential, as Victorion had already landed his fleet along the western coast. Initially, they did not launch an assault on Ferry Island, but instead dispatched a portion of their troops to land, while the remaining vessels maneuvered under the cover of night to bypass Ferry Bay and approach the southern part of Casterly Rock. Victorian's strategy bore resemblance to that of Stannis. They intended to disguise themselves as merchant ships, only to suddenly raise their flag as they neared the harbor. Upon seizing the harbor, they would promptly split their forces into two. One contingent would advance directly towards the keep, while the other would charge toward the city gates. Once the gates were opened, the army outside would pour in, unleashing a massacre upon the city. Both Stannis and his brother, the third of the Stags, adhered to a crucial principle in their campaigns, to dismantle Taiwanese forces. In this context, two formidable fleets were aligned with the royal armies, the Dragonfly Island fleet of the Riverlands and the Royal Fleet. The North and the Riverlands had not opted for independence or rebellion. Thus, should they face an assault from the Ironborn, they might seek aid from the Central Authority. Under such circumstances, the two returning royal armies could launch attacks on the Iron Islands at any moment. However, if they were to assault Casterly Rock, it would eliminate this obstacle. Casterly Rock lacked a powerful navy and currently had a sparse garrison, coupled with its immense wealth. In relative terms, the only other prosperous ports aside from Highgarden, Old Town of Hightower, and Casterly Rock were predominantly situated in the eastern part of Westeros, suggesting that success in breaching the blockade of 3 fleets was essential for plundering the eastern territories. Circumnavigating from the north was nearly impossible. The mysteries of the north were such that captains venturing northward rarely returned. Therefore, the only two targets for unrestrained plunder were Highgarden and the formidable city before them, Casterly Rock. Historically, Casterly Rock had never been breached. It was a citadel embedded in sheer cliffs, characterized by its steep terrain and grand architecture. With all its gold mines located at its rear, originally a small mining town, Casterly Rock had solidified its standing through its gold mines, eventually becoming the largest city in the west. Defending this stronghold was no simple task. It required a substantial number of guards. However, the soldiers of House Lannister had largely been drawn away, leaving the city with fewer than 1,000 defenders, making it nearly impossible to hold the city with such a meager force. Kafung displayed audacity by nearly depleting his entire army, relying solely on the belief that this city, apart from its harbor, was virtually impervious to invasion. Moreover, due to certain peculiar circumstances, an internal river flowed through the city, rendering direct access to the city gates via the islands impossible. In other respects, the river bay could not withstand the retribution from the western territories. While the intervening lands lacked the capability to mount a significant offensive, other forces would need to traverse a long and arduous path to engage. Thus, it was concluded that Keong City was unlikely to suffer external assault. However, as the Iron Men drew closer to the city, Victorion discerned a critical vulnerability, one that Kafung seemingly overlooked, which could potentially become the city's Achilles heel. This lay in the city's drainage system, where a substantial outlet existed at the rear of the rocky fortress. Yet, Victorion did not alter his grand strategy. He led a contingent of soldiers to land along the coast while entrusting his deputy with another group to navigate the harbor, masquerading as merchant vessels until they launched a surprise attack at the enemy's port. Additionally, he allocated a separate force to his niece Asha, instructing them to infiltrate through the sewers. This fortress, previously deemed impregnable, now faced an impending catastrophe. The attackers vastly outnumbered the defenders within the city, while his troops were the most fatigued of all. Certainly, following this battle, the entire landscape of warfare would be irrevocably transformed, for the unaligned maritime marauders could strike at any major city. Victorion and his crew concealed their vessels on land, shrouding them with sand and gravel to obscure their presence. This maneuver went undetected by the soldiers on night watch, and as the sun rose the following day, the soldiers, preparing to greet the dawn, were oblivious to the approaching doom that awaited the entire city. Chapter 46. The Battle of Kaong City, Part 1. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the shadowed areas of Kaong City, Victorian's plan began to unfold. The watchful soldiers, having just taken their posts after a night of vigilance, exchanged duty with their counterparts from the previous shift, only to notice a fleet of ships approaching unsteadily. The opening hours of Lannister Harbor were, in fact, irregular, typically determined by the moment the first sunlight kissed the ground. Furthermore, a formidable iron net secured the harbor, with each chain as thick as a human arm, rendering external breaches nearly impossible. This was precisely why no one had ever attempted an assault from this maritime approach. It was deemed virtually impenetrable. The vessels appeared to be merchant ships. The soldiers were astonished by the early arrival of these vessels, yet found it unremarkable, their thoughts never drifting toward the notion of an attack from this direction, as no military force had ever launched an offensive from the harbor since its establishment in Kaong City. Two soldiers swiftly approached the control mechanism of the great net. However, they first needed to collect a toll and secure sufficient spoils before they could lower the net. Their gazes were fixed intently on the leading vessel of the caravan, pondering what advantages they might extract from it. The vessel, with its deep waterline, was likely transporting valuable cargo. The seasoned guards discerned that this caravan was probably ferrying precious goods from across the strait. A few remaining recruits followed closely behind, their eyes glinting with avarice. Given the considerable distance from the opposite shore of the strait, it was unlikely to encounter first-hand goods from that region. Thus, according to the principle of rarity enhancing value, such items could command a handsome price here. At last, the first large ship came to a gradual halt, while concurrently, a small fleet commenced efforts to pry open the iron net at the drainage outlet of Cayenne City. The city's sewage was discharged at specific times, around 8 in the morning, noon, and 7 in the evening, coinciding with meal times. Therefore, at this hour, the drainage system was notably quiet. Two adept ironworkers tested their blades against the chain, finding them ineffective, and subsequently ignited their cotton wadding using flint. They directed the flame beneath the iron chain for a spell before attempting to cut again. With a single strike, they severed the chain and swiftly cleared the entire iron grate at the drainage outlet. As the crew from the ship disembarked to face interrogation, this small squad of soldiers began to ascend the drainage outlet, one by one. Comprising a total of 300 men, they made minimal noise as they crept upward. Meanwhile, Victorian led a contingent of nearly 1,000 soldiers, maneuvering stealthily around the base of the city walls. The entire army splitting into two waves, one to the left of the city gate and the other to the right. When the guards attempted to lower the iron net, the caravan's leader demanded a share of the spoils. In response, they were met with a massive battle axe, and upon the dragon guard's collapse, the soldiers quickly seized the corner and lowered the net. The ensuing flood of vessels surged into the harbor, and as they docked, dozens of fully armed crew members leapt overboard, mercilessly striking down all in their vicinity, regardless of whether they bore arms. At that moment, other guards became aware of the chaos, and the city resounded with the blaring of alarm bells. Soldiers began to converge on the harbor, striving to expel the invading forces from the yet unsecured landing point. Regrettably, their efforts proved ineffectual, as the number of invaders was overwhelming. A total of 30 warships had surged in, each carrying 50 fully armed ironworkers. As they charged down, 500 men swiftly descended from the vessels, attacking anyone in sight, while the assembled defenders numbered only slightly over 300, who were almost instantaneously submerged by the ironworkers. At this moment, the station Lannister commander had already discerned the identity of the intruders. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Ironborn! Ironborn! Arm yourselves! All soldiers must join the fight." Unlike other cities, Triumphant City possessed a relatively intact mobilization system. Once the commander on duty issued orders, within 30 minutes, all able-bodied male citizens in the residential districts would seize their weapons and gather under the command of their designated militia leaders, forming their communities contingent to advance to the front lines. Victorian's predictions were not entirely misplaced. Indeed, the regular army within the city numbered just over 1,000. However, he commanded nearly 4,000 individuals, equipped and relatively well-trained, composed of a hastily assembled militia and a force of 1,500 city guards tasked with maintaining order. In fact, close to 600 guards were present to defend the city, yet when the 300 hastily summoned soldiers were overwhelmed, the Ironborn surged across the city's canal with an alacrity that surpassed the commander's expectations. The Ironborn repurposed their shields as makeshift bridges, stacking 7 or 8 shields together and securing them with a long bamboo pole to create a rudimentary wooden bridge. Soldiers swiftly traversed these bridges, reclaiming their shields as they moved forward, relentlessly slaughtering all whom they encountered. With unwavering resolve, the Ironborn pressed toward the city gates, but before they reached their destination, they encountered a substantial force of city guards, who had mobilized even more swiftly than the militia. The two factions clashed violently, erupting into a brutal melee. The city guards, primarily comprised of veterans who had been wounded and retired from the regular army, possessed a commendable level of training. Nonetheless, due to physical limitations, they were perhaps unsuited for continued service. However, defending the city was well within their capabilities, and they engaged fiercely with the 1,500 Ironborn. At the city gate, Victorion observed the situation unfold. The port contingent, dispatched according to the predetermined plan, had likely realized they were in peril. Consequently, the soldiers began to employ a hastily constructed battering ram against the gates, which were not easily breached, fortified as they were with two massive iron portcullises. Victorion, well aware of the formidable nature of these gates, commanded his men to fashion makeshift grappling hooks from their clothing and picks, launching an assault from the walls. Although the defenders on the walls were few in number, they endeavored to dislodge the Ironborn's makeshift climbing apparatus. Their objective was clear: to hold their ground until the self-defense forces composed of city residents could ascend the walls, thereby momentarily fulfilling their duty. Certainly, with a scant number of defenders, it was utterly impossible to guard such an immense wall. In a brief span, various sections of the rampart saw the Iron Folk ascend, launching their assaults upon the beleaguered soldiers. The troops fought valiantly to buy time, encircling a young officer near the ramp leading to the Iron Gate. They had to hold steadfast until the town's militia could ascend the wall to assume control of the defense. Otherwise, the city would inevitably fall. Chapter 47. The Battle of Cayenne City, Part 2. The soldiers united in a desperate attempt to dislodge the invaders from the gate. Yet the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming, with Iron Folk continually scaling the walls. In stark contrast, fewer than 300 soldiers manned the ramparts. These defenders faced an onslaught of over 10,000, rendering them nearly helpless. Most had already been scattered without inflicting any damage upon the enemy, as they were confronted by no less than 3 foes simultaneously. Meanwhile, the city's militia was rallying over 4,000 warriors in the central square of the residential district. As they advanced into the slums, they gradually gathered additional fighters, swelling their ranks to over 7,000. Cayenne City had indeed procured 40 ballistae for its defense, yet the vastness of the city rendered it impossible to adequately position them along the extensive walls. Thus, all were stationed at the citadel. The militia hastened to assemble and surge towards the wall, but they arrived too late. By the time they reached the ramparts, aside from the soldiers still holding the approach to the gate, there were no Lannister troops left upon the walls. The Iron Folk hurled the soldiers' mobile devices down below, inciting great panic among the citizens, who had never witnessed such a bloody scene and could scarcely believe the depths of human depravity. The townsfolk attempted to scale the ramparts via ladders, yet these were firmly held by the robust Iron Folk, who stood resolutely in place, making it exceedingly difficult for any to ascend. The militia sought to push forward, but the Iron Folk wielded their formidable axes, dispatching them from the heights with ruthless efficiency. Ultimately, the approach to the gate fell, and the Iron Folk surged in, slaughtering all living beings in their path. The militia, now disheartened, abandoned their attempts to climb the walls and instead engaged in brutal combat, with the Iron Folk pouring through the gate. Over 10,000 Iron soldiers confronted a little over 7,000 militia, and the disparity in equipment was significant. The makeshift arms of the defenders paled in comparison to the standard gear provided by the Lannisters. Soon, chaos engulfed the entire city, with even those Iron Folk previously thwarted by the city guards receiving reinforcements. The air was filled with cries of battle, and amidst the fierce conflict, the numbers of the militia dwindled sharply as they faced the seasoned warriors of the Iron Folk. The citizens had scarcely ever engaged in battle. The swords they wielded were predominantly ancestral relics, brought back from wars of yore or simply inherited. They brandished their weapons, yet in comparison to the ironclad warriors' armaments, their arms appeared tragically feeble. Countless individuals were cleaved in twain, while many more were forced into a disheartened retreat. They continually fell back as their commander endeavored to rally his subordinates in the city square, a crucial thoroughfare leading to both residential and commercial districts. This location needed to be defended, for failing to do so would result in an irretrievable descent into chaos for the entire city. As the ironclad warriors decisively vanquished the city guards and the beleaguered militia, they surged into the square, where they encountered a remarkably organized phalanx of shields. Despite their lack of combat experience, these citizens had received military training that enabled them to form an effective line of defense, which nearly obstructed the entire pathway, stymieing many of the ironclad's advances. It was not until a towering man, wielding a massive double-bladed axe, approached the front of this formation that the tide began to turn. He cast a disdainful glance at the Westland citizens cowering behind their shields. Victarion, brandishing his colossal axe, leapt forward and, with a single, devastating swing, shattered the shield wall, physically obliterating the soldier who had been bearing the shield. The sheer brutality of this act left those nearby in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting the front lines, while Victarion seized the opportunity to create a breach that would lead to the wall's complete destruction. This towering behemoth, standing 2 meters tall, began to spin with fierce momentum, using his axe to cleave through any who dared approach him, dismantling the wall with relentless ferocity. The remaining ironclad soldiers surged forward, and the commander, exhibiting a calm demeanor indicative of his experience in regular military service, ordered his men to step back and reform a new shield wall, while Victarion remained a formidable opponent. The others among the ironclad were now leaping into the fray. Although they could not defend against him, they could at least attempt to shield themselves from the others. The shield formation began a gradual retreat under the overwhelming pressure from their adversaries, inching back until a heavy iron ball landed before Victarion. Indeed, they had entered the effective range of the main fortress's crossbow. Soon, the crossbow responded with a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of massive stone projectiles upon the ironclad ranks. The tightly packed formation of ironclad warriors was swiftly marked by a streak of blood as many were smashed together and subsequently ground to pieces. The 4 ballistae continued to exert every effort in launching their projectiles, striving to intercept the invaders outside. This was the most significant role they could fulfill, for the expanse before the square was relatively open. However, they remained powerless against the iron men who had taken refuge within the buildings and commenced their pillaging. Many residents, upon hearing the tolling of the bells, had fled to the main fortress, which now housed over 20,000 individuals. Meanwhile, the iron men roamed the streets, mercilessly slaughtering those who had not yet managed to escape the castle, committing acts of violation, while the city was engulfed in flames. The air was filled with the cacophony of men's curses and the clash of combat, intermingled with the shrieks and weeping of women. After a grueling 6 hours, the atrocities within the city momentarily subsided. Increasing numbers of iron men congregated in the square and surrounding buildings, preparing to launch an assault on the city walls. The fortress summoned its last remaining able-bodied men to ascend the battlements, as they were desperately needed to defend their city. Otherwise, both their city and families would face annihilation. The iron men utilized salvaged materials to construct rudimentary ladders, maneuvering from one rooftop to another, ultimately mounting an offensive against the walls. As these ladders were not erected from the ground, but rather pushed across from the rooftops, the soldiers found it exceedingly difficult to dislodge them. Thus, whenever an iron man reached the walls, soldiers attempted to slay him, yet the first to breach the walls was Victarion. Victarion unleashed his formidable destruction, simultaneously confronting 2 or 3 citizens, creating a small vacuum zone on the battlements, devoid of any allies. Behind him, the iron men surged forth onto the walls, and although the melee continued, the clamor of blades and clashes began to diminish. Eventually, Commander Lannis of the city resolved to lead his final reserve into battle. The addition of over 300 regular soldiers began to shift the tide on the walls, slightly suppressing the iron men. Seizing this opportunity, the reserve composed of citizens continued to ascend the battlements, engaging in fierce combat with the iron men, transforming the walls into a veritable hellscape. At every moment, soldiers' corpses were cast down, while blood flowed like a stream beneath their feet, accumulating to a daunting height. Yet, individuals still ascended the walls, eschewing an assault on the fortress gates to engage directly in the fray atop the battlements. Eventually, an iron man managed to breach the formidable defenses and reach the position of the ballistae. Although this brave iron man was almost instantaneously torn apart by the close combat weapons of the ballista operator, it could not alter the grim reality that the defensive line upon the walls was steadily crumbling. As time progressed, an increasing number of ironborn approached the previously inaccessible region, and all the crossbowmen joined the fray. However, their involvement only served to bolster the morale of the citizen militia to a certain extent, proving largely ineffective. Despite their superior skills, greater strength, and more advanced equipment compared to the infantry tasked with land combat, they were met with the relentless fury of the Ironborn, those who had become utterly bloodthirsty. The Ironborn were systematically slaughtering, while the Lannister commander orchestrated a rally from the highest point of the castle. This force, having emerged from the sewers, had successfully infiltrated, aiming for the trembling refugees in the hall. As this wave of ironborn surged into the chamber, a cacophony of screams erupted, overwhelming the scant defending soldiers who could not withstand the onslaught of these enraged assailants. Soon, the marauders plunged into the throng of the elderly, women, and children, reveling in their unleashed desires, while the sounds of carnage quickly bewildered the Lannister commander. However, as he descended with his loyal guards, he met his demise at the hands of Asha, who cleaved his head with an axe. From that moment, the castle's defenses began to unravel completely. The soldiers atop the walls were gradually slaughtered, and an ever-increasing number of ironborn joined the massacre in the hall. Almost all the blonde men, the backbone of the city's defense and kin to House Lannister, were reduced to mere fragments. The ferocity of the combat filled the castle with the stench of blood, while many were seized and conscripted as slaves, with only a few managing to escape from the clutches of the bloodied axes. For the subsequent 4 days, the Ironborn unleashed a relentless slaughter in this once great city, filling their carts with captives they intended to transport back. After the fierce fighting, they sustained nearly 2,000 casualties, but had claimed the vast city as their own. They demanded that the captives cleanse the castle, asserting that only Ironborn were worthy of residing in such a grand city, which must retain its original visage. This magnificent city was enduring the most brutal ravaging of its existence, as the Ironborn plundered the wealth amassed by House Lannister over millennia. Almost all skilled laborers were captured and enslaved, with the ships that had previously brought them proving insufficient for the haul. Consequently, the Ironborn fashioned new vessels with the finest oars while others continued their pillaging. This horrific massacre persisted for a full fortnight, and once the death toll reached a point where all could be carried away, Victarion considered that he had wrought sufficient havoc. Continuing the slaughter would only deepen the animosity with the Old Lion, a sentiment that had already begun to fester. The Ironborn hoisted their captives upon their shoulders or dragged them along the ground, subsequently stowing them aboard ships, including newly acquired vessels. During this period, all merchant ships that arrived were seized, their cargo appropriated, while the crew met a grim fate, ultimately leading to the complete commandeering of the vessels. With the spoils from a dozen captured merchant ships, alongside their own formidable warships, they amassed all the goods and populace they could seize. Upon their triumphant return to Pike, they were met with a rapturous welcome from nearly the entire city. However, for Casterly Rock, this marked the onset of 20 days filled with despair. Upon receiving intelligence that the city, along with its subordinate Lannisport, had nearly been obliterated, Tywin's teeth ground together, nearly drawing blood. "We must prepare to retreat," he declared, his frustration palpable. He presented the report before Kevin, who, upon reading it, nearly fainted. Just then, as if responding to some unseen signal, the forces from the Vale arrayed themselves for an impending assault. Kevin had no choice but to abandon the retreat plan and engage in discussions with his brother on how to confront the menacing troops from the Vale. Their side could muster only a modest force, while the enemy boasted a formidable number. They stood upon a vast plain, where they were likely outmatched by the Vale's renowned cavalry, making for an exceptionally fierce and daunting battle ahead. Chapter 48. The Second Battle of the Blackwater. 1. The forces of the Vale now held a significant numerical advantage, comprising both infantry and cavalry. Although Tywin had reunited with his brother, their combined forces numbered merely a fraction, having suffered near total losses of their cavalry. They now commanded fewer than 1,000 horsemen, yet had a substantial number of infantry. In contrast, the Vale's troops included renowned infantry units and 8,000 cavalrymen, making their cavalry-to-infantry ratio nearly unparalleled in the Seven Kingdoms. With the Vale's numbers approaching a remarkable 5-4. The cavalry of the Vale primarily consisted of knights and their retinues, with each knight typically commanding 5 to 6 followers, all equipped with warhorses. Thus, the number of cavalry was quite considerable. Faced with such a multitude of well-equipped and battle-hardened troops, whose morale remained high due to their lack of prior combat, Tywin found himself in a precarious position. He could rely on over 8,000 inadequately trained infantry, bolstered by 5,000 weary and demoralized soldiers, alongside fewer than 1,000 cavalrymen whose steeds were all bearing injuries. Indeed, Stannis' biochemical assault had inflicted significant damage upon Tywin's cavalry, leaving their mounts adversely affected. Consequently, the odds were decidedly against them in this impending conflict. Unless a strategy could be devised to effectively restrain the enemy's cavalry, defeat seemed all but certain. At this moment, Tywin has received some information regarding the attack on Casterly Rock. However, the specific extent of the damage remains unknown. It is evident that after being assaulted by over 10,000 Ironborn in succession, the city has likely sustained significant losses. This engagement can only be described as a catastrophic defeat, with his homeland pillaged and the troops he dispatched slaughtered mercilessly. Yet, before he can retreat to safety, he must first extricate himself from the imminent threat posed by nearly 20,000 soldiers from the Vale. Contemplating this predicament, Tywin's frustration mounts as he reflects on his offspring, who have proven to be more of a liability than an asset. The only one who has inherited his intellect, Tyrion, is unfortunately a dwarf, and lamenting his absence is futile, as he has been captured by the North and remains imprisoned. Moreover, an even graver issue looms. It appears that his grandson has personally dispatched the Duke of Winterfell. Therefore, should the North send reinforcements, it is improbable that Tywin will emerge unscathed. This myriad of complications overwhelms Tywin, leaving him in a state of exasperation. His subordinates, witnessing their lord's disquiet, initially consider offering words of comfort but ultimately decide against it. However, the consideration of his own men does not extend to others. As a Vale knight brazenly draws his bow and looses an arrow that strikes the ground directly before Tywin, startling him from his reverie. This audacity is intolerable. Despite his current predicament, Tywin is still a noble of the Westerlands, and such insolence cannot go unchallenged. Furiously, he commands his men and allies to prepare for battle. After all, he is a duke, and one cannot engage in such antics while he is deep in thought. Nonetheless, faced with the formidable enemy before him, Tywin understands the necessity of maintaining composure. Recklessness could lead to the annihilation of his remaining forces. The opposing cavalry holds a distinct advantage, positioned at the center, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. The remaining forces on either flank consist of 3,000 infantry each. For Tywin to achieve victory, or at least repel the adversary, he must ensure that the central formation withstands the assault, allowing the flanks to encircle the enemy after they have been routed. The Vale Knights typically employ a straightforward yet effective tactic, a decisive cavalry charge. In this era, where most enemies are conscripted soldiers, such a maneuver often spells doom for the opposing side. The sight of thousands of knights charging en masse would intimidate even the most seasoned infantry. However, Tywin's infantry are seasoned veterans, trained specifically to counter such tactics. He possesses confidence that, regardless of the strength of the enemy's infantry, his elite soldiers are prepared to meet their charge head-on. Tywin intended to take a bold gamble, employing a shield formation composed of his heavy infantry to withstand the cavalry charge of his adversaries. Accordingly, he stationed 1,000 of his cavalry on the right flank, positioned over 6,000 infantry in the center, and placed another 1,000 cavalry led by his son, Jaime, along with 3,000 infantry on the left flank, while his younger brother commanded 4,000 infantry on the right. This strategy was laid out before him, as Tywin hoped to establish a formidable defensive line with his infantry to repel the enemy, subsequently placing his trust in the swift breakthroughs of his son and brother from the flanks. Tywin held confidence in his son's command abilities, and his brother had also earned considerable acclaim in warfare. Thus, entrusting them with this task appeared to be the only reliable course of action. With this mindset, Tywin conveyed his tactical plan to the commanders of the left and right formations. At this juncture, he felt he had no other option but to proceed with this approach. Kevin stroked his beard thoughtfully, while Jaime remained silent, acutely aware of the considerable trouble he and his sister had inadvertently caused. The hard-earned reputation and formidable military might of House Lannister had nearly been jeopardized by their reckless actions. Tywin cast a glance at his son and exhaled deeply, choosing not to utter any words, likely recognizing their futility. "Prepare yourselves," he instructed. "Let them understand that even after our recent defeat, the honor of House Lannister cannot be tarnished by such a petty family." Meanwhile, the commander of the Vale, Royce, displayed no trepidation towards the Lannisters. Given the parity of their numbers, the Knights of the Vale were likely to secure victory in this phase of battle, as, in this era, the intimidation factor of a cavalry charge was not something easily countered. Even with the formidable military strength of the Riverlands, mustering 60,000 troops to confront the over 20,000 soldiers of the Vale would prove to be a formidable challenge. The Vale was renowned for its powerful cavalry forces, often boasting double the number of cavalry compared to other lords when facing equivalent forces. One should not underestimate these adept horsemen. According to incomplete statistics, should the Vale deploy its entire cavalry, the opposing side would incur at least double the casualties to have any chance of defeating them. This was the very condition that emboldened Bronze Royce to disregard the astonishing martial prowess of the famed Tywin's army. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own troops. Chapter 49. The Second Battle of the Blackwater. This time, the chosen battleground lay upstream of the Blackwater River, near the Western Territories, a vast expanse of plain. With such terrain, the situation became decidedly favorable, as open plains indeed suited cavalry charges, and the Vale, with its 8,000 cavalry, was unafraid to engage head-on. Once both sides had established their formations, the Vale cavalry regarded the meager infantry line of their opponents with scorn. After all, the number of infantry opposite them was not even greater than their cavalry, yet they dared to engage in earnest combat, which was unexpected. Most of Tywin's forces were remnants from the previous battle at Blackwater, where he had managed to escape with just over 300 men, alongside another 700 who had been taken away by the mountain. However, these few thousand infantrymen were seasoned veterans, having faced the horrors of battle, and were among the few in Westeros capable of withstanding the cavalry charge from the Vale. Thus, as the battle commenced, the cavalry charged down the valley, crashing directly into Tywin's meticulously prepared shield wall. Despite the infantry's exceptional training and advanced equipment, they were met with an impact force of nearly half a ton, delivered by 8,000 cavalrymen. The first line of Tywin's forces was nearly shattered, compelling even Tywin himself to join the front lines, rallying the soldiers' spirits. Royce, too, was taken aback. After all, his 8,000 cavalrymen had initiated the first charge, which, in theory, should have overwhelmed the first three ranks of infantry. The resilience exhibited by the Westerland infantry left him astonished. But could these few thousand infantrymen truly alter the course of the battle? The left and right flanks launched their own charges. However, the forces from the Vale opted for a steadfast defense, while the Westerland troops recklessly surged forward. The Westerland army needed to swiftly eliminate the opposing infantry before their line could be breached by the enemy cavalry, and the Vale's mission was simply to delay them. The infantry of the Vale served as traditional fodder, true cannon fodder in every sense. While they would surely falter in a direct assault, they stood a chance in a defensive stance. Jaime, leading his over 1,000 cavalrymen, was the first to arrive at the infantry's position and initiated his own charge. The infantry formation remained remarkably steadfast, with only a few soldiers retreating a step before quickly filling the gap. This surprised Jaime, as his cavalry was undoubtedly elite. Even when facing Eddard Stark's Northmen, they had performed admirably, though with some shortcomings. Yet now, they could not even break through the opposing infantry line. After years of warfare, Jaime had adopted a combat style that transitioned from traditional phalanx confrontations to relying on decisive cavalry charges followed by infantry cleanup. However, this time, he found himself unable to shatter the enemy's resolve, which astonished him. Soon after, the infantry from behind surged forth, and chaos ensued. Even though the Vale infantry adeptly formed their shield wall, they could not withstand the mixed force of cavalry and infantry from the Westerlands, and their line slowly began to falter. In the wake of the initial cavalry charge's failure, James was compelled to withdraw his cavalry forces in preparation for a second assault. The infantry's objective was to shatter the enemy's formation to create an opportunity for their cavalry to strike, thereby inflicting significant casualties on the adversary. Consequently, after the cavalry exited the battlefield, the infantry in the valley slowly transitioned their fractured line formation into a circular arrangement. This posed a considerable challenge, for the most effective countermeasure against a cavalry charge is indeed the circular formation. James's desire for a swift victory seemed to encounter a slight setback. However, there was little time for contemplation as the second wave of cavalry surged forward, attempting to breach the valley infantry's circular formation, yet achieving little in the way of impact. Simultaneously, Kevin faced a similar predicament. The flanks of the valley forces required no eagles. They merely needed to buy sufficient time for their central line. Their current objective was simply to hold back the enemy, when the goal is not to secure victory, but merely to delay the opponent. The scope for maneuverability and strategy expands significantly. Meanwhile, the central forces of Tywin were confronted with a dire crisis, as they were ill-equipped to sustain such relentless assaults. The valley's over 8,000 cavalrymen were a formidable force, not to be taken lightly, capable of inflicting genuine harm. As the Gale Riders charged, the infantry of the ancient empire remained vigilant, splitting into two segments to encircle the enemy from both flanks, intent on enveloping their foes entirely. The situation appeared increasingly bleak for Tywin. Should the conflict persist, his forces risked total annihilation. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. The valley's lord, Bronze Royce, was in the midst of reorganizing his troops for a second charge when a Tywin squire, drawing his bow, struck Royce's warhorse. Although the steed was armored, the blow startled it, rendering Royce unable to calm it in the short term, necessitating a retreat under the protection of his attendants. This incident precipitated chaos among the remaining forces of the ancient empire, as they found themselves without a commander. Consequently, the infantry of various houses began to coalesce into small formations, adopting an aggressive stance. Meanwhile, the cavalry's rhythm of attack shifted from a unified charge to a disordered and spontaneous assault, with cavalrymen from different houses clustering together to intermittently strike at the infantry formations. Far on the right flank, John Cobble of the Cobble family assumed command, yet he found it challenging to direct the now fragmented valley forces. After 2 more waves of charge, he finally succeeded in rallying the remaining soldiers and reorganizing their offensive, thus granting Tywin a critical opportunity to regroup his army. However, in reality, Tywin remains ensnared in a disadvantageous position, as the opposing forces are overwhelming in number and the substantial advantage of cavalry over infantry has been fully exploited. Nevertheless, Tywin has conceived a strategy that, while unlikely to secure victory, may lead to a stalemate. As Chapter 50 unfolds, detailing the Second Battle of the Blackwater, the battlefield appears to reach an impasse with the withdrawal of Bronze Royce. Tywin seizes this fleeting moment to reorganize his troops. Despite the exhaustion of his soldiers after 2 fierce battles, their morale remains relatively intact. Yet, he still finds himself in peril. As the relentless assaults of cavalry in the valley inflict severe losses on his infantry, particularly among the elite soldiers stationed at the front lines. John Cobble, who has assumed command on the valley side, is a distinguished infantry commander. Although he lacks proficiency in leading cavalry operations, making him a rarity among valley commanders who excel in infantry but falter in cavalry, his subsequent actions deftly circumvent this limitation. He strategically reallocates a portion of his central forces to bolster both flanks, allowing them to hold out longer and even mount a counteroffensive. Following this, he directs his cavalry to encircle Tywin's formation, while the infantry disperses outward, employing arrows to assail Tywin's besieged troops, who are rendered incapable of launching an offensive. Tywin issues commands for his soldiers to form a robust shield wall, aiming to temporarily exhaust the cavalry's momentum. If possible, he instructs them to refrain from attacking the enemy's soldiers and instead target their commanders. Tywin is acutely aware that achieving victory in his current predicament is exceedingly challenging. However, securing a draw seems attainable. By primarily incapacitating the enemy's commanders, he hopes to buy time and undermine their morale. In the absence of the Duke, the morale of the valley soldiers may not be as high as he presumes. The chaos that briefly ensued following Royce's defeat serves as evidence. With the strongest Duke and the mightiest lords absent from the battlefield, the morale of this army is likely lower than he imagines. Nonetheless, due to the lack of cavalry on his side, pursuing the enemy is out of the question. Tywin intends to instruct his soldiers to hurl their spears, hoping to inflict casualties on the enemy cavalry. Regrettably, the rapid movement of the cavalry renders the thrown spears ineffective in delivering substantial damage, although they may impose some deterrent effect on the infantry in the rear. Tywin must now devise a means to weaken the morale of the valley troops sufficiently to incite their collapse. Otherwise, remaining ensnared in this predicament will ultimately prove detrimental to him. Thus, Tywin commands his soldiers to adopt a defensive stance with their shields while the valley cavalry continues to maneuver, exploiting openings to strike at exposed soldiers. Upon realizing the formidable nature of the central infantry phalanx, Cobble decided to deploy a contingent of cavalry to engage the enemy forces on the flanks. For prolonging the standoff was not a viable strategy. The cavalry contingent initially targeted James's cavalry unit, which, caught entirely off guard, was overwhelmed by 1,000 advancing infantry. The chaos of the initial attack had already disoriented James's forces, and the subsequent onslaught of cavalry exacerbated their disarray. After a sustained half-hour struggle, this sizable cavalry unit succumbed to the pressure. In response, the 2 large formations adopted the circular shield formation as a means to effectively counter the cavalry's charge, inflicting significant costs on those attempting to assault. Continuous skirmishes led to a rapid decline in the morale of the valley's cavalry, while the infantry found themselves unable to intervene. Any soldiers attempting to advance were repelled by the long spears hurled by Tywin's men. Meanwhile, the infantry on the flanks, having recently endured a series of disadvantageous clashes, required a brief respite. As dusk approached, Cobble grew increasingly anxious. Nighttime combat posed considerable challenges for the ancient soldiers, as their steeds would be rendered nearly invisible in the dark. However, Tywin's forces had yet to light torches. For medieval soldiers, engaging in battle at night was a daunting task, and Cobble understood the urgency of breaking the stalemate within a few charges. Otherwise, the engagement would likely conclude without resolution. Thus, he personally led a cavalry charge against Tywin's central formation. A wedge of cavalry, fortunate enough to penetrate the infantry's defenses, soon faced attacks from all directions. leading to their swift downfall. Yet, Kabul was invigorated by this encounter, discovering that the infantry phalanx was less formidable than he had anticipated. The wedge formation he commanded had the potential to create a small breach. The initial failures stemmed from the insufficient number of cavalry entering the fray, resulting in their encirclement. Therefore, he withdrew a unit of cavalry, amassing over 400 men into a substantial wedge formation. With the support of the encircled cavalry, they thrust fiercely into Tywin's infantry. Tywin, aware that if he could endure until sunset, the conflict would likely conclude favorably, anticipated that his forces could retreat under the cover of darkness. Gazing at the distant sky, he noted that sunset was imminent. They needed merely to hold out a little longer, as the valley's cavalry might withdraw automatically due to their horses' limitations once night fell. While contemplating this, the enemy's wedge formation suddenly surged forward, composed of 400 cavalrymen. This force nearly instantaneously shattered the infantry's formation, toppling thousands of soldiers in the process. Yet, Tywin remained steadfast at the helm, raising his banner high to inspire his troops while dispatching his most trusted subordinate to lead a countercharge against the cavalry, managing to push this wave of horsemen back. Albeit with great difficulty, Tywin understood that in the hours leading up to sunset, the forces of Kabul would charge his army with a desperate resolve. If he could hold his ground, he might transform this perilous situation into one of safety. The knights continuously circled, launching several probing assaults from various angles, which heightened the tension among his soldiers, keeping them in a state of intense focus. Seizing the opportunity, Kabul initiated a charge with a full contingent of 500 knights, nearly piercing through Tywin's infantry line. However, through Tywin's personal engagement in the fray, he managed to repel this wave of attackers. As he gazed at the setting sun, Kabul resolved to execute one final charge, after which, regardless of the outcome, the cavalry would cover the infantry's retreat. Chapter 51. The Second Battle of the Blackwater. 4. Kabul led nearly 700 cavalry in a grand assault, which almost breached Tywin's infantry line and successfully shattered the guard units surrounding Tywin. One knight's lance even struck Tywin's warhorse. The unfortunate steed collapsed, bringing Tywin down with it. Just as the knight was about to deliver the fatal blow, another guard clung to the horse's hind leg, only to be swiftly cut down by another knight. In the midst of this chaos, Tywin was assisted back to his feet by his subordinates and moved to the side, where several Lannister soldiers formed a shield wall, while others wielding pikes launched a counterattack, dismounting both knights. Despite the near collapse of his adversary's infantry line, the knights surged forward, plunging into a melee. The mounted knights enjoyed a height advantage, enabling them to strike from a greater distance. Tywin found himself encircled by his attendants, akin to a ball tossed among the knights. His own steed had been slain in the recent skirmish, leaving him reliant on being dragged along by the infantry, as there were no other mounts available. Dazed and disoriented, Tywin was rendered incapable of commanding his forces. Fortunately, his standard-bearer remained steadfast at his side, hoisting his battle flag, which, despite the soldiers' morale teetering on the brink of collapse, provided a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. In the midst of this pandemonium, Jaime's troops launched a breakout attempt, seeking to engage the cavalry. A few soldiers wielded their pikes in an effort to trip the knights, but they too fell alongside their lances, only to be overwhelmed and cut to pieces by the advancing riders. Should the battle persist, it would spell disaster for the Lannister forces, whose morale had plummeted to an all-time low. It appeared that escape was no longer an option for the Lannisters. At that moment, a mixed force of infantry and cavalry suddenly emerged on the distant horizon, leaving both side soldiers in confusion, questioning to which faction this new army belonged. Until he raised that familiar Golden Lion banner, the morale of the Lannister forces surged dramatically, re-establishing their footing, for reinforcements were indeed at hand. So, who were these reinforcements? They were the Mountain, albeit he now led a mere 300 men. However, at the moment the banner was hoisted, Kabul began to doubt whether some strange occurrence might unfold, as the morale of the Vale's army plummeted to a nadir. Under normal circumstances, the commander would dispatch a small detachment to assess the situation. Should the reinforcements prove sufficiently numerous, he could consider a strategic withdrawal from the battlefield. Conversely, if their numbers were scant, he ought to annihilate them entirely. Yet, Kabul harbored a misapprehension regarding the Lannisters' extraordinary morale, mistakenly believing that the Lion House's spirit stemmed from a hidden reserve. Despite his several breakthroughs almost resulting in Tywin's demise, the Lannister forces remained unbroken. Kabul questioned whether he had fallen victim to Tywin's cunning, as the shock inflicted upon the Vale's men was indeed significant. At that very moment, a battalion appeared on the distant horizon, brandishing the Golden Lion banner, and Kabul's unease reached its zenith, suspecting he had been ensnared in a trap devised by Tywin. In this precarious situation, before the Lannister forces even launched a counterattack, the morale of the Vale's army had already collapsed. Ultimately, Cabal resolved to retreat. Thus, the standard-bearers sounded the horn, and all the knights ceased their maneuvers, regrouping. The infantry took on the role of covering their withdrawal as the main force gradually retreated from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tywin's soldiers began to assemble, unwilling to linger. For who could predict whether Cabal, realizing this was not a trap but mere happenstance, might return with his forces? Thankfully, the old lion's standard remained steadfast, dissuading the soldiers from fleeing. Tywin himself was uncertain about the identity of this newly arrived force. According to his plans, no friendly troops should have been wandering in the vicinity. Nonetheless, he considered himself fortunate to have narrowly escaped. A reckless assault by the Vale's army would undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of his own forces. The slowly retreating Vale army left little in the way of spoils. Having suffered defeat, merely surviving was a significant feat in this engagement. The Vale army incurred the loss of 700 cavalry and 1,400 infantry, while Tywin's forces fared even worse. Originally boasting a considerable number of soldiers, after this confrontation, they counted fewer than 9,000 remaining. Out of nearly 30,000 that had once been mustered, they returned with scarcely 10,000, a reality that would surely cause Tywin considerable distress. Moreover, of this dwindling number, only 30% belonged to his own ranks, the remainder being vassal troops. During this military campaign, the Lannister forces mobilized a considerable number of troops, primarily composed of their own direct lineage, supplemented by various regional lords. The losses incurred by this contingent were substantial, with the most critical blow being the near annihilation of their own forces. Contemplating this dire situation, Tywin's thoughts drifted to his son and daughter, who might inadvertently embroil themselves in further troubles. His daughter remained in the clutches of Stannis in King's Landing. With a heavy sigh, Tywin pondered whom he might have to sacrifice to secure the return of his daughter. Following this brutal conflict, it was uncertain how long the Westerlands would take to recover. At that moment, the commander leading the reinforcements approached, escorted by 17 cavalrymen, a force that constituted nearly all his remaining cavalry. As this imposing figure drew near, Tywin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was none other than the Mountain, who had fled north after the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Blackwater. How dare he return? Such audacity! The sun shines beautifully today and will likely do so tomorrow. However, I suspect he may not witness it. Tywin's teeth nearly ground to dust as he wondered where this fool had vanished. Chapter 52. The Mountain's extraordinary adventure after the complete collapse of Stannis' forces at the First Battle of Blackwater. The Mountain led a contingent of over 700 infantry to seize a few relatively unscathed horses from the battlefield and made a frantic dash northward. It is well known that King's Landing and the northern borders of the Westerlands essentially lead to the Riverlands. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Ironborn launched a large-scale offensive, prompting the lords of the Riverlands to enter a state of war. The Riverlands and the Iron Islands share a long-standing revolutionary camaraderie. Historically, the Ironborn regarded the Riverlands as fertile grounds, plundering it repeatedly and even conquering it at one point to establish the Kingdom of the Isles. 20 years prior, Balon Greyjoy instigated a rebellion that directly ravaged the Riverlands. Although Eddard Stark eventually quelled the insurrection, sporadic skirmishes continued to erupt, leading to the gradual collapse of the region's economy. What are the Ironborn? They are pirates. The Riverlands boast numerous excellent ports and a dense network of waterways. While this may have posed some challenges to transportation, it is a prime region for trade development. However, the presence of the Ironborn has stifled commerce. After a brief period of conquest, the Ironborn seemed to reform, with no recorded incidents of piracy against merchant vessels for a full 140 years. Yet, eventually, the Ironborn resumed their predatory ways. As the Ironborn began to emerge in force, the lords of the Riverlands, aware of the impending threat, hastily abandoned their southern ambitions. Robb Stark promptly led his troops to the border region to stand guard, fearful of an Ironborn raid. He also dispatched his uncle's forces, led by Albert with over 1,000 of his personal guard, to assist in the defense. Although Yoga lacks notable leaders, this is primarily true for the direct lineage of the family head. However, the family head's brother, Blackfish Brynden, is indeed an exceptional commander. When Albert, mounted on his Nightblade, led his cavalry southward to prepare for a joint defense, he was astonished to find that the local defenses were surprisingly robust. Fortunately, Emudan had timely assembled his troops, ready to unite with Robb's forces in their southern advance. But alas, this effort proved futile as it was instead employed to resist the Ironborn. While the main force of the Ironborn was indeed aimed at Castle Kaelin, To mislead other lords, approximately 40 ironborn ships were dispatched toward 2 other nations. However, these vessels were predominantly small to medium-sized warships, totaling no more than 500 men. Soon, some coastal pirates were either repelled or annihilated. Nevertheless, Albert had no intention of retreating. Technically speaking, this region was nearing the Western Territory, and initiating a brief reconnaissance should pose no significant issue. However, dispatching his own 1,000 men to engage in unethical plunder felt rather improper. Thus, he requested Emuden to assign him a guide. Given the amicable relationship between his house and House Stark, along with Lady Catelyn's favorable regard for his sister as a potential daughter-in-law, he also enjoyed a good rapport with House Tully. Consequently, upon Albert's request, Emuden readily sent 500 men to accompany him. They commenced their assault on the fields of nearby villages in the Westlands. Albert set fire to the grain supplies, but refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering the inhabitants, striving instead to either seize or incinerate the provisions, while also gathering intelligence on the major grain-producing locations in the area for their future southern campaign. Each village's layout varied somewhat, making it impractical to rely solely on intelligence personnel for reconnaissance. After ravaging the fields of 7 villages, Albert and his men established camp along a riverside and dispatched scouts to the vicinity. This was not due to any other reason, but because the lords of the Westlands had become increasingly vigilant. In recent encounters during their village burnings, they had clashed with the opposing patrols. So it seemed prudent to allow them some respite, awaiting the withdrawal of these soldiers before resuming their operations. Furthermore, it was likely that the enemy would organize a purging effort, thus scattering their forces to ignite fires might not be advisable. They decided to remain encamped for several days to assess the situation. Meanwhile, our mountain army, having been repelled, had been charging northward in a frenzy. Lacking both extreme shadows and supplies, the steeds of the soldiers were in a state of disrepair, resulting in a dwindling number of cavalry. This decline was not due to casualties or desertion, but rather a transition to infantry, as their horses had been consumed. What was the issue with these horses? They had been doused in gold juice, rendering them sickly. Consequently, it was not long before the soldiers began to exhibit various symptoms of food poisoning. The mountain contemplated his current predicament, realizing that returning home might be rather unwise, as he would surely face accountability. Thus, he resolved to remain in the northern territories for a time. His plan was to charge into the riverlands and seize a few villages to restore his strength. Upon reaching the border region, he was predictably spotted by scouts. What did you say? A colossal knight? Albert was taken aback by the scout's report. Ordinarily, only 2 individuals could be referred to as colossal knights in the entire West, the Gregor brothers. However, these formidable warriors were members of the Kingsguard, and under normal circumstances, they should be stationed beside Tywin. While it was conceivable that Tywin might unleash these fierce hounds to wreak havoc, it seemed unlikely at this moment, especially since he was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Stannis and had just suffered a defeat. Releasing such vital combatants at this juncture appeared improbable. Yet Albert recalled Tywin's previous decision in the original narrative to send the mountain to this area for plundering. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. This fellow was indeed here to pillage, given that they had been lurking here for over a month without engaging in any significant battles, and that his own guards had seen little action aside from attacking Terror's Keep. Albert decided to organize an ambush to gauge the mountain's capabilities. After all, he had previously defeated him in a tournament with remarkable skill. While it might have been somewhat fortuitous, he had emerged victorious. This time, however, Albert aimed to discern whether the mountain possessed any unique military insights worth learning. Thus, preparations for an ambush against the mountain's forces gradually commenced. Chapter 53. The border ambush. Albert and his men were determined to engage in their first major battle thus far. The mountain commanded over 700 soldiers he had initially brought, along with more than 200 marauders acquired from local pillaging. Albert's forces consisted of 1,000 men, supplemented by a contingent of crossbowmen and an additional 500 troops from House Tully. The 2 sides were relatively evenly matched. Yet facing a warrior like the mountain posed a significant challenge. Although Albert had triumphed over him in the tournament, he regarded that victory as mere luck. He had never relied on fortune, as a direct confrontation would require his guards, who had only seen limited combat, to risk their lives, which seemed quite unreasonable. Albert sought a more strategic approach that would minimize casualties while still subduing the enemy. Naturally, his lowest tactical objective was to drive the mountain away, though the prospect of complete annihilation seemed unlikely, given the enemy's current combat prowess. Achieving total destruction was nearly impossible without a numerical advantage of 3 to 4 times their strength. Among this group, there were only a handful of cavalry. with the majority composed of infantry. Judging from the extent of the damage to their armor and the intelligence Albert had received, it appeared that these were the remnants of the Blackwater River battle. This posed minimal concern. Their morale was unlikely to be particularly high after suffering a recent defeat and fleeing for days. Based on their route of retreat, they should lack the audacity to raid the larger lords. Therefore, their supplies were expected to be meager, deprived of clothing and sustenance. And having endured a defeat while being on edge for so long, the situation was not expected to be dire. A single charge, or perhaps 2 or 3 assaults, would suffice to subdue them. With this thought, Albert cast aside his last thread of anxiety. After all, victory in this battle was assured, the only variable being the manner of that triumph. The infantry of the Demon Mountain steadily advanced into a forest area, the sole woodland in the northern part of the Western Realm. It seemed this infantry unit intended to seek refuge from the storm here. Albert resolved to launch a surprise attack at this juncture, for it was when the army was most fatigued, with their defenses at their lowest, that the potential for success was greatest. Moreover, it was imperative that this operation be executed with finesse, as the enemy's infantry could arrive for reinforcement at any moment. The nearest border fortress was nearly 20 miles away. Logically, if they were determined to support their comrades, they would likely arrive before the ambush concluded. It was unlikely that the Demon Mountain would solicit reinforcements, yet he felt it prudent to remain cautious of any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the 500 men he had summoned from the Lord of the Riverlands would serve as his final reserve. The primary contingent would consist of his own subordinates, for it was only they whom Albert could truly trust. The infantry, adhering to their extensive training, formed their battle formation. Albert opted for the simplest circular arrangement, dividing the soldiers into 2 teams of 500 each, encircling the open space where the enemy rested. The clearing amidst the trees shone like a beacon in the night, and Albert quickly identified the tallest horse within the opposing ranks. Albert himself did not possess a steed. His only companion was his beloved pet, Nightblade. Thus, upon spotting that singular majestic horse, he resolved to intercept this group. The Western Realm did not produce horses, but the southern region of Riverbend was renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for its equine stock. Albert's relations with them were strained, reflecting the broader animosity between the northern territories and the nobility of Riverbend. Consequently, the North had to rely on its own breeds, the northern horses and the greys, as mounts for their cavalry. However, these breeds were notoriously difficult to tame, making a fine horse a rare and coveted treasure in the North. The moment Albert laid eyes on the horse, he was struck by the conviction that it rightfully belonged to him. Yet, at that instant, it was being ridden by the imposing mountain. Thus, my friend, without a hint of hesitation, I shall seize your steed. Once all were in position, Albert resolved to sound the first note of battle with a crossbow. A formidable crossbow was positioned amidst the trees, aimed at the grand banner adorned with a golden lion that the mountain himself wielded. With a swift whoosh, a sturdy bolt shot forth, and the banner nearly toppled at its arrival, echoing the distinctive roars of the Northmen throughout the surrounding woods. Sir Albert, the Nightblade, was the first to charge forth, with the remaining soldiers trailing behind. He immediately targeted the head of a Lannister soldier, swinging his sword in a glimmering arc, resulting in a head soaring several meters away. The startled mountain hastily rallied his troops, eager to gauge the number of ambushers, but chaos erupted all around, with Albert swiftly dispatching another soldier. He then commanded the fray-stricken soldiers to regroup and form a shield wall, slowly advancing forward. At that moment, the majority of the Lannister soldiers were engulfed in confusion, many bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This was their own territory. How could they be ambushed? In their panic, many hastily reattached their recently discarded armor. Yet during this brief interval, Albert's men had already claimed dozens of lives, with Albert himself slaying 3 soldiers in succession. As the initial tumult subsided, the Lannister soldiers began to form small circles, but these infantry formations quickly fell prey to the devastating fire of the crossbow. Whenever soldiers attempted to regroup, Albert would command the crossbowmen to target those areas. Isolated soldiers were systematically hunted down by the advancing infantry, each falling beneath a flurry of blades, their bodies discarded as the encirclement gradually tightened. Meanwhile, the mountain had mounted his warhorse, rallying the remaining 70 or 80 cavalrymen, attempting to break through Albert's infantry line. This wave of cavalry formed a wedge-shaped line, charging directly at the infantry ahead. Albert, in response, led his guards to the rear of the infantry line, integrating into their formation. A brutal clash ensued, yet the mountain and his cavalry failed to breach the defense. The mountain himself plunged into the ranks of infantry, but Albert was prepared. He commanded his guards to employ prepared lassos to attempt to bind the mountain. Several soldiers succeeded in ensnaring the mountain's hands and feet, dragging him from his steed. However, that was the extent of their triumph. The fallen mountain offered no resistance. Encased as he was in the finest armor of the Seven Kingdoms, Albert attempted to strike the armor of the mountain with the long sword in his hand. But to no avail. The mountain seemed as immovable as an iron tower, dragged into the infantry formation by the soldiers, all the while struggling fiercely. Convinced that he could not budge the mountain, Albert ordered his men to bind him as best as they could and turn their attention to the other soldiers. The infantry, now engulfed in chaos, was incapable of mounting an effective defense, while the cavalry, after being repelled once more, also abandoned the fight. In this encounter, Albert directly captured nearly 60 outstanding Lannister cavalrymen, along with over 60 of their steeds. From the breach created by the mountain, 300 to 400 infantrymen surged forth, with over 200 remaining captured and more than 100 slain in the melee. Among the 60 commendable Westerland's horses were Mares, causing a grin to spread across Albert's face. However, this ambush was not entirely successful. Not only had the mountain escaped, but his battle standard had also been carried away by the fleeing infantry. Nonetheless, the spoils of war were commendable, including over 300 sets of reasonably fine armor and 60 notable steeds. Chapter 54. The large-scale southern advance. After successfully ambushing the mountain, Albert received orders to return and report. En route, he learned that Castle Casterly had come under attack by the Ironborn. Given this development, it was evident that the Westerners and the Ironborn had irrevocably forged an enmity, and it was likely that when Tywin returned with his forces, he would not spare these adversaries. Consequently, the North could now be free from concerns about threats from other quarters for the time being. Because of this, Robb's southward campaign could no longer be impeded. Upon arriving at the Neck with his captives and troops, Albert beheld a substantial force belonging to Robb. Robb's strategy was straightforward. His army would split into two. One contingent, personally led by him, would dismantle the defensive forces along the western border and penetrate deep into the west, aiming directly for Castle Casterly to compel Tywin to engage in battle. The other force would advance south along the valley, severing the connection between Tywin's loyal nobles near the King's Road and his main army, providing assistance to Stannis in defending King's Landing when necessary. After all, their male lineage's mission was not only to seek vengeance, but also to aid Stannis in winning the war. Of course, winning the war was a secondary concern. Retribution was paramount. Albert's contingent consisted of over 3,000 men, combining the forces of Ricard's eldest son, Aerion, with his own. With his own 1,000-plus troops and the entirety of his family's cavalry and crossbow units, he commanded a total of 3,300 men. Together with Robb's forces, they amassed over 6,000, constituting roughly one-third of the entire northern army. This formidable force advanced slowly southward, soon encountering their first adversary, the forces stationed at Harrenhal, commanded by Devon Lannister, who led a combined army of over 4,000 men. They are stationed at the renowned ruins of Harrenhal, a castle that arguably boasts the largest area in all of Westeros. A mere garrison of over 4,000 men is insufficient to fully guard it. A substantial force is encamped in the vicinity of the castle, amidst the crumbling walls, with only a single hall barely standing intact. This contingent remains loyal to House Lannister amidst the turmoil of Stannis' consolidation of the lands of the deceased. Rather than submit to him, they chose to seek refuge here after fleeing King's Landing, yet they did not stray far from the grasp of Devon Lannister. As for the other members of House Lannister within the castle, they have been detained in waves, including the nominal 3 children of the former King Robert, as well as the former Queen. Indeed, a significant number of individuals, including the Queen herself, have been captured, and given the current state of affairs, one cannot expect a prisoner exchange in the near future. Albert has descended southward bearing a letter penned by Robert, aiming to prevent any misunderstandings with Stannis, as his ostensible purpose for this journey is to advocate on behalf of Eddard for Stannis' claim to the throne. Meanwhile, in the southern reaches of the Riverlands, nearly 30,000 soldiers have been summoned. Although the Tyrells have pledged support, their efforts are hampered by the Ironborn's mobilization, rendering them unable to fully commit to the war. Even with the strength of the Dragonfly Island fleet, they may struggle against the Iron Fleet, which has dominated the seas for centuries. Thus, it is imperative to retain at least 20,000 troops for defensive preparations, while also keeping a wary eye on Dorne. Stannis has communicated with Prince Doran, promising that should he achieve victory in this conflict, Dorne may be granted a position of royal consort, contingent upon the healing of his daughter's grayscale affliction. Recently, a woman who claims to be the Red Priestess Melisandre has joined Stannis' court, asserting her ability to cure grayscale and having already demonstrated some effective healing methods. In front of Albert stands a contingent of over 4,000 soldiers led by Devon, which poses a significant challenge he must now confront. To speak candidly, the combat efficacy of these 4,000 troops, based on Albert's reconnaissance, appears rather lackluster. They lack standardized attire and a unified banner, each displaying the sigils of their respective houses, with no cohesive emblem to represent them. Such a ragtag force, if faced directly, would leave Albert feeling somewhat dissatisfied. What could such an army truly accomplish? However, considering the possibility of over 100,000 troops amassing in the south, Albert perceives a formidable challenge ahead. Although the military power of Storm's End and the Riverlands currently lies in the hands of Renly, it is evident to all that neither side can afford to fully commit to this war. So far, the forces that Stannis and his men need to defend against should not exceed 40,000, as the troops in the Riverlands require not only to guard against Stannis, but also to protect themselves from Dorne in the south, which can muster formidable warriors at their peak. Tywin has conditional options to win over Dorne, or at least to maintain its neutrality. However, his leverage currently lies within the territories of others. Meanwhile, Albert, deeply entrenched in this war and witnessing the gradual decline of the Lannisters, harbors no fondness for them. Aerion rode up beside Albert and asked how they should proceed. "Do not rush," Albert replied. "Our task is merely to hold them here, and if possible, to eliminate them." He paused, gesturing towards the nearby ragtag soldiers. Looking at them, it is clear they are far from elite troops. Aerion thoughtfully nodded. Indeed, their camping methods did not reflect the capabilities of seasoned soldiers. They lacked even the essential protections, with all the campfires large and clustered near the tents. Employing a method that, while ensuring a long-lasting blaze, was utterly unsuitable for a tented encampment. A single cut to the supporting line could send the fire tumbling down, igniting the tent. "When do we launch our attack?" Aerion inquired. "Patience, we wait until nightfall," Albert signaled for his colleague to remain calm. After all, they were currently in a covert position, and haste was unwarranted. With only over 6,000 men against their adversaries' 4,000, any attempts to engage would likely result in substantial losses on both sides. Thus, it was prudent to stabilize their position and find an opportune moment to strike, as their mission extended beyond merely defeating this wave of enemies. Chapter 55. The night attack on Harrenhal. 1. As night fell, the soldiers in the camp began to settle down for rest, with only a few sentinels remaining vigilant. In the shadows, Albert contemplated from which direction to launch the assault. The remnants of Harrenhal still boasted 4 substantial towers, now transformed into defensive positions for the garrison, effectively covering the entirety of the soldiers' encampment. Other elevated areas were deemed too perilous for occupation, categorized as dangerous ruins. The total defending force at Harrenhal numbered approximately 4,000, a surprisingly scant amount for a fortress of such magnitude. Moreover, within this number, instances of soldiers straying away were increasingly common, supplemented only by the forced conscription of nearby farmers. Albert patted the tall night blade at his side. If a night raid were to be executed, these beasts would serve as the finest instruments of warfare. The battle plan is straightforward. Initially, the Nightblade and a select group of elite soldiers will infiltrate the enemy's camp to sow chaos. When the enemy soldiers emerge in disarray, our forces will advance in a disciplined infantry formation. The elite squad will undoubtedly be personally led by Albert, while Elian will be tasked with assembling troops nearby and organizing them into formation. Albert's team consists of 40 men, primarily the most capable soldiers from his personal guard. Their objective is to disrupt the camp as much as possible, and the most effective means to achieve this is to assault the command center. However, the command center is surrounded by a cluster of tents and heavily guarded by patrols, making it challenging for Albert and his 40 soldiers to penetrate the center. Thus, they must resort to setting fire to the area with the densest concentration of tents. After eliminating several scouts, this mischievous squad swiftly infiltrated the enemy camp. Albert planned to ignite the flames using the readily available braziers. By severing their connecting ropes, the braziers would topple and ignite upon hitting the ground. To ensure the fire spread rapidly and fiercely, Albert divided his team into 8 smaller groups, with himself and Nightblade as a separate unit. He was the first to cut a rope connecting one of the braziers, resulting in a sharp thud as it fell. Upon hearing this sound, the remaining soldiers quickly severed the ropes beside them, and soon, as all 9 braziers crashed to the ground, a roaring inferno engulfed the camp. The soldiers, now aware of a treacherous ambush, scrambled out of the burning tents, astonished by the ferocity of the flames. Albert had deliberately chosen ignition points that encircled the entire camp, a decision influenced by the placement of the braziers, which were predominantly located at the edges. Thus, what lay before them was an expansive sea of fire, and rapidly, this hastily assembled mob descended into chaos. Although the scene of flames engulfing the camp appeared grand, Albert understood that the death toll from this blaze would likely be minimal. However, the attack had undoubtedly plunged the enemy's soldiers' morale into despair. Yet, they still retained their elite status. Albert witnessed the Lannister commander rallying his troops, and he realized that a bloody confrontation was inevitable. Nonetheless, Albert remained unperturbed, for he had yet to experience defeat since his rise to prominence and was confident that he would not falter in this battle. Amidst the turmoil, the enemy's formation gradually unfolded before Albert. This army possessed little cavalry, but was bolstered by a substantial number of infantry. In the siege warfare, the role of cavalry is exceedingly minimal. Albert faced a formidable force, particularly in the context of a siege. Despite the ruins of the rear wheel explosion, there remained the most basic fortifications of walls and halls. Compared to other cities, this particular one possessed almost no defensive strength from its gates. However, in the heat of battle, the gates themselves were not of paramount importance. Although Albert carried a crossbow, the city had already been devastated to a significant extent. Provided that the opposing infantry did not array themselves in defense, the crossbow might not exert considerable impact. The soldiers commenced their assault in the vicinity, with the cavalry dismounting to engage in combat. The crossbowmen targeted the enemy formations gathering nearby, yet the majority of their forces remained concealed within the city, which, despite its battered condition, still offered strategic advantages. Albert orchestrated 2 waves of attacks, even deploying his knight blades into the fray. Yet they were unable to breach the enemy's defenses. Amidst the rubble, his forces could not effectively employ a defensive formation, while the adversary adeptly utilized the intricate terrain for ambushes. In truth, this ambush was executed with remarkable proficiency, garnering the attention of even an adversary as formidable as Albert. Dauphin skillfully exploited the ruins of the city, transforming every fragment of debris into a stronghold, while ingeniously concealing a network of pathways that rendered Albert's army unable to penetrate. Nevertheless, it was evident that despite such staunch defenses, Albert possessed means to counteract them. He had prepared 7 incendiary oil cabinets, albeit not in great quantity. These were meant to confront dense infantry lines, but under the current circumstances, they could only be employed for urban warfare. Groups of 7 or 8 soldiers hoisted each cabinet, with 4 on the front line for protection, 2 responsible for transport, and 1 tasked with operation. This imposing device, once deployed onto the battlefield, instilled fear in many of the enemy combatants. While it lacked the portability and immediacy of a flamethrower, the incendiary oil cabinet, utilizing animal fats, inflicted severe damage. Soldiers within the ruins, no matter how well they concealed themselves, were susceptible to ignition. In an instant, the battlefield became suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh, with the bodies of soldiers strewn about, bearing horrific burn marks. Gradually, all stationed soldiers in the scattered outer areas were identified and dealt with. What remained were the undamaged core structures of the castle and the additional soldiers lurking within. Thus, the first phase of the battle came to a close. Chapter 56, The Battle of Herrenberg, Part 2. The soldier units, finally shielded by a substantial contingent of their comrades, managed to eliminate the scattered adversaries outside the castle. Next, they would confront the enemy entrenched in the yet-to-collapse core of the fortress. Albert's soldiers attempted to douse the gatekeepers with fiercely burning oil. Yet under the protection of their shields and javelins, those soldiers remained well guarded, rendering this tactic ineffective. The enemy's troops, upon sighting their opponents, immediately hurled numerous spears in an effort to keep Albert's forces at bay, preventing them from advancing. Albert opted to ignite licorice balls outside the fortress and then threw these smoke-emitting spheres inside, commanding his soldiers to form a circular formation outside the castle. Should the enemy be driven out by the smoke, they were to execute a swift attack. This strategy appeared to yield some effect, but its utility was limited, as the billowing smoke obscured the visibility of Albert's men, rendering them unable to discern the situation within. What now? Elian inquired, while Albert pondered the feasibility of their next move. The castle resembled a decrepit turtle. Though it was nearing its end, it still wielded considerable power. Albert considered various strategies, but found himself at an impasse. If smoke and incendiaries proved ineffective, it seemed that fire assault was the only option left. But how would they conduct this fiery onslaught? The notion of a fire attack was too vague, especially since they were already employing incendiary tactics. Could he specify the method? Albert summoned several warhorses, instructing his soldiers to bind them with flammable materials and ignite them. Soon, A warhorse was engulfed in terrifying flames and charged into the enemy's infantry line, swiftly toppling the gatekeepers. However, just as it was about to breach their defenses, the horse was repelled by several spear-wielding soldiers. Although they did not penetrate the fortress, they discovered a viable method, prompting Albert to order the use of older warhorses for this approach. Before long, 4 or 5 aged steeds were brought forth, their bodies layered with wet straw, covered with cloth, and topped with ignited straw. These horses, now in a frenzy, raced towards the enemy's stronghold. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as they quickly disrupted the sentries at the gates, allowing Albert's soldiers to pour in. The elite guard maintained a distinct advantage over the ordinary warriors, owing to their superior equipment and physique. This group of soldiers surged forward, striking down any foe in their path. Albert promptly dispatched a second wave of troops to join the fray, and soon the hall of the fortress echoed with the cacophony of battle. The enemy soldiers, in terms of morale and equipment, were not superior to the elite guard, yet they steadfastly held their ground. In no time, the soldiers carved out a no-man's land within the hall, while reinforcements slowly advanced toward this newly claimed territory. However, they encountered another obstacle as the enemy formed a formidable spear wall. In the constricted area, the cavalry charge appeared to be of little efficacy, while the adversary soldiers brandished their long spears, effectively confining Albert's infantry to a diminishing space. Observing this predicament, Albert commanded his troops to maneuver the incendiary oil barrels into position to scorch the enemy's infantry formation. This tactic seemed to yield results, as the opposing soldiers once again scattered in panic. However, they steadfastly held their ground at the entrances of each room, rendering Albert's efforts ineffective. After all viable defensive strategies had been employed, yet they remained resolutely entrenched in several key rooms, indicating an inability to breach the fortress from within. The methods previously utilized seemed futile in the face of such a stronghold. With barely over 1,000 soldiers remaining, dispersed across 7 or 8 relatively large rooms, the sole staircase leading to the command center on the second floor was firmly held by the enemy forces above. Faced with such a castle, Albert found himself at an impasse and could only order his soldiers to mount a relentless assault inch by inch. The troops, shielded, advanced the incendiary barrels to the doorway of the room, and as the frontline soldiers swiftly maneuvered aside, the ferocious flames engulfed the defenders. The soldiers pressed forward, undeterred by the astonishing number of adversaries. Albert could scarcely believe that these hundreds of foes were concealed within such lowly quarters. Yet, as they advanced, the enemy soldiers were systematically eliminated, despite their advantageous defensive positions being either hurled from the rooms or cut down by the relentless onslaught. It seemed that the combatants' objective was no longer to vanquish the attacking forces, but merely to delay them, buying time for their comrades. This was indeed a source of considerable frustration. Defeating them was a straightforward task, yet utterly annihilating them proved to be exceedingly challenging. The fortifications were in disarray, with gaping holes between each castle and even among the walls, allowing for unimpeded ingress and egress. Even so, the fortress was gradually being cleared, as the soldiers remaining in the lower chambers fell one by one. After mastering the art of breaching the rooms, Albert's forces began to incur fewer casualties while successfully capturing the chambers. In the course of the fierce battle, nearly 400 of Albert's soldiers had succumbed, and he was uncertain of the enemy's losses, though he was aware that at least 1,000 foes still lurked within the castle's confines. The chaos was palpable, and the number of adversaries concealed on the second floor remained unknown. If clearing the first floor was already so troublesome, tackling the second was likely to be even more arduous. At long last, they had thoroughly eliminated the enemy soldiers on the ground floor. Within this formidable castle, they had suffered minimal losses in open combat, yet endured catastrophic casualties during the indoor skirmishes. Nearly all of their losses in this conflict stemmed from within the castle walls. Albert had developed an interest in the commander, as he had never encountered someone so resilient before. Chapter 57. The Battle of Herrenberg. 3 now? Only the enemy forces on the upper floor remained. Albert had lost count of the number of rooms he had battled through. The only clarity he possessed was his determination to confront the commander once he surrendered or was captured. However, the staircase presented significant challenges. The adversary had fortified every corner, and the precarious staircase could hardly withstand any extensive tumult. Most crucially, its dimensions were too narrow to allow them to hoist the oil barrels up. Albert had no choice but to lead the charge himself, dispatching all enemies on the staircase before proceeding to clear the next corner. Although the enemy soldiers exhibited limited skill, fighting side by side with another proved to be an exhausting endeavor for Albert, as he wielded a conventional sword rather than a massive axe. Consequently, Facing multiple adversaries simultaneously drained his stamina, and his efficiency began to wane. Finally, just as he was on the verge of collapse, they successfully ascended to the upper floor. This staircase was clearly not designed for human use. It spiraled around the castle's outer wall before eventually reaching the entrance to the second floor, affording the enemy ample opportunities to fortify their position. The ground behind him was already soaked in blood, and his primary concern now was how to breach the second level of this fortress. Unlike the myriad of cramped rooms below, this floor featured a single chamber. Yet the enemy forces were well prepared to resist. As soon as Albert peeked out, he spotted a massive spiked log rolling toward him. He desperately raised his shield to block the oncoming projectile. However, once the log came to a halt, the soldiers behind it relentlessly pushed it downward. "Push me up," Albert shouted to the soldiers below, who began straining to shove their shields against his back, propelling him upward with all their might. Clearly, this upward thrusting position was far from advantageous, and Albert exerted every ounce of strength to avoid tumbling down. Meanwhile, two spearmen stationed at the rear attempted to pierce Albert's body directly. With the log pressing against him, he had little room to evade. Suddenly, a soldier dashed in from below, severing the advancing spear with a swift strike. More soldiers surged into the fray from this position, and soon the entire second floor was once again engulfed in the chaos of battle. After dealing with the logs, Albert personally entered the battlefield, leveraging his championship prowess in one-on-one combat to cut a swath through the threshold, slowly clearing the entire second floor of enemy soldiers alongside his comrades. Soldiers continuously ascended from the rear staircase, and a few even maneuvered a blazing oil cabinet, its fierce flames inflicting immense suffering upon many Lannister troops. The task of clearing the second floor proved to be an arduous endeavor, as these soldiers seemed to emerge from every conceivable nook and cranny, their resistance far exceeding Albert's expectations. However, their defiance ultimately met its demise. When the last plank was kicked aside, Albert beheld his opponent, a youth of similar age, adorned with lustrous golden hair and relatively handsome attire. His once pristine armor, now marred by the chaos of battle, lay in a state of disarray. "Damn, you've certainly made us work hard," Albert remarked, no longer required to engage in combat under the protection of his attendants. Rather than expressing anger, he addressed the young man. "It is my duty, such is the nature of war. If memory serves me correctly, you must be the son of Kevin." "Indeed, that is my father," the young man replied. "No wonder, a staunch loyalist of House Lannister. It explains your prolonged resistance," Albert continued. "You may now choose to surrender. We have no intention of harming your father." Albert attempted to persuade him, knowing that his own soldiers were weary from the drawn-out conflict. Securing a surrender would be ideal. But should that fail, he had no qualms about igniting the room into an inferno with the oil cabinet. "I can announce my surrender, but I have two conditions. First, you must release all prisoners. Second, you must ensure that the Lannisters are treated with respect. I cannot guarantee that, as they are not currently under my control. Furthermore, the Lannisters have slain my duke, and I lack the authority to make such promises. Then I am equally powerless to compel my soldiers to surrender." Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of these soldiers had merely found themselves on the wrong side of the conflict, having lost their agency. Only by complicating the war could their lord mitigate their punishment. After all, it was only through my resistance that I could convey my troubles to you, thereby potentially securing better terms for negotiation. Albert did not coddle them, asserting to the soldiers, "I assure you, prisoners will be treated with dignity, and you shall be allowed to return home once the war concludes. Otherwise, you shall face annihilation." Yet, to his dismay, not a single soldier opted to surrender. Thus, since the soldiers had made their choice, Albert found himself with no alternative but to dispatch his own men to eliminate every last one of the defiant fighters. The battle raged on for an extended period, continuing until the following morning when, after 2 rotations of soldiers, the area was finally cleansed of all resistance. Albert bore an expression of fatigue, having commanded operations for an uninterrupted span of 2 days, engaging from dusk until dawn, and then from dawn back to dusk, only concluding the Battle of Herlenberg in the early hours of the 3rd day. He did not seek the head of the opposing commander, Devon, but rather permitted him the choice of his demise. Ultimately, the commander who had thwarted him for over 2 days opted to leap from a great height. This was Albert's inaugural experience leading such an intense siege. He had never envisioned that a siege could unfold with such ferocity, as the enemy fiercely contested control of the castle room by room. Fortunately, they emerged victorious. The design of Herlenberg had been intended for fortification, conceived to withstand the assaults of the Targaryen dynasty. At that time, it stood as the largest and most formidable castle in the 7 kingdoms. However, after suffering extensive damage. It now lay in ruins, a mere vestige of its former glory. Once the soldiers had gathered their belongings, Albert resolved to continue southward to rendezvous with Stannis, anticipating a journey devoid of formidable adversaries. After nearly a month, they finally arrived at King's Landing. Along the way, they encountered numerous small contingents of Lannister forces. Although they were systematically eradicated upon contact, some casualties were inevitable. Upon reaching King's Landing, the original force of over 6,000 had dwindled to 5,500. As Albert commanded his troops to prepare for recruitment, he simultaneously instructed them to contact their headquarters, intending to expand his personal guard to 1,500 men. Additionally, he dispatched a message back home, inquiring about the progress of the Firelance research, emphasizing the urgency of developing a replacement for the firearm before proceeding with the ignition process. Having completed these tasks, 2 men, bearing Robb's handwritten letter, made their way to the castle to meet Stannis. The throne room remained unchanged. Yet the banners of the Proud Stag and Lion had been replaced with those of the Proud Stag. Stannis sat upon the Iron Throne. The letter containing Robb's request for alliance and the distribution of spoils following their victory. Stannis briefly perused the contents, finding them generally acceptable. Especially with the presence of a Prince of Dorne, he was indifferent to the addition of a northern prince. Having grasped the situation, he addressed the two, stating that since they had been dispatched for support, they should position their forces at their encampment. He assured them that their wages, supplies, and logistics would be managed by his command, requesting that they submit a comprehensive list of necessary provisions and equipment. Furthermore, if they intended to recruit, it would be prudent to commence immediately, as a large-scale military expansion was forthcoming. Stannis exhibited a demeanor of courtesy compared to Robert, avoiding any vulgarity in his speech. That evening, a welcoming banquet for their allies was to be held, with Prince Oberyn of Dorne in attendance. Standing beside the newly appointed king, the Onion Knight interjected. Prince Oberyn is a prominent figure from Dorne, as the northern lords have already informed us through their correspondence. After Albert concluded his response, he and Elian retreated to handle matters within the military camp before they could take a moment to rest. Albert's troops generally obey commands. Yet the forces from Caho City differ significantly. After all, Old Ricard's military acumen pales in comparison to that of his grandfather. Once the two had organized their army, they began to stroll leisurely through the streets. Albert intended to procure a new suit of armor for himself, having heard from his trade supervisor that they had successfully acquired a set of Valyrian steel armor from the Essos continent. Although he desired it, it would likely be some time before it was in his possession. It was indeed time for him to prepare a new set of spare armor. Elian, however, had different aspirations. Being of youthful vigor and yet unengaged, he busied himself courting the noble ladies of King's Landing. Rather than personally selecting his armor, Albert dispatched a shopkeeper from the vicinity to assist in finding an appropriate set, as he was not well acquainted with the local weaponry or blacksmiths due to his infrequent visits to the city. Left to his own devices, Albert found himself wandering aimlessly within the castle, for Stannis had assigned them guest quarters therein. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out of the city in search of alternative accommodations. Stannis, in contrast to Robert, demonstrated a greater aptitude for governance. While the Onion Knight excelled at navigating the darker aspects of society, being a prominent figure in King's Landing's underworld, having partnered for many years, their collaboration was marked by remarkable synergy. As for the Red Priestess, a minor disruption caused by Albert led to a slight inconsistency in her prophecy. They did indeed foresee Stannis seated upon the Iron Throne. However, the Red Priestess explained that, with the aid of the Red God, Stannis would lead his forces to usurp King's Landing and claim the throne. The reality, however, was astonishing to all, for Albert bore no resemblance to the Red God. If anything, his affiliations were more closely tied to the Seven. Albert's rationale was equally disconnected from the Red God, for one cannot claim that Eddard Stark was a devotee of the Red God. Consequently, Stannis' trust in the Red Priestess diminished sharply. Nevertheless, the Red Priestess asserted her ability to cure Shireen's grayscale, claiming notable success in her treatments. Thus, she would be entrusted with that task. Albert felt inclined to suggest that fostering relations with Old Town could yield effective remedies. Considering that the Citadel is arguably the foremost center of culture in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, second only to the lands of the East. Essentially, one could find a solution to any ailment there. As Albert descended the stairs, he spotted 2 small figures in the garden, the former princess with golden hair and the current princess with raven locks. Princess Shireen's skin ailment is quite conspicuous, as her visage and half of her torso are shrouded in a grayish hue. However, after the treatment by the woman in red. The affliction on her face has nearly subsided, rendering her condition almost imperceptible even while donned in a skirt. Were it not for the disfigurement caused by her scaly disease, Shirin would be undeniably charming. Although she has inherited her father's dark brown hair, she possesses her mother's exquisite eyes, reminiscent of resplendent emeralds. Upon encountering the armored knight, the two princesses offered a slight bow. Albert, having gained renown across the Seven Kingdoms due to his previous victories in battle, is celebrated as an exceptional commander of both navy and army, an ingenious inventor, an adept hunter, and the heir to a prosperous territory, as well as a distinguished merchant. The nobility of the southern realms harbor a certain fondness for this rising star from the north, with many families of unmarried daughters intending to showcase their charms at the upcoming ball. Yet, Albert notices a tinge of melancholy in the azure eyes of Princess Mizella. The young princess harbors complex feelings about her lineage, which Albert finds somewhat acceptable. After all, she is oblivious to the fact that her biological father is, in truth, her uncle. However, Albert remains unaware of the subtle, special emotions the young princess holds for him, as he is preoccupied with retrieving his recent shipment. The armor he commissioned has been sent with several samples for him to choose from, necessitating his prompt arrival to avoid inciting the craftsman's ire. As Chapter 59 unfolds, titled The Ambush, the Assassin, Albert descends the spiral staircase, making his way to the castle's grand entrance. While the two princesses continue to relax in the garden after their formalities, Albert had no intention of lingering, yet he suddenly spots a long, dark object coiled nearby Mizella. Could it be a snake? He halts to scrutinize the scene, for it is highly unusual to encounter such a fierce creature within the palace gardens. Yet, he is convinced that he is not imagining things. The shape is unmistakably serpentine. To his horror, he perceives the creature, partially hidden among the foliage, flicking its slender, forked tongue, pale lavender in hue, indicating it is indeed a venomous snake. This serpent is now fixated on Mizella and Shirin. Mizella, upon spotting the snake, is gripped by panic, letting out a terrified scream that summons nearby guards. However, the distance between the two girls and the snake is significantly shorter than that separating them from the guards. In a moment of desperation, Albert unsheaths his sword, fixating his gaze firmly on the venomous serpent. "Come to me," he commands. Albert addressed the two princesses briefly before swiftly directing his sword towards the approaching venomous serpent. The princesses appeared somewhat alarmed, making it difficult to anticipate any swift actions from them. They seemed momentarily stunned by fear, prompting Albert to hasten to their side. The serpent, as if comprehending human dialogue, immediately aimed its fangs at Albert upon his exclamation. Having prepared for such encounters, Albert, experienced in dealing with these beasts, realized he had left his small shield behind in his hasty departure, though he was clad in armor. Faced with the serpent, Albert remained undeterred. After launching 2 tentative strikes, he discerned that the serpent might be under some external manipulation. Apart from sound and imagery, pheromones likely played a role, as serpents utilize these chemical signals for hunting and mating. Scanning his surroundings for a possible puppeteer yielded no results, compelling Albert to initiate an attack against the serpent first. The creature, seemingly trained by a human hand, exhibited no fear of the knight wielding a sword. Instead, it provocatively flicked its tongue. At that moment, the palace guards arrived, and the serpent, sensing their hostile intent, coiled low to the ground, its body undulating while it hissed ominously. Albert felt a twinge of unease. After all, there were others present facing an enraged serpent, and he had no certainty of subduing it without sustaining harm. The serpent paused momentarily before launching its attack. Albert successfully blocked the serpent's fierce charge with his sword, twisting his elbow to deliver a decisive strike that cleaved the creature in two. Just as the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief at the serpent's demise, a figure cloaked in black abruptly emerged from among the guards, brandishing a short sword that glimmered with a faint purple hue. The assassin charged directly at Mizera, the short sword likely laced with poison. Albert, disregarding any attempt to evade, leaped in front of the assailant, drawing his sword and warily eyeing the toxic blade. He felt a surge of anxiety. After all, his armor was not the finest, especially in the southern realms. Should the assassin be well prepared, the short sword could possess formidable armor-piercing capabilities. "If I am not mistaken, you are a serpent master," Albert ventured, attempting to engage the adversary in conversation to divert their focus. The serpent master is a mysterious profession on the continent of Essos, akin to shadow binders and crimson-robed witches, imbued with an air of fantasy. These individuals possess the ability to control serpents and excel in assassination, their skills reminiscent of the shapeshifters from the north. albeit limited to serpentine creatures. Damn it! Albert confirmed that the short sword in his hand was undoubtedly coated with snake venom. The adversary seemed equally astonished that Albert had discerned his identity. However, despite the surprise, the opponent did not cease his actions. Albert understood that the man was likely reluctant to engage in conversation, so his only recourse was to defeat him first. Only by calming him down could he hope to extract the remaining intelligence from his lips. Without a shield, who would visit a lord bearing one? Albert found himself bereft of any reliable support save for the half-worn armor adorning his body. The assassin, agile and swift, lunged forward in a single stride, gripping his dagger in reverse, aiming directly for Albert's chest. "Be careful," Mazira urged from behind. Yet, Albert was undeterred. He pivoted his short sword and thrust it into the fabric of the assassin's dark robe. To his dismay, he felt no tangible resistance. The man wore no armor. Realizing this, Albert quickly adjusted his grip and executed a horizontal slash. The assassin, however, was quick, leaping back just in time to evade Albert's strike. In a daring maneuver, the assassin lunged forward, bringing his sword down with ferocity, but once again, he missed his mark, skillfully evading the blow. Reacting swiftly, Albert reversed his swing, aiming in the opposite direction. This time, the assassin was caught off guard. Unable to evade entirely due to the constraints of space, the blade grazed his skin. Yet, it was evident that this attack had not incapacitated the assassin. Instead, he leaped back, creating a significant distance between them. Albert was inclined to pursue, but the assassin deftly retrieved a poisoned dart, which struck Albert's left arm before he could react. A myriad of lights danced before his eyes. "Damn it, my head feels so heavy." Albert could scarcely hold on any longer. He plunged his long sword into the ground for support, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, before collapsing into unconsciousness. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Albert glimpsed Mazira, her face etched with concern, kneeling beside him. He exerted great effort to lift his left hand, yearning to caress the maiden's cheek, but for reasons unknown, his arm felt overwhelmingly heavy. As though all strength had been drained from him, the world spun around him, and the heat radiating from his forehead surged alarmingly. His attempt failed, and Albert succumbed to darkness. Chapter 60. Valaya, damn it, damn it, damn it. When did that night emerge? In a shadowy alley within the depths of the flea-ridden domain. The black-hooded figure unclasped his hood, revealing light brown skin, flaxen hair, and the serpent-like golden eyes characteristic of the snake-bearers. He had meticulously devised every plan, even anticipating the guards' reactions, yet had failed to account for the presence of two northern knights. Indeed, at this juncture, Albert's ability to infiltrate the stronghold of King's Landing is known only to him. The female assassin seethes with rage, for she is now injured. Albert, through careful probing, has discerned that this assassin is unarmored, leaving her with a relatively shallow yet successful gash upon her abdomen. In this circumstance, with the assassination having failed, it is inevitable that the entirety of King's Landing will be placed under martial law, significantly diminishing her chances of acquiring medicine. As she touches the coin pouch strapped to her thigh, she finds it contains but a few meager silver stags and copper stars, a sum insufficient for securing lodgings of any quality. Originally, Valaya had intended to slay Marcella and exchange a strand of her golden hair for a bounty, thus freeing herself from this squalid mire. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of some northern lord, disrupting all her plans and wounding her in the process? Now, with scant funds and the necessity of tending to her injury, alongside the demise of her serpent which she must replace and nurture anew, she must also secure a place to stay. After all, remaining in this filthy den for too long could very well lead to a severe wound infection. This era is not akin to the time before Albert's arrival. In the Middle Ages, infections can be deadly, and a critical factor in determining whether a wound becomes infected is the cleanliness of one's surroundings. One must ponder, how sanitary can a flea-ridden alley be? Thus, it is imperative that she finds accommodation swiftly. There is no way she can spend the night here. Cursed northerners. If she survives this ordeal, she vows to curse him thoroughly. However, having been struck by her serpent's venom, it is likely he will not endure much longer. Valaya retains a measure of confidence. Her serpent's venom is exceedingly potent, which emboldens her as a solitary woman daring to undertake such perilous assignments. The antidote to her serpent's venom exists only within her knowledge. To save him, one would need to bleed him, and that is the sole recourse. However, given the rapidity with which the venom spreads, unless someone were to simultaneously draw his blood while administering a transfusion, he would perish before reaching the critical threshold. Despite her own injury, this venture has not been entirely fruitless. If she cannot save the boy, she might still infiltrate under the guise of a healer. seeking another opportunity to strike. But before that, she must address her wound. Casting a glance around, she acknowledges that this flea-infested hovel offers no suitable refuge, and the unsanitary conditions render it unfit for prolonged habitation. Thus, she must make her way towards the residential district. Should circumstances dictate, she might resort to eliminating a doctor or two, adopting their guise. Resolute in her decision, Valaya tore a small rip in her black hood and proceeded to shred her trousers, disguising herself as a girl who had been assaulted. Stumbling, she made her way to the nearest physician's residence. The shocking intrusion of an assassin left Stannis reeling. He had never anticipated that someone could breach the sanctity of his palace and nearly take his daughter's life. "What are you all doing? How could an assassin penetrate the castle?" he admonished the captain of the guards. After a moment's pause, he pressed further, "Are you certain there is no antidote?" Aldrich, the scholar, shook his head. "My liege, we have yet to discover a remedy." Stannis' expression darkened. Albert was not merely a supporter. He was the Lord of the North and Stannis' liaison and ambassador. Now, faced with such calamity, Stannis felt not only humiliated but burdened with insurmountable problems. A king who could not safeguard his own castle and guests. How could he possibly protect his realm? This was an unmistakable mark of incompetence. The scholar, however, was at a loss, as the venom from the serpent was exceedingly potent. By the time they had placed Albert on the sickbed, the poison had already spread through half of his body, turning the veins on one side a sickly purple. Meanwhile, his daughter and niece anxiously observed the unfolding scene from the periphery. Although they were not the biological offspring of the former king, Stannis still accorded them the privileges of prince and princess, while the queen remained under house arrest for her excessive transgressions. Stannis had launched a war against Tywin under the pretext of the Lannisters' involvement in the murders of the previous kings, and only a select few, including himself, were privy to the truth regarding the children's parentage. Family shame must not be aired in public. "Uncle, how is he?" As he exited, Stannis was intercepted by his niece and daughter, two little girls standing at the door with tear-filled eyes, having waited there for what felt like an eternity. "Father will find a way. You two need not worry," he reassured them, though he was at a loss for words. At that moment, the Red Priestess emerged from the shadows. Only the blood of a king can save him and neutralize the poison coursing through his veins. The only course of action now is to draw blood, expelling the venom-tainted essence from his body. "What heresy is this?" Stannis exclaimed. "If we drain his blood that has already been tainted by the serpent's venom, he will perish from blood loss. Therefore, we must bleed him while simultaneously transfusing fresh blood." "And whose blood do you propose to use for the transfusion?" Stannis' voice was heavy with concern. After all, blood transfusions were a rare practice, and the castle's conditions might not be suitable for such an endeavor. The gaze of the red-robed witch lingered upon Myrcella, for the blood of this young maiden was peculiar, akin to that of a king, yet not entirely so. If one were to draw a comparison, it bore a closer resemblance to the blood of a saint. The efficacy of royal blood remained uncertain, yet desperate measures were warranted in this dire situation. The red-robed witch resolved to employ this successful rescue to convince Stannis of the power of the Lord of Light. Chapter 61. My willingness. The blood of the little princess and the two princes could indeed be utilized, provided that the consent of the donor was obtained. Otherwise, the recipient would face grave peril. In the event that the owner of royal blood explicitly declined, forcibly extracting such blood would render it toxic, far more deadly than any poison known to the world. Stannis pondered deeply. Although he had no desire to harm Albert, he could not gamble with the lives of his three nephews. This matter necessitated the counsel of the former queen, yet given her disposition, it was all but certain that she would refuse. Even if it were someone else, she would never permit her children to offer their vital essence, let alone the fact that this woman harbored no affection for Albert. After all, it was Albert who had shattered her aspirations, transforming her from a once glorious queen into a prisoner confined within the depths of the palace. It was said that upon learning of Albert's injury, that madwoman had laughed for a full 20 minutes. Convincing her would be more challenging than persuading a lion to forego its meat. Stannis had no intention of attempting such a feat, and Tommen had always been averse to pain. As for Joffrey, he had never demonstrated any inclination to contribute to others. Thus, the only remaining option lay before him. Stannis hesitated, casting his gaze toward his niece. The sole viable user of royal blood was his youngest niece, Myrcella. Yet how could he permit her to undergo a blood transfusion? In this era, such an act was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to both donor and recipient succumbing to infection, a risk that Stannis deemed unacceptable. Yet Myrcella's expression was remarkably resolute. The young girl grasped the witch's words, fully aware that only her blood could save Albert, who lay in a dire state upon the sickbed. "Uncle, "Let it be my blood," she implored. "I am willing." Stannis regarded his 12-year-old niece with astonishment. Transfusions were perilous even for adults. And he himself had flinched at the thought. To his surprise, his niece exhibited such courage. The red-robed witch knelt before Myrcella and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to offer your blood?" Although her voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering resolve. "Dear witch, please use my blood to save the gentleman." Clearly, the Scarlet Witch was taken aback by the young girl's bravery. Nevertheless, she gently laid the girl down on the bed and, with the dagger in her hand, made an incision in the girl's arm, allowing crimson blood to flow forth. For a fleeting moment, a look of pain crossed Myrcella's face. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch produced a prepared tube, aligning it with the wound, and simultaneously made a cut on Albert's arm, affixing the tube over the injury to commence the blood transfusion. The 12-year-old girl's blood was undoubtedly insufficient compared to Albert's, but it was never the intention to transfer it all. Rather, the aim was merely to ensure that Albert remained alive during the bloodletting. However, throughout the transfusion, vigilant oversight was essential to halt any bleeding promptly and prevent the formation of clots. Thus, Albert resembled a swimming pool frequently depicted in mathematics textbooks, simultaneously losing and replenishing blood. Soon, the dark blue marks on his veins began to fade, returning to their normal hue. The transfusion would require considerable time, necessitating continuous monitoring, which led the witch to dismiss everyone else from the room. Valia, cradling her injured body, sat in a relatively clean chamber, while on the opposite side lay two corpses. It appeared that this woman had successfully usurped the place, with the other two bodies belonging to the unfortunate original inhabitants of the room, skillfully wrapping her wounds in bandages. Valia wiped her blade. This venture had resulted in significant losses. Her meticulously nurtured viper was dead, and she had also lost a poison dart. Most importantly, after expending great effort to infiltrate the castle, she had ultimately failed to eliminate her target and nearly lost her own life in the process. Gazing at her bandaged wounds, she resolved silently, "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Red Keep, striving to successfully eliminate that fiend, and of course, our little princess as well." To this day, Valia remains unaware of who had contracted her to assassinate the princess, yet the remuneration offered was substantial, so much so that the headquarters dispatched a total of 15 assassins. Although the number of those who arrived alive in Westeros is better left unspoken, many managed to infiltrate the military camp, only to be dealt with one by one before reaching the castle. She had attracted 2 patrolling guards by leveraging her allure, dispatching them before she could blend into the castle. Valia was originally a native of Meereen, a city of slaves, where both her parents and she herself were enslaved. On an ordinary night, devoid of any particular significance, her master attempted to claim her body, murdering her parents in the process and seeking to violate her. At that moment, an avenger hired by enemies arrived, poisoning the master before her very eyes. From that day forth, she joined the assassins known as the Snake Seekers, enduring rigorous trials until she ultimately became one of their assassins. Since his debut, he has endured the brutality of slaughter on 7 or 8 occasions, earning a modest reputation within the Serpent organization. Initially, he had no intention of accepting this particular assignment, as his master had not designated him for the task. However, driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate the situation for himself and intercepted the mission, expecting it to be straightforward. To his dismay, he nearly met his demise. Reflecting on this, Valia felt a pang of anguish. After all, that venomous serpent had cost him a great deal to acquire from his leader. Its poison was nearly impossible to neutralize. This serpent had been crucial to Valia's successful completion of his missions, and it was thanks to its potent venom that he had repeatedly triumphed. Yet now, this companion of his had been severed in 2 by the heir of the Northern Duke. He not only faced the arduous task of finding a new serpent, but also needed to extract its venom to reapply it to his blade. Each process of poisoning his weapon was fraught with difficulty and danger, which explained the pallor of his complexion as he silently noted a score against Albert. Chapter 62. Awakening in a haze. Albert sensed something licking his lips. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, but an intense thirst consumed him. Damn! What had that fellow smeared on his sword? Albert cursed inwardly. Such cruelty in poisoning the blade was beyond measure, lacking even a semblance of chivalry. Water, Albert murmured unconsciously, feeling a cool sensation at his lips as a stream of fresh water flowed into his mouth. He struggled to open his eyes, but perhaps due to the lingering effects of the poison, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Despite his efforts, he could not pry them open. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to distance his mouth from the icy touch, for he had had his fill of water. The guards outside seemed to grasp his intent, swiftly moving the cool cup away from his lips. Albert yearned to force his eyes open to discern who was watching him, feeling as though he had been closed off for an eternity, with crystalline objects surrounding him. Damn, those must be his own eyes. Sensing Albert's desire to awaken, a cool hand brushed against his eyes, clearing away the obstructions. Ah, that felt much better. Albert sensed the last vestiges of resistance dissipate, summoning his resolve to open his eyes. A narrow slit appeared, gradually widening, and the person attending to him seemed equally exhilarated. Leaping from their chair and rushing towards the door, Albert fully opened his eyes, adjusting to the blinding light outside, and attempted to turn his head. This should be the guest room designated for my rest. Albert exerted every ounce of strength to sit upright, only to realize that his arms still felt unwell. Turning his head, he noticed a large roll of bandages wrapped around it. Damn it, it seemed he would have to wait for someone to come in and assist him. After an indeterminate period, the person who had been caring for him returned. It took Albert a while to recognize her as Mycella. The girl's face bore the marks of exhaustion, suggesting she had not rested for a considerable time. With great effort, Albert attempted to sit up, but she evidently perceived his weakness and promptly helped him to rise. Thank you. Having just regained consciousness, Albert's face was still somewhat pale, and he felt quite hungry. At that moment, others began to arrive, with Elian and Princess Serene leading the way. Following closely behind were Stannis, accompanied by the scholar, the red-robed woman, and the Onion Knight. How long was I unconscious? 2 full days, not excessively long, Elian replied concisely. Albert exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared he had been asleep for an eternity. Have the assailants been apprehended? Elian's response was brief. No. After pursuing them to the flea pit, they vanished. Albert paused in contemplation. After all, such a person who nearly caused his demise was indeed a significant threat. Their target appeared to be the princesses and princes, as evidenced by the assailant's fervent attack on the 2 princesses, indicating that the children were likely the intended victims. We are currently devising a strategy to capture these individuals. Since you have encountered him, can you discern any distinguishing features? He is likely a serpent wielder, and he was not clad in armor. My sword grazed him, so he should bear a wound on his abdomen. Anything else? It is probable that he is not male, for when the dart struck, I observed he had no facial hair. The men present could not suppress their laughter, though they quickly stifled their amusement. Albert, please maintain your seriousness. I shall do my utmost. It was now evident that the assailant's target was indeed the princesses, and possibly the princes as well. Albert could keenly sense Mycella beside him growing tense, her grip tightening on his arm. Do not worry. I have devised a plan to deal with him, Albert stated calmly. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Mycella swiftly handed him the glass pitcher beside her. Albert took a sip and continued, currently. Our only intelligence advantage lies in the fact that I have awakened, yet he remains unaware. He still believes I am in a state of unconsciousness. We shall exploit this to draw the serpent out of its lair. My lord, you must swiftly announce to the outside world that an assassin has attacked your court, injuring a knight, and offer a substantial reward for the antidote. Since these assassins have accepted their mission, they will undoubtedly strive to complete it. Hence, they are bound to continue attempting to infiltrate the castle. We must create an opportunity for them, as we are aware that our adversary is a young man, injured in the abdomen and unarmored. Additionally, the serpent wielder possesses a unique trait that sets him apart from others, his amber-colored eyes. At this juncture, the scholar remarked that serpent wielders share similarities with the aberrant beings of the north. Both can command beasts to fight on their behalf. The distinction lies in the fact that serpent wielders can only control snakes, while the aberrant beings can command a variety of creatures. His snake has already been slain by Albert, which significantly impacts his combat prowess. Elian continued, suggesting that if he discovers Albert is alive, he may attempt to enter the castle under the guise of a poison remover, seeking another opportunity to strike at the 2 princesses. This would present us with the perfect moment to capture him and extract information regarding his superior and the individual who orchestrates his actions. The serpent wielder's headquarters is located in Millen City, where they venerate the god of serpents, Kays. The crimson-robed which remarked that this is a rather niche belief, as they take pride in commanding snakes. Furthermore, it is likely that more than one serpent wielder is involved in this assault, as I have observed traces of these reptiles' movements in the vicinity of the castle on multiple occasions. Thus, we must prepare for an onslaught from a considerable number of foes, who may be accompanied by snakes, necessitating that all soldiers be ready for defense. The guard troops I brought can participate in the battle, Albert stated. I have commissioned a set of armor for them at a nearby blacksmith shop. If fully equipped, their defensive capabilities should surpass those of the guards at the Red Keep. Elian exclaimed, Where did you acquire such funds? Sugar, crossbows, and paper, he replied. Paper has begun to circulate slowly in the southern 6 kingdoms and has even garnered considerable acclaim as a form of currency in certain areas. Thus, the plan was formulated. The news of Albert's awakening was tightly controlled. Even the north remained unaware. Stannis publicly declared that a northern lord had been injured in the assassin's attack and urgently required the expertise of a renowned healer to counteract the snake venom. There are only a few doctors upon whom the entire city can rely. Most are charlatans. However, the outward appearance and targeted investigation proved somewhat effective. Given that the target is unarmored, bears an abdominal wound, and possesses golden eyes, the city guard commenced a search throughout the city for individuals matching this description. Indeed, amber hair is quite rare, and an abdominal wound even more so. Numerous soldiers roamed the city, scouring every location except the flea market, covering nearly every conceivable area. Meanwhile, the Onion Knight mobilized his forces, turning the flea market upside down, even apprehending all the local ruffians to inquire if they had seen anyone with amber pupils. Every individual capable of assuming the role of a physician is subjected to such inquiries. The soldiers not only interrogate the person in question, but also conduct searches within their residences. Valia's hideout has been scoured repeatedly, yet on these occasions, the young woman cleverly evaded detection, believing they were unaware of the distinct characteristics of her pupils. For only a select few are privy to the fact that the pupils of a snake-bearer are invariably amber-hued. In reality, once the soldiers of the city guard departed, they promptly reported unusual circumstances at the physician's abode, as these 2 soldiers resided nearby and had previously sought treatment from this doctor. Stannis had expressly instructed his men to avoid alarming the quarry. Any intelligence gathered was to be meticulously compiled and reported. Initially, they had harbored concerns that she might be concealed within the flea pit. But upon witnessing the Onion Knight mobilize his forces to overturn the entire establishment without uncovering a single amber-eyed individual, their apprehensions were somewhat alleviated. This outcome was not entirely unexpected, given that Albert had inflicted a sword wound on his adversary. To avert infection, he would certainly not choose a flea-ridden locale, notorious for its unsanitary conditions. Once the city guard confirmed the target's location, Stannis personally led his troops to encircle the vicinity, ensuring that no one could enter or exit. The inconsequential residents had already been forcibly removed by the city guard, leaving only the dwelling of the female assassin. In the entirety of King's Landing, there were scarcely any female physicians, and as Valia peered out to assess her predicament, she realized she had been completely surrounded. A snake-bearer requires a serpent to wield their full combat potential. In the absence of a snake, their assassination prowess is significantly diminished. However, Valia found herself already cleaved in 2 by Albert and besieged by the guard, rendering escape impossible. Yet, the young woman did not surrender easily. Even without a snake or venom, she managed to slay 2 soldiers before being apprehended by Stannis himself. Stannis was perplexed to discover that she was a woman. He violently tore open her abdominal garments, revealing a wound underneath. A false physician, amber pupils, and an abdominal injury. There could be no doubt, she was indeed an assassin, agile and formidable. To prevent her from fleeing, Stannis had prepared an elongated pair of shackles, securing them around her ankles and pulling down hard. The coarse metal swiftly abrading Valia's ankle, inflicting a deep gash. With the certainty that this assassin could not escape, Stannis returned to the castle with his contingent, imprisoning Valia in the castle's deepest and most shadowy dungeon. Additionally, he stationed double the guard outside to thwart any potential escape attempts. The conditions within the dungeon were far from pleasant, and with the abrasion on Valia's ankle, the risk of infection loomed, ensuring her inability to flee would only be exacerbated. Stannis harbored no intentions of sparing the assassin, for this was a resounding slap to his face. He had failed to safeguard his own castle and guests, and his daughter had narrowly escaped assassination. Valyria was temporarily confined in the dungeon, while the other snake-bearers were either dead or wounded, suggesting that no further attacks would occur for the time being. Albert had not yet fully recovered, as his dominant hand bore the mark of a poisoned dart, which, although now removed, left a conspicuous scar. The woman had indeed struck with lethal intent, aiming directly for the arterial vein in his arm. Despite Albert's evasive maneuvers, the impact was significant. The dart had lodged itself in his flesh, and the ensuing inertia had pulled aside a patch of muscle, though it had not severed any vital vessels. Consequently, Albert found himself temporarily unable to wield his sword. During this interval, our third brother had finally assembled his forces, numbering over 60,000. Although he would need to allocate 20 to 30,000 troops to monitor movements in the south, this still constituted a formidable army. After uniting with his own contingent of over 10,000, the coalition of Storm's End and the Riverlands boasted a total of over 40,000, gradually advancing towards King's Landing. The defending forces of King's Landing, combined with the reinforcements brought by Albert, amounted to no more than 20,000, making a successful siege highly improbable. Thus, it was likely they would have to engage in open-field combat, a situation ill-suited for Albert given his current condition. Consequently, he could only command his Kingsguard to maintain a watch on the city walls while others engaged in battle below. Simultaneously, Stannis dispatched a plea for reinforcements to the Vale and Dorne. Prince Oberyn was also present within the city. However, he had not had the chance to meet Albert due to the latter's poisoning and subsequent unconsciousness at the banquet that evening. This time, Oberyn was tasked with defending the city alongside him, while Stannis himself led the main forces into the field. The garrison comprised Albert's Kingsguard, cavalry, and crossbowmen, totaling nearly 3,500, alongside Oberyn's own guard of 1,000 and 2,500 defenders of the capital. Outside the city, Stannis commanded 4,000 infantry and cavalry, along with 3,000 mixed troops from the north led by Elion, engaging in field combat. The troops camped on the western side of the city, swiftly erecting a sturdy military encampment, forming a strategic angle against King's Landing. With a numerical advantage, the enemy could only be compelled to split their forces to afford a chance at victory. It was hoped that the third brother could simultaneously lay siege while assaulting the enemy camp. Chapter 64. The Battle of King's Landing. 1. The coalition's total strength was substantial, with the enemy fielding 40 crossbows, all presumably the property of Windwhisper Keep, as it was unlikely Highgarden would deploy all its equipment. The infantry numbered around 40,000, with 5,000 cavalry, significantly outnumbering the defenders. Blaine was acutely aware of his own limitations. Thus, despite not bringing a substantial force, he successfully ensnared the general of the Riverlands, Lord Tarly. Blaine himself led an assault with 20,000 infantry surrounding the city, while Tarly commanded another 20,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry to confront Stannis. Even in the event of a defeat, the troops assembled on their side vastly outnumbered the defenders, a fact that held significant weight in the military strategies of Western Europe, where besieging a city with twice the manpower often proved effective, provided one maintained a force of over 20,000. Setting aside the clash between Stannis and Tarly, let us first examine the situation within the city. Blaine, a barely competent noble commander, had arranged for no cavalry whatsoever. His entire contingent consisted solely of 20,000 infantry encircling the city. The siege did not encompass the harbor, yet these soldiers could easily encircle the entire urban expanse. However, their crossbows failed to deliver the necessary impact. As the newly outfitted crossbows attempted to breach the city walls, Albert commanded the wall's crossbowmen to pierce their siege engines with heavy bolts, which proved far more effective than their projectiles. Before long, the army, equipped with 40 crossbows, was entirely decimated. Albert continued to direct his soldiers to unleash their heavy-bolted crossbows upon the enemy infantry. With the loss of their artillery, the infantry began to scatter, employing various engineering tactics to mount their assault. Blaine ordered his men to dig tunnels, while Albert simultaneously commanded his troops to disrupt the enemy's progress with crossbow fire and to excavate counter-tunnels within the city. In terms of artillery command and training, Albert had brought in additional 120 crossbows, complementing the 40 already present in King's Landing, swiftly suppressing the besieging forces. Thus, Blaine found himself unable to deploy his infantry to directly storm the city gates. The risk of being struck by bolts was too great, often resulting in 3 or 4 men being pinned to the ground, not dead immediately, but writhing in agony for an extended period, an immense psychological and physiological strain on the soldiers. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to resort to tunneling. However, the signs of their excavation were glaringly apparent, marked by several straight lines leading ominously toward the walls. Albert ordered his men to collapse the tunnels with artillery fire and subsequently commanded them to dig vertical shafts above the tunnels, descending through these to obstruct the enemy's engineering efforts. Before long, fierce skirmishes erupted around the extensive tunnel system surrounding the city. Faced with tunnels they could not seize, Albert opted to demolish them with crossbow fire. Unable to take the city through tunneling, Blaine commanded his men to fell great trees, binding the fallen timber into large wooden shields to be raised in their assault against the walls. After a moment of contemplation, Albert ordered his soldiers to set fire to oil, dragging incendiary barrels to the walls. Though their range was limited to about 6 meters, the objective remained clear: to bring the wooden fortifications crashing down. The incendiary oil cabinet, a peculiar weapon, was evidently unforeseen by Lannister's army, both in intelligence and in combat. As wooden walls ignited one after another, Lannister's fury reached its peak, prompting him to command his soldiers to set up trebuchets to bombard the city walls directly. Albert instructed the placement of wooden walls in front of the trebuchets to intercept projectiles and arrows. He commanded the use of crossbows to launch a barrel of oil onto the wooden structures, followed by orders for soldiers to fire flaming arrows at them. Once the wooden walls were doused in oil, they quickly succumbed to the fire, transforming into a conflagration of burning timber, leaving the trebuchets exposed and vulnerable to the crossbow's onslaught. Lannister ordered his archers to suppress those on the battlements, yet the assembled archers became perfect targets for the crossbows. Albert directly commanded 20 crossbows to target the concentration of enemy infantry, while another 20 were designated to demolish the enemy tunnels, collapsing all constructed passages. It appeared that the assault on the city would not be a simple endeavor. Lannister struggled to gain an advantage in direct confrontation. The gates of King's Landing had remained unscathed through numerous battles, rendering its defenses remarkably resilient. Lannister's infantry found it impossible to reach the city gates, as Albert's arrangement of crossbows aimed for overlapping fields of fire, with at least 3 positioned on a single enemy tower, and the crossbows on 2 towers providing mutual cover, effectively blocking the charge of Lannister's infantry. With no alternative, Lannister commanded his soldiers to form a skirmish line towards the walls. Albert, cunningly, directed the incendiary oil cabinet to collide with the walls. Should any soldiers ascend, they would be met with a ferocious spray of flames. Often, the soldiers would not have the chance to counterattack before being ignited and tumbling down below. Lannister resorted to instructing his men to construct trebuchets, this time binding wooden boards to the machines, which would remain beyond the range of arrows. Provided that enough of these siege engines were produced, they could pose a threat to the enemy towers before being dismantled by the crossbows. Meanwhile, Lannister dispatched his deputy to launch an assault from the harbor, as a frontal attack would only squander his forces on the battlefield. Continuing in this manner would lead to a blood-soaked fortress that could not be breached. The defense of the harbor relied on a portion of the city garrison and the Onion Knights Royal Guard, although they were not fully prepared for an encounter. The sheer scale of Lannister's auxiliary forces was hard to conceal, and soon, conflict erupted near the harbor. In contrast to Albert's well-trained troops, the quality of the city guard soldiers was evidently lacking, while Lannister's forces, being regular troops, managed to gain the upper hand for a moment. Just then, a sudden clamor of hooves echoed from the now clear harbor vicinity. It was the cavalry unit left by Albert within the city. Indeed, it was the 1,800 heavy cavalrymen from White Harbor. Once the debris near the port was cleared away, a vast expanse of open ground was revealed, providing ample space for the knights to charge. Just a moment away from success, the infantry was once again driven back into the sea by the cavalry. Gazing at the formidable castle across the way, Balon, though filled with fury, found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, a towering armored knight emerged from the side, leading his troops into the fray. This formidable knight navigated through the hail of bolts, astonishingly reaching the base of the castle walls. Even Albert was taken aback. How had they managed to get this far? Yet, the shock imparted by this knight was far from over. Seizing a sword from a soldier, he plunged it fiercely into the wall, gripping the hilt tightly and hauling himself up. He then inserted another sword into the wall, using it to pull himself up once more. This astonishing method of siege warfare left everyone dumbfounded. Albert immediately commanded an attack using the fire oil barrels. The fierce flames swiftly forced the knight down from the wall, yet he refused to concede, ordering his men to fetch a long pole. What was he planning? Before Albert could process this, he saw the enemy use the pole to pierce his fire oil barrel, which then erupted in an explosion, engulfing him and the 3 soldiers operating it in flames. Surely, this was unbelievable. Before Albert could react, that knight had already scrambled atop the castle battlement. Behind him, Balon, witnessing his troops finally making an appearance on the wall, was overjoyed and promptly ordered a concentrated assault. Albert, too, led his soldiers to encircle the knight. However, this warrior was incredibly fierce. With his great sword, he hurled every soldier attempting to approach him off the battlement. Crossbowman, crossbowman, a soldier urgently called, turning the crossbow on the enemy knight. With a whoosh, a bolt was launched forth. Chapter 65. The Battle of King's Landing. 2. As this tank-like knight rampaged across the wall, he wreaked havoc, sending numerous soldiers plummeting from the heights. Albert was compelled to command his guards to form a shield wall, barely managing to withstand this bull-like knight's onslaught. Meanwhile, the coalition forces below, witnessing the breach, surged forward like a pack of rabid dogs. Albert ordered his soldiers to drag the fire oil barrels to the wall while simultaneously organizing men to block the breach created by the night. The shield walls on both sides continuously moved inward, attempting to fully subdue this formidable foe. Yet, it was evident that this knight possessed a strength rivaling that of the mountain itself, nearly breaching their shield wall. Ultimately, Albert had no choice but to employ tactics suitable for dealing with the mountain, sending 3 or 4 nooses surging toward the knight from different directions. 2 ropes were ensnared around his legs, while another looped around his head. The soldiers on either side strained with all their might, and initially, the knight managed to struggle. However, when the 4th rope encircled his waist, he was ultimately pulled to the ground, grappling with the bindings that constrained him. Albert methodically commanded the shield formation to converge, ultimately capturing the knight alive. Although Albert was curious to ascertain the identity of this fierce warrior, his primary concern lay with the situation atop the city walls. Despite the forces of Bluely seizing the opportunity to launch an assault on the fortifications, Albert swiftly stabilized the situation, rendering their offensive futile. Newly reinforced crossbows quickly suppressed the advancing ranks with a barrage of fire. On the other side of the city, Davis faced a contingent of enemies poised to assault the harbor. As thousands of soldiers prepared to attack from the seaward direction, they encountered not only the newly repaired Iron Gate, but also the White Harbor Fleet, which had been awaiting their arrival. Exercising his authority, Albert dispatched his small fleet of 6 ships, anchoring them discreetly in a hidden cove at Blackwater Bay, evidently unnoticed by Liang Tong. Consequently, this army found itself intercepted during their advance, and the initially unprepared forces for a large ship raid were ambushed by a fleet that had long been prepared. Suffering considerable losses before finally reaching the shore, only to be met with a relentless barrage from various ranged weapons atop the walls. Ultimately, after depleting the majority of their strength, this army reached the Iron Gate of the harbor. They used flames to sever the iron lock connecting the gate, and upon breaching it, they were immediately assailed by javelins from all directions. In an instant, the army was utterly shattered, with the remaining fleeing soldiers offering little resistance before being captured. The ensuing battle on the walls continued with the enemy's futile charges, leaving behind a grim tally of fallen bodies. Meanwhile, within the encampment beneath the walls, the fighting intensified, as both Stannis and his adversary, Tarly, proved formidable opponents. The 2 sides arrayed themselves across the plains. Tarly commanded only 5,000 cavalry, roughly matching Stannis' number, yet his infantry outnumbered Stannis' forces by a staggering 3-fold. Capitalizing on this immense advantage, he easily encircled the entire stronghold. Albert had refrained from allocating too many crossbows to Stannis, mindful that should the stronghold fall, those weapons would fall into enemy hands. Stannis, burdened with a significant cache of gold, had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition against his superior forces. His strategy hinged on holding out until Robb's arrival could bring an end to the conflict. Robb brought his 20,000 troops, leaving Blackfish Brendan to lead the Riverland forces against Tywin's army. Meanwhile, many reinforcements from the Vale were hastily approaching. Once all these troops gathered at the city gates, they would possess the means to turn the tide entirely. Stannis' forces numbered over 20,000, engaged in a relentless siege. The enemy could not possibly sustain their ranks without incurring losses. Once both armies arrived, a qualitative change in numbers would ensue. Lisa Tully understood this predicament, hence the urgency to conclude matters swiftly. Should the 2 other armies arrive to bolster his side, he feared they might all remain trapped here. Even though the army of the Vale was unparalleled in the 7 kingdoms, it could not withstand such a significant blow. After all, the number of troops that House Tully could muster in a short span was already stretched to its limits. If this army were to meet its demise here, Tully would have grave concerns for his family's fate. Additionally, the Dornish forces had commenced their assault on the Vale, while the Iron Fleet began attacking various strongholds south of Fair Isle. Thus, it was clear that neither side could afford to lose this war. Tully arranged his troops to encircle the enemy like a swarm of ants. He recognized that if the enemy within the walls utilized a substantial number of crossbows for defense, their own numbers would be limited. With insufficient crossbows, there was no need to disperse the troops to replenish them. The soldiers would charge directly, ladders in hand, towards the city walls. However, as they climbed halfway, upon raising their heads, they would find themselves drenched in a noxious deluge, only to be scalded by the boiling liquid cascading down upon them. Many would fall to the ground, crushed beneath their comrades, to be dragged away by the medics. The foul liquid, derived from human waste, could inflict severe skin burns when exposed to high temperatures, leading to rampant bacterial infections. Many soldiers faced amputation or succumbed to infection. while a few unfortunate souls, doused in the filth, found their lives irrevocably ruined. Stannis chose not to engage but to wait. Fully aware of the dietary habits of the Stormlands soldiers, knowing they could not fight effectively at night. This allowed him to retreat into the safety of the city at his leisure. Subsequently, Lysa Tully resorted to another tactic, tunneling. Stannis was cognizant of the enemy's underground efforts, but lacked effective countermeasures, as he did not possess enough crossbows or any technology to thwart tunneling. He could only command his soldiers to dig counter-tunnels within the fortress. However, Tully's strategy was not to tunnel towards the fortress, but to excavate beneath the wall, intending to collapse it entirely. Thus, while Stannis' soldiers exerted themselves tirelessly digging counter-tunnels, the enemy's efforts went unchallenged for an extended period. As Stannis pondered in confusion, the entire section of the palisades suddenly collapsed. Subsequently, they found themselves encircled by the countless soldiers of the Riverlands. In Chapter 66, The Battle of King's Landing, 3. Albert was fiercely resisting the forces of Renly when he unexpectedly heard a tremendous noise emanating from the distant walls. Observing the myriad of tracks on the ground, Albert swiftly deduced the stratagem employed by the enemy. Even he had to concede that Tarly's tactics were indeed commendable. After all, lacking the protection of the walls, it was exceedingly difficult for Stannis, with merely 10,000 infantry and cavalry, to secure victory. Stannis did not unleash remarkable combat prowess, and his troops remained ensnared, enduring a severe beating. After considerable effort, they managed to break free under the cover of cavalry, hastily retreating towards the walls. Albert commanded his soldiers to unleash their crossbow fire upon the enemies surrounding the walls, successfully granting Stannis' forces a reprieve. The gates swung open, allowing them entry. Renly's army, intent on launching a pursuit while Stannis' troops had yet to breach the city, found themselves thwarted as Albert had summoned a total of 40 crossbows, which saturated the area with concentrated fire. After suffering over 2,000 casualties, Renly's forces reluctantly chose to retreat. Once the Riverlands' army vanished from sight, Albert decided to descend from the walls. Aerion, gravely wounded, had also seen significant losses among the forces he had brought from Castle Gaokao. Even Stannis himself was struck by a blade from one of Renly's men during the retreat. Fortunately, it struck his armor, otherwise the king would have bled out on the battlefield. Out of the more than 10,000 troops Stannis had led out, only a little over 7,000 returned, while the 3,000 from the north saw merely 1,400 make it back. Aerion felt a chill run down his spine, as he truly could not fathom such a method of warfare. The nearest forces were those of the Vale, having commenced their march from the middle of the Blackwater River. In 4 days, the cavalry of the Vale would arrive at the city. After all, the alliance of House Arryn, House Stark, House Tully, and House Baratheon still stood strong, and Stannis was confirmed as the primary heir to the throne. Thus, it was clear to all whom they ought to support at this juncture. Consequently, after a brief deliberation, Royce led his cavalry ahead, while the infantry headed north to rendezvous with Robb's forces. The opposing army was gradually consolidating, yet at this moment, our comrade Renly remained oblivious, lost in the joy of having bested his brother in battle. Stannis' forces had suffered defeat, leaving him in disgrace. Most critically, they had incurred nearly 5,000 losses due to special circumstances and would now have to endure for 4 more days. However, Renly's army did not emerge unscathed either. For Albert's defenses were still formidable. Renly's forces had sustained over 4,000 casualties, managing to mount an assault only once. And that was merely a lone knight charging into the fray. However, the Taliban achieved an astonishing exchange ratio, inflicting losses of 3,000 against 5,000. A remarkable victory indeed. Albert assessed the comparative strength of both sides. His forces had sustained over 5,000 casualties today, while the enemy's losses were just over 6,000. If this attrition continued, his side would ultimately suffer. Nevertheless, it should not prolong for too long. If they chose not to engage in the lower city the following day, they could hold their ground until reinforcements arrived without significant issues. Stannis had also incurred slight injuries, and after arranging the defense on the battlefield, Albert took the time to visit him. Lannister had not ordered his subordinates to conduct night operations, thus he could initiate a surprise attack himself. Night assaults had always been Albert's forte, and he had accrued quite a reputation in this regard. That night, he personally led a raiding party of over 600 soldiers. Equipped with 7 crossbows, a portion of gold, and ample kerosene, stealthily lowered down from the city above in baskets. The forces from the Riverlands were not universally afraid of nighttime raids, yet Albert was confident that this particular army would be apprehensive, as they hailed from Xiangling. Indeed, the backbone of this army comprised soldiers from Xiangling under Lannister's command, making it unlikely for them to have access to carrots, venison, or horsemeat. Thus, Albert felt emboldened to deploy his troops. Even if other Riverlands forces possessed the capability, if they did not constitute the majority of the garrison, he had the foundation to eliminate them all. Albert had brought vast quantities of kerosene, intending to enlighten Lannister's soldiers. The soldiers soon reached the base of the camp, and after Albert dispatched the sentries at the entrance with his nightblade, he opened the city gates, allowing 400 commandos to surge into the encampment and prepare in various corners. The remaining 200 soldiers were stationed near the main gate, tasked with holding off any counterattacks from the enemy to facilitate his forces' retreat. Albert himself, alongside the nightblade, set up the incendiary devices, riding on the nightblade. Albert took charge of igniting the flames while the other soldiers were primarily responsible for pouring kerosene. Once all preparations were complete, Albert swiftly eliminated several wandering patrolmen. The nightblade effortlessly apprehended and dispatched these foes, alleviating Albert's concerns of detection. After ensuring everything was in order, Albert ignited the flames and launched a signal rocket into the sky. The surrounding soldiers, upon seeing this signal, began to pour kerosene around the camp, with each squad converging near the main gate. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the gates ignited torches and began to roar. The troops within the encampment were thrown into disarray, akin to a hornet's nest being disturbed. Albert commanded his soldiers to wreak havoc as much as possible. The 4 crossbows at the gate began to incessantly bombard the walls. Ultimately, through the soldiers' relentless efforts, 2 sections of the walls were successfully breached, while the raging flames prevented the enemy soldiers from attending to the ignited sections of the walls. The surprise attack was executed swiftly, and this time Albert chose not to descend from the walls using a basket, as that would be too humiliating. Instead, they opted to circumvent towards the harbor. Albert summoned his ambushed fleet with a torch, successfully entering the city through the harbor. This successful raid slightly revitalized the morale, but not significantly. After all, victory could not be achieved merely through ambush. He still needed to engage the enemy directly to secure triumph. However, the following day, Albert was resolute in not allowing Stannis to lead the troops down again. He would rather sacrifice his entire 6,000 soldiers, for the method of demise was simply unbearable. Chapter 67. The Battle of King's Landing. 4. As the morning mist gradually lifted the next day, the besieging forces discovered Albert along with his White Harbor cavalry and the Royal Guard. This situation left the 2 main commanders utterly bewildered. Albert had descended with just over 6,000 men to demand battle, although the number of defenders in the city was not substantial, facing over 30,000 adversaries with merely 6,000 was audacious, especially since Albert's nighttime raid had resulted in nearly 2,000 casualties on the enemy side. Nonetheless, the opposing forces still held a decisive numerical advantage. Up to that point, their army had suffered just under 10,000 losses. And while the enemy's losses were similarly below that mark, they felt significantly heavier in comparison. In such a scenario, would you dare to send 6,000 soldiers to assault my army? Indeed, prior to Albert's descent, Stannis had disagreed, as sending over 6,000 men under these circumstances seemed tantamount to suicide. Yet Albert disregarded his counsel, boldly opening the city gates to join the fray with his 6,000 soldiers. Had Albert lost his mind? Not at all. On the contrary, he had devised a strategy to repel the enemy. Currently, the primary advantage of Renly lay in his formidable numbers. With his camp situated on the southern bank of the Blackwater River, it was anticipated that Albert's forces would not stand a chance against them. However, once Albert emerged from the gates, he positioned his troops along the banks of the Blackwater River. Consequently, a portion of Renly's army would need to defeat Albert in order to launch an assault on the city. Albert aimed to eliminate this small contingent of the enemy forces. Renly, on the other hand, did not regard Albert's army with much seriousness, as their numbers were indeed too few to pose a significant threat. They continued to strategize, this time choosing to attack the city from 3 directions. The first assault would be from the front, led by Tarly, commanding a substantial contingent. Another force was directly commanded by Loras Tyrell, comprising a considerable number of troops, who initiated their assault from the harbor direction. The final contingent, led by the Flower Knights, boasted a relatively modest strength of only 8,000, marking the first participation of the Lesser Flower in warfare, hence he was not entrusted with a larger command. After a moment's contemplation, Albert resolved to focus his breakthrough on the Flower Knights. Firstly, the adversary's point of attack was closest to his defensive position. Secondly, the Lesser Flower was arguably the easiest opponent among this faction, and the size of his army was pivotal. 8,000 troops occupied a middle ground in terms of numbers. Defeating this army would inflict significant pain on the attackers. However, it could not be considered a devastating blow, merely a painful setback. Nonetheless, such a victory was deemed necessary for a battle of moderate scale. Albert arranged his forces along the riverbank, positioning the infantry at the forefront and the cavalry behind. Closest to the river were a line of heavily shielded infantry, along with incendiary oil barrels and several crossbows. The remaining crossbows were divided into two sections, arranged in a crossfire configuration to launch an assault on the enemy attempting to cross the river. Upon arrival, Albert observed some of the Flower Knight's troops already attempting to ford the river. Without hesitation, he personally led his cavalry to charge these enemies back into the riverbank. Subsequently, he formed his troops into position, refraining from deploying the crossbows initially, maintaining a strategic distance from the riverbank. An idea suddenly struck Albert. Perhaps he could inflict a severe blow to the Flower Knight's forces here. The Flower Knights had first dispatched their cavalry to cross the river. In this era, a crucial aspect of ground warfare was the cavalry's ability to breach the enemy's infantry lines, followed by the infantry pursuing the remnants. The Flower Knights intended to employ this tactic, placing all their infantry behind their cavalry. However, they encountered Albert's well-equipped guard troops. Among the guards, some soldiers wielded heavy shields, complemented by the pikemen, the natural predators of cavalry. Although Albert did not deploy the pikemen as a separate unit, dispersing them within the infantry shield formations, the small contingent of pike soldiers still played a vital role in resisting the charge. Moreover, Albert's intention was not to directly engage the enemy cavalry with the pikemen, but merely to delay them. Indeed, the primary objective of his troops was to stall the enemy. Albert initially positioned the infantry in the front line, while the cavalry, crossbows, and flamethrowers were stationed in the rear, with only a few crossbows accompanying the infantry phalanx, while a greater number were deployed on the flanks. As the Flower Knight's cavalry surged across the riverbank, they were met with a well-formed shield wall by the enemy, and without a second thought, they charged forward. Believing firmly in their training that cavalry could undeniably shatter infantry lines in battle. However, as the cavalry approached the shields, they soon discovered that their adversaries had already erected a formidable forest of pikes. The cavalry collided violently with these long spears. Realizing that some obstacles are not to be recklessly charged at, the soldiers behind the pikes skillfully maneuvered them, yanking the mounted warriors from their horses, who fell to the ground only to be swiftly dispatched by the infantry. Meanwhile, more soldiers urged their steeds to crash against the shield wall. Yet behind that wall stood 3 ranks of men, steadfastly maintaining their formation. The Flower Knight soon recognized that his forces could not break through this line. Thus, he had no choice but to send his remaining infantry across the river, seeking an opportunity to encircle the enemy from the flank. The infantry was slowly fording the river's center, while Albert awaited the enemy's crossing. He intended to strike at the precise moment the opposing forces were vulnerable. The Flower Knight's infantry gradually made their way across the turbulent waters, which were ill-suited for a rapid crossing, and even after fording, they required time to regroup. At that moment, Albert commanded the central shields to withdraw, allowing the cavalry charging from the outside to surge into the fray. However, once they breached the front line, they found the crossbows fully loaded and ready, and before they could react and redirect their mounts, they were riddled with bolts. Meanwhile, other cavalry continued to pour into the breach, oblivious to the peril ahead, and were similarly cut down in waves. By the time the infantry had finished regrouping, the cavalry had already suffered devastating losses. At that moment, the long-awaited armored cavalry finally surged through the gap in the infantry line, while the infantry quickly spread out to envelop the enemy's formation. The elite infantry, advancing with heavy shields, became prime targets for the crossbows. The cavalry had brought the assault to a climactic point, with only a handful of the enemy infantry possessing the morale to organize a defense in the face of the cavalry's onslaught. The majority of the infantry desperately sought to retreat toward the river, hoping to cross back to safety. Albert's deployed crossbows played a crucial role, as every soldier attempting to cross the river was pierced by bolts, falling into the water. At this juncture, the Flower Knight and his personal guard had already reached the riverbank. Witnessing the fate of their crossing soldiers, they opted not to retreat, but to form a defensive line, sending soldiers to request reinforcements. Just as they organized into a phalanx, preparing to hold their ground, another of Albert's strategies was unleashed, the fierce fire oil barrels. Almost all the infantry attempting to hold their position were engulfed in flames, rendering them incapable of maintaining formation. They were driven back toward the turbulent waters by the cavalry and infantry, or captured on the spot. After securing victory on this front, Albert stationed the infantry near the city gates, while he led the cavalry to launch an offensive. Relatively weaker, The rear formation of Renly was caught off guard during the siege. The Renly forces, unaware of the impending attack from behind, fell into disarray. Stannis seized the moment to dispatch his limited cavalry to support the assault, resulting in a crushing defeat for Renly's elite soldiers. Ultimately, Tarly remained unscathed, as Albert had no intention of assaulting him. With 3 fronts converging, it was prudent for the remaining forces to retreat and evade the oncoming peril, regardless of their valiant spirit. Chapter 68. To retreat or not. The princess's delicate thoughts as Albert decisively defeated the Knights of Flowers outside the city, even capturing their leader. Not only was this offensive repelled, but fissures began to appear within the alliance. It was solely due to the foresight and unwavering determination of Renly's betrothed, the Little Rose, that the crumbling alliance was salvaged. The burden on Little Rose's heart was immense. Following her brother's capture, Renly was utterly distraught, even contemplating negotiation for his release. To outsiders, this seemed like a future king's desperate attempt to mend the alliance. Yet only those privy to the truth understood the depths of his affections. Losing a beloved is no trivial matter. Thus, it was her own dear husband who hesitated to continue the conflict for the sake of rescuing her brother. Little Rose felt an overwhelming exhaustion. Her brother was not only outmatched culturally and militarily by the lad from House Mandrick, but he was also a homosexual. The most awkward part was that Renly shared this same inclination, and the two found themselves drawn to one another. This predicament was both embarrassing and tragic. It was unthinkable to marry her brother off to another. Hence, this union was inherently a flawed construct, and given the choice, she would not have pursued it. However, becoming queen was her lifelong aspiration, and she was reluctant to let that dream slip away. In this war, she fought alongside her fiancé and brother. Yet she could hardly fathom why, despite their numbers exceeding 20,000, their forces had struggled for so long against the enemy. Furthermore, aside from Tarly's initial advantage, the following 2 days saw a complete turnaround, as if the enemy had switched commanders, leading to a relentless onslaught against her side. From the outset of the siege, they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, culminating in a disastrous night raid, and the next day's battle resulted in the loss of her brother. Adding to the tension, tomorrow, the very next day, the cavalry from the valley would charge into the battlefield. Bad news kept pouring in. Her brother was utterly demoralized, while the valley cavalry relentlessly pursued them. If this stalemate persisted, the potential annihilation of their 40,000 troops loomed ominously. Even if some among them were Stormland forces, the remaining 30,000 were elite troops, and their potential loss would spell dire consequences. The most frightening challenges still lay ahead. Indeed, the 2,000 infantrymen from House Wolf are already en route, poised to launch an assault in conjunction with the forces of House Fish. Dorne continues to wreak havoc along the frontier and in the Old Town, even inciting rebellion, gathering considerable strength. Although direct involvement in this battlefield is not feasible, Prince Oberon remains in the city with his retinue of 700. This implies that our siege efforts will encounter significant challenges, as nearly half of the 7 kingdoms stand in opposition to us. Additionally, many lords have long been dissatisfied with our prominent status and share within the realm, coveting the riches of Highgarden. It is precisely for this reason that I have strived desperately to become queen, hoping to alter this precarious situation. Yet, it appears that not only has the situation remained unchanged, but our alliance has exacerbated it further. Indeed, the current state of affairs is exceedingly dire. A single misstep could lead to our utter downfall. Little Rose is already contemplating a retreat, but Brother Lou, steadfast in his resolve, cannot possibly agree to withdraw, as his beloved remains within the city. The Flower Knights have proven utterly inept, failing to overcome a mere 6,000 foes with their own force of over 8,000, resulting in near total annihilation, along with the loss of all our cavalry. Indeed, 5,000 cavalrymen have been nearly obliterated, as the operations in other directions do not necessitate cavalry. This deployment was intended to support other forces in their offensive, serving as our strongest mobile unit. Once the siege commenced, they were meant to dismount and engage as infantry. Yet now, all has turned to naught, as our brother has been captured, leading to the destruction of our cavalry. Who exactly is this Albert Manderly? Why had I not heard of him before? Moreover, he has so fiercely vanquished so many formidable adversaries, boasting an impeccable record since his emergence, a veritable miracle. Facing such an opponent does not seem advantageous for our house, and even our proud commerce appears diminished before him. When did we become so fragile? I can no longer bear to contemplate this further. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, another young woman harbors a similar perplexity, though hers leans more towards benevolence. This is Princess Marcella, who finds herself quite intrigued by the man beside her. Logically, as a princess, she should hold no interest in a mere earl. However, since his sudden entrance into her life, when he rescued her from the overturned carriage, she feels ensnared by his influence. When he shielded her from an assassin's attack, a flicker of despair coursed through Marcella's heart, as though the wound had been inflicted upon her directly. Albert was unaware that he was currently discussing with Stannis the possibility of exchanging this captive for the withdrawal of the opposing forces. After all, following 2 consecutive battles, even the number of northern troops personally led by Albert had dwindled to a mere 5,000. Had it not been for his relentless conscription efforts, it would have been challenging to ensure even this meager number. The city could not withstand further blockade, as the food supply was insufficient to accommodate the needs of hundreds of thousands of citizens, leading to varying degrees of famine within its walls. Nevertheless, Albert remained confident, for the besieging forces outside were undoubtedly faring worse than his own. Their food supplies were on the brink of collapse. The sheer size of their army exceeded the medieval supply standards, where 30,000 was already considered a limit. Although his own forces had inflicted considerable losses, the opposing morale had plummeted to a low point. If possible, a retreat would align more closely with their interests, especially since they were now reduced to just over 30,000. Once the cavalry from the valley arrived, the balance of power would shift dramatically. At that juncture, even a withdrawal would be unfeasible, with the cavalry of Stannis included. If the Goody cavalry numbered over 4,000, Albert would muster over 10,000 cavalry. At that point, they would undoubtedly chase the enemy like rabbits. Chapter 69. Turmoil. Powerless to continue fighting while Albert and Stannis deliberated on how to compel the enemy to retreat. They were oblivious to the burgeoning unrest within the city. The food supply had been cut off for an entire day, and the citizens in the flea-ridden areas had not enjoyed a satisfying meal for nearly 2 days. If this situation persisted, a large-scale riot was imminent. However, both men were preoccupied with thoughts of repelling the enemy, and neither had a viable solution. Even if Albert possessed extraordinary abilities, conjuring food out of thin air was beyond his reach. Stannis found himself in an even more dire predicament. The north was itself facing a food shortage and could not request supplies from the valley, which lacked grain ports. Moreover, sending his fleet there risked being misconstrued as piracy. As for the region of Riverrun, it had already been ravaged by the west, leaving no surplus to spare. Albert attempted to contact merchants in Essos for grain, but for reasons unknown, the messengers dispatched from Essos never reached the shore, as various mishaps had led to their ships sinking. Consequently, the entire city was in a state of famine. In a bid to demonstrate his solidarity with the people, Stannis was compelled to reduce his own provisions, leading the royal family to endure hunger alongside the populace. Albert was not in a much better position. Although he owned 2 shops, funds were needed for intelligence operatives, and while there was some surplus to assist the king's family, there was little left to support the remaining citizens. As chaos ensued, Albert found himself compelled to distribute candy free of charge to all, for there was no other means to replenish their energy. Every soldier received sweets, a stock of white sugar intended for sale in the 2nd month, as they required additional sugar to maintain their physical vitality. Otherwise, their health would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, Albert had no choice but to relinquish the unsold sugar to the troops. Yet, this gesture did little to alleviate the waning morale within the ranks, for they had been confined for a full 2 days. Aside from a brief respite granted to the soldiers yesterday, the city's food supplies were scant, and with the sudden upheaval, an air of unease permeated the atmosphere. Despite repeated assurances that reinforcements would soon arrive, the growing despair within the city remained unaltered. That day, an unexpected group arrived at the flea market, unloading several carts laden with provisions. These individuals hailed from the Tillier family's establishment. Albert, though inclined to intervene, found himself without justification to do so, as they were ostensibly there to distribute food. Consequently, he relinquished any intention to obstruct their entry into the flea market. Beneath the bags lay an array of concealed weapons, and under the guise of delivering supplies, this group had summoned a cadre of their own enforcers, intent on inciting turmoil within the city. For the citizens of Junlin, who were already struggling to satiate their hunger, this situation was akin to igniting a powder keg. That evening, Elian was tasked with defending the city walls while Albert planned to retire early to the shop he had acquired outside the palace. For one could not reside within the royal palace indefinitely. He harbored the hope that if they could endure the night, reinforcements would arrive by dawn. Even without deploying the Knights of the Floral Crown, he believed that the opposition would struggle to mount any significant challenge. With such thoughts, Albert succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the flea market, a gathering of discontented individuals convened. Today, I witnessed them distributing candy to the soldiers, pure, white snowflake sugar. Why should the soldiers indulge in such luxuries while we cannot? Those two northerners possess a veritable cornucopia of provisions, their shop overflowing with food. Even the princess frequently dines there, so it is evident they have ample supplies. They must have hoarded the transported grain for themselves. It must be so. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. As the unrest ignited, the already volatile city of Junlin erupted in turmoil. The idle denizens of the flea market, alongside those reckless enough to gamble with their lives, were quickly mobilized, launching assaults on the city guards. Armed with newfound weapons, they directed their aggression toward the residential quarters. The cacophony of fierce combat rousing Albert from his slumber. Currently, he remains uncertain about the situation, mistakenly believing that the enemy has breached the city. Amidst the chaos, he resolves to lead his guards to the barracks and the city walls to rally his troops in preparation for a counterattack. The turmoil gradually surges towards the castle at the heart of the city, and at this moment, Stannis also suspects that the enemy has infiltrated the city. However, as he surveys the battlements, he notices no signs of fire, indicating that the enemy has not yet advanced. Simultaneously, the forces outside begin to muster their troops, preparing to launch an assault on the city. Albert, too, observes the absence of flames on the walls. He merely hears the sounds of battle and the clash of weapons, devoid of any alarm bells, thus concluding that the enemy has not invaded. Regaining his composure, Albert decides to lead his men towards the castle to ascertain how the king intends to respond. He assembles his aides, all members of his intelligence network, each possessing a degree of combat proficiency. The two adjacent shops have gathered over 30 individuals, including his personal guards, who decide to first head to the royal palace before proceeding to the barracks. Through the ensuing skirmishes, Albert and his companions are stained with blood, but fortunately, these are mere minor injuries as the intelligence operatives are well trained in urban warfare, primarily instructed by the fighters of White Harbor's Eye, possessing commendable combat capabilities. When faced with this hastily armed mob, their task becomes even less daunting. This group swiftly makes their way to the palace, and upon confirming that the disturbance is localized near the flea market, Albert is well aware of the unfolding events. With this understanding, he sees no reason to extend courtesy to the ruffians, leading his forces directly to the barracks. He instructs Elian to remain vigilant regarding external developments. Should the enemy exhibit intentions of an attack, they are to swiftly suppress them with crossbow fire, directing their volleys at any discovered torches. As Lancel steps out of the camp with his troops, he witnesses the distant city ablaze with flames, suddenly met with several cannon shots echoing through the air. Indeed, any sighting of torches should warrant immediate cannon fire in that direction. Chapter 70. The Castle's Deliverance. Leading his 30 subordinates, Albert charges into the castle, while Stannis finds himself in a state of disarray atop the fortress, unable to discern the full scope of the situation. He can only clearly ascertain that both the walls and the barracks remain secure, with the insurrection originating from the flea market. Among all the nobles currently within the castle, only Albert resides outside. Thus he is quickly sought out by Stannis upon entering the bastion. Albert, with a solemn demeanor, conveys all that he knows. He can affirm that the walls have not fallen, and the sole occurrence at the flea market today has been the entry of the Tyrell merchant convoy and provisions. At this juncture, Stannis is undoubtedly aware of who has facilitated the transport of arms into the city. He found himself at a loss for words, as, strictly speaking, this caravan could not be halted by them. They were not engaged in military operations, but merely transporting some goods along the way. Albert was equally troubled, for in this era, even monarchs did not wield such concentrated power. Stannis was at a standstill in this predicament, as his authority could scarcely extend beyond King's Landing. The current situation was that both the castle and the city walls were besieged, with the military camp positioned closest to the walls, ensuring their defense remained intact. However, the castle was at grave risk of being overrun by the mob. The defensive capability of medieval castles should not be overestimated. Throughout history, it was not uncommon for armed uprisings to breach their walls. Thus, it was imperative not only to defend the castle, but also to establish communication with the walls as swiftly as possible, for any delay could result in a loss of control over the situation. With this in mind, Stannis promptly organized his troops, intending to break through the encirclement. Albert, accompanied by his 30 soldiers, unhesitatingly joined the assault team. After all, among the nobles present, few possessed any genuine experience in warfare, and most had only participated in suppressing peasant uprisings. In contrast, Albert had fought in land, urban, and naval battles, making him, apart from Stannis and the Onion Knight, the most seasoned warrior present. Consequently, Albert, along with his Nightblade and 30 intelligence agents and personal guards, became the first to charge out of the castle. Stannis and the Onion Knight were tethered to this location. It was not feasible to abandon the numerous women and non-combatants. Thus, this honorable task fell upon Albert, who had emerged from the residential areas, and he should have little trouble breaking through. Receiving the order, Albert seized the opportunity when the rioters briefly retreated and swiftly rushed out. Although Albert himself was not particularly adept in urban combat, his intelligence personnel had been trained by the eyes of the harbor, making them quite proficient in such warfare. Additionally, the Nightblade could either intimidate the gathered mob or plunge into their ranks, wreaking havoc. A group quickly surged forth from the castle, encountering mobs at every turn. As nearly all the rioters were gravitating towards the castle, some citizens, initially found in residential and commercial areas, chose to join the mob, driven by recent grievances or the chaos that had awakened their darker impulses. Fortunately, these individuals lacked combat prowess, and the city guard was diligently working to maintain order, ensuring that those citizens who had not yet joined the riot remained calm. The entire city guard comprised approximately 500 individuals, and they had not been assigned to the walls, for their combat effectiveness was widely recognized. They could maintain stability, but would be of little use in a direct confrontation with regular troops. After Albert had dispatched 2 waves of rioters, he ultimately found himself disconnected from his own troops. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with soldiers constantly apprehensive about sudden attacks from their flanks, as they were outsiders and their familiarity with the terrain paled in comparison to that of the local citizens. Under such circumstances, he could only charge toward the city walls alongside Nightblade. After a strenuous effort to reach the wall, he was suddenly confronted by an assailant brandishing a knife against his throat. Who was it? Some of the rioters had indeed intended to assault the walls at the onset of the conflict, and they were primarily covert agents planted by House Targaryen within the city. Elian had exerted every effort to suppress them, but now the atmosphere atop the walls was rife with suspicion. Anyone who approached would find a blade at their throat, demanding to know their identity. Albert proclaimed his identity to the soldiers, yet astonishingly, they remained skeptical and dragged him up to Elian, the current commanding officer atop the walls. Recognizing Elian, the two confirmed each other's identities, after which Albert assumed responsibility for the wall's defense, instructing Elian to lead his troops to launch a direct assault within the city, eliminating any visible foes. Indeed, at 3 or 4 in the morning, aside from the rioters, who else could be lurking outside? Most would choose to remain sheltered at home. Thus the command to kill on sight was undeniably justified. This formidable group of Beijing soldiers, upon entering the fray, dramatically shifted the tide of battle. The total number of citizens participating in the riot in King's Landing was at most 20,000. While defending the walls might seem manageable with such numbers, once dispersed across the vast city, it was improbable to gather over 2,000 individuals, particularly in a place like King's Landing that lacked even a large square. In stark contrast, Elian led a battalion of 3,000 seasoned soldiers, each having fought in 2 or 3 battles. As these warriors joined the fray, how could the ordinary citizens possibly withstand them? Moreover, with a numerical advantage, the opposing force could not muster a cohesive group of over 2,000. Thus, Elian effortlessly advanced to the base of the castle, swiftly dismantling the rioters besieging it and alleviating the crisis. On Albert's end, upon assuming defense duties, a noticeable shift occurred. The blue Lannister forces below seemed more cohesive. They were not indiscriminately firing their crossbows, but were strategically launching projectiles near their own gathering points. Albert could discern the enemy's deployment through the number, density, and dispersion of torches. Consequently, after he took command, the true potential of the crossbow units was realized. Hence, both sides remained locked in a stalemate atop the walls while simultaneously quelling the insurrection within the city until the distant sound of a horn heralded the dawn, signaling the arrival of the valley's nightly forces. Chapter 71. The siege of King's Landing is lifted. The outcome is decided upon hearing the familiar sound of the horn. Albert finally released the weight of his heart. His forces no longer feared engaging in direct combat with the enemy. After all, the cavalry from the Riverlands had been completely annihilated during their assault, and with the addition of this new contingent from the Vale, his cavalry now surpassed 10,000. After 3 days of relentless fighting, the Riverlands army was utterly exhausted, while the Stormlands forces not only suffered from fatigue, but also incurred devastating losses. This war had become unsustainable for House Lannister. Their troops had suffered grievous casualties after prolonged offensives, yet they had gained nothing. With King's Landing still towering defiantly at the border, this campaign could only be deemed a complete failure. Remaining any longer could spell doom. Even if Lannister harbored reluctance, young Tommen was astute enough to recognize that victory was no longer within reach, prompting him to hastily flee with his betrothed. The army retreated in utter disarray, a scene of chaos and desperation. Once back, Lannister sought refuge within Storm's End. On the other hand, Stannis did not rush to consolidate his forces. Instead, he opted to await the rendezvous with Robb's army. With a decisive numerical advantage at his disposal, he could afford to wait for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, the fighting came to a temporary halt. Stannis seized this opportunity to regroup his troops, preparing for the brutal battles that lay ahead. To utterly vanquish Lannister, capturing Storm's End was imperative, as all troops loyal to Lannister were holed up within its walls. Securing the fortress would render Lannister powerless, even if they failed to capture Jaime. As for the forces of House Tyrell, Stannis held one of their own as a hostage, making it impossible for them to disregard their kin and flee. The situation had become alarmingly clear. The Dornish forces had commenced their assaults on the borders, and many lords within the territories were disinclined to heed the Tyrell call. The battles fought thus far had resulted in overwhelming defeats, leading to the extinction of numerous noble houses. The raiding by the Iron Islands continued unabated, and fresh troops were en route. Not only did Stannis need to defend against the Dornish forces, but he also had to prepare against the Iron Men. More troubling still, the borderlands were unstable, and the old town of Hightower had intentions of seizing control over the Riverlands. The situation was dire, and at such a critical juncture, his son had been captured. The Tully family differed from other noble houses. The eldest son was a cripple, the second son commanded the army and was renowned for his bravery, while the third son was the famed Knight of Flowers, and the youngest daughter was the Rose of Highgarden. At first glance, the family appeared to possess an abundance of talent. However, the reality was known only to those who utilized them. The third son, as the Knight of Flowers, had yet to secure a notable victory and had, in fact, been captured. The second son, Garland, embodies a certain valiance devoid of strategy. In battle, he is known solely for his fierce charges. Meanwhile, their elder brother shows little interest in matters of romance, compounded by his physical disability. As the various princes and princesses throughout the Seven Kingdoms find their respective matches, they are left with no choice but to seek alliances with lesser nobility. What? You mentioned that the North-Est Duke has several daughters? Pray, our familial ties with them are far from amicable. Historically, during the War of the Usurper and the earlier conquest, as well as several Blackfire rebellions, we have been adversaries. It is implausible for me to seek an alliance with them. Moreover, the situation within the Reach is fraught with challenges. The Tyrells of Highgarden are neither the mightiest military nor political family, nor do they possess significant influence, and Highgarden is not even the most populous city. What grants them the authority to govern such vast lands, if not a mere commission from the crown? Currently, the ruling lord is Stannis Baratheon, while you support the third prince. In essence, your voice holds no weight in the lordship. If the lord can appoint the Tyrells to govern, he can just as easily appoint other nobles to rule the Reach, for the region lacks neither resources nor noble families. Great nobles can be conjured with but a single decree. Presently, the Iron Throne commands nearly all Duke support. Thus, what merit do you possess to believe I would hesitate to issue a decree and eliminate those dissenting nobles? The Tyrells are already considering yielding. Yet the aspirations of the young Rose to become queen remain unyielding. Furthermore, their third brother is still in enemy hands. Should they capitulate without a fight, who can foresee what fate might befall him? The cost to rescue him could be exorbitant. Thus, for House Tyrell, it is imperative to strive for a dignified defeat. Indeed, I must at least secure a victory. Although the tide appears to have turned, the Iron Throne faces challenges beyond mere family matters, including threats from the Iron Islands and the Westerlands. While those factions are embroiled in their own conflicts, neither is easily subdued. The Iron Men possess the mightiest fleet in the Seven Kingdoms, while the second most formidable naval force rests with us. You may strike at our defenses, yet our utility ensures our continued relevance. This is the source of their confidence. Should they triumph in the forthcoming Battle of the Whispering Woods, the situation remains negotiable. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at her companion, Loras Tyrell, and sighed deeply. Why must she wed such a delicate, effeminate man, who also happens to be of the same sex? Are there truly no other kings or princes throughout the Seven Kingdoms? Regrettably, unless she were to marry Theon Greyjoy, the Iron King's legitimacy remains in question among the populace. Thus, as the army continues its retreat, the young woman's heart sinks deeper. For it is evident to all that Lannister lacks the capability. Stannis, on the other hand, possesses youth and potential for renewal. Who knows? The next heir may indeed be a son, and besides, the Seven Kingdoms do have precedents for queens. The Tyrells have begun to contemplate abandoning ship. At least young Marjorie has. They cannot afford to be tethered to this vessel, for another offense against the Iron Throne could lead to the downfall of the Highgarden Duke. Yet, none are aware that the forthcoming Battle of Whispering Hill will unfold into an extraordinary blunder. Chapter 72. The Invasion of Stormlands. After enduring such a prolonged conflict, it is finally their turn to launch an offensive. Albert, having liberated himself from the Battle of King's Landing, feels unburdened. With one leg crossed over the back of Nightblade, he rides comfortably, while his companion, Arion, is mounted on a warhorse. Following a sufficient period of recuperation, this northern army is brimming with morale. Behind them, Stannis' forces are equally prepared for war, numbering approximately 20,000, while the northern contingent boasts over 6,000 men and an additional 8,000 cavalry from the Vale. Moreover, Robb commands another 20,000 northern infantry and cavalry, along with over 10,000 Vale foot soldiers and 20,000 from the Riverlands. Tasked with countering Tywin's forces from the west, Albert's troops advance by both land and sea. In addition to the ground forces, he has sailors under his direct command. However, upon his departure, he ordered them to encircle Whispering Hill from the sea route. Currently, the garrison at Whispering Hill consists not only of its original defenders, but also the weary troops that Lannister has retreated with. Although the surrounding castles are heavily fortified, they have not faced assaults, as Stannis has clearly defined the objective of this campaign: to capture the primary antagonist, absolving others of any collateral responsibility. This declaration is not solely directed at the other lords of the Stormlands, but is also aimed at House Tyrell. Should they choose to surrender and abandon their dark allegiance at a pivotal moment, the Iron Throne will not hold past grievances against them. However, should they persist in supporting the rebels, they cannot blame Stannis for the ensuing consequences. The battlefield will reveal the truth. This conviction bolsters Stannis' confidence. For aside from 3 dukes who remain ambivalent, the remaining lords are firmly united around him. Since the Iron Throne lost the Relic of the Dragons, it has not appeared so united before. This unity invigorates Stannis, who believes that as long as he takes the lead, reclaiming his ancestral home should be effortless. As for his disobedient brother, should he be in good spirits, he might allow him to guard the wall. If not, he can expect a lifetime of confinement. Meanwhile, another fleet has quietly departed from Essos. Though modest in size, as a surprise force, it should suffice to fulfill its intended purpose. The spies of Stannis on other continents seem to have received rather unsettling news. Even the Braavos merchant collaborating with Albert has informed him that a fleet has already departed from Astapor. Upon hearing the name of this city, a wave of unease washed over Albert, though he managed to conceal it. After all, if this fleet were not excessively large, they could scarcely hope to defeat his modest fleet. At present, his small armada boasted 6 sailing vessels, and to put it bluntly, without a fleet of at least 20 ships, it would be utterly impossible to vanquish him in naval combat. The exchange rate of his ships against the contemporary warships of Westeros and Essos was roughly 1-4 or 1-5, and should Albert take command personally, he was confident that he could stretch that ratio to 1-6. In terms of sheer numbers, he harbored no fear. In a 1-for-1 scenario, even if his entire fleet were to be annihilated, he could still manage to inflict some damage on the enemy. Meanwhile, within the Grand Encampment, the Little Rose sighed heavily upon hearing news of the fleet's departure. Their losses had been substantial this time. Otherwise, how could they have afforded to summon a force essentially forged of gold, in pursuit of a stable outcome, or at the very least, a draw in battle? The young lady had indeed invested heavily. A victory would be ideal, but a draw would also be tolerable. For the Tyrells, this was tantamount to a battle for survival. Even if Stannis claimed he sought to hold the true culprit accountable, she was now wed to Loras. Would the Tyrells forsake the Little Rose? Clearly, that was out of the question. Not to mention, if they were to abandon her, what would the others think? The commercial advantages brought forth by the Little Rose's acumen were far too valuable to be so easily relinquished. Thus, this considerable investment had also received the blessing of the elder Tyrell. On the road leading to the castle, the army faced little to no obstruction, as the lords were now at a loss as to whom they should pledge their allegiance. On one side stood the illustrious second prince, and on the other, the affable third prince. As Albert proceeded, he cast his gaze upon the cart, which contained none other than the knight who had caused quite a ruckus atop the city walls. To be precise, the moment the helmet was removed, Albert himself was taken aback. Who could believe that the individual nearly responsible for the fall of the entire walls of King's Landing was, in fact, a woman? Brienne of Tarth, nicknamed the Beauty, a moniker tinged with irony, for this young lady could hardly be deemed beautiful. Yet, being of noble birth and a valiant knight, she was afforded a certain privilege. Despite being stripped of all her armor and weapons, she was clothed in a gown and treated to the comforts of the cart. One carriage was laden with the families accompanying the troops, leaving Albert somewhat bewildered. Yet, considering that His Majesty the King was personally leading the charge, it seemed somewhat justifiable. After all, in a battle that their own king was bound to win, how could the presence of family members, cheering from the sidelines, be deemed inappropriate? Although Albert vehemently opposed bringing families to the battlefield, given the current circumstances, it would be unwise to provoke Stannis, who was already showing signs of hubris, nearing a state of arrogance. This was a precarious situation, especially since Windy Keep was renowned for its impregnable defenses. This castle, a creation of the famed builder Brynden, along with several other fortresses, had never been breached, leading to rumors that Brynden had enchanted his fortifications, ensuring they would remain unconquerable. Thus, Albert did not merely bring 120 crossbow artillery pieces. He also managed to create the first prototype of a siege engine in the camp at King's Landing. Indeed, this was likely the first trebuchet in the realm of ice and fire. While it utilized stone projectiles akin to those of the crossbow, its impact and destructive capability had seen significant advancements. This time, he intended to test whether technology could outmatch magic. Chapter 73. The Battle of Windy Keep. 1. In the year 299 of the conquest, a year had passed since the onset of war, and at this moment, Stannis was leading his army to besiege his own residence, the fortress known as the strongest stronghold in the Seven Kingdoms, Windy Keep. This city, perched high upon a cliff, was complemented by a massive lighthouse, and the fleet had arrived several days ahead of the main army, effectively sealing off the entire harbor of Windy Keep. After taking command, Loras's deployment was rather romantic in its essence. He had not positioned all of his infantry within the castle for defense. Instead, he chose to engage the enemy on the hillside before the fortress. This formation was one only his own brother could conceive. Stannis glanced over and noted the absence of cavalry. Instead, Loras had placed the crossbow artillery at the rear of his infantry line, with 40 crossbows lined up, seemingly with no intention of holding the castle. The infantry arrayed numbered approximately 20,000, with an additional 7,000 troops painstakingly secured by the Little Rose. Given their significant disadvantage in manpower and the absence of cavalry, if they were to deploy their crossbows, the castle would surely fall. However, as Loras insisted on taking the artillery into the fray, Stannis had no choice but to acquiesce. He had, at the very least, secured those 7,000 soldiers. Even if the city's defenses crumbled before reinforcements arrived, they would still have a fighting chance. While 7,000 might not suffice for other cities, the treacherous terrain of Windy Keep offered a glimmer of hope. Now, one can only hope that the enemy's siege weaponry proves unreliable. However, considering the formidable destructive power displayed by the crossbow artillery of Little Rose previously witnessed, this hope holds little significance, serving merely as a psychological comfort. Her sole reliance rests upon the timely arrival of the reinforcements dispatched by her second brother. When Albert reached the battlefield, he realized that the opposing forces had already positioned themselves on the hillside below the castle. To his surprise, the enemy had opted for open field combat rather than a defensive stance, a strategy Albert had not anticipated. Given their complete lack of cavalry, engaging in battle on such terrain against mounted troops would be severely disadvantageous, especially since their infantry numbers fell short of the enemy's. Stannis commanded 500 infantry, while the Northern Army boasted 3,000 infantry. Although the opposing forces lacked infantry, some knights and retainers expressed their willingness to dismount and temporarily serve as foot soldiers. Thus, claiming absolute superiority in infantry for their side was not entirely unfounded. Moreover, based on Albert's observations, although the enemy's infantry array was numerous, it was far from overwhelming. Their own infantry nearly outnumbered the enemy's by a factor of 15, bolstered by over 10,000 cavalry, making defeat seem implausible. Stannis's deployment exhibited opulence, a luxury his elder brother had seldom experienced in warfare. On the left flank were Albert and Elian's Northern Army, comprising over 6,000 men. With Albert positioning nearly all his crossbow artillery here, intending to initiate the battle with a volley before deploying his infantry. The center was led by Stannis's commander, the Onion Knight, who commanded renowned infantry, while Stannis himself oversaw the rear guard. Albert had prudently reserved nearly all his incendiary oil barrels for Stannis' central forces. The right flank consisted of 8,000 cavalry from the Vale army. In contrast, Lancel's formation appeared rather orderly, with 8,000 infantry in the center and 6,000 infantry on each wing, with the three formations positioned quite closely together, as Lancel assumed command over all three contingents. This arrangement starkly illustrated the enemy's lack of reliance on coordination. Even the superlative generals Stannis and Lancel would not dare to command 20,000 troops simultaneously across 3 distinct fronts. Did he expect to perceive everything with clarity as if playing chess? Were his messengers adequately prepared? Observing this formation, Albert restrained himself slightly, while Elian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What is this? Has Lancel retreated?" In truth, old Tully had merely been left behind by his own princess to defend the city, as she had little confidence that Lancel could maintain composure and return intact. The esteemed Knights of Flowers were also brought forth for this operation, essentially planning to present a grand Tully gift upon the battle's conclusion. The 3 armies gradually converged towards the front, with the Knights of the Valley firing the first shot of the entire battle, or rather, they surged forward like a swarm. The infantry on the side of Blue could barely be classified as heavy infantry, and utilizing the terrain, they managed to withstand the initial onslaught. In contrast, Albert chose not to initiate an assault with cavalry, but instead began to bombard the opposing infantry formations with crossbow artillery. The enemy lacked sufficiently formidable ranged weaponry, rendering them unable to do anything but passively endure the onslaught of bolts. Albert commanded the crossbowmen to load their bolts, capable of piercing through 2 to 3 soldiers at once, pinning them firmly to the ground. The cavalry then formed a wall-like formation, advancing alongside the infantry's shield wall. The infantry was tasked with blocking incoming arrows while the cavalry pressed forward slowly, determined to leave no survivors. Through sheer force of crossbow bolts, Albert nearly shattered the enemy's infantry line, while he himself, mounted on Nightblade and shielded by several personal guards, led the charge at the forefront of his ranks. Alion, wishing to make an impression, rendered the shield formation somewhat cramped, and the army quietly approached the enemy infantry line. The closest infantry could now discern the expressions and features of their adversaries. The clash commenced as Albert's 500 elite guards collided with Alion's household troops of over 2,000, a tumultuous surge that elicited fierce roars from both sides as they crashed into one another. With close combat inevitable, the crossbow artillery became less effective, and the crossbowmen ceased their firing. As for the stone-throwing artillery, its spherical projectiles proved less effective against infantry, prompting Albert to reserve its use for the siege. In terms of morale, the Northern Army's spirit soared far above that of their opponents, especially with the cavalry joining the fray from behind in a wall-like formation, directly overwhelming the scattered infantry lines. The entire left flank descended into a scene of massacre as the cavalry disrupted the infantry formations, and Albert's shield wall subsequently moved in to harvest those soldiers who had fallen but were not yet dead. Chapter 74. The Battle of Wind Whisper Fortress 2. The king, adorned with a crown and draped in a magnificent crimson cape, stood conspicuously on the battlefield, ensuring that none could overlook his presence. This marked the king's first personal expedition into battle, necessitating a grand display, while the court painter diligently captured the grandeur of this conflict. The vanguard of the Onion Knights clashed with Blully's infantry. The melee between heavy infantry was brutally visceral. Both flanks held significant advantages. The Northern Army on the left had effectively shattered the enemy's first and second lines, while the forces of the Ancient Earth tightly encircled the opposing infantry, continually constricting their space for survival, causing their formation to shrink steadily. If this continued, even if Blully's center could perform admirably, victory was assured for them. In a decisive command, Renly ordered his troops to unleash crossbow artillery upon Stannis' vanguard. Initially, this tactic inflicted significant casualties. However, the tide swiftly turned when the soldiers deployed the specially issued tower shields. These shields, twice the thickness of regular ones and sufficiently tall to shield an entire soldier's body, provided formidable defense. Behind them, 3 soldiers braced their own shields against the tower shields, creating a barrier rivaling the strength of sturdy city walls. While the crossbow artillery had enhanced penetrating power, it lacked the destructive capacity of cannons equipped with explosive projectiles, thus failing to breach the tower shield formation. Renly, filled with exasperation, observed his forces being gradually pushed back by this indomitable shield unit. Despite their efforts, even a volley of 7 or 8 crossbow bolts striking a single tower shield merely left sharp impressions upon its surface. The shields, though pelted mercilessly, remained unbroken. Crafted with the steel infusion technique, these shields possessed exceptional resilience and quality, withstanding even a trio of simultaneous crossbow shots without yielding. It was baffling. Why did his own troops' shields crumble under crossbow fire, while the enemy's towering shields effortlessly repelled the same artillery? Renly began to suspect foul play. Pondering whether he had encountered unscrupulous merchants, for the quality of the goods was evidently disparate. It appeared that, should the battle continue in this manner, Renly's defeat was all but assured. Suddenly, a small breach appeared in Stannis's infantry array as a tower shield was shattered. This unexpected turn of events invigorated Renly's forces. The crossbowmen redoubled their efforts, and the infantry employed every means to dismantle the colossal shields. In a stroke of fortune, one soldier mistakenly grabbed a cannonball instead of a crossbow bolt, and the cannonball, propelled by its own momentum, obliterated half of a shield. Observing this, the commander of the opposing crossbow unit immediately ordered all soldiers to replace their crossbow bolts with cannonballs. Although the quantity of cannonballs was limited, their potential to shatter the enemy's tower shield formation was deemed sufficient. However, as both armies became fully engaged in a brutal melee, the crossbows lost their efficacy. Soldiers discarded their tower shields in favor of smaller shields paired with long swords, plunging into fierce hand-to-hand combat. Albert's forces made the most rapid advances, as his infantry array advanced like a wall, with numerous spears protruding from its center. The cavalry, having dissolved their tight formation, encircled the enemy infantry from both flanks. Renly's left wing found itself ensnared in a triad of attacking forces, facing imminent annihilation. Meanwhile, the Valley cavalry, after launching 2 successive charges, completely shattered the opposing infantry formation, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. No matter how formidable the infantry may be, without the advantage of equipment, engaging in close combat with cavalry is undoubtedly a losing endeavor. Moreover, the sheer numbers favor the Vale men significantly. As a result, the forces of Ser Lisa were swiftly divided and encircled, falling one by one. Initially, the center of the army displayed a semblance of superiority in battle. However, this gradually disintegrated under the onslaught of the Kingsguard. After all, as one of the most renowned forms of entertainment in the realm of Westeros, the champions of the melee tournament are not lacking in number. It is no arduous task to find several heavily armored infantry willing to serve the Great King as his personal guard. Thus Stannis quickly assembled his luxurious band of 6. At one point, the king even contemplated inviting Ser Albert to join his Kingsguard, but considering the man's youth and his status as an heir to a noble title, it would be unreasonable to expect him to abandon his legacy to serve as a mere bodyguard. Nevertheless, once this elite force, clad in the most advanced armor, surged onto the battlefield, it was evident that the opposing infantry, particularly those already on the brink of collapse, were facing imminent disintegration against such formidable reinforcements. Coupled with the grim fate of the other 2 regiments, Ser Lisa found himself momentarily dizzy. Surrounded by his protectors, he was ensconced in the heart of his army, the most fortified position within the ranks. To facilitate his observation of the unfolding conflict, a platform taller than a man was constructed, allowing him to witness his troops being systematically overwhelmed. Just when it seemed that the outcome had been settled, a sudden appearance of a unit clad in black armor emerged from behind Stannis' forces, led by the familiar figure of Garland Tyrell. Stannis' scouts quickly reported this development, and he was astonished to discover that the opposing side had a reserve force, which had circled around from the rear, albeit consisting of only 5,000 men, while Albert had managed to hold his ground against 8,000 due to a geographical advantage and superior equipment. Losing to a mere 5,000 would indeed be an absurdity. Therefore, Stannis promptly redirected his forces southward, as they were now ascending a slope, thus possessing the geographical advantage, not to mention outnumbering the enemy 3-1. However, this opposing unit was anything but ordinary. The soldiers from Astapor, hired mercenaries clad in black, were unmistakably recognized as the Unsullied, a formidable force of over 5,000 warriors. Garland, observing Stannis, could only regard him as a fool. Having spent nearly 100,000 golden dragons to procure these reinforcements, did Stannis truly believe that victory was assured? Was he so brazen as to disregard the dignity of the situation? Chapter 75, The Battle of Wind's Breath Fortress. 3. Stannis surveyed the approaching throng of over 5,000 men, dismissing them with an air of indifference. His focus remained primarily on the affairs of Westeros, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the legendary forces of Essos, as he was unable to discern the situation at a mere glance. The black-armored troops formed a wedge formation, relentlessly driving toward the rear of Stannis' central army. Although Stannis' forces were in greater number, he initially met the charge with confidence, believing that even the formidable Galland could not possibly prevail against an army thrice its size. Thus, what might be recorded as one of the most significant blunders in the annals of Westerosi warfare began to unfold. Leading with his heavy infantry, Stannis pivoted his entire army, positioning the heavy-foot soldiers at the forefront to counter the impending assault. According to the original strategy, this formation was expected to withstand Galen's Unsullied, who were clad in leather armor, black helmets, and armed with wooden shields and spears. Stannis himself rode at the very front of his troops, prepared to confront the onslaught, while all soldiers raised their shields high. Galen, charging forward, collided with Stannis at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Stannis' sword, in an unfortunate twist of fate, suffered a fracture, and Galen, summoning all his strength, struck with such force that he shattered the blade. Stannis, taken aback by this unexpected turn, was unseated and fell to the ground, while Galen, astonished by his own might, plunged into the ranks of Stannis' heavy infantry. The fall of the king was a grave matter. Stannis' elite guards swiftly leaped from the formation, encircling him to ensure his safety, and thus he was escorted away from the battlefield. This maneuver left a gap in the heavy infantry's array, providing the Unsullied with a crucial opportunity to launch their assault. The formidable wedge pierced through the infantry lines, with the Unsullied seamlessly interlocking their shields to form wings, while several soldiers raised their shields overhead. In an instant, a powerful thrust breached the 15 lines of infantry. The Unsullied engaged the infantry in a fierce melee, their individual prowess far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Even though they faced Stannis' seasoned troops, the Unsullied maintained a decisive advantage in one-on-one combat. Most crucially, the morale of Stannis' army had plummeted due to the king's fall, leaving the soldiers disheartened. The once formidable array of 5,000 crumbled under the pressure of the Unsullied, with the fate of their king unknown. Meanwhile, Albert fought valiantly on the front lines, striving to suppress the forces of Renly Baratheon. With a numerical advantage and the upper hand of cavalry, Albert's troops had driven Renly's forces to the brink of a precipice. With just a little more time, they could bring this army to its knees. At this moment, Albert noticed a certain disarray among his rear troops. Indeed, although the soldiers in the back were generally facing away, at such a distance, Albert could not discern their condition. However, the banners they bore were adorned with intricate patterns on both sides. Under the relentless assault of the Unsullied, these banners were now on the verge of collapse. With keen perception, Albert suddenly recognized this alarming detail, filling him with concern. Should the rear formation collapse first, his forces would be caught in a pincer movement. Despite having numerical superiority, the sight of the formidable enemy troops behind him left Albert feeling uneasy. The forces at his command constituted over 40 units of armed strength from White Harbor. Should they falter, his father's expectations would be unfulfilled, and the intricate system he had painstakingly built over several years would crumble. Upon confirming that the rear troops were indeed struggling, Albert personally led his White Harbor cavalry to assist them, believing that the front line could manage with the support of Elyan and the infantry. Thus, as the infantry ranks in the rear began to waver, Albert's cavalry surged forth, crashing into the ranks of the Unsullied. This charge took down numerous enemy soldiers, gradually stabilizing the faltering rear formation. However, after this relentless engagement, the stamina of other units was rapidly depleting and morale was waning. Following Albert's assault, the Unsullied began to retreat slowly, unable to withstand the pressure from the advancing front, while simultaneously countering the aggressive cavalry from behind. What troubled Albert most was the disappearance of Stannis. He was determined to bring the day's conflict to a swift conclusion and then hasten to locate the king. At that moment, the cavalry from the valley began to withdraw, and the Onion Knights in the center also opted to temporarily regroup. Observing this situation, Elyan declared a retreat of the troops back to the main contingent, encircling the Unsullied. Together with Albert's 1,800 cavalry and the remnants of the rear troops, they effectively enveloped the Unsullied. Meanwhile, Lancel's forces had suffered substantial casualties, and the remaining troops barely held their ground. After reorganizing his forces, Lancel was sure to come to the aid of these reinforcements. Thus, the battlefield had transformed into a confrontation between Albert and the rear soldiers against the Unsullied, who were now encircled, with his other troops forming an outer perimeter, and Lancel's elite soldiers encasing them further. Albert felt exasperated. Stannis had truly lost his way. Leading a substantial contingent, he had been shattered by the enemy's 5,000, and now he was nowhere to be found. Had he not swiftly rallied his cavalry to provide support, his 3 divisions would have faced a double envelopment. After a chaotic clash, the Unsullied managed to break through the formation and retreated to regroup. Albert initially intended to pursue them, but the cavalry from the valley and the Onion Knights showed no inclination to follow. With over 6,000 troops from the north, chasing them would only lead to unnecessary losses, prompting Albert to abandon the pursuit. The Onion Knight is currently in a state of urgency, seeking his king. Should he confirm the king's demise, it would be imperative to support Shireen in her ascension to the throne. Initially, the Unsullied received their orders directly from Stannis and the Onion Knight upon their arrival. Now, with one commander ordering a retreat and the fate of another unknown, only Albert's northern army retains the capacity for independent decision-making. Neither side intends to pursue. Thus Albert finds himself unable to chase, allowing nearly 20,000 men to retreat successfully to Wind's Breath Fortress. Chapter 76. Albert and the Unsullied. 1. The army returned to their original encampment, and Stannis was safely escorted into the camp by his guards. Upon confirming that his injuries were limited to a fractured arm, the assembled commanders finally breathed a sigh of relief. The defeat in the initial battle did not impair the commanders' judgment, as they were aware that capturing a fortress like Clearwater Castle could not be accomplished in a single assault. Nonetheless, it was a minor setback, especially when witnessing Renly lead his forces into open combat, which nearly convinced Stannis of imminent victory. However, at a critical moment, their efforts were thwarted by the unexpected emergence of the Unsullied, compounded by Stannis' sudden injury. With Stannis incapacitated, the coming days would necessitate engagements of reduced scale. The prowess of the Unsullied is well acknowledged, particularly given their proximity to the continent of Essos, where they successfully repelled Dothraki charges on 18 occasions, ultimately forcing their adversaries to line up and cut off their braids. Although the Unsullied are few in number, they face an army of over 50,000 Dothraki. Even light cavalry would pose a significant challenge for Albert's forces. However, since the Unsullied are all eunuchs, Albert considers employing tactics suited for dealing with them. Eunuchs, while generally lacking in physical strength, possess remarkable focus, discipline, and cohesion. Their primary vulnerabilities lie in their relatively light armor and diminished stamina. Albert must devise strategies that exploit these weaknesses. Otherwise, even if he were to breach the gates, a mere 5,000 Unsullied standing at the entrance would thwart any attempt at a charge. That evening, Stannis convened a meeting with all commanders to deliberate on strategies for confronting the 5,000 Unsullied. The Unsullied are indeed formidable. Although they do not habitually sell off more than half of their number in a single transaction, this is merely a tendency rather than an immutable rule, and the figures rarely stray far from that threshold. Provided the price is right, they can certainly be persuaded to part with their ranks. After all, the Tyrells are astute merchants. They are not short of resources, and they can produce millions of golden dragons without a second thought. Westerosi gold retains significant purchasing power in external markets, given its substantial intrinsic value, and the Targaryens have never been in want of funds. The figure of millions is indeed quite substantial, especially considering that the intent was not to completely deplete one's resources. While this may cause the Targaryen family some discomfort, it is merely a fleeting concern. After all, who among us does not indulge in a few splurges during the Double 11 sales? Has this truly interfered with your plans for next year's shopping extravaganza? Consequently, since the Rose family is so willing to spend, it is imperative that we muster a more formidable strength to counter their actions, conveying to them the futility of their extravagance. It would be wise for them to conserve their wealth to contribute to the economic development of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, it was decided that tomorrow, Albert would lead his forces, the Northern Army, to attempt to vanquish these Unsullied. Meanwhile, within the city, the Unsullied were finding today's battle rather arduous. Even in their relentless assault, facing an enemy 3 times their number was undeniably challenging, compounded by a cavalry charge that resulted in significant casualties. From an initial force of over 5,000, only around 4,200 remained, with the remaining 800 having fallen on the battlefield. The Unsullied, as a military force, often suffer rapid attrition due to their lack of armor, resulting in low defensive capabilities. In direct engagements, they frequently incur substantial losses against overwhelming assaults. Moreover, one cannot simply recruit a group of individuals and train them post-castration. The cost of training a single Unsullied is approximately equivalent to 30 of their market value. As for command, they must utilize High Valyrian, a language familiar to the nobility of Westeros, as the royal family employs it as well. In the current world of ice and fire, the preservation of this linguistic heritage is limited to Valyria and, to a lesser extent, the Targaryen lineage in Westeros, which retains a significant degree of its linguistic tradition due to its noble ancestry. The Valyrian descendants have established their own strongholds, thus maintaining a coherent legacy. High Valyrian has essentially become the lingua franca among the upper echelons of Westeros, akin to the status of French among the Russian nobility. On the following day, as Albert and his 6,000 northern troops challenged the city, the defenders refrained from employing their crossbows in a direct confrontation, adopting a dismissive stance. Albert, constrained in his options, resorted to a display of force by bombarding the city walls with his crossbows. However, the breaches he created were quickly repaired from within. In a state of mounting frustration, he was compelled to unleash his ultimate weapon, the trebuchet. If they were to disregard his overtures, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the art of war to them. The range of the trebuchet far exceeded that of the crossbow. Although it had only recently been designed and yet to be tested in battle, preliminary evaluations were promising. Therefore, when this formidable contraption was aimed at the city walls, the defenders, having never encountered such an apparatus, mistook it for some novel contrivance. Then Albert commanded the artillery to fire once more. A tower atop the city walls was struck down, causing the enemy soldiers stationed there to tumble down. Albert wore an expression of embarrassment, for his aim had not been directed at that particular tower. Yet, having reached this point, he resolved to maintain his facade. With an air of arrogance, he shouted at the wall, demanding the Unsullied to come down, declaring his intent to exact vengeance. A brief commotion erupted atop the walls, and soon after, 5,000 Unsullied, though now only a little over 4,000, emerged from the city gates. Leading them was not the formidable Regal Tarley, but rather Garland Tyrrell. Albert positioned his infantry at the forefront, each equipped with tower shields, while the cavalry flanked the sides. This time, he brought no additional troops, only Elian. Following Albert's numerous displays of tactical prowess, Elian had come to respect him, adhering to Albert's directives throughout their journey. They were about to confront a force renowned in both Essos and Westeros for its martial prowess. Chapter 77. Albert battles the Unsullied. 2. Albert's audacity to descend and challenge them was undoubtedly calculated. He had conferred with Elian late into the night. Their army's primary advantage over the enemy lay in cavalry warfare, which bore little significance against the Unsullied. The second advantage was their superior weaponry, equipped with polearms, tower shields, stone throwers, and crossbows. These weapons proved particularly effective against lightly armored infantry, provided the enemy could be arranged in a formation conducive to a volley of crossbow bolts. Relying on the enemy to falter seemed less prudent than ensuring their own side remained faultless. After all, if Stannis had not committed grievous errors, he likely would not have been defeated in such a manner. The enemy forces were unlikely to make mistakes, even if the commander's orders were lacking. As long as there remained a unit capable of executing them, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Furthermore, Garland himself was a seasoned warrior, known as the first champion of the Reach, and his military acumen was likely on par with that of Albert and Elian. Field battles, particularly on hilly terrain, posed additional challenges, especially with the enemy fortified within a stronghold. Albert felt a pang of uncertainty, aware of the Unsullied's formidable reputation, which had reached even his ears in Westeros. However, the Unsullied's weaknesses were twofold, the first being their equipment, composed entirely of light armor and weaponry, implying that if they were encircled by tower shields, they would be rendered powerless. Their only true advantage lay with their heavy cavalry. Albert's innovative steel tempering technique had significantly enhanced the efficiency of iron usage, making the equipping of heavy cavalry more economical than anticipated, while also providing slightly greater flexibility in armor compared to other cavalry units. Yet, even the Dothraki cavalry struggled against them. If the Unsullied held their ground, victory for Albert's forces would remain elusive. One can only discern the truth of matters through experience. Without endeavoring, one remains ignorant of the efficacy of their methods. After the enemy's infantry exited the city, Albert promptly commanded his cavalry to advance, employing the previously utilized circular formation to counter them. The cavalry surged forth, encircling the soldiers, their movements a dazzling display before the foe. As they began to wield the additional weaponry equipped by Albert, the throwing spear, when the first of the Untainted was struck by a javelin, the remaining soldiers swiftly reacted, forming a shield wall that enveloped Garland within. This scenario was precisely what Albert had dreaded. The enemy chose not to attack, but rather to adopt a defensive stance. Historically, cavalry had little advantage when charging against a well-established infantry line. Their successes often stemmed from the intimidation of inadequately trained soldiers, causing them to abandon their positions. Albert speculated that the hedgehog-like formation employed by the Untainted might be the reason they could successfully repel the Dothraki, for while such formations may appear innocuous, a forceful collision could yield disastrous consequences for the cavalry, particularly the unarmored light cavalry. Moreover, their defensive posture completely nullified any potential threat from ranged weaponry. Observing the enemy's tortoise formation, Albert had no choice but to deploy the crossbow artillery. This formation was characteristic of light infantry, merely indicative of their defensive capabilities. or perhaps a fervent hope that those defenses were not particularly robust. The crossbows did not unleash bolts, but rather solid projectiles, as these possessed greater destructive potential. 2 projectiles struck, toppling 2 soldiers into the heart of their formation, yet no further disruption ensued. Indeed, the phalanx of eunuchs remained steadfast, their formation unyielding, having dulled their fear to the utmost degree, rendering them almost numb to the situation. This was decidedly inconvenient. Their lack of fear implied that victory for Albert's forces was improbable unless the enemy initiated an assault. However, Garland, fully aware of this reality, refrained from ordering his troops to charge, recognizing that his adversaries not only outnumbered him, but were also better equipped for field combat. An ill-timed charge could spell doom. With this tactic rendered ineffective, Albert was compelled to resort to his final strategy. The cavalry withdrew to the flanks, the crossbows repositioned to the rear, while the heavy shield infantry took the forefront. Between the gaps of their shields protruded sharp pikes. The heavy infantry advanced slowly toward the enemy's formidable tortoise formation, wielding their polearms with intent to sever the wooden spears. The entire phalanx pressed forward, ready to utilize their short swords to cleave through any formidable obstacles encountered along their path. The encirclement was rapidly constricting, and Garland found himself powerless against the relentless onslaught. Having already attempted every possible strategy, even the charge of heavy cavalry could not shatter the phalanx formed by the tower shield infantry. Thus, as the circular formation grew increasingly cramped, the unblemished warriors were forced to retreat inward, reaching an astonishing degree of confinement. At this juncture, Albert commanded his soldiers to extend their halberds, targeting the areas shielded from the circular shields, endeavoring to topple their adversaries. His intent was to suffocate the opponent within this constrained space, akin to a noose, striving to extinguish the life of this colossal beast. Confronted with the ironclad phalanx pressing inward, Garland began to panic. He ordered the tortoise formation to disperse and press against the enemy's shields, attempting to push them back. However, the tower shields and the soldiers behind them were very much tangible. This was not a matter of mere individuals being able to exert influence. In the face of such a formation, it was imperative to concentrate forces to breach a single point. Yet it was evident that Garland had never encountered such a combat style. He was bewildered and uncertain of how to proceed. Albert incessantly commanded his shield bearers to advance, continuously diminishing the enemy's space for survival. This thick, tightening noose left Garland utterly helpless, as he was gradually squeezed to the very center of the phalanx. While the troops initially dispatched to press outward had largely exhausted their stamina, the forces composed of eunuchs possessed a significant flaw. Their physical endurance was markedly inferior to that of ordinary men. After enduring half a day's turmoil, even the most resilient of the unblemished warriors had depleted their strength, gradually retreating to the inner side of the formation to rest, leaving those still vigorous to continue the push. Yet, it was clear they could not prevail. Albert's forces tightened their grip like a constricting noose, exhausting the giant beast, bringing it to the brink of collapse. Chapter 78. Albert battles the unblemished. 3. This gradually tightening noose entrapped over 4,000 unblemished warriors. And now those in the center of the encirclement could barely stand. They had already lost considerable strength during their earlier breakthroughs, leaving the entire army with little recourse but to be gradually annihilated. Albert showed no mercy and issued commands for his forces to tighten their formation until all the unblemished warriors were pressed closely against their shields, compelled to stand. Even then, the formation continued to constrict, with no one possessing the strength to wield their spears any longer. "Throw your javelins, attack," Albert commanded. His own army was also fatigued, yet he consistently replaced weary soldiers with fresh ones, continuing to tighten the encirclement. The unblemished warriors launched several assaults that nearly shattered his shield formation, but the soldiers persevered, holding their ground and persistently compressing the enemy's space for survival, until the adversary had acknowledged their inability to resist any longer. Albert unleashed his ultimate weapon, a specialized spear-throwing unit composed of 200 meticulously selected members from the Royal Guard. In the face of utter defenselessness, countless short spears pierced through the encircled ranks of the innocents like daggers, striking again and again. With no shields to protect them, they stood as lambs awaiting slaughter, while the soldiers ruthlessly harvested these exhausted warriors. Once he confirmed that the enemy forces were utterly depleted, Albert commanded his troops to draw their short swords, discarding their shields to engage in close combat. The battlefield was sparse, with what little skirmishing occurred resembling a one-sided massacre. The innocents swung their swords with all their might, Yet their attacks fell feebly against the finely crafted armor and sturdy shields of their opponents, rendering many of their efforts futile. Albert's lethal strikes incessantly eroded the enemy's fighting capacity, with more and more innocents collapsing under the relentless onslaught. Although the remaining soldiers fought valiantly, the advantage had shifted beyond mere equipment or numbers. In the melee, Albert's forces showcased superior individual prowess, their quality and equipment outmatching that of the innocents by nearly twofold. Should any innocent succeed in slaying a royal guard soldier, they would be immediately overwhelmed by others eager to finish them off. The cavalry stood ready in the rear, poised to join the fray, while the spearmen targeted the most formidable foes with their long spears. The battle marked a decisive defeat for the innocents, who had not anticipated such an unconventional strategy. Albert's losses were minimal. Only in the chaotic final phase did a few soldiers perish, while many others simply lost their combat effectiveness or sustained injuries. Faced with such tactics, even a formidable force like the innocents, with their overwhelming manpower, found themselves powerless. No matter how resolute their spirits, they could not withstand this onslaught. Ultimately, they were mere mortals, not deities. As long as they were not divine, there existed a means to conquer them, and even in this world, gods were not invincible. On the walls, little Rose and Blue Rain observed the scene with anguish. Witnessing the near-total annihilation of the innocent legion that Little Rose had painstakingly assembled at great cost, it could be surmised that after this event, the myth of the innocent's invincibility would be shattered. This tactic was not entirely beyond replication. Should the details of this battle be disseminated, the innocent's glory would crumble. For the eunuch soldiers were ultimately still eunuchs. After utterly defeating this innocent army, Albert harbored no intention of leaving any survivors, for they could not provide adequate labor and were not needed as warriors. Capturing Garland Tiller, he then set his sights on the new stronghold. I shall grant you one final opportunity. 3 days hence, should there be no surrender, we shall return with a mightier army. The voice was faint, barely discernible amidst the city's clamor, yet for the two commanders atop the walls, it was a veritable decree of judgment. Surrender, or face the consequences. By choosing to yield, you might retain your titles. However, to accept judgment would exact an unfathomable toll upon the Tyrell family. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers echoed a singular demand: surrender, or face judgment. Both Loras and Marjorie found themselves wavering. If even the Unsullied could be effortlessly subdued, what formidable opponent could this man not conquer? Could their own city truly withstand the onslaught? Albert, leading his troops, slowly retreated to camp, dragging behind him crude wooden carts laden with over 4,000 unsullied heads. All eyes widened in disbelief. This could very well mark the first catastrophic defeat in Unsullied history, a total rout. One could only imagine the loss of respect for Astapor and its Unsullied should this news reach the continent of Essos. The tactics employed were not irreplicable. Indeed, duplicating their effectiveness appeared remarkably straightforward, requiring merely a slight numerical advantage. Thus, it was evident that this battle could potentially ignite a genuine revolutionary conflict across the seas in Essos. Previously, Stannis may have harbored reservations about marrying his somewhat fortunate niece to the current nobleman, yet his perspective had shifted. Such an individual warranted alliance. And with his daughter betrothed to Prince Quinn, the only plausible allies remained his nominal wards, his niece and nephew. A match between his nephew and the nobleman's sister seemed inappropriate. Given her youth, Joffrey would certainly look down upon such a pairing. Although Marjorie was merely 4 years younger than Albert, who was 15 in the eyes of men, he was still just 14, making her seem but a child at 10. Prince Tommen, the youngest, was merely 9, while the little princess was 12. Coupling a 14-year-old man with her seemed somewhat reasonable. However, Albert was soon to celebrate his 15th name day, marking his transition into adulthood by the standards of the world of ice and fire. Stannis indeed had devised plans, yet his primary focus remained the war at hand. The deadline set for 3 days hence had been established in their discussions yesterday. Regardless of victory or defeat, that day would bring forth a true army at their gates. Chapter 79. Methods of execution. Post-war, having obliterated the organized Unsullied forces, morale within Windspire had all but evaporated. Now, even a mere siege would suffice to claim the crumbling fortress. Albert felt a sense of ennui, for the battles he had endured over the past months were not particularly arduous, save for the formidable confrontation with the Unsullied, which had indeed posed a significant challenge. The remaining skirmishes had proceeded rather smoothly. Now, even if Stannis were to dispatch his daughter to partake in this conflict, victory seemed assured. The city was besieged by demoralized and defeated troops, alongside over 7,000 infantry. The forces encircling the castle likely exceeded 30,000, rendering any resistance futile. One could simply position a loudspeaker beneath the fortress and demand that those within raise their hands, lest they face dire consequences. With repeated exhortations, it was only a matter of time before the soldiers inside would succumb to despair and willingly open the gates. Consequently, Albert decided to withdraw his troops, as their mission here was nearly complete, and it was time for him to pursue Rob and his companions. The task of dealing with the castle would no longer fall to him. After handing over 2 captives from the Riverlands to Stannis, Albert intended to take his leave and head westward to engage in battle. The 2 men sought out Stannis in the main tent, where he was presently conferring with the Onion Knight regarding upcoming military strategies. Upon their arrival, Stannis gestured for them to enter, inquiring if there was a matter at hand. "Your Majesty, the conflict at Wind's Rest has reached a temporary conclusion, and the remaining forces within the castle can be subdued through siege tactics. The royal fleet is en route, and we must also proceed westward to assist the Duke in his campaign against the Westerlands. Might I inquire when you intend for us to depart?" In layman's terms, they were ready to leave. When would he grant them permission? Stannis surveyed the now sparse strategic map, which revealed a highly advantageous position for his forces. Opposing him were merely 20,000 troops from the Stormlands, besieged within the castle, while his fleet was already transporting the remaining forces. Additionally, there were 8,000 cavalry from the Vale and around 18 to 19,000 infantry under his command, with another 10,000 foot soldiers from Royce on the way. To the south, the Dorne army had commenced an assault on the Riverlands troops, facing off against several members of House Swan, engaging in guerrilla tactics on their own territory. To the west, Robb led an army of 40,000 Northmen from the Riverlands, clashing with the remnants of the Westerlands forces commanded by Tywin. Further west, approximately 12 to 13,000 Iron Islanders were contending with 14 to 15,000 combined troops from the Riverlands and Westerlands. Although the Ironborn were outnumbered, the coalition had more defensive positions to safeguard, leading to frequent ambushes, and their situation was far from favorable. The current state of affairs was decidedly beneficial for his army, prompting Stannis to wave his hand, signaling for the 2 men to lead their troops away. In the preceding discussions, the fate of the West has been determined. Cersei and Tywin must dismount from their positions. The Citadel will dispatch a scholar to assist the underage Joffrey. Tywin is to be exiled to the north, while Cersei is to be confined within the Maiden's Tower, overseen by 3 formidable sisters. Both Jaime and Tywin are to be sent to the Wall, as is Kevan. Essentially, all adult Lannisters will be assigned to the Wall. In the north, he, along with representatives from Dorne, the Riverlands, and the Vale, will each maintain a presence in Casterly Rock, accompanied by no fewer than 500 troops to supervise the city's renovation plans. Casterly Rock is mandated to compensate each house with 1 million golden dragons within 70 years, while the Lannister standing army is to be constrained to no more than 7,000 men. Additionally, the marriages of the 3 former princes and princesses must receive the approval of the Iron Throne before proceeding. The fate of House Tyrell is even more dire. Following the conclusion of the war, the Stormlands will merge with the Crownlands, with Storms and assuming the role previously held by Summerhall. The southern part of the Reach, south of Horn Hill, including Brightwater Keep, will be declared an independent realm, forming a new kingdom. The Tyrells will retain their title as Dukes of the Reach, while the Hightowers will acquire the title of Dukes of Old Town. The southern Stormlands, including Nightsong, Vulture's Roost, and White Harbor, will all fall under Dorne's jurisdiction. The Tyrells are required to pay each of the other 5 houses an annual fee of no less than 100,000 golden dragons for a century, with the option for early payment. As for the 3 princes and princesses, they will be escorted back by Albert and his company. Regarding the Iron Islands, which declared rebellion, their failure to inflict substantial casualties upon the royal army results in a punishment limited to their independence. Balon shall renounce his kingship and issue a formal apology, thus escaping further repercussions. However, should he continue to resist, Stannis would not hesitate to allow him to experience the might of his naval forces. Thus, the fate of the vanquished has been decreed. Undoubtedly, this is a grievous blow to House Tyrell, while for House Lannister, it serves as an abject humiliation. The Old Lion's decades of toil to establish the West's prestige and the glory of the Lannisters has been utterly dismantled by this war, and the Old Lion himself is sent north alongside his son. As for Stannis' younger brother, he will assuredly be dispatched to the north, leaving him no opportunity to perish. Stannis has rendered his final judgment regarding the fates of the various lords during the council. Once Albert's forces reach the battlefield, their numbers will surpass those of the enemy, rendering victory for the West an impossible endeavor. If the Duke of the Riverlands, Tyrell, insists on engaging in battle, Then Stannis will promptly issue a decree to declare Old Town independent. At that point, the Tyrell forces will likely number around 60,000, while nearly 40,000 have already been committed here. Additionally, several thousand must remain in the south to maintain a standoff with Dorne. Should Stannis's contingent of 20 to 30,000 join the fray, it would undoubtedly result in a decisive victory. It is evident that Stannis is indifferent to any potential retaliation from the Tyrells, as they lack the resources to mount a significant counteroffensive. Upon receiving their orders, Albert and Aerion swiftly made their way north to King's Landing to gather personnel. For the two of them, the war had reached a temporary respite throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Aside from the Westerlands and Riverlands, the remaining resistance had been thoroughly extinguished, and the forthcoming battles were expected to be relatively effortless. Chapter 80. Beneath Casterly Rock in Truth. This conflict may still require some time to conclude. When Albert and Aerion, accompanied by 3 princesses, a prince, and their attendants, arrived at the foot of Casterly Rock, they were met with an expanse of military formations. Throughout their journey, Albert remained attentive to Myrcella in the carriage. Despite his repeated offers of a more comfortable ride for the princess, she stubbornly insisted on remaining with her brothers. Tommen echoed this sentiment, expressing his desire to sit beside his elder brother. Joffrey's carriage was the most dilapidated in the entire procession, a punishment imposed by Stannis for his near-fatal confrontation with him, and for the actual death of the Duke of the North. Such a penalty was inevitable. Thus, the carriages belonging to the 2 princes and the princess were tasked with carrying the siblings' possessions. The 3 young ones endured a bumpy ride in the worn carriage, and Albert suggested multiple times that they switch to a more suitable vehicle, although Joffrey was an exception due to his circumstances. Albert genuinely wished to provide Joffrey with a better carriage, but the officer dispatched by Stannis was nearby, none other than Aemon, a member of House Valerion who had previously suffered defeat at Albert's hands, leading over 1,000 heavy infantry from his house. Upon their arrival at the castle, the siege was still ongoing. The Old Lion had gathered all the forces at his disposal, totaling over 30,000, all amassed within the castle walls. Although Casterly Rock had been ravaged by pirates, they had only succeeded in killing a portion of the inhabitants, while others were enslaved. Many still remained, bolstering Tywin's resolve to hold the fort. The forces outside had swelled significantly with the arrival of Albert's contingent, now facing a multitude of Tywin's men. Additionally, Tywin's brother, Kevan, was leading an army of over 5,000 to rendezvous with the Tyrell forces and assault the Iron Islands. Robb and his companions bombarded the city embedded in the rock for 7 days, yet it remained steadfast against their assault. Although the crossbow artillery possessed the capability to demolish city walls, the defenders were adept at swiftly repairing them. Within the city, a plethora of siege catapults and crossbows occupied advantageous positions, systematically dismantling the attackers' artillery with their superior numbers of ranged weapons. The catapults proved ineffective as well. Albert, on this occasion, brought with him 120 crossbow artillery pieces and the legendary stone-throwing cannon, which had become their sole hope for breaching the city. Naturally, a direct frontal assault seemed ill-advised. Albert commanded his soldiers to navigate small boats around the rear of the city in search of potential points of infiltration. Following the unification of their forces, Albert swiftly entered the tent to consult with Robb, relaying Stannis' strategies regarding the current situation with the 3 factions. I have already communicated the circumstances to His Majesty the King. The forthcoming offensive plan will require your crossbow artillery's contribution. Rest for now, with specific conditions established. Further disputes seemed unnecessary, and negotiations could be initiated. Should the opposing party reject the terms, we would consolidate our conditions and send them to Stannis. If an agreement remains elusive, formal hostilities would ensue. Initially, the number of crossbow artillery brought was not substantial. After Albert withdrew his 120 pieces, only 30 remained alongside over 110 hastily constructed catapults. To date, merely 10 crossbow artillery and 30 catapults were still operational. Conversely, the opposing side had not fared well either. Within Tywin, there were a total of 150 catapults, with 38 crossbows remaining. After fierce combat, only 40 catapults and 3 crossbows were left standing. However, the enemy's elevated terrain provided them with a greater destructive efficiency compared to the besieging forces below. Upon his departure, Royce took with him over 10,000 troops. Before Albert's army arrived, the disparity in forces was not significant, merely a little over 10,000. Yet, with Albert's arrival, this gap widened to nearly 20,000, prompting Tywin to become increasingly cautious, for a direct confrontation might not yield any advantage for them. Nevertheless, the hostages had arrived, and the terms were set. The question remained, would they negotiate? If so, all matters could be discussed, as this was the most fundamental aspect. And it was clear that a definitive agreement could not be reached immediately. Stannis himself harbored no such illusions. However, negotiations seemed futile, as old Tywin still believed he could defend Casterly Rock. Aside from the one surprise attack, it had not been breached. Therefore, Albert deemed it essential to demonstrate that the walls he relied upon, towering though they were, held little significance. Thus, prior to the negotiations, Albert repositioned his stone-throwing cannon beneath the city walls. Accompanying him were 7 or 8 artillery pieces that bore a striking resemblance to one another. However, in truth, these pieces were incapable of firing. The intention behind their arrival was to intimidate without engaging in battle. After all, while the accuracy of the stone-throwing cannon may not be exemplary, its power has always been formidable. A few rounds unleashed, and I would be surprised if Tywin did not soil his trousers. The current technology for these cannons was still quite primitive, which was why Albert opted not to mount them on wheels, but instead chose to erect a wooden frame to suspend them, thereby mitigating the tremendous recoil as much as possible. The massive cannon, perched upon the towering wooden structure, captured the attention of many both within and outside the city. Albert commanded his soldiers to load and fire. Once again, he aimed for the city wall, convinced that it could not possibly veer off course. With a resounding bang, a colossal iron ball shot forth from the cannon's mouth, directly obliterating the tower atop the cathedral of Caen City. Indeed, the shot was absurdly off-target. Yet Albert remained unfazed, maintaining a stoic demeanor that led many to believe he had struck true. This unflinching composure indeed instilled fear among many on the city walls, including the arriving Tywin. If one cannon could demolish their own tower, how many days could it pummel the hundreds of towers atop the entire castle? Most importantly, the cannon's range was a staggering 2 miles, far surpassing that of any of their ranged weaponry. Albert, with an air of calm, declared a free-fire order until they had exhausted a predetermined number of rounds. After firing 40 cannonballs, the enemy lost a total of 12 towers, and 2 rounds finally struck the city wall, while the remaining 26 shots went astray. Albert was left feeling rather embarrassed. Nonetheless, one must maintain appearances. Hence, after depleting the predetermined number of rounds, he ordered a cessation of fire. Subsequently, Albert dispatched a messenger to convey the need for ceasefire negotiations, warning that should they refuse to negotiate, they would reduce the city to rubble with their multitude of cannons. He then informed Robb to hastily draft a list of negotiators. Chapter 81. Negotiation. Having directly witnessed the formidable power of the stone-throwing cannon, Tywin resolved to engage in negotiations. The delegations comprised Robb, Albert, Emerton, Aemon, and Ellion on one side, and Tywin, Jaime, and Kevin on the other. The 3 from the opposing side exited the city, while the 4 from their camp departed the military encampment, agreeing to set up a tent in a vacant area between them for the discussions. Albert also brought along Joffrey and his companions, while Robb included the dwarf Tyrion. The 4 hostages were bound together, with Aemon tasked with their oversight. Similarly, Aemon represented Stannis, and theoretically, another should represent Prince Oberyn. However, Oberyn had expressed his intention to attend in person and was already en route. Although Oberyn would not arrive for another day, he indicated that initial discussions could commence, allowing for a renegotiation should he find the terms unsatisfactory upon his arrival. Hearing this, Tywin nearly spat blood in frustration. Realizing that if the terms proposed by the opposing side greatly diverged from his own, he would be compelled to acquiesce. Albert casually remarked that one could gaze upon the 50 cannons positioned over there and ponder whether one's troops could withstand such bombardment. He mentioned that he still had over 20 rounds of ammunition and playfully threatened to raise the city. Jaime interjected, insisting that negotiations must first ensure the release of his sister. Tywin concurred, asserting that not only should his daughter be freed, but also his son. Albert opposed this, arguing that Jaime's daughter belonged to another house, having already pledged allegiance to the ruling family, and thus should be treated according to the protocols established by the Lord. He insisted that, in accordance with ancestral customs, she ought to remain confined within Maegor's holdfast for life. Jaime could hardly tolerate this. He exclaimed that his sister and his beloved were imprisoned within that wretched tower while he was being asked to negotiate peace. Tywin shot a disapproving glance at his son, chastising him for the chaos his siblings had caused, suggesting that had it not been for their indiscretions, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Albert stated that if Duke Tywin cooperated with the negotiations and swiftly finalized the terms, and if King Stannis had no objections, they could expedite the process, assuring him that he could secure the return of his son. The remaining 4, he claimed, he could release at once. Tywin then asked what the first condition was. Albert, composed, responded that Tywin, his son, nephew, and brother must all relocate to the north, beyond the wall. There, representatives from each house would form a 5-member council to assist Tywin's grandson until he reached maturity. Upon his coming of age, they would each station 500 troops outside the city, with Tywin's total military strength capped at 7,000 men. Furthermore, he emphasized that he would not allow the sale of crossbows or catapults to Tywin's house. Additionally, Tywin's family would be required to compensate each household with 1 million golden dragons over the next 70 years. His daughter was to be confined within the castle, with no further contact permitted. Tywin slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that he could not agree to such terms. He asserted that while the Lannisters may have fallen from grace, they were not powerless, warning Albert not to underestimate them, lest he provoke a fierce retaliation. Albert instructed his men to fire a few cannon shots, challenging Tywin to test the fortitude of his castle against the onslaught. Tywin accused them of wielding power to bully the weak, disregarding the chivalric code. Robb retorted that it was their side that had forsaken martial ethics, daring to place the blame upon them. Kevin interjected, cautioning against slander, claiming he would pursue legal action for defamation. Sir Wyman expressed his frustration, questioning the necessity of such lengthy discourse. He pointed out that merely engaging in negotiations was a considerable achievement, and he wondered what more Albert desired. He questioned whether Albert believed he had already secured victory, urging him to forego further discussions and instead settle their differences through combat. Jaime eagerly agreed, suggesting they step outside to settle the matter through a duel. Sir Eamon stepped back, signifying his reliance on brute strength and his disregard for the chivalric code. He boasted of his might over the weak, urging his comrades to subdue him. Albert retorted, "What are you talking about? Who among us can challenge him one-on-one?" Eamon replied, "Isn't it possible for us to confront him together? I stand as a representative of the king." Tywin, infuriated, delivered a punch to his face, admonishing, "Enough of your posturing. Your family is the smallest. Do you think I wouldn't dare to end you right here? The king is nothing but a usurper." This prompted Albert to interject, "Hey, you can speak your mind, but why resort to violence?" Jaime chimed in, "I intend to fight. What will you do about it? Do you wish to brawl? Come on then. We outnumber you." He continued, "What? Do you plan to bully us simply because you have fewer men? We have more able-bodied individuals here. You should reflect on that, lest I unleash a collective assault upon you." Tywin, enraged, countered, "So you think you can reason with me? Do you wish to strike me? I could report you for bullying the elderly." Albert spat, "Get lost. You're as lively as they come. How do you even call yourself elderly?" Tywin, seizing the moment, fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Look, bullying the elderly." Albert surged forward, grabbing him by the collar and hurling him onto the table, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Who do you think you are? You're trying to play the victim when I didn't even touch you." Tywin replied, "I don't care. You must address my concerns." In response, everyone drew their swords, ready to exploit their numerical advantage. Observing the escalating tension, Tywin shrank back, knowing he could not win in a duel, let alone a brawl. He chose instead to lay on the ground, feigning illness. Albert, grasping his collar, delivered a stern reminder of the precarious situation. "You still think you can negotiate? Wait until the situation at Windy Keep resolves, and they bring their army here. Then we shall see what you do." Kevin emerged to mediate, urging everyone to sheath their swords and engage in a proper discussion. "If we must fight, let it not be before the children. Have you not seen those three huddled together? Let us address the matter at hand with civility and refrain from excessive provocation." Albert conceded, "Very well. Let us sit down and discuss this earnestly." Chapter 82. A serious negotiation. As the intermission concluded, the discussions resumed. Just as they were about to continue, a robust and athletic figure entered, the Prince Oberyn, having arrived ahead of schedule. The crowd parted for him, and with the presence of 7 individuals on their side, they exerted a significant psychological advantage over their opponents. "I have already articulated the specific negotiation details. Do you have anything to add, Your Highness?" "I have nothing to contribute, but I intend to bring the mountain to his end myself." Oberyn lounged with one leg crossed over the other, observing Tywin across the table with a hint of amusement. He had no desire to engage in trivialities. His sole aim was to eliminate the mountain. As for the conditions discussed, the losses incurred by Dorne were minimal, and they had even gained a portion of cities in the borderlands. Should there be any losses, they would be compensated, as over 1 million gold dragons awaited him. "My primary purpose for being here is to slay the mountain." Upon hearing this, Tywin's demeanor darkened. The mountain was his chief commander, albeit a brutish one. Given the current circumstances, it was uncertain whether he could still command him. This matter is negotiable. Yet the Lannister family must retain an adult core member in the Southern Regency, and we require an expansion of our standing army. This is a challenge. The king has informed me that the cap for the standing army is set at 500 men. Should we exceed this number, negotiations will be futile. Sir Amon's gaze sharpened. This was a point Stannis had particularly emphasized before his departure. While reducing some garrison forces was acceptable, the opposing standing army must not surpass 500 men. Tywin exchanged glances with his associates. If 500 is the limit, then they must retain an adult family member in the Southern Regency, or discussions would be moot. If your side cannot even guarantee the rights of 100 in the city, then any political engagement would be futile, wouldn't it? Albert replied calmly, assuring, rest assured, we can regularly send 3 children north to meet you, and they may also visit King's Landing to reunite with their mother. But that is the utmost extent of our agreement. As for retaining a regent, the king is unlikely to acquiesce. This is our bottom line. Tywin was unabashed. He had already established his negotiation limits the previous night. Compared to the standing army of 500, he had initially hoped for a figure closer to 8,000. So since this aspect was more flexible than anticipated, could he not also strive for additional benefits in another regard? I must consult the king on that. Now, let us proceed to the next topic. The total of 1 million gold dragons amounts to 5 million. Can this be settled within 70 years? It is impossible. The gold mines of Casterly Rock have been depleted by 70%. To fulfill this obligation, we would have to incur debt, plunging the entire Westerlands into chaos. And the 7 kingdoms would inevitably reap no benefits. Kevin exchanged a glance with his brother before responding. What is the acceptable amount from your side? 100 years. With each house contributing 850,000 gold dragons. That is untenable. It is far too little. At least 980,000 gold dragons. Then the negotiations are at an impasse. In a rare display of assertiveness, Kaivon sought to minimize losses in the current circumstances. It was evident that he could salvage at least some portion of the 5 million gold dragons, which were certainly not beyond reach. Despite the considerable plundering by the Iron Men, the actual loss of wealth amounted to merely 15, with a substantial remainder still holding value in the hundreds of thousands of gold dragons. However, this was still insufficient. If necessary, they could consider utilizing artworks as collateral. This was a viable option, yet their bottom line was firmly set at 950,000. Kaivon, however, chose to concede, recognizing that negotiating for even a marginal reduction was futile. Accepting the figure of 950,000, they moved forward, having nearly finalized the agreement. With further discussions to be held at the riverside, after exchanging glances, Albert and his companions agreed that the proposal was acceptable. The question arose, could Duke Cayenne of the city surrender now? If so, it would be appreciated if the soldiers on the walls could lower their arms, allowing him to prepare his escort for the journey northward. They would permit him to bring along 300 elite soldiers, with the other 3 also given the option to select their own guards. It was agreed that Tyrion Lannister could remain in the south, while Sir Kaivon could temporarily reside in Mole Town. Should anything happen during the regency before the young prince turned 18, he would be able to assume the regent's duties. However, both he and his son must don black attire immediately. Simultaneously, they would take responsibility for escorting his grandson north for visits, limited to once a year, each lasting a week, with flexible timing. The 3 princesses and the prince could visit King's Landing for a month each year, also with flexible scheduling. After Albert concluded his remarks, he began drafting the necessary documents, as this also fell within his responsibilities. Sitting at the table, his status, like that of Elian, was relatively low, so it was customary to assist in processing the paperwork when given the opportunity. Soon, Albert completed the document using the first batch of paper produced in the north. While not of superior quality compared to parchment, it was significantly cheaper, and the writing appeared markedly different from that on parchment. Albert first presented the document to Tywin, who inspected it, confirming that it bore little distinction from their prior discussions. Satisfied, he affixed his seal, being the first to do so, which reflected Albert's final respect for the most seasoned politician in the 7 kingdoms thus far. Following him, the Duke of the North, the Duke of the Riverlands, and the Duke of the Vale proceeded to seal the document. As the soldiers from the Vale were absent, Elian was temporarily authorized to stamp it. Once all had affixed their seals, Albert collected the document, which existed in a single copy, destined to be preserved in King's Landing. Next, it was time for Tywin to return to the city to disband the army and prepare for the journey northward. Albert, on the other hand, did not need to involve himself in the negotiations at the Southern Bay. Thus he directly commenced discussions with Robb concerning who would be stationed in the south. My implication is that when dealing with these Southerners, others may falter. It must be you who takes charge. After Robb articulated this, He led his forces southward to rendezvous with Stannis. Chapter 83. The princess is furious. The war, at least for the time being, had concluded. Robb and his men were heading south to confront the remaining forces of House Tyrell, and Albert was not the least bit concerned for their safety. After all, he still held several hostages. If the Old Rose wished to avoid extinction, it would be prudent for them to comply. As for the negotiations in the south, this contingent was merely a formality. The actual agreement had long been drafted. Should the Tyrells object, Stannis would not hesitate to appoint a different duke for the bay. Faced with the few hostages in his possession, the Old Rose had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, their house would swiftly transition from flourishing to desolate, and they risked annihilation. This wave of over 40,000 would face an army comprised of the remnants of Dorne, the Vale, and the northern Riverlands, totaling 40,000 men, plus nearly 30,000 troops that Stannis would have after resolving the situation at Storm's End. The Bay could muster at most 20 to 30,000 troops. Making it impossible to confront such a formidable force, the Old Rose was not so foolish. Arianne would undoubtedly accompany Robb southward, while Albert remained to garrison the south with his 1,500 soldiers. The cavalry would head north, and the crossbow units would return first to relocate all their equipment and facilities to the south. Simultaneously, Albert intended to construct a signal tower at his station and train a multitude of ravens. This location was, in fact, not far from the citadel. If time permitted, he could even acquire some knowledge from the scholars there. Oberyn had once returned from his travels with 3 learned necklaces. Surely, with his modern scientific acumen, Albert would not be incapable of achieving at least that. However, Albert's more pressing task was to soothe the little princess. Ever since the negotiations when he had brought her along, her gaze towards him had shifted dramatically. For Albert, her eyes, which once held a hint of tenderness, now appeared cold and distant, imbued with a hollow sadness, as if a clear spring lay within, yet it bore a profound sorrow, seemingly longing to recount tales of grief. As for Joffrey, he would spend his days exclaiming, "I am the king! I am the king!" He had even attempted to belittle the lords, nearly provoking Ser Aemon to strike him. Oberyn had been left in Dorne to guard the realm, but he was currently engaged in negotiations in the south, with envoys from the Riverlands and the Vale en route. Only 2 of the 5 designated military lords had arrived thus far, and the army had yet to be assembled. Moreover, their positions in Casterly Rock were elevated. Unless absolutely necessary, Tyrion would not disturb them, so there was little cause for concern. As for young Tommen, although he is still quite young and likely unaware of the events unfolding around him, there lingers a subtle hostility in his gaze. In summary, both he and Ser Aemon, along with over 3,000 others, find themselves in a precarious position within the city, where they are regarded with animosity. Most crucially, their military contingents are distributed across different locations, with 5 armies encamped outside the city. Albert must also dig wells at the camp, as the outskirts of Caerwyn lack sufficient water sources, necessitating the construction of their own wells. Several ministers are required to remain within the city, permitted to bring 100 to 200 of their own guards, while the main forces must remain outside. This entire arrangement was surreptitiously delineated by the Duke, who bypassed the usual channels to communicate directly with Stannis. The king's attention is not currently focused on this matter, thus granting tacit approval. Albert is overwhelmed with frustration, pondering that they total 7,500 personnel against the opposing standing army of over 9,000. Should conflict arise, their chances of withstanding an assault are grim. However, Albert has more pressing matters at hand. He must swiftly soothe the princess, who has resolutely turned her back on him. As the military minister stationed in the north, he can roam freely within the castle, yet every time Myrcella catches sight of him, she hastily retreats. Albert understands that she is upset with him, aware that the soundproofing of the tents is inadequate, and his aggressive demeanor within was deeply hurtful to her. Along the way, the little princess implored him to be gentle with her grandfather, whose health is rather precarious. Yet, Albert's conduct at the negotiation table is anything but gentle. It borders on the brutal. Myrcella, having overheard everything, has every reason to be incensed. Consequently, whenever Albert enters, she locks herself away in the attic. As a young man, it would be inappropriate to intrude upon a princess's private quarters. The castle is equipped with chambers designated for the 3 young princesses and the prince, as they often visited during Robert's reign. Unlike the volatile and somewhat aggressive Joffrey, Tommen and Myrcella are favored by Tywin, who prefers gentle and amiable grandchildren. The little princess and Prince Tommen are acutely aware of their grandfather's condition, repeatedly urging Albert not to provoke him unduly. Yet, does Albert take heed of such considerations in the heat of debate? I nearly lost my temper with him. Thus, Myrcella's ire is certainly within Albert's contemplation. He merely did not anticipate that her anger would lead her to avoid him entirely. Consequently, Albert, in his desperation, finds himself aimlessly wandering the castle gardens each day with his guards. As a result, Albert truly uncovered a significant point. In recent days, the castle's garden had indeed seen the emergence of certain servants hitherto unseen. Initially, connecting this to the actions of the previous assassin, Albert presumed that the serpent assassin named Valaya was sent to eliminate Princess Celine. However, in the past few days, he discerned traces of reptiles in the garden. Could it be another serpent wielder? Albert had left his nightblade at the southern encampment, as it was not customary for him to carry it into the castle. Thus, he was unable to ascertain whether these serpents hailed from outside or were simply native to the garden. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from heightening his vigilance and augmenting the number of guards within the castle, deploying over 1,000 personnel in proximity to the stronghold. Regarding Geoffrey's incessant proclamations of his kingship, Albert, with a sound mind, endeavored to remain silent during the council meetings, for the young duke incessantly reiterated his status as king, compelling Tyrion to struggle even to participate in the discussions. The castle had prepared quarters for 5 ministers, so while Albert wandered the premises, it did not raise considerable concern, as Minister Aemon resided there continuously. That evening, just after Albert concluded his meeting and was about to retreat to his chamber for some respite, he unexpectedly encountered the young princess and her handmaiden at the staircase. The princess uttered no words, merely cast a glance before hastily departing. Albert, intent on pursuing her, suddenly noticed a handmaiden in the corner shimmering with a silvery light, a reflection of a blade. Albert's gaze sharpened. An assassin was present. The princess was in peril. Chapter 84. An ambush. One of the handmaidens concealed a dagger within her garments. Albert swiftly reacted, closely trailing the 3 figures with 4 of his loyal guards. The handmaidens of Myrcella possessed a certain degree of combat prowess. They were not merely attendants, but also protectors. However, facing an assassin unarmed was evidently insufficient. Albert hastened up the suspended staircase, yet it was clear that these infiltrators, now masquerading as handmaidens, were far more familiar with the castle's layout. They swiftly slipped through a side door, while Albert, oblivious, continued in pursuit, ultimately colliding with Myrcella's legitimate handmaiden. Unaware of the circumstances, Albert seized the handmaiden, poised to raise his sword and demand the whereabouts of her concealed dagger. The handmaiden genuinely bore no dagger, yet Albert remained skeptical and intended to search her. At that moment, Myrcella, noticing her handmaiden's prolonged absence, retraced her steps to investigate. She fortuitously encountered Albert, accompanied by guards, in the act of searching her handmaiden, his hands already brushing against the fabric of her gown. The handmaiden's delicate visage bore an expression of resistance as her arms were firmly grasped by the guards, raised above her head, rendering her utterly defenseless. From the perspective of the little princess, it was evident that Albert intended to act inappropriately towards her maid. This incited the princess, already harboring diminished affection for Albert, to erupt in anger. She approached him, forcefully grasping his shoulder and turning his face to meet hers, delivering a resounding slap. This was a castle, and she urged the minister to exercise restraint, imploring him not to engage in such disgraceful conduct within its walls. With that, she swiftly pried open the arm of Albert's guard, liberating the maid from their grasp, and then, with an expression of icy indifference, addressed Albert in a deliberate tone, stating that if there were no further matters, she would take her leave, suggesting he return to the barracks to rest. This, in essence, was a clear dismissal. The guards' faces were subtly tinged with fury. These men had accompanied Albert from the northern territories, achieving numerous victories under his command. They held a considerable respect for him. Given his military accomplishments, Albert had always endeavored to lead from the front, providing innovative equipment and ensuring the soldiers received adequate rations and even sweets before battles to bolster their morale. In this moment, witnessing their commander being chastised by a princess who was reliant on others was too much for the hot-headed guards to bear. However, Albert intervened, shaking his head at them before turning to lead his men down the staircase. Once everyone had departed, Myrcella turned to her maid and continued her ascent up the stairs, followed closely by the assassin maid who had emerged from an upper compartment. After a long journey, they returned to Myrcella's room on the top floor of the attic, where she finally relaxed with her maid and began to prepare for her evening rituals. Although the inhabitants of the roistral continent were generally unaccustomed to bathing or grooming before sleep and did so infrequently, the young princess cherished her baths, recognizing their significant role in alleviating stress and promoting relaxation. Having just finished her bath, Myrcella and her trusted maid entered the room. Before she could settle down, a knock echoed from outside the door. At this hour, aside from the sentinels on watch, it was unlikely anyone else would be moving about. Thus, the only possible visitors could be patrolling guards. However, with Albert and his men having withdrawn, it seemed improbable that any guards would approach, especially considering that there were only a few outsiders in the castle. It was indeed unlikely that anyone wishing harm upon the three young ones would appear within the castle walls at this time, at least from Mycella's perspective. Consequently, the maid swiftly opened the door, revealing another maid standing outside, holding a tray that bore a goblet filled with wine. This had been prepared for the princess by Mr. Wyman. Sir Eamon harbored a certain interest in the princess, given her status as the former princess and now the third in line for the throne of Kagan City, coupled with her undeniable beauty. Most notably, prior to this incident, she had grown quite close to Albert, which irked Eamon. His dissatisfaction with Albert stemmed from the fact that he had been bested by a relatively unknown knight competing in his first tournament. Thus, the prospect of winning over the princess, whom Albert favored, served as a means of revenge. Consequently, within the castle, Eamon facilitated various privileges for the trio of siblings, which contrasted favorably with Albert's more formal demeanor. Although the princess showed little interest in Eamon, her growing disdain for Albert made the situation all the more delightful, providing a subtle irritation to Albert. Habitually swirling her glass, the princess was suddenly startled to find an insect fluttering within, its frantic movements causing her expression to sour. While others might overlook such a nuisance, a young lady would naturally find it distasteful and contemplated disposing of the tainted wine. To her astonishment, the insect struggled momentarily before perishing without sinking. Poison. As realization dawned upon Mycella, she looked up, only to be met with the sight of an assassin's maid drawing a dagger. Her personal attendant swiftly seized a weapon from the room, engaging the assailant in combat. Meanwhile, Albert had not ventured far from the castle. After a lackadaisical descent, he resumed his search for the assassin within the tower. Suddenly, as Albert searched the lower levels, he heard the clash of swords emanating from the loft above. He hurriedly ascended, accompanied by his guards. Unfortunately, within the confines of the chamber, the personal attendant was ultimately no match for the seasoned assassin. After inflicting a deep wound upon the assailant's arm, she was struck down by a poisoned blade. A chilling smirk crept across the assassin's lips as she advanced menacingly toward Mycella, dagger glinting ominously in hand. At that moment, Albert burst through the door, leading his guards into the fray. With his sword drawn, he lunged at the assassin's back. Sensing the imminent danger, the assassin swiftly countered, engaging Albert in fierce combat. The cramped quarters of the room, compounded by the presence of the princess on the bed, hindered the soldiers' ability to fight freely, leaving them to encircle the area while Albert faced the assassin one-on-one.